Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, Auxiliary, Legion Chapters and Notable Characters Details. Spoiler. First chapter, Chapter Master Arbiter Lord Howard Fender Sequence 6 Judge. Justiciar Pathway, Recruitment World Vostroya. Flagship Gloriana-class Battleship Judgment's Glory. First Company Commander, Dixon. Sisek, dead. Second Company Captain, Yasin. Third Company Captain, Michael. Second chapter, Chapter Master Light Lord Wilshire Sequence 6 Notary. Sun Pathway. Relic Class Glory of Light. First Company, Captain Malric Winterburn Sequence 9 Bard. Second Company, Solier. Third chapter, Chapter Master Darkness Lord Bukeo Arshivan Sequence 6 Soul Assurer. Darkness Pathway, Recruitment World Mordian. Gloriana Class Midnight Veil. First Company, Captain Alexander. Fourth chapter, Death Lord Adam Sekian 6 Spirit Guide Death Pathway. First Company Captain Oliver. Fifth Company, Kian Sequence 7 Spirit Medium. Fifth chapter, Chapter Master Santiago Board Camp Sequence 6 Scribe Door Pathway. Flagship Starcaller. Former Chapter Master Carlo, dead. Sixth chapter, Flamini Squent 6 Calamity Priest, Will of Fortune Pathway. Former Chapter Master Pasquale, dead. Seventh chapter, Chapter Master Reaper Lord Sanchez Sequence 5 Reaper. Recruitment World Katakan, Red Priest Pathway, The Hunters. Flagship Gloriana-class Black Mercy. Notable ship, Relic-class Battleship Void Hunter. First Company, Captain Tebow Sequence 8 Pyromania. Seventh Company, Captain Sonda. Eighth chapter, Chapter Master Knight Lord Thierry Vera, Sequence 5 Guardian, Twilight Giant Pathway. Recruitment World Kasai. Flaskip Razor. First Company, Captain Buka Sequence 8 Pugilist. Second Company, Captain Gerger Sequence 8 Pugilist. Third Company, Captain Pierre Wright. Ninth chapter, Chapter Master Storm Lord Skesny, Tyrant Pathway. Recruitment World Talasser. Relic Class Battleship Flagship Wave. First Company, Captain Giorgino. 10th chapter, Chapter Master Ramsey Librarian Alpha Grade Psyker Talent Sequence 6 Rose Bishop Hangman Pathway. AR Regia Recruitment World. Flagship Retrofitted Battle Barge / Abyss Class Super Battleship Furious Abyss, Weeping Needle. Former Flagship Thorn Rose. 11th chapter, Black Emperor Pathway. Recruitment World Vostroya. Chapter Master Shadow Lord Pel Cautiony. First Company, Captain Gibbs. Second Company, Captain Kirkland. Third Company, Captain Chambers. 12th chapter, William Woodfull Pathway. Tanith Recruitment World. Former Chapter Master Marquinius, dead. Shadow Guards, Shadows of Order, tasked with guarding allied navigator houses. Notable character. Arsena Dunn, Primarch's aide, Sequence 6 Polymath, White Tower Pathway. Gabriel, Marshal of Ordnance Sequence 6 Artisan, Paragon Pathway. Michael, Chief Apothecary Sequence 6 Scarlet Scholar, Moon Pathway. Marlena Scala, Sequence 6 Harvest Biologist Mother Pathway. Carrie, Student of Marlena Sequence 7 Mother Pathway. Thomas, Chief Librarian Sequence 6 Warlock, Hermit Pathway. Tierney, Leader of the Treasure Hunting Group Sequence 6 Prometheus. Stevens, Provoker assigned to Space Wolves, now Master of the Chaplains. Nicholas, Apprentice of Thomas. Okafor, Telepahist Psyker, Hermit Pathway. Ethan, Resilient. Psyker. Maria Kernikova, Leader of the Assassin Squad Sequence 6 Pleasure Demonis Pathway. Mugos Wojciech Blayek Chief Logistician Sequence 6 Artisan, Paragon Pathway. Mugos Lien Ramles Void Master Sequence 6 Artisan, Paragon Pathway. Malevolous Armor Master Sequence 6 Artisan, Paragon Pathway. Nelson, Nareth's Pilot Sequence. Pat, Master of Chaplain Sequence 8 Telepathist. Archon Land Sequence 6 Artisan. Tech Priest Malevolous. Miguel Cuesta, Technology-Oriented Psyker. John, Nareth's Gyring Sequence 6 Calamity Priest, Will of Fortune Pathway. Freddy, Nareth's Mythic Creature, Black Wolf Sequence 4 Night Watcher, Darkness Pathway. Rozicki Czech, Forge Lord Sequence 6 Artisan. Paragon Pathway. Flagship Forgehammer. Sasebo Tezuka, Mystery Prior. Corroded Characters. Aguila, Khan. Alastair Rushell. Akarduana. Balsar Kurthuri, Sequence 9 Lawyer. Lucius, Sequence 7 Weapon Master. Gren Visotho, Sequence 8 Sheriff. Luther. Naritzen, Khan. Nerat Kireen. Urian Vendrag. Tzadkiel, lawyer. Zahariel. Zo Sahal. Hasik Noyan Khan, Sequence 7 Pyromaniac. Golan Serlak, Sequence 6 Scarlet Scholar. Allied words / treaty factions. Mars. Forge World Anvilus 9. Forge World Greya. Forge World Griffon 4. Forge World Lucius. Forge World Metallica. Forge World Ryza. Forge World Styges 8. Forge World Voss. Forge World Valia Maximal. Squat System. House Vishur, Navigator House. House Orselio, Navigator House. 8 Uranus Navigator Houses. Night House Mordred. Night House Vironii. Notable Conquered World. Coronid New Zone. Abyssport, Central Hub of the Coronid New Zone. Attila, 7th Chapter Recruitment World. AR Regia, 10th Chapter Recruitment World. Aventinum, 11th Chapter Recruitment World. Katakan, Recruitment World. Cyclothraith, Recruitment World, later Forge World. Crystal Mirage, Mining World Psi Reactive Crystals. Cypermundi, Top Forge World under Nareth. Daxos, Night World. 8th Chapter Recruitment World. Demetus, Night World. Alicia, Trade Hub and Recruitment World, Elysian Drop Troops. Firestorm, Forge World. Gonfall System, original names Konar, Shipyard. Gantz, Forge World, Moon of Gonfall. Islington System, Training World. Kalium System, houses the Kalium Gate. Mazoa, Forge World. Mordian, Recruitment World. Necromunda and its 6 other connected star system. Nova Beryllia, house the Blyek Tank STC. Novaris, 8th Chapter Recruitment World. Mancora, Librarian Recruitment World. Perditus. Predis Zeta, 10th Chapter Recruitment World. Rosario, Squat World. Symphony of the Sea, Agri World mostly water. Sodheim 8, 4th Chapter Recruitment World. Triken, Forge World 2nd to Cypermundi. Tanist, Eldar Maiden World, transferred home to Craftsman Tribe of the Dark Age Tech. Tanith, 12th Chapter Recruitment World. AR Regia, Recruitment World 10th Chapter. Talasser, Recruitment World. Ulthanks, housed the Ramleys class Starfort STC. Vigilus, housed STC of the Fortress Grade Shield, also Voidclaw. Defensive Tech Manufactorium. Vostroya, Homeworld of Nareth, Recruitment World for the 1st and 11th. Its moon is a shipyard. Nareth Equipment and Skills. Geometry, you comprehend rules through geometric patterns, turning abstract lines into physical, mystical structures with varied effects. Concept swap, you can interchange similar categories, e.g., a chains word is a sword, a power sword is a sword, thus a chains word may function as a power sword. Force, you can influence force itself, its direction, intensity, or presence. Rope, you can generate ropes from nearby materials with chosen traits, chains to bind, whips to strike. Spiritual sculpture, create living sculptures imbued with transient animation to obey simple commands. Burial, truths you bury cannot be divined, only distorted outcomes remain visible. Multiprism, craft prism-like psychic structures that refract and disperse incoming attacks until they dissipate or overload. Words of order, after declaring a target guilty and specifying the charge, the target would be punished accordingly. The deeper the target's violation of order, the greater their crimes, the higher the damage inflicted. Hand of Order Sequence 1 Mystical Artifact. Bloody Chain Sequence. I created this because the number of characters was starting to feel overwhelming. If you remember any other details that could be added here, feel free to drop a comment so I can add them. This is all I remember for the moment. Chapter 2, Chapter 1, Source Essence, Kingdom of Disorder. In the darkness, Nareth tried to open his eyes, but his eyelids felt heavy, as if glued shut. His blurred senses told him his curled-up body was slowly rotating in murky amniotic fluid, and he drifted back into a groggy slumber. It was unclear how much time had passed before his senses suddenly sharpened. Outside the fluid was a glass partition, which was part of a silver-gray, unpainted mechanical apparatus. The sleek surface of the device was covered in mechanical slots and connector ports. On its front, a silver Gothic numeral was engraved, 11. Beneath that, a smaller and more intricately written inscription was carved into a metal plate. This was the first time Nareth had ever seen such writing. It was unlike any language he knew, appearing to be an elaborate, lengthy prayer, seemingly used to beseech blessings and support from some external power. As he tried to interpret it, a surprised voice echoed in his ears. "My lord, the 11th Primarch's senses are remarkably acute, much like the 15th. A thunderous and commanding voice responded. "No, Malkador. I endowed the 15th Primarch with formidable psychic gifts, but to the 11th, I granted keen perception, formidable awareness, and an indomitable will. He shall possess unparalleled insight, the ability to pinpoint an enemy's weakness, and deliver precise, lethal strikes. He will be the reaper of the battlefield, a god of death. The 11th Primarch. Malcador. Nareth felt as though struck by lightning, his muddled consciousness snapped into clarity. An elderly man, leaning on a staff and appearing frail, radiated a piercing and blinding light. But compared to the blazing presence beside him, he seemed more like a fire next to the sun. The moment Nareth's awareness brushed against that solar brilliance, a searing pain flared in his mind. Sleep. You are still too fragile. It is not yet time for you to serve me. The sun's voice carried an irresistible command. Instantly, Nareth lost all perception of the outside world, as though the incubation pod was now his entire universe. His body slowly turned away, his back now facing the two speakers, as his sluggish mind struggled to form a thought. I have transmigrated. That was the Emperor and Malcador. I've become the 11th Primarch. Nareth felt his thoughts slipping into a strange state. By the time the sentence fully formed in his mind, an unknowable span of time had already passed. Then, just as abruptly, his senses were freed, or more accurately, the restraints vanished. He became aware of the platform beneath him, the vibrating metal pillars of the engine, and the other incubation pods nearby. He also sensed another conscious presence, Magnus. Nareth perceived that the Emperor and Malcador had departed. He could now feel the other pods, each nurturing a formidable life form, as well as the scientists working below the platform. Their protective suits bore the numeral I on the backs. Their gloves were stained with blood as they dissected pale organs with silver scalpels. By now, Nareth was certain, he had transmigrated into the Warhammer universe, as one of the genetically engineered Primarchs created by the Emperor for the Great Crusade to conquer the galaxy. Why the hell did I have to transmigrate into this cesspool of a setting, and as the 11th Primarch, one destined to get erased? Even if I tread carefully, can I truly escape that doomed fate? As this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly felt his body lift, enveloped in a shroud of black mist. Why is there mist inside the gestation pod? Are the 4 chaos gods making their move already? Then, Nareth realized his consciousness had entered a world of endless black fog, a boundless expanse where only 100-meter radius around him remained clear. The 4 chaos gods are supposed to scatter all the Primarchs across the galaxy. Why would they only pull my consciousness? In Warhammer lore, during the creation of the Primarchs, the Emperor had struck a bargain with the Chaos Gods, agreeing that half would belong to the Warp. But the Emperor tried to renege on the pact. In retaliation, the ruinous powers orchestrated a warp storm within the lab, hurling the 20 Primarchs to distant worlds across the galaxy. While Nareth pondered this, a massive stream of information suddenly flooded into his mind. Had this been his old self, his brain would have ruptured. But now, with his superhuman mind, he processed it rapidly with ease. I am now within the kingdom of disorder. This source essence chose me for its own evolution, bringing me to the Warhammer universe. Suddenly, he recalled, before transmigrating, he had joined a crowdfunding campaign for the Blasphemy Slate, as a fan of Lord of the Mysteries. Excited, he opened the package and discovered a mysterious bonus prize. Immediately, black mist surrounded him, and he lost consciousness. Meanwhile, Magnus' consciousness stirred, extending curiously toward the 11th Primarch's pod. Sensing that he was merely asleep, Magnus withdrew. Nareth's gaze fell upon a massive slate ahead. With instinctive precision, he knew it measured 22 meters wide and 10 meters tall. A mere thought carried him before the gray slate. The Kingdom of Disorder had already imprinted vast esoteric knowledge into his mind. He knew this slate recorded the potion formulas for the 22 advanced pathways. A pathway was a stable sequence chain, a ladder of ascension from mortal to godhood. To gain supernatural power, mortals had to ingest sequence 9 potions, becoming transcendents. The lower the sequence number, the higher the potion's grade, with sequence 0 marking godhood. As the chosen bearer of the Kingdom of Disorder, his path was set, the Black Emperor pathway. Thus, the Blasphemy Slate currently displays only the sequence 9 lawyer potion formula. Higher sequences and other pathways would unlock gradually. Sequence 9 lawyer potion formula. Primary ingredients. 1,100 millimeters of wirevine. 1 chemical hound's tongue. Supplementary ingredients. 1,100 milliliters of black Vostvoth. 1 spine crystal. 1 hive rat. Abilities. From the knowledge he absorbed, Nareth realized these potion ingredients were different from those in Lord of the Mysteries. They were materials native to the Warhammer universe but shared the same supernatural properties. Fortunately, each ingredient came with an image, so he wouldn't misidentify them. He also noticed that the hive rat and spike crystal emitted a faint glow, while the other 3 remained dull. Black Vostvoth. He recognized the dark, vodka-like liquid. It was a local specialty of the industrial world of Vostroya. The chemhound, unrelated to Savra's chemhounds, was a canine species brought by Vostroya's first settlers. Right now, I'm in a lab on Terra. Hive rats and spike crystals exist here, hence their glow on the slate. The other 3 ingredients aren't present, so they remain dim. Convenient, this way, I'll know whether a world holds the materials I need. To become a lawyer, I'll have to visit Vostroya sooner or later. Worried the Emperor might return to the lab at any moment, Nareth chose to return to his body. His form grew heavy, the black mist dissipated, and he returned to the incubation pod. A wave of exhaustion hit him, and he fell into a deep sleep. Magnus, sensing the anomaly, extended his consciousness once more but found nothing amiss and withdrew again, puzzled. Over the following days, Nareth drifted between sleep and wakefulness, formulating plans to alter his fate with his newfound advantage. Primarchs are the Emperor's tools. The erasure of the 2nd and 11th Legions Primarchs must mean they committed unforgivable sins, whether falling to chaos or consorting with Xenos. Given my sharp senses, maybe I was thrown into a culturally corrupted world and became tainted beyond recovery. To change my doomed fate, I must act now, starting from this very pod. On the 11th day since his transmigration, Nareth jolted awake. The Geller field shielding the lab had failed. The barrier between reality and the warp had been torn asunder. Author's note. The scattering of the Primarchs follows the official novel, The First Heretic, where Argel Tal witnesses the event. Descriptions of the pods and their aftermath also draw from this source. The term, gestation pod, adopts the novel's translation, follows the wording in official Chinese editions. The author disagrees with depictions from the Siege of Terra series, where Eldred is said to disrupt the Emperor's lab defenses, believing she lacked the power to cast Primarchs into the warp. Chapter 3, Chapter 2, The First Step to Alter Fate. The Emperor had betrayed the oath sealed with blood and sworn upon the soul. The reckoning long planned by the 4 chaos gods descended, a rainbow-hued storm engulfed the laboratory. Each gestation pod was wrenched into the warp, hurled toward its predestined planet. Nareth abruptly opened his eyes and thought to himself. The first step to change my fate, now we'll see if my golden finger is powerful enough. The Immaterium, also known as Ether, the Sea of Souls, the Empyrean, the non-material universe, or the Realm of Chaos, bore different names across different cultures. The Sea of Souls is made of pure energy, a mirror of the material universe, shaped by the emotions and souls of all intelligent beings. As Nareth opened his eyes, an unshakable conviction exploded within him. My fate belongs to me alone. Neither the 4 pestilences nor the Golden Men shall decide it. I will go to the Segmentum Obscurus, to Vostroya, the primary world of the Vostroya system. Black mist surged around him, his firm will driving it to spin rapidly. The rainbow vortex shifted course, gradually veering off its preset trajectory. Tsench, the Weaver of Fates, was first to notice the threads of destiny shifting. The 11th Primarchus pod had broken from the current, veering away from its ordained destination. Change, all proceeds according to plan. The other 3 gods soon noticed the anomaly in the incubation pod as well. Intrigued, they watched the scene unfold until the black mist vanished. Nareth waited tensely. Though chosen by the Kingdom of Disorder, he understood the Source Essence's authority would only grow as he ascended through the sequences. In the material world, the Kingdom of Disorder could offer little assistance. But here in the warp, emotion and belief were the greatest powers. Nareth wielded his faith and conviction as a lever to steer the Kingdom of Disorders. Though the Source Essence's rank might be slightly inferior to the 4 gods, it approached their level. The union of the 2 might just alter the planet he falls upon. This was his first decisive step toward changing fate. While other Primarchs pods continued drifting through the Sea of Souls, the 11th pod shot forth like an arrow, streaking out of the warp at terrifying speed. The pod plummeted rapidly. Through the blinding smoke caused by friction with industrial smog, Nareth glimpsed a hive city piercing the toxic sky, a sight that eased his nerves slightly. Then, impact. The gestation pod crashed into a viscous, sludge-filled riverbed. The silver-gray metal shell shuddered violently as the glass partition shattered. Nareth stood firmly inside the pod. He reached out and precisely grabbed a silver-gray shard, the length of a human palm and the width of 2 fingers. The violent spinning and sliding through mud didn't impair his perception in the slightest. He noted the complete absence of flora or fauna in or along the riverbank, his nose detecting the pervasive acidic toxicity in the air. His head became dazed briefly, but he quickly recovered. As the pod's rotation slowed, Nareth's enhanced brain completed rapid calculations. The instant before it would rebound off the bank in a new direction, he leaped out. He bent his knee slightly and landed smoothly and perfectly. Rising, Nareth gazed through swirling industrial dust toward the distant hive city, then began walking in its direction. The slums surrounding the hive city were sprawled with mutants, their bodies bearing various deformities from long exposure to unprotected environments. Many underhive dwellers came here to survive. The foul sewage allowed for relatively fertile farming and rich fungal harvests. A man with a rock-like tumor growing from his neck was the first to notice the outsider. This was someone who clearly didn't belong in the slums. The boy's skin glowed with unnatural health, glowing gold like a statue crafted by a master sculptor. His long jet-black hair streamed in the wind, his eyes were black as ink, like deep pools, and he had a sharp nose. Though appearing no more than 4 or 5 years old, his features were strikingly defined, and his natural majesty made others instinctively avert their gaze. The mutant looked away, both ashamed and frightened, but then greed flashed in his eyes. Such a boy would fetch a fortune. The upper hive's elites paid handsomely for tender, unblemished playthings. Once the thought took root, it became irresistible. He dropped the fungi he'd collected and lunged at the boy. Several other mutants had the same idea and followed suit. The boy didn't flee. He sidestepped the swinging club, and the silver-gray fragment in his hand sliced cleanly through the mutant's thigh. As screams echoed, all the slum mutants turned toward the scene, greed in their eyes. Nareth danced through their midst, untouched. Not a single blow found its mark. The mutants initially assumed his small stature was the problem. They crouched low, an instinctual posture from mushroom farming, garbage picking, and ambushing wanderers, postures they used when fighting over spoils. Still, they missed their attacks met only the air. The boy seemed to foresee every move, dodging thrusts, evading pipes hurled at his head, all missed. He didn't even look back, as if he had eyes on the back of his head. An hour later, the slums were littered with groaning mutants, each with severed legs, unable to move. Nareth scanned them, then pulled off the cleanest, most intact clothes he could find, quickly trimming them to fit. He walked to the tumor-necked mutant, kicked him, opened his mouth, then pointed to a rusted metal rod on the ground while miming speech. The mutant, terrified, took a few seconds to realize he was being asked for the word. He quickly answered. Nareth's superhuman mind rapidly picked up their local Low Gothic dialect, a localized form of Old Terra Slavic. 5 hours later, he had mastered basic communication. His dark eyes swept over the surviving mutants as he spoke in flawless local Low Gothic. This world, is it Vostroya? All mutants frantically nodded their head, terrified to meet the fate of their fallen kin. He pointed to the distant hive. That city is Tiska. They nodded again without hesitation. Nareth stepped forward and efficiently ended their suffering. Witnesses who'd seen his arrival from the ashen wastes could only bring trouble. He knew Vostroya's history, its allegiance to Mars during the Age of Strife had brought waves of technology and knowledge, rapidly transforming it into a heavily industrialized world. Its locally manufactured weapons were exceptional, particularly the famed Las guns. Future Vostroyan firstborn regiments would rank among the Astra Militarum's top 10 most effective forces. Currently, Vostroya suffers under dual rule, the nobility and the mechanicum. Either could pose significant threats to a growing Primarch. Finding a relatively clean black backpack, though by Underhive standards it was still filthy beyond belief, Nareth filled it with fungi and a spare set of ragged clothing. Then he set out toward the hive. His earlier check had confirmed all ingredients for the lawyer potion glowed on the blasphemy slate. They could all be found in the hive city. Chapter 4, Chapter 3, Taking Over a Gang. A moment later, Nareth found an abandoned sewage pipe on the outskirts of Tiska's trash mountain. Hive cities always develop from the bottom up. When humans first settle a planet, they establish communities on the surface. Over time, expansion occurs upward. Due to population shifts and other factors, most of the facilities in the lower hives have become abandoned. He crawled into the pipe, walking forward through sludge formed by industrial wastewater. Inside the 5-person-wide sewage tunnel, Nareth proceeded about a kilometer before his ears twitched. The sound waves he caught painted a mental picture of a brawl involving hundreds of people. A few hundred meters further, he discerned a chase, one pursuing, one fleeing. Suddenly, a scream echoed ahead. The one fleeing collapsed, followed quickly by another scream as the pursuer also fell. Nareth tilted his head, listening. Apart from those two, he heard no other signs of life. How did both fall? Moments later, he arrived at the scene. The two were already dead, he found both corpses floating in wastewater. Even in the dim light, he clearly saw what was wrong. Their shoes were torn, and their feet were mangled and bloody, hundreds of overlapping wounds. Scanning the area, Nareth spotted crystal clusters in the murky water. Not a creature, spine crystals. He recognized them. Spine crystals appear in sewage pits, pipes, and long-polluted places in hive cities. They are more mineral than plant, similar to coral, formed of dense, fragile, and razor-sharp crystal clusters. Fools who fall into spine crystals quickly learn their horror. The shards cause thousands of tiny but excruciating wounds. Worse, the crystals carry toxins and corrosive chemicals that turn even the smallest cut into festering rot. Without medical treatment, death is likely. Sadly, most in the lower hives have no access to medicine. Stepping on them often means a quick end to their miserable lives. Didn't expect to find one supplementary ingredient so soon. Kneeling, Nareth searched the sludge and quickly found 2 intact crystal clusters. He pulled out spare clothes from his backpack, wrapped one cluster in a shirt and the other in pants, then stashed them away. In high spirits, he moved on. Several tunnels converged ahead into a platform. Two gangs were fighting around a forge, exchanging fire with makeshift laser guns crafted from scrap. On the left, the leader of the gang with red cloth headbands shot down an enemy with a scrap laser pistol, rolled to dodge, and suddenly spotted something. He saw a boy who clearly didn't belong in the lower hive. Though his clothes were ragged, his aristocratic features stood out. He looked more valuable than the forge itself. The gang leader charged at Nareth, reaching out to grab him. "Kid, come here." Nareth sidestepped, the men grabbing at empty air. At that moment, the boy seized his wrist, yanked him forward, and stabbed a silver-gray shard into his gut. Looting the corpse, Nareth found 5 energy cartridges and stuffed them into one of the many mismatched patch pockets sewn into his clothes, a trick common among mutants for stashing treasures. He picked up the jury-rigged laser pistol. Familiar with its parts, he quickly checked its energy levels. Vostroyan gangs have better craftsmanship than other planets. Their scrap laser pistols are above average. This one can fire 23 times total, with 17 shots remaining. Nareth shouted, "Cease fire." Despite being a boy, his voice carried no childishness. The two warring gangs froze at the sharp tone, like an arbiter suddenly visiting the lower hive. They flinched, turning toward him. They were stunned at the sight of him. From the right side of the platform, another gang leader poked his head out and spat. "Who the F?" Before he finished, a laser beam pierced the space between his eyes. He collapsed. Both gangs were in shock. The boy had shot him from over 30 meters away, far beyond the effective range of a scrap laser pistol. Yet it was a perfect kill. Unbelievable. Some sharp-eyed gang members noticed the pistol in Nareth's hand. It belonged to their boss, whose corpse now lay at the tunnel entrance. "The boss is dead." That shout awakened everyone. Several gang lieutenants' eyes lit up. With the top dog dead, the throne was up for grabs. They immediately turned their guns on each other, aiming to seize power. As for the boy, he was just a kid. No matter how strong he was, once someone took control, they could gang up on him. Nareth was ready to dodge, but they turned out even more foolish than he'd expected. Time to make a statement. They crossed me, and now they're mine. Time to establish dominance. I said. "Cease fire." He raised the gun and fired 3 quick shots, killing 3 people on the left side. 2 more died from sneak attacks by their rivals. He finished off the last remaining survivor and faced the rest. "From now on, I'm your boss. Disobey me, and you'll end up like them." Everyone was stunned stiff. No one moved. They had never seen such accuracy, every shot a kill. It was unheard of. And so, on his first day in Vostroya, Nareth formed his own gang, 310 members strong. When he poured all the fungus from his backpack into a large vat, the gang members' eyes turned green with desire. If not for fear of his shooting skills, they would have swarmed like starving wolves. Standing atop the platform, Nareth looked down. Knowing the lower hive dwellers lacked education, he used the simplest words. "I don't mistreat those who follow me, but I don't feed freeloaders either. What you get depends on your skill. Whether you drink soup or eat scraps, that's on you." Scanning the crowd, he saw most craning their necks, eyes wide, staring at his feet. Only a few were still scratching their heads. "I've got a question. Whoever answers it gets to drink the soup." First question, where can I find giant give rats over 1 meter long? The better the potion ingredients, the stronger the effects. Nareth wasn't afraid of people learning his alchemy recipes. He only needed 2 ingredients. "Me," shouted a skinny bald man, quickest to react. "Boss, those rats are everywhere around here, plenty over 1 meter long. I can't give you numbers, but every tunnel and pipe's crawling with them." Nareth looked around. No one objected. Everyone else wore expressions of regret or frustration. "Good. You get the first scoop." The bald man bolted up the platform and even twisted his ankle in the rush. Catching himself with his left hand, he sprang up and hurriedly scooped a full ladle of soup, terrified the boss might change his mind. Smelling the aroma, he crouched and eagerly licked the broth. The others watched in envy, ears pricked for the next question. Second question, who knows where wirevine grows? Chapter 5, Chapter 4, Assault on the Foundry. The gang members who were eager to answer looked confused, except for one man, his face covered in gray-black grime, who raised both of his bionic arms high. "Boss, I know this one. There's a foundry in the lower hive. It used to be directly managed by the tech priests who served Mars. There's a deadly kind of organic barbed wire around the facility. It's unbelievably tough, you can't even cut it with a knife. Even if you throw a grenade next to it, it regenerates after the explosion. The spikes it grows can pierce armor and leave wounds deep enough to expose bone. It even secretes a corrosive fluid that can reduce a trapped person to a skeleton in minutes. He gripped his spoon and bowl nervously. Boss, that's everything I know. Your information is useful, Nareth nodded. You get 2 scoops of soup. Start serving yourself. The soot-faced man hurried to the large pot, scooped 2 spoonfuls, and tightly gripped his yellow-green aluminum bowl. Just as he was about to step aside to enjoy his meal, the boss spoke again. You seem to know that factory well. Can you tell me more? Boss, my name's Rolslav. I used to work in that weapons foundry, Factory D46, as a shift leader in one of the smelting teams. Before the tech priests abandoned the factory and moved to the upper hive, life was hard but manageable. But after the vulture from the Carrion gang took control, he lived up to his name, squeezing every drop out of everyone. After getting the details from Rolslav, Nareth decided to take over the weapons foundry. Lower hive, Factory D46, brightly lit. Vulture lounged back in his chair, sneering at the pleading foreman before him. Vulture, sir, those are just kids. If they keep working like this, they'll die. I'll work 3 extra hours a day. I'm way faster than them. Is that so? Then make it 4 extra hours a day, Vulture sneered. As for them, they'll keep working. Vulture didn't notice that on one of the surveillance screens, a figure darted into view. A 2-meter-wide rubber tire slammed into the barbed wire bristling with spikes. Nareth slipped through the hollowed-out tire, and with a flick of his right hand, a silver-gray shard sliced cleanly between 2 spikes. Someone's here. 2 patrolling Carrion gang members armed with las guns heard the noise and ran over. Nareth returned the shard to his belt. Wearing protective gloves, he grabbed both ends of the wire mesh. The acidic secretion instantly corroded a hole in the gloves. Sensing the hole in his palm, the Primarch bent his hand slightly to angle the grip, positioning the hole in an empty space in his palm. He dashed forward and flung the barbed wire at the 2 approaching men. The barbs stabbed deep into their hands. A scream of pain tore from their throats as the acid reduced their flesh to mere bone in seconds. Nareth picked up a dropped las gun and scavenged 12 power packs from the corpses. He fired a shot into the air, a signal to his men, then charged toward the control room. Vulture watched the monitors as his useless subordinates were slaughtered by a boy. Worthless. All of you, worthless. He sprang up and grabbed his chain's word. With a roar of the engine, the sound of kill, kill, kill echoed in his ears again. Vulture strode out of the control room, leaped over the railing, and slashed at the boy. His eyes glowed blood red. It was just like that day, when he killed his gang's leader and 7 guards. The bloodlust filled his vision. Afterward, he found himself stronger, taller. He didn't know why, only that killing made him more powerful. Just as Nareth shot another gang member, he sensed danger above. He rolled backward and fired, hitting Vulture square in the chest. A fist-sized hole burst in Vulture's torso, but he felt no pain. The voice in his mind urged him forward. Nareth remained calm. He squeezed the trigger repeatedly. Las beam pierced Vulture's eyes, heart, hands, and ankles, blooming blood-red flowers. Blossoms of blood erupted as his corpse crashed onto the walkway, staining the still vibrating chain's word. Nareth slung the las gun over his back and picked up the chain's word. He sensed something different about this weapon. Rolslav, now appointed as lieutenant, arrived just in time to witness Nareth gunning down Vulture. The sight shook him to the core. The Carrion gang wasn't a major force in the lower hive, but Vulture was infamous for his brutality and strength, and he was killed before even getting close. The boss is so young, and he's already this strong. He's going to be a big shot in the hive one day. Following him is the right move. Rolslav turned and shouted to his men. What are you standing around for? Want to suck soup from the sewers? Move it. Secure the workers, capture the Carrion gang survivors, anyone who resists, kill them all. 2 hours later, Nareth sat in the control room. The foundry was operational again. Including the workers, he now had 513 subordinates. He had changed into clean worker clothes, the las gun and chain's word slung across his back, both taller than he was. The kitchen staff brought him rock-hard black bread and borscht made from a few scraps of vegetables, the best food the foundry could offer. Nareth ate 10 slices of bread without discomfort. His superhuman body handled it easily. Only after downing a large bowl of soup did he feel full. He looked toward the door just as someone knocked. Come in. Boss, the foundry is back to normal operations. Rollsleeve entered, frowning slightly but beginning with the good news. Boss, Factory D46 falls under the jurisdiction of the Handman West Dome, governed by arbitrator Dimitrov. He summoned you. Nareth knew the lower hive was made of domes, structures built by the first settlers. As the hive city grew, the domes were gradually abandoned. To upper hivers, the lower hive dwellers were barely more valuable than giant rats. These people lived clustered in dome complexes, tunnels, and ruins, forming a labyrinthine underground hive. Arbitrator. Nareth thought of the arbitrator from the lawyer-adjacent pathway sequence 9, but the term used in Vostroya clearly wasn't the same. Upon asking, Nareth learned that the so-called arbitrators were enforcers appointed by the planetary governors of each world, tasked with overseeing the various dome districts. In the Underhive, arbiters ruled their domains independently, settling disputes and enforcing their own laws. The Foundry's escapees had reported to Dimitrov about Nareth's defeat of the Carrion gang and seizure of the factory. Boss, Vulture had a terrible reputation. I think Dimitrov is just curious about you, especially since you're so young. And knowing how arbitrators operate, he'll probably give you a warning. I've heard he loves using his big dog to scare people. A chemical hound. Nareth's interest was piqued. You know about that vicious dog, too, boss. Chapter 6, Chapter 5, Twisting Off the Dog's Head. Nareth arrived at the central dome of West Hantman with 2 subordinates. In front of the 3-story gray building stood 2 guards holding weapons. Are you Nareth? That's right. The guards eyed the lost gun strapped to his back warily. You go in alone. And unarmed. Nareth complied, removing his lost gun and chains word, handing them to his subordinates. The guards relaxed slightly. The one on the left spoke. Lord Dimitrov is waiting for you in the arbitration hall on the 3rd floor. Along the way, people looked at the boy with surprise. That's the boy who killed Vulture. Vulture must have been drunk. Killed by a runt like that. I heard his marksmanship is insanely accurate, better than the governor's guards. Every shot goes right through the enemy's eye. Nareth clearly heard their murmurs but walked calmly up to the 3rd floor. The entire 3rd floor, over 400 square meters, was occupied by the arbitration hall. After another check at the door confirming he was unarmed, the guards let him in. Inside, a man stood with his back to him, wearing a gray uniform. His left arm had been replaced with a steel prosthetic. Woof. Woof. The chemical hound stood as tall as a man. It bolted toward Nareth, green eyes locked onto his black ones, its long tongue reaching to lick his face, the stench so intense it wafted out the doorway. Yogane, back. Dimitrov turned around. The large dog retreated to his side, wagging its tail. The arbitrator stroked its fur and looked at Nareth. They said a boy killed Vulture. I thought it was an exaggeration, but you're even younger than I imagined. Yogane, don't scare the kid. He emphasized the word kid. Ancient Terra had a saying, heroes aren't measured by their age. Nareth's voice was ice cold. If your dog misbehaves, I'd be happy to teach it manners. Starting with twisting off its head. Dimitrov's eyes narrowed. His scan confirmed the child was unarmed. A smirk crept across his face. He had raised Yogane himself since becoming an arbitrator, adding plenty of enhancers to traditional Vostroyan formulas. No matter how vicious the Underhive criminals were, once the chemical hound targeted them, they were torn apart. If Nareth had a gun, Dimitrov might be cautious, but empty-handed, the boy was easy prey. Still, it'd be a pity to waste such potential. The beast could use discipline. Succeed, and I'll bear no grudge. Fail, and you'll train under me. With that, he slapped the chemical hound on the head. It went berserk, leaping high into the air to pounce on Nareth. Nareth's black eyes locked onto the beast. Beneath its thick brown fur, he spotted its throat, faintly yellow. A habit of Yogane's. After drinking chemical agents, it liked to savor the taste, which over the years had corroded its already vulnerable throat, its weak spot, now hidden by thick fur. Most enemies were overwhelmed by its massive body and the pungent chemical odor. Nareth pivoted slightly, causing the beast to crash into the ground. He clamped its neck with his arms, locking onto that yellow line, and clamped its body tightly with his legs. With a loud crack, the arbitrator watched in shock as the boy twisted the hound's neck. Dimitrov stared, stunned, as if seeing a human-shaped monster. Someone had actually snapped the chemical hound's neck barehanded. I'll be taking this head with me. Nareth needed only the tongue, a key for his lawyer potion, but claiming the whole head masked his intent. The arbitrator looked at the bloodied corpse. D-46 Foundry is yours. Everything continues as usual. All right. Nareth turned and left. He didn't sense any killing intent from Dimitrov, and he wasn't ready to challenge the old order of the West Hantman Dome just yet. Once outside, he pulled out a prepared rope, tied the dog head, and slung it across his back. People along the way recognized the arbitrator's chemical hound and stared at the boy in astonishment. He walked up to his subordinates. Take me to the Hive City's giant rats. Yes, boss. A moment later, they brought him to a long, narrow tunnel. Boss, this passage is the largest colony of giant rats among the hundreds of passages around the West Hantman Dome. Let's go. Boss, just the 3 of us. Shouldn't we call the others? The one with the grey rat tattoo on his left arm asked in disbelief. Boss, there are thousands of giant rats in this tunnel. Even with your insane shooting skills, it's too much. I have my own way. Nareth looked at them. So, do you want rat meat or just the skin? They looked at the sword-wielding Nareth skeptically. Even if his swordsmanship matched his marksmanship, his body was still that of a child. Each rat was larger than him. These rats were fast, had steel-piercing teeth, and worst of all, there were too many. In these tight corridors, they could be overwhelmed in seconds. They didn't want to go, but couldn't refuse. They had seen Nareth kill without blinking, one shot, one kill. The two exchanged glances, reading the bitter resignation in each other's eyes. They said in unison, "We're with you, boss." They followed Nareth into a dim tunnel 10 men wide and watched him start the chainsword. The roar was particularly piercing in the passage. The tunnel trembled. The rats screeching made their scalps tingle. Countless red eyes made their legs shake. The two of them didn't have time to stop it, they couldn't run if they wanted to, they sighed in their hearts. This time I'm definitely dead. Thought we followed a powerhouse, only for him to be a reckless kid. Just then, Nareth moved. Every swing of his blade killed a giant rat. As their eyes adjusted to the darkness, they saw the boy ahead like a ruthless killing machine. Suddenly, a rat nearly 2 meters long lunged at Nareth from above. Boss. Look out. Nareth was faster than the warning. He jumped to the side, dodging both the ambush from above and another pounce from the front. The two giant rats collided. The larger one screamed, and the smaller one froze in fear, then was bitten to death. Before the big one could react, Nareth was at its side and kicked it in the head. It was knocked unconscious. The rest of the rats stopped, then turned and fled. Boss. You caught the Rat King. The swarms run off. Nareth slung the chainsaw sword on his back. You two, each carry 2 rats back. You've earned your meat. Thanks, boss. You're brilliant. Boss is the king of the Underhive. They scrambled to flatter him. Now they knew, following this boss meant a bright future. Nareth slung the unconscious Rat King over his shoulder. Let's go. The men each carried 2 roughly 1-meter rat. The rats weighed about 30 kilograms each, so carrying 2 at 60 kilograms was tiring, but manageable for men used to living on the edge. Nareth didn't return to the foundry right away. He first exchanged one of the giant rats for 2,000 milliliters each of 4 Vostvoth chemical variants, black, gray, yellow, and green. He only needed the black, the rest were decoys. Back at the foundry, I'll pull a wirevine, then all my potion ingredients are complete. Chapter 7, Chapter 6, Becoming a Beyonder. At the foundry, a furnace that had lain dormant for centuries was cleaned out. Nareth drove everyone out within a 100-meter radius and shut down the surveillance room. He held a rubber spatula in his hand and began preparing the potion. Brewing a potion didn't require any sophisticated skill, only precise adherence to the recipe's order, auxiliary ingredients first, then the main ingredients, and placing them in sequence according to the formula, then stirring. Nareth poured 1,100 milliliters of black Vostvoth into the furnace and lit the flames. He then tossed in 1 spine crystal. As the crystals crackled in the furnace, he threw in the unconscious 2-meter-long hive rat. With a few stirs of the rubber spatula, he watched as the rat melted at a visible rate, an effect not just from thousands of crystalline cuts but also from the mystical reaction of the potion's ingredients. Nareth knew that very minor deviations in auxiliary ingredients were tolerable, but the main ingredients had to be precise and exact. He had already measured the length of the wirevine repeatedly. He dropped the 1,100 millimeter wirevines into the furnace. Corrosive acidic sap splashed as the reaction intensified. A crashing sound echoed, and the surrounding light dimmed to a faint black hue. When he added the tongue of a chemical hound, only about half a meter of liquid remained in the furnace. The long tongue had barely entered when a black mist erupted, shrouding the area in thick fog. A few seconds later, the mist cleared. Nareth scooped out a thick black liquid with his rubber spatula. The liquid had a strange property, cohesive and inseparable. Not a single drop remained in the furnace. Nareth recognized this unique trait as belonging to pathway potions. The lawyer potion had been successfully brewed. Someone without knowledge of the potion formula would never succeed through luck alone. Not only must the ingredients be added in perfect order, but the measurements have to be precise. Had he added the rat before the crystals, he'd have ended up with a pot of stewed rodent. If the wirevine was even slightly excessive, madness would be the best-case outcome upon consumption. Nareth poured the black liquid into a bowl. He knew the more hesitant and fearful one was, the worse the absorption. As a Gene Primarch, he had no fear of poisoning. He raised his head and drank it down. Immediately, a cool sensation filled his mouth, like swallowing ice cream. It slid down his throat into his stomach. The cold feeling quickly seeped into every cell. His vision blurred, and colors deepened. The gray furnace became grayer, the red flames redder. The colors thickened, like an oil painting. At the same time, an overwhelming stream of information flooded his mind. Having experienced this once before, Nareth quickly adapted. Gradually, he could see his surroundings clearly. The colors were distinct, layered atop one another, as black mist pervaded the space. He saw his own body standing still below, trembling. His consciousness suddenly descended and merged with his body. Nareth felt his head swell and his temples throb in pain. He knew this was an overflow of potion power without a method of control. He needed to visualize something common, simple, and easy to focus on in his mind. He chose his chains word. As he slowly shifted his attention to the imagined chains word, the overlapping vision began to align and clear. He picked up a prepared mirror and looked into his eyes. His entire eyeball, including the white sclera, had turned pitch black. This was a manifestation of the potion's power. Once he mastered meditation and learned to restrain it, his eyes would return to normal. He tried immediately. Walking to the back of the furnace, he shut off the overhead lumens, casting the area into darkness. The first step of meditation was as before, close his eyes and picture the chains word in his mind. But when attempting to imagine something non-existent in the world, Nareth struggled. With so many worlds in the galaxy, he couldn't come up with the right image. Suddenly, inspiration struck. He imagined the sigil of the Black Emperor pathway. He began with chaotic black arcs, then added surrounding wings, spikes, and the abstract crown above. As he replaced the image of the chains word with the Black Emperor sigil, he began merging with the transcendent self, the infinite self, the cosmic self, gaining knowledge only he could comprehend. In mysticism, this is known as the mystical experience. The Thousand Suns refer to it as ether sailing. Nareth emptied his thoughts, calming his body and mind. The black mist returned, and his spirituality extended outward. Like a stone cast into a lake, his mind flickered with texts like the Napoleonic Code by ancient Terra and the Imperial Codex set by the Emperor, along with human anatomy, mechanical construct composition, even xenos like orcs, their physiology, and weaknesses. Nareth understood that the former came from the lawyer potion, the latter was likely implanted by the Emperor through gene science and psyker powers into the Primarchs, which he then absorbed during his mystical experience. Once his superhuman brain had absorbed all the knowledge, he decided to practice the most basic mystic ability common to most Beyonders, spirit vision. Nareth raised his hands before his eyes, index fingers nearly touching. Opening his eyes, he instantly adjusted to the dark. Focusing on his hands, he slowly moved his fingers. Once, twice. He saw a hint of red between his fingers, his first glimpse of his aura through spirit vision. Mysticism divides the non-physical self into 4 layers. At the core is the spirit body, or soul, which, when released, is called spirituality. The resilience of the spirit body determines one's resistance to the warp and various horrors. The lawyer potion enhanced his spirituality, giving Beyonders the ability to find and exploit rule loopholes and enemy weaknesses, using order to defeat others. While both he and the Emperor were capable of exploiting weaknesses, the Emperor's approach was slaying enemies, the lawyer's was legalistic manipulation. Beyond the spirit body is the astral body, the medium for communication with the warp or cosmos, and a reflection of one's will and emotions. The visions seen after taking a potion come from the astral body roaming the warp, a place unconstrained by physical rules where past, present, and future may overlap. His time in the gestation pod taught him that the warp and spirit world are essentially the same. The astral body was the focus of the Thousand Suns training of the psyche. Magnus developed practice methods, mind states, to teach his sons. He also knew that Ahriman and other Thousand Suns could project their astral bodies called light forms, and sail through the warp. Though the lawyer potion did not enhance his astral body, every Primarch was infused with warp essence, and he had already absorbed some knowledge through it. Beyond the astral body was the mental body, governing intellect. The lawyer potion strengthened his logic and reasoning. The outermost layer is the etheric body, representing life energy and physical state. Each body part appears in different colors. His hand was red, his head purple. If the color is off, it means the body part has a problem. Nareth checked his body one part at a time. Everything was healthy. His overall glow was dazzling, while ordinary people would appear white. Next, he practiced how to exit spirit vision, focusing attention, switching mental states, closing his eyes, controlling his spirituality, and repeatedly commanding it to stop. Opening his eyes again, spirit vision had ended. Nareth practiced this repeatedly, reinforcing his control until he embedded a simple on-off gesture. He tapped his brow twice, spirit vision activated. The furnace, machines, and surroundings looked normal, no glow. Most non-living objects had no spirituality. When he glanced at the chainsaw sword, he saw a crimson glow from within. There's residual spirituality on the vulture's chainsaw sword, possibly even a potion material. He had sensed the weapon was special. Seeing its spirituality confirmed his suspicions. He tapped his brow twice to deactivate spirit vision, planning to later practice reading others' auras. Finally, Nareth recalled the Beyonder abilities gained from drinking the lawyer potion. Chapter 8, Chapter 7, Lawyer. The Beyonder powers of a lawyer consist of 3 main abilities. The first is spiritual enhancement. The second is superior logical reasoning, extending to the skill of sifting through information to pinpoint key details. And the third, the core ability of a lawyer, is Beyonder eloquence. This power grants supernatural persuasiveness, the ability to sway others, and to a certain extent, distort or guide a target's thoughts, making them feel inclined to trust and believe the speaker. As a Primarch, it was inevitable that he would conquer Vostroya. Of course, not all Primarchs sought to dominate their homeworlds. Before Horus awakened his genetic memories, he had been nothing more than a gang youth, never unifying Chthoniya. Only after his awakening did he return to the Imperium. Regardless of the circumstances of the other Primarchs, Nareth had already resolved to conquer Vostroya and, given the opportunity, expand to other worlds. At the same time, he needed to ascend the path of sequences, beginning with the role of a lawyer to digest the potion. Merely drinking the potion was not enough to fully absorb its power. To unlock its hidden potential, one had to act in accordance with its nature. To do so, one had to interpret the potion's name, deciphering its core symbolism and conceptual imagery. Nareth believed that playing the role of a lawyer did not necessarily require literal legal practice. Exploiting rules for personal gain was itself an act of lawyer role-playing. And if one could identify loopholes in the rules and manipulate them, the effectiveness of the roleplay would be even greater. Whether his interpretation was correct would soon become apparent. The digestion of the potion through the acting method was something all Beyonders could unmistakably sense. Based on my past life's understanding and what I've seen and heard in Tisca, the only rule in the Underhive is that matters within the domes are judged by the Arbiter. Outside the domes, there are no rules. With this thought, Nareth immediately formulated his next course of action. As before, swiftly seize the factories. If the Arbiter intervenes, use Beyonder eloquence to persuade him. Having decided, he summoned Roslav and inquired about the situation in the Hantman West Dome. His target was the largest factory in the dome, Magnitogorsk Steelworks. Every factory in the dome relied on its steel production. The plastic steel composite produced by Magnitogorsk, Middle Steel, even found its way into the Upper Hive, where it was used in the manufacture of carapace armor. The steelworks were controlled by Iron Fist Gorsk, whose gang commanded over 1,000 enforcers. Nareth also learned about Tisca's timekeeping system. Like all Hive worlds, a full day on Vostroya was called a work cycle, lasting 33 hours and divided into 3 shifts, White Night Shift, Curie Shift, and Night K Shift. Upper Hive workers adhered to a strict 3-shift rotation, while those in the Underhive had more irregular hours, though universally longer than their upper counterparts. Nareth decided to strike at the end of the Night K shift. Though workers' schedules varied, the guards operated on fixed rotations. Their final hour before switching shifts, when the sun rises, obscured by industrial dust, is when they are at their most relaxed. 2 hours before the Night K shift ended, Nareth stood atop a high platform, lightly tapping his forehead twice as he surveyed the crowd below. A person's emotional state, their astral body, manifests subtle external signs. Those with spiritual vision could discern an individual's health and emotional condition through variations in the thickness, brightness, and color of their aura. He had previously examined his own condition, but now, he observed the collective emotions of his followers. Most psychers possessed this ability as well. The Thousand Suns referred to it as etheric sight. As expected, the dominant hue in the auras of his men was a heavy black, fear of him. Among them, however, particularly in Roslav and others who had previously enjoyed his generosity, streaks of pale orange anticipation flickered. He tapped his forehead twice more, deactivating his spiritual vision, then spoke. Over the past 2 days, you've learned one thing: more effort brings more rewards. But you don't yet know just how much you can gain. In the past, you followed your bosses, fighting and bleeding, only to scrape by on scraps, most of the time, not even enough to fill your bellies. But now, things are different. Prove your worth, and you'll eat whatever you desire. Today, I've brought back rat meat, and Vostvoth. Lowering his voice, Nareth wove temptation into his words. Imagine it, a mouthful of rat meat, washed down with a swig of Vostvoth vodka. His men, enthralled by the newly ascended lawyer's vision, unconsciously swallowed as vivid images filled their minds. Roslav was the first to raise his head, his eyes burning with hunger. The others, influenced by his reaction, followed suit. Soon, everyone stared at their leader with hope blazing in their eyes. Nareth raised his hand and swept it forward. Move out. Take Magnitogorsk Steelworks, feast on meat and drink. The crowd roared back in fervor. Take Magnitogorsk Steelworks, feast on meat and drink. As they turned to march, Nareth tapped his forehead twice again. Just as he expected, their emotional auras had shifted, now dominated by the red of fervor and excitement. 1 hour later, gunfire erupted through Magnitogorsk Steelworks. After gunning down the gate guards, Nareth charged inside, only to lock eyes with a hulking, unkempt man standing atop a metal scaffolding. The man's right sleeve was rolled up, revealing a mechanical arm. Nareth. Gorsk's voice was steady. He spat. You killed the vulture, I'll give you that. But I'm no weakling like him. Today, I'll break you, have my fun, then sell you to the upper hive. Nareth's response was a searing loss beam. Gorsk barely raised his mechanical arm in time, the shot tore through it, exposing wires and steel plating beneath. You little. With a furious swing, Gorsk detached his own fist, sending it spiraling toward Nareth like a projectile. This hidden weapon, purchased at great cost from the Fender clan, had slain many strong underhive enemies. Knowing Nareth's marksmanship was deadly, Gorsk had resorted to his trump card immediately, the Iron Fist. Nareth, gun in left hand, drew his chainsword with his right and revved it up with a roar. The internal layout of mechanical constructs he had recently acquired flashed through his mind. He raised the sword, jabbing it directly into the linkage between the connecting rods and joints of the fist. The momentum of the Iron Fist was redirected into the chainsword, jamming it in place. Two high-speed forces collided at near-perpendicular angles. Seconds later, the Iron Fist separated from the linkage and dropped to the floor. Gorsk's eyes widened. He turned to flee. But after just one step, a lost bolt burned through the back of his skull. One work cycle later, Nareth controlled Magnitogorsk Steelworks. His forces had grown. After absorbing some of Gorsk's men, he now commanded nearly 600 fighters. Leading 200 of them, Nareth hunted down over 400 giant rats in the tunnels, trading 50 for 100 bottles of Vostvoth. As the meat stew boiled, he addressed his followers. As promised, every man who fought today eats his fill of meat and drinks his share of liquor. New recruits get only broth. Want meat and drink? Prove yourselves next time. Activating his spiritual vision, he observed their auras. His veterans radiated warm orange satisfaction, their fear of him replaced by awe. The newcomers, meanwhile, were a mix of fear, hope, and envy. Nareth nodded in satisfaction. His spirituality felt more vibrant. The lawyer roleplay is working. The potion is being digested. Locking himself in the control room, he willed black mist to rise as his spirit grew lighter, his astral body separating, instantly arriving in the kingdom of disorder. Digesting the potion meant absorbing its beyonder characteristics, enhancing one's spirituality and supernatural abilities. For example, a lawyer's digestion relied on exploiting rules, especially their loopholes. Gaining others' recognition also accelerated the process. A powerful chaos demigod like Malice, despite immense power, was inherently disordered. Such a being could never digest the lawyer potion, no matter how much they drank. In contrast, an ordinary lawyer might digest it after resolving a planet-scale case. A member of the Adeptus Arbiter could do so in weeks, while an ordinary administrative official might take months. Chapter 9, Chapter 8, New Potion Formula. This time, when Nareth entered the Kingdom of Disorder, it was different from before. Previously, it had been his consciousness, ethereal and formless. Now, however, it was his astral body, and the experience felt much more tangible and vivid. His astral body, magnified several times the size of his physical form, had barely arrived in the Kingdom of Disorder when he immediately sensed a series of changes in this fog-shrouded realm. The most obvious difference was the expansion of the illuminated area. A radius of 1,000 meters around him was now bathed in light. He also realized that the entire Kingdom of Disorder was inverted. Above him was a floor-like surface made of a material resembling obsidian, and he stood upon it, feet above, head below. A realization dawned on Nareth. Kingdom of Disorder. The shadow of order. He took a few steps forward and soon adapted to the mirrored sensation, as if walking on the opposite side of reality. Approaching the blasphemy slate, Nareth noticed that 5 new sequence paths had lit up, one of which corresponded to Sequence 8 of the Lawyer Pathway. Sequence 8, Barbarian Potion Formula. Primary ingredients. 1 lung sac of a lung spider. 1 pair of Ogren arms. Supplementary ingredients. 1,100 milliliters of black Vostvoth. 1 psionic crystal. 1100 G of middle steel. Extraordinary abilities. Some might find it strange that Sequence 9 Lawyer advanced into Sequence 8 Barbarian. But Nareth understood the logic behind it. When the law fails, force prevails, and that, too, is a form of order. What caught his attention was that all the materials were glowing, indicating they could be found on Vostroya. The middle steel could be produced in the steel mill he had just seized, and with the Vostvoth vodka already in his possession, he now had 2 of the secondary ingredients. Psionic crystals often appeared in regions with active warp energy and were used as psychic materials. The long Age of Strife had been accompanied by warp storms sweeping across the galaxy, so it was no surprise that Vostroya had psionic crystals. He knew that lung spiders were a unique species found in Vostroya's hive cities. The only slight surprise was the Ogren arms. There are Ogrens trying to make a living in this world. Nareth continued examining the other 4 illuminated sections and discovered they were all sequence 9 potion formulas from different pathways. Among them, 3 had all their materials available on Vostroya, Arbiter, Sleepless, and Reader. The one with no obtainable ingredients was Martial Artist, as most of its materials were crops like rapeseed. Nareth wasn't surprised. This planet, destined to be classified as an industrial world by the Imperium, had long since had its ecosystem ravaged. I can begin gathering potion materials and start training subordinates. He noticed that the change word was not among the unlocked potion formulas. Weapons are most likely materials for the warrior pathway. With that thought, Nareth returned to the real world. He wanted to test something. Drawing his chains word, he gripped it with his right hand and channeled his spirituality through his fingers. When he re-entered the Kingdom of Disorder, the chains word had followed him into the fog-shrouded realm. He placed it on the ground. The weapon remained firmly in place, not falling through the shadowy dimension. Nareth couldn't help but chuckle. After advancing to lawyer, my authority over this source has increased. I can now bring objects into the Kingdom of Disorder. The protagonist's essential, a storage space. He immediately stored all the Vosvith vodka in the Kingdom of Disorder and issued orders. Every work cycle, 1/20th of the forged middle steel was to be delivered to the control room. He also commanded the artisans to craft a suit of armor from mithril steel, sized for an average 7-year-old male, though slightly oversized, accounting for his accelerated growth as a Primarch. At his current rate, it would fit perfectly within a single month. Just as he finished giving instructions, Roslov entered the control room. "Boss, the arbitrator sent a messenger. He's demanding you see him immediately." His tone was aggressive. "I think it's because you took over the Magnitogorsk steel mill." Nareth assumed a thoughtful pose, lightly tapping his forehead. Roslov's aura was dimmed. He was worried for him. "Understood." Nareth rose and made his way to the Hall of Arbitration. The guards at the entrance eyed him with heightened wariness. One spoke sternly. "Surrender your weapons." Nareth handed his lost gun and chains word to his subordinates, who accepted them with both hands as if entrusted with a sacred duty. Expression calm, he strode into the Hall of Arbitration, catching snippets of whispered conversation. Let me see. I missed him last time. Is that the boy? He looks no older than 5 or 6 at most." "Yeah. He killed the vulture barely 2 days ago, and now he's taken down Iron Fist. That old bastard was a real hard case. Even the upper hive big shots knew him. The big shot inside is young Master Fender. Word is the vulture was one of his men. You think he's here for payback? Pity. He's moving too fast. If he'd grown steadily, he could have been a real power, maybe even ascended to the upper hive." Though both the underhive and upper hive were part of the same hive city, the divide between them was an insurmountable chasm. The dream of countless underhivers was to become upper hive citizens, to ascend, rising thousands of meters in elevators while achieving a simultaneous leap in social status. Nareth noted the key detail in their chatter: an upper hive noble was inside the Hall of Arbitration. He heightened his vigilance but also felt a flicker of interest for the coming meeting. Stepping inside, he saw a handsome youth of about 15 or 16 with golden hair seated in the place of authority, his azure eyes scrutinizing him. His complexion lacked the underhive's pallor, appearing fair and healthy. Nareth's sharp eyes noticed the gorgeously crafted power armor the noble wore, its design reminiscent of the Archon Confederation's Baroque-style plating. The carapace armor encased a powered exoskeleton, the helmet fully enclosed except for a bulletproof visor providing a heads-up display. Mounted at the ends of the arms were weapon systems, a heavy stubber for ranged combat and a drill for melee. Unlike the Confederation armor, this suit lacked disposable rockets. Nareth also discerned that this armor was unstable and difficult to maintain, a kind only noble houses with the means could preserve across generations. Do Vostroya's nobles all have gear this good, or is House Fender particularly well connected with the Mechanicus? He couldn't be sure. This young Fender scion was the first noble he'd encountered. Behind the noble stood 4 guards clad in carapace armor, fully armed. The Fender heir remained silent, letting his gaze prompt Dimitrov to speak. The arbiter cleared his throat and barked. "Nareth, what's your game? Was one forge complex not enough? Just days later, you seize the Magnitogorsk steel mill. Will you come for my seat next? Take the entire Hantman West Dome for yourself." Chapter 10, Chapter 9, Conquest of the Dome. Facing the arbiter's imposing pressure, Nareth remained calm. "I took control of Magnitogorsk steelworks not for myself, but for the Hantman West Dome and for you, arbitrator." The young master of House Fender looked intrigued, while the arbiter let out an incredulous laugh. "Don't spout nonsense, boy. You seized the steel mill for your own gain. How is this for me? Vostroya has pledged loyalty to Mars for millennia. What do the followers of the Omniscia value above all? Efficiency. Am I wrong?" As Nareth spoke in his measured, unhurried tone, Dimitrov's agitation gradually subsided, though he still didn't see how this concerned him. The Arbiter's voice softened slightly. You're not wrong. But what does that have to do with your takeover? And how does it benefit me? Magnitogorsk Steelworks supplies D-46 Forge Complex. As the ancient Terran management scholar Chandler proved, controlling upstream enterprises optimizes resource allocation and utilization. With my forge controlling the steel mill, efficiency will skyrocket. Handman West Dome will outshine all others, drawing the attention of the tech priests, and you with it. Dimitrov fell silent. All of Vostroya was ruled by nobles and tech priests from Mars. Gaining even one tech priest's favor could elevate him to the upper hive. After a long pause, he asked, why you? Wouldn't it be better if I took control myself? Nareth smiled confidently. If you moved directly, every factory would resist violently. You'd lose too many men. But if I absorb them, they won't unite immediately. They'd never expect my ambition. By the time they realize, it'll be too late. I have the capacity to assimilate every factory, and only I can maximize the dome's efficiency. Dimitrov studied Nareth, swayed by his logic and the absolute conviction in his voice. Yet remembering Fenn's orders, he grasped for an objection. Rules cannot be broken. Not so. Drawing on the legal knowledge imprinted when he ingested the potion, Nareth cited a precedent from the Tiska rulings. 38 years ago, the Kornikova family launched a surprise assault and seized 52 upper hive chemical plants within 19 work cycles, without precedent. The Adjudication Council of Nobles and Mechanicus ruled in their favor, granting them monopoly rights. According to the Omnisia's Guide written by Mugos Kivier, Chapter 11, Tetzvok Governance Regulations, Article 11, Factory Management Rules, Clause 11, all precedents in this hive shall be considered valid grounds for judgment. Furthermore, according to the Omnisia's Guide written by Mugos Kivier, Chapter 11, Tiska's Governance Regulations, Article 11, Factory Management Rules, Clause 11, all prior rulings of this hive may be cited as legal precedent. Though Vostroya hadn't yet joined the Imperium and the Adeptus Arbites hadn't established a presence, its unique dual governance had birthed a distinctive judicial system. They'd inherited ancient Terran arbitration traditions, creating adjudication bodies mirroring the Adeptus Arbites, even spawning specialized roles like advocates. In the Underhive, this was simplified to a single arbiter's authority. The golden-haired noble's eyes sharpened. These obscure precedents and clauses were known only to upper hive barristers. How could an Underhive youth possess such knowledge? He doesn't look like someone from the Underhive at all. But even upper hive law students his age wouldn't master statutes this thoroughly. Dimitrov looked lost. He wasn't even sure if Omnisia's guidance contained that clause. As an arbiter, he only needed to know surface-level regulations. As he hesitated, Nareth continued, I'm certain this noble from the upper hive knows this statute. Insolence, a guard barked. You dare address his lordship directly. It's fine, the young master waved a hand, applauding. A brilliant argument, as impressive as any speeches I've heard in the Grand Adjudicatum. You've persuaded me. That steel mill supplied House Fender, which is why I came. When I heard a boy 10 years my junior achieved so much so quickly, I had to see you myself. Now, you've exceeded expectations. Turning to the arbiter, he said, Dimitrov, give him a chance. I want to see how far he can go. As you command, my lord. The arbiter's eyes burned with envy at Nareth's sudden favor. Howard Fenn turned back. But I have one condition, I'll assign an observer. Don't refuse yet. He won't interfere, only assess your capabilities. Excel, and I'll support your Underhive expansion, perhaps even sponsor your ascent. Nareth considered. Psionic crystals were rare, only nobles, the Mechanicus, or Psyker craftsmen would have them. Agreed. But I require one psionic crystal. Bold. Howard paused. Very well. But within 1 month, you must control all 63 factories in Handman West Dome and increase output by 10%. Can you handle it? Easily. Howard's curiosity grew at Nareth's confidence. He gestured to a retainer wielding a plasma riffle. Yassine, accompany him. By your will, young master. Dimitrov declared, congratulations, Nareth. Magnitogorsk is yours, with sanction to assimilate all dome industries. As the words left his mouth, Nareth felt his spirituality surge. Interesting. By playing the lawyer, securing benefits through formal recognition, my potion absorption progresses faster than simply seizing resources. 16 work cycles later, upper hive. Howard Fenn sat brooding in his office when the vox bead in his artificer armor chimed. His major domo's voice came through. My lord, Yassine has returned. Howard's frown deepened. He'd ordered Yassine to report only when Nareth's task was complete or if he'd failed spectacularly. Could he have conquered the entire dome already? Impossible. Unless he's dead. No, with his talents, failure was unlikely. But this speed. Send him in. Moments later, Yassine entered breathlessly. My lord, Nareth controls all 63 factories. He's increased productivity by 15%. Howard froze for several seconds. How? His combat prowess, my lord, it was terrifying. All of us combined couldn't match him. I suspect he's a gene-bred product, perhaps even from Mechanicus Labs. In mere weeks, he's grown noticeably taller. His fighting, it was artistry. Precise. Efficient. Lethal. Yassine launched into a vivid account of Nareth's conquest. Slouched in his synthetic leather chair, Howard gradually straightened, finally resting his chin on interlaced fingers as he absorbed every detail. He has this presence. His speeches are incredibly persuasive. The once lifeless workers seem brainwashed, working tirelessly. Some gang bosses pledged their allegiance after hearing him speak. But he delivered. Streamlined management, optimized production chains, fed every laborer and enforcer. Even the former gutter scum follow his rules religiously. They're like. Yassine searched for the right term, reborn. I'd wager the Arbiter's men can't match Nareth's forces now. He did it. Howard sat stunned before a sudden realization struck. Perhaps he can solve my current predicament. He sprang up, using his family sigil, red with a golden lightning bolt, to open a vault. From a dozen psionic crystals, he selected the largest, 1 meter long, 90 centimeters in diameter. Chapter 11, Chapter 10, Potion Digestion. Hantman West Dome, Magnitogorsk Steelworks Foundry. Nareth lay resting on his bed. Through his recent performances, the potion within him had mostly digested. He could feel that only one final step remained before complete assimilation. Just then, the short-range Vox unit emitted a piercing chime. Nareth sprang up and activated the receiver. Roarsleaf's respectful voice came through. Boss, a noble from House Fender in the upper hive is here to see you. Says he's bringing your reward. Take him to the conference room. I'll be there shortly. Rising, Nareth adjusted his slightly snug armor before heading to the newly constructed meeting chamber. When the golden-haired noble entered and saw the youth before him, he exclaimed in amazement. I can hardly believe your subordinates were once gang members. Such is the power of order, Nareth replied. I gave them hope and changed their lives. Your reward. Howard handed over a metallic case. The moment Nareth took it, he sensed the spiritual energy and warp radiation leaking from within. Opening the container, he nodded approvingly. This psionic crystal is quite large. You went to considerable effort. Howard ignored the informal address, continuing. I came not only to deliver your reward, but also with a request. I need you to serve as my advocate defense lawyer before the adjudicatum. Name your price, several domes, even upper hive factories, it's yours. First, let me review the case files. Nareth didn't immediately agree. Howard grew more pleased with his choice, seeing the boy's restraint. Retrieving a data slate from his artificer armor's lining, he passed it over. Nareth's fingers flicked across the screen as he absorbed the details. Within minutes, he'd grasped the situation. The summary formed in his mind. 4 days prior, Count Sari of House Fender had died suddenly. Bretron, the second heir, produced a will granting him 1/3 of the family assets, despite violating House Fender's succession laws. One question, why me? The will doesn't conform to Finderal family rules. But Bretron secured support from a member of the royal bloodline, Estupinan of the Boleslaw family, who sits on the adjudicatum. No barrister dares oppose him. A 5th adjudicator's title means little, but crossing someone from the Boleslaw family. That's different. Howard spoke frankly. He still had time to find other counsel. At worst, he could send an ordinary family lawyer. But if Nareth faltered during the trial, it would be too late. Agreed, Nareth said casually. But I want to select one artifact from House Fender's vault. He sensed that representing Howard in the adjudicatum would provide the perfect stage for his final digestion. Moreover, he suspected the Fender treasury might contain potion ingredients. Though intimidated by Nareth's prowess, Yassine began to protest out of loyalty, until Howard raised a hand. Granted. Choose one item from our collection. However precious the treasures, none equaled 1/3 of the family's legacy. After obtaining temporary upper hive clearance, Nareth ordered his men to continue factory operations and search for lung spiders before departing alone. 3 days later, adjudicatum Tiska Hive City Upper Hive. Nobles in lavish attire and tech priests in crimson robes entered through opposite alloy passageways. Influenced by Martian ideology, red had always been the most prestigious and revered color in Vostroya. All major venues featured red as the main theme, and the adjudicatum was no exception. The juror wore robes in various colors and family emblems, but each bore a red sash across their formal wear as they sat on red metallic seats. Behind them sat their secretaries. On either side of the long red metal table on the rostrum sat the chief adjudicator of the day, Estepinian Bolslaw, and tech priest Kivier, 39. Wearing a red robe embroidered with gold sun patterns, Estepinian glanced toward Kivier, 39. When Kivier 39's visor flashed green, he raised his gavel and struck once. Order. The chatter among nobles fell silent. Estepinian's gaze shifted to the plaintiff's side, locking briefly with Bretron before announcing. The plaintiff's advocate may commence opening statements. A lawyer wearing gold-rimmed glasses stood, bowing to the assembly. Honored adjudicators, it is my privilege to represent my client, Bretron Fender. His fingers danced across a data slate. Twin-faced cogitator screens above the podium displayed the contested will as he spoke mournfully. Count Sari was a revered noble who dedicated his life to House Fender. His union with my client's mother, Madame Hualin, was one of true affection, producing their beloved son. Now, as we mourn his passing, my client seeks only to inherit this final gift of paternal love, deserving of your compassion and support. Nareth observed the plaintiff's lawyer. Between dramatic gestures and heartfelt delivery, he'd already swayed most noble juror. Combined with Estepinian's bias, victory seemed assured. Finally, I would like to conclude with Chapter 2, Article 15 of Omnisia's Guiding Codex, Inheritance Statutes, Subsection 11. Illegitimate scions may, under extraordinary circumstances, claim inheritance rights. In conclusion, my client qualifies as a special case and should inherit as per the will. Estepinian smiled at Tisca's top litigator, 163 cases, 163 victories. The gold-ranked advocate had performed flawlessly. The outcome was inevitable. With feigned magnanimity, he turned to the defense's adolescent counsel. Given your representative's inexperience, the court permits substitution. Your Honor, I retain full confidence in Nareth's counsel, Howard stated firmly. Having heard Gollivan's opening, he knew his family's lawyers stood no chance. Better to trust the boy who kept delivering miracles. Then let the defense proceed, Estepinian drawled. Amused stares followed Nareth as he stood calmly. First, I must correct the plaintiff's omission. Mugos Kivier's annotations specify all qualifying exceptions such as primary heirs lacking cognitive function. Lord Howard enjoys robust health and acute judgment. No extraordinary circumstances exist. The top lawyer's face changed. Never had he encountered an opponent who could instantly recall supplemental statutes mid-trial. Even with cerebral enhancements, no barrister memorized Omnisia's Guiding Codex 200 million words, only tech priests had such capability. As he struggled to respond, Nareth projected images onto the cogitators. The lawyer's pupils dilated at what he saw. Honored jurors, plaintiff Bretron's mother, Hualin, was a dancer at the Nightshade Club. After one encounter with Count Sari, she ascended to upper hive luxury. Yet motherhood didn't reform her. 2 nights ago, she visited a wealthy merchant, Julio's residence, during the night shift. As for Bretron, a drunkard who owes hive gangs over 12 million Martian credits. Gasps filled the chamber. Even for the upper nobility, this was a staggering sum. Nareth systematically presented 3 days' worth of evidence before turning to Kivier, 39. Consider this, should this unworthy bastard acquire assets he cannot rightfully possess. After repaying debts, he'd squander the remainder, a grotesque inefficiency degrading Tisca's productivity. Kivier, 39 abruptly stood, his vox grill crackling with mechanical outrage. The defense's evidence is irrefutable. The Omnisia tolerates no such waste. Estepinian felt his gavel grow heavy. After a few seconds of silence, he gave up the massive bribe he had expected. His glare at Nareth burned with hatred as the gavel fell. This court rules unanimously for the defendant. Plaintiff Bretron's claim is denied. As the tech priests chanted the binary hymn of the Omnisia, Bretron and his lawyer looked pale with defeat. The nobles witnessed a new star rising, and all remembered Nareth's name. Simultaneously, chaotic black filaments swirled in Nareth's eyes, gradually coalescing into the sigil of the Black Emperor pathway. He felt something within dissolve, merging completely with his spirit. The potion is fully digested. I am now a true lawyer. His gaze shifted to Howard, who maintained aristocratic composure despite his exhilaration. And I'm about to gain potion materials as well. Chapter 12, Chapter 11, The Ogren Squad. Fender Manor, Howard's private parlor. The newly appointed count, now the new head of the family and inheritor of its full wealth, set aside all formalities and raised his glass in a toast. Nareth, thank you for your assistance this time. Nareth lifted his own glass and clinked it against Howard's. This time, you've made quite the name for yourself, defeating one of Tisca's top gold-rank barristers in open court. I believe you should abandon the factories. A single noble case earns more Martian credits than your entire dome operation. More importantly, being a lawyer is one of the highest status professions a hive commoner can attain. It even grants significant political standing among the upper echelons of the hive. I have no long-term interest in practicing law. Nareth knew that in times of peace, legal professionals were the most common path to political power. But Vostroyano, the entire galaxy, was on the cusp of the grand and tumultuous era of the Great Crusade. Now that his lawyer persona had served its purpose, he had no intention of accumulating political capital. Plans for a barbarian-style uprising, a violent revolution, were already brewing in his mind. As for Howard, after their recent interactions, Nareth had come to admire the 16-year-old's capability and open-mindedness. If that's your decision, I won't press further. Follow me to the vault and choose your reward. Howard set down his glass and led Nareth through the manor. Their footsteps echoed across gleaming crimson tiles. Howard noticed Nareth's gaze never lingered on the lavish decor, priceless murals, or exquisite furnishings. His expression remained as calm and measured ever, walking at a steady pace behind Howard. Soon, they stood before a cogitator, its panel flanked by something vaguely humanoid. A servitor, an automated construct created by lobotomizing and augmenting a human. But Nareth recognized it was no ordinary servitor. This was a sentinel. This was a gift from Muggos Kevier to my ancestor when House Fender was founded. Only the bloodline of my family can open it. The master-crafted power armor I wear, also bearing his name, was bestowed at the same time. Nareth nodded. House Fender's ties with the Adeptus Mechanicus run deep. The sentinel turned its head toward them, an amber iris flickering to life in one eye socket. With a piercing shriek, its jaw unhinged, wider than any human's, lined with jagged metallic fangs. The fangs pierced Howard's skin and embedded into his flesh, drawing dark red blood into the sentinel's throat. Moments later, Servo Motro's word, pumps hissed, and the cogitator's screen flashed erratically. With a thunderous rumble, the vault's heavy metal door groaned open. Nareth followed Howard into the Fender family vault. His enhanced vision took in the 2,300 square meter treasure trove, all 513 display cases catalogued in an instant. He paused before one. Howard explained, "This stone appears solid, yet it seems to contain a raging sea within." Its unique properties led the sixth family head to acquire it. It hails from an ocean-covered world in the Vostroya system, named Oceanus Aria by Muggos Kevier. When seawater crashes against this stone, it emits a shrieking sound like a sea siren. Nareth recognized it instantly. The blasphemy slate identified this as a siren stone, a primary ingredient for the Sequence 9, Sailor Potion. After fully digesting the lawyer potion and returning to the Kingdom of Disorder, he'd found no increase in his authority over the source essence, but the slate now bore 6 additional Sequence 9 formulas, including Sailor. He'd also confirmed the chain's word as a secondary material for the warrior pathway. Yet the siren stone wasn't his choice. A sailor held little advantage on the landlocked world of Vostroya with little to no ocean remaining, and one of its main ingredients couldn't be found anyway. He moved on, seeing more than a dozen different potion ingredients, and finally stopped before a round black stone. Howard continued, that stone was discovered on Vostroya's moon. Muggos Kevier noted its resemblance to Terra's own moon, the human home solar system. "I'll take this." The moonstone was the key ingredient for the potion of the sleepless pathway, and Nareth had already secured the remaining materials. With the moonstone in hand, Nareth had gathered everything required for the sleepless potion. Back at Magnitogorsk Steelworks Foundry, Nareth placed the moonstone in a long, slender silver case and sent it to the Kingdom of Disorder. Then his short-range vox crackled. It was Roslav, his voice brimming with excitement. "Boss. We've located the Black Widow, the biggest lung spider in the Underhive." The boss always rewarded merit. Another bottle of premium Vosvith vodka awaited him. "Meet me in the control station." Minutes later, Nareth arrived to find Roslav and a brown-skinned, blue-eyed boy of about 9. The child's gaze burned with reverence. "Boss, he's the one who found the Black Widow." For a short and fleeting moment, Roslav considered claiming the full credit, but he had crushed that thought. The boss seemed to read minds. Deceiving him. Unthinkable. "Boss, I'm Bukeo." The boy steadied his voice, introducing himself smoothly despite his awe. "Good work. You've done a good job this time. Now, lead the way, I want to see this beast." Bukeo guided them, with Nareth bringing 50 men toward the lung spider's nest. Among them were 2 rat-catcher teams, men trained to hunt giant rats, with decent combat skills. Today, they'd be hunting the apex predator of the dome's outskirts. For kilometers along the dripping metal pipe, Nareth's keen ears detected movement. A group trailed them a kilometer back, mirroring every turn. "They're after me." They moved further until they reached a wider junction. Nareth's peripheral vision confirmed their pursuers, 5 hulking brutes, each over 2.5 meters tall, the largest nearing 3 meters. But what caught Nareth's true attention were the 2 men leading the group. There was a familiar feeling about them. He searched his memory and quickly identified them. Dimitrov's men. No. An arbiter wouldn't be foolish enough to send assassins. And Ogrins. Way beyond his reach. These must be Estepinian's doing. Perfect, he's delivering the barbarian's pathway main ingredients to my doorstep. Nareth didn't strike yet. He murmured. Bukeo, take me to the nearest narrow passageway. The boy didn't falter. Masking his lips with his left hand, he whispered back. Understood, boss. His right hand tightened around a dagger, his steps unwavering. 2 kilometers later, they reached a dim tunnel, just 3.6 meters wide. 380 meters in, Nareth gave the order. Lights out. Flank positions. His gang veterans, hardened during the conquest of Hantman West Dome, reacted instantly, pressing against the metal walls. Then. Bang. Chapter 13, Chapter 12, The Barbarian. The finest craftsman of Hantman West Dome's handmade lasgun fired 2 bright beams of light. 2 beams shot out nearly simultaneously, piercing precisely through the eyes of an Ogren. Damn it, the kid spotted us. The guide shouted toward the tallest of the Ogrens, at least a head taller than the rest, who was smart enough to count to 5, earning him the nickname Smart Head. Charge. Kill him, or we're all dead. Smart Head swung his massive club and roared. Smash. Meat. All the Ogrens excitedly echoed with cries of smash and meat. And another massive brute fell dead. Ogrens have large strides, a few steps for them is a sprint for an average person. When charging at full speed, they resemble humanoid tanks in a siege. But they were no match for Nareth's bullets. Terrain, distance, the Ogren's speed and size, all these variables were processed in his mind, forming a combat model in an instant. 2 Ogrens lunged forward, only to be met with 4 precise lasgun beams, piercing through them like they had thrown themselves into the light. Smart Head reacted quickly, using his left arm to shield his eyes while zigzagging in an S-shaped pattern as he ran. Sure enough, he wasn't hit. But the 2 guides had already lost their confidence. Nareth's marksmanship was too terrifying. They had heard from the well-informed arbiters that injuries lethal to ordinary humans wouldn't even faze an Ogren. Their thick hides made laser shots nothing more than superficial wounds, barely able to cause a blood hole. That's why Dimitrov was so confident. Yet Nareth's every shot struck the Ogren's most vulnerable spot, their eyes. Whether ambushed while standing still or charging at full speed, the result was the same. Remembering Nareth's kill count over the 20 work cycles, the guides' courage shattered. They turned and fled. Cowards. The captain of Estupinin's guard squad glanced at them with contempt. He was filled with resentment, his master hadn't trusted them and instead brought in these brainless Ogrens, reducing the guards to mere support. Intelligence. Discipline. These are the true essence of combat. The captain barked an order, open fire. 20 elite guards unleashed a hail of bullets toward Nareth. Yet in the next moment, the 2 fleeing men's heads exploded, their corpses slumping to the ground. The captain's eyes widened. The kid had dodged their barrage while simultaneously gunning down the deserters. He quickly ducked behind an abandoned machine bed. Crack. A guard turned at the sudden silence, only to see his captain's skull split open, eyes wide in death, before darkness claimed him too. By the time Smart Head reached the passage entrance, everyone behind him was dead, but he didn't notice or care. All he could think about was smashing the boy and eating meat afterward. Seeing the boy draw a chain's word and wait at the tunnel's mouth, Smart Head swung his club down hard. Boom. With a loud crash, the club hit the wall above the tunnel. Nareth had baited the strike, using the environment to his advantage. The moment the Ogren's attack was obstructed, he lunged, the roaring chain's word carving into the brute's thigh. Arg. Hurts. The Ogren howled as nearly a quarter of his thigh was torn away, bone now visible. Smash you. This time, Smart Head aimed better. His club missed the wall but hit a metal pipe in the tunnel, leaving a massive dent. Nareth moved skillfully around the Ogren, using the tight passage to his advantage. Smart Head was as tall as the tunnel itself, swinging his club became increasingly awkward. Each swing of the chain's word carved deeper into the Ogren's legs, linking wounds together. Thud. With a thunderous crash, Smart Head collapsed, only then realizing his legs were gone. Get 2 teams, one to carry him back, one to guard. Remember, don't damage his arms. Yes, boss. 2 teams quickly arrived at the passage. Up close, the half-dead Ogren's sheer bulk was staggering, even the best-fed among them were dwarfed 4 or 5 times over. Once the main ingredient was hauled away, Nareth gestured to Bukeo, who was staring at him in awe. Lead the way. Yes, boss. Bukeo puffed out his chest and marched ahead. The group advanced until dense spiderwebs filled their path. Bukeo lowered his voice. Boss, we're less than a kilometer from the abandoned dome where the spider's nest is. We're already in its hunting range. Nareth nodded slightly. His enhanced senses pierced through the webs, locking onto the lurking monstrosity. Burn it. 10 gang members hurled their Molotovs forward. Dozens of bottles enhanced with promethium ignited into a raging fire. The webs melted like wax, vanishing rapidly. A disfigured, charred corpse dropped to the ground. The smoke stung the men's eyes. They hastily donned respirators. When their vision cleared, the horror before them became apparent. The ground was littered with shattered bones, not a single one intact. Bukeo swallowed hard. Boss, during scouting, I once saw the Black Widow feeding. It's over 20 meters tall. Its lung sacs, each the size of 3 or 4 grown men. When it inhales and exhales, the sound is piercing and dizzying. If the wind hits you, your bones can shatter, you fall, helpless, just waiting for death. Nareth glanced at Bukeo. The boy had witnessed such terror yet remained composed, potential indeed. His gaze returned forward. The Black Widow was nearing. Spread out and attack. Avoid the lung sacs. Yes, boss. The Ratcatcher teams dispersed, taking cover behind ruined machinery. A massive shadow loomed above, crawling along the ceiling. Its pulsating lung sac hung mere meters above the ground. One Ratcatcher's hand trembled, his finger slipped on the trigger. The stray shot struck the lung sac. Nareth's eyes narrowed, but the bullet ricocheted off, the sac merely quivering. As expected of a Sequence 8 potion's main ingredient, far tougher than ordinary lungs. The lung spider's 14 eyes gleamed coldly. Its sac expanded, a hurricane force in hail. Just as it prepared to unleash its deadly breath. Crack! A loss beam speared through one of its eyes. The other materials were already gathered. He didn't need the spider alive, just its lung sac. The spider's remaining 13 eyes locked onto the youth below. The moment their gazes met, its body shuddered. Instinct screamed that this boy was deadlier than all the others combined. Boom. The tunnel shook as if struck by artillery. Bukeo and the others barely kept their footing as the shockwave obliterated cover into shrapnel. Boss. Bukeo's heart clenched. Since fleeing to the Underhive, he'd struggled to survive, 1 meal for every 3 days of starvation. Then Nareth had changed that. Life was still hard, but at least he ate. If the boss died, the gang would fracture. He couldn't go back to that hell. Then. A searing beam cut through the darkness, and the spider's next eye burst. He's alive. Shot after shot flashed. By the time the smoke cleared, the Black Widow was blind. It inhaled deeply, unleashing shockwaves in desperation. Aim for its legs. Nareth's command snapped them into action. Gunfire riddled the spider's limbs. The blinded beast thrashed wildly, claiming 4 Ratcatchers before finally collapsing. Nareth sawed off the lung sac, ordering 4 men to carry it back to Magnitogorsk Steelworks foundry. Without delay, he began brewing the barbarian potion. He tossed spine crystals into the Vosvith inside furnace, which erupted in blinding light. The added middle steel then quickly melted. When the spider lung was added, the furnace roared. I hope it doesn't explode. Thought, though his hands moved swiftly, tossing in Smart Head's arms next. The roaring ceased. A dazzling black light burst forth. Once it faded, he scooped out a black gel-like substance. The blend was perfect, no residue left in the furnace. Nareth tilted his head back and drank the Sequence 8 barbarian potion. Chapter 14, Chapter 13, Genetic Awakening. Nareth's whole body crackled with energy as it stretched and expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a single breath, the steel armor on his body burst apart, only barely able to cover his vital organs. In an instant, his physique had grown to match that of a full-grown adult, only far stronger. The transformation continued, and in Nareth's mind, information surged like a tsunami. In the vast ocean of thought, the message of the barbarians flowed like a river into the sea. That surging ocean was the knowledge hidden in his genes, different from the last time. This knowledge wasn't limited to the weaknesses of various races and machines, it now included combat techniques, the art of war, and even the crystallized wisdom of human civilization. Nareth's body swelled like a balloon, constantly inflating. When he opened his eyes, he noticed the furnace before him had shrunk. No. It wasn't the furnace that had shrunk, I've become a giant. The barbarian has 3 extraordinary abilities, the core being physical enhancement, a superhuman strength and powerful physique. But as a Primarch, I differ from ordinary beings. The power of the potion activated the latent might within my genes. The fusion of these 2 forces completely transformed my body. Even though it was catalyzed by the potion and the genes fully awakened, the core driving force of this metamorphosis came from the power hidden within the original body. Nareth began organizing the new abilities granted by this enhancement. The second extraordinary ability of the barbarian is spiritual fortification, granting immense mental resilience. Stacked with the psychic strengthening from awakening my Primarch genes, I now possess an unbreakable will and a mind as solid as stone. The third extraordinary ability of the barbarian is lung enhancement and the ability known as Frenzied Howl. Frenzied Howl involves taking a deep breath, using specially reinforced lung structures to amplify and transform the breath, then unleashing a deafening roar. The resulting ultrasonic wave stuns enemies and instills psychic terror. This ability wasn't in my memory. It likely has a close connection to the pulmonary sacs of the lung spiders. Only now did Nareth fully understand the evolution pursued by the Kingdom of Disorder. After successfully escaping the seal on the western continent of Terra, the Source Essence brought him to the Warhammer world to gather rarer materials and concoct even stronger potions with extraordinary traits. Each sequence would be stronger than the last. Materials for high-sequence potions may include fragments of Tan, star gods. Only such ingredients can meet the requirements for the Source Essence to undergo its fundamental transformation. And once I ascend to an old one and integrate with the Kingdom of Disorder, we'll complete the final evolution together. Having organized the Beyonder abilities of the barbarian, Nareth then turned to sorting out his genetic memories. The Emperor created the Primarch as war machines. Thus, most of Nareth's inherited knowledge centered around warfare and military tactics. Arts and architecture were only small parts. Even so, it's enough to consider myself far beyond the average scholar across various disciplines. After processing everything, Nareth looked at his armor, now only covering his vital parts, and couldn't help but smile wryly. Well, there are downsides too. My armor has turned into a glorified loincloth. Nareth picked up a short-range radio and ordered the blacksmiths to prepare modular armor. Then, from the Kingdom of Disorder, he took out moonstone and other materials to continue brewing the sleepless potion. One work cycle later, Nareth donned his new armor. Calling it armor was generous, it was more like a mesh of middle steel hastily cobbled together. Given the urgency, no craftsman could create a full suit for a superhuman, let alone something that would allow a demigod's body to reach its full potential. Nareth didn't mind. As long as it temporarily covered his body, it was fine. A proper set of armor would have to wait until he returned to the Empire. He summoned Bukeo to the control room and took the newly crafted sleepless potion with him. Outside the control room, Bukeo was already waiting respectfully, but when he saw the giant approaching, he was stunned. His first thought was of the ogrins they had encountered before. Instinctively, he gripped his weapon tighter. But something was off. The giant before him was even taller than the tallest ogrin, standing over 4 meters tall. In a corridor built for mortals, he had to duck his head to walk. The boy looked up and saw the giant's unarmored neck. His skin wasn't rough like an ogrin's, it glistened like jade. More than that, the giant radiated a strange light, like the divine beings of the old myths, before the tech priests ever arrived. Bukeo felt a mysterious force compelling him to kneel, to worship the god who had descended. Bukeo, said a voice like thunder. Come inside with me. The boy stared in shock as the godlike figure pushed open the control room door with one finger and bent down to enter. His mind thundered, and he murmured uncertainly. Boss. It's me, Nareth replied, settling into a barely comfortable standing position. Come in. Bukeo was full of questions. How did he become a giant in just one work period? Is he a god sent to save us from the cruel hive city? He must be. A sudden jolt snapped Bukeo out of his thoughts. He quickly entered the control room, shut the door, and reverently bowed before Nareth. Boss, no. Divine One. Not knowing how to address him properly, Bukeo stammered, until the thunderous voice boomed again. I am not a god. In this era, the Empire upheld the imperial truth. Since Bukeo was someone Nareth wanted to cultivate, he had to correct his thinking. Bukeo paused, then searched his memory of his family library. After a few seconds, he tried. I pledge my loyalty to you. Should I call you my lord? That will do. Such titles were common for addressing Primarch. It wouldn't cause trouble. This is your reward. Nareth opened his massive hand. Bukeo walked over like a devout pilgrim and reverently accepted the metal cup. Drink it. Without hesitation, Bukeo tilted his head back and drank the dark liquid. He plunged into eternal darkness, terrified and helpless, seeing his own body below and a towering figure before him. He met eyes deeper than the night itself, and a majestic voice echoed in his ears. Do as I say. In your consciousness, simulate a falling object. Under Nareth's guidance, Bukeo learned to meditate and awaken his spirit sight. As a newly empowered extraordinary being, his faith deepened. Only a god could grant such power. The potion was merely the medium. Under Nareth's guidance, Bukeo learned meditation and spirit vision. Having become a supernatural being, a Beyonder, his devotion only grew stronger. Only a god could grant such power. The potion was merely the medium. Thousands of elites followed behind Nareth, gazing at his mountain-like back with awe and reverence. They felt a difference. Before, they fought to survive. Now, they followed a divine mission. They couldn't fully explain it. Their vocabulary was too lacking. But they could feel it. Chapter 15, Chapter 14, Assault on the Upper Hive. Bukeo had gone ahead by more than 2 solar cycles. As a child of the night, he fully merged with the darkness, instantly sensing an all-encompassing enhancement in his physical strength, mental acuity, and spiritual sensitivity. He keenly found a remote, narrow passage and, using his youthful frame, slipped into a space no normal person could enter. Cautiously, Bukeo removed the grate to the power supply room and nimbly dropped onto an enemy's shoulders, firmly driving a sharp dagger into the man's eye. The scream drew the attention of other enemies, and footsteps echoed. Bukeo's eyes sparkled. He leapt up and pulled the power switch. The deeper the night, the stronger he became. This was his hunting ground, his sacrificial ritual after receiving the blessing. Nareth smelled the scent of blood emanating from the building where the Arbiter was stationed, even though he was still several kilometers away. 1 kilometer from the main gate, he began sprinting. Thanks to his prior digestion of the lawyer potion, he was already 1/3 of the way through absorbing the effects of the recently consumed barbarian potion. To Nareth, the core concept of the barbarian was not savagery but the unrelenting shattering of rules. This aligned perfectly with his plan to unify Vostroya through sheer force after awakening his genetic memories as a Primarch. Of course, if he could break the rules and appear savage while doing it, the digestion process would be even more effective. Thus, Nareth charged like a human tank, ramming straight into the temporary guard formation at the main gate. 1 kilometer was too short, he didn't even reach top speed before he was plowing through the crowd. 8 men barely raised their guns before they were sent flying. Their arms bent like noodles, their chests caved in, and they rolled several times midair. A deafening boom briefly cleared their dazed minds. In their final moments, they saw the entire wall of the Arbiter's office on the 3rd floor collapse. The gang members saw it more clearly. Their master took a running leap and smashed through the wall, seizing the once aloof Arbiter in his arms. Dimitrov's head crashed through the roof, his vision swimming. "You're..." The Arbiter's pupils shrank. From the deep-set eyes and vaguely familiar features, he recognized the towering figure. "Nareth. How did you become this?" Nareth didn't answer, and Dimitrov's consciousness began to fade. He struggled to speak. "Kill me, and Lord Estepinian will erase you. Thank you for the information." Nareth responded, snapping Dimitrov's neck. He picked up the Arbiter's broadcaster and activated the dome-wide announcement channel, turning to his followers. "People say a lower hive dweller stepping into the upper hive is like ascending to heaven. Even lower hive folk believe it, hopelessly to the end. But is it really impossible? Today, we will shatter those chains, not by begging for the upper hive's mercy, but by taking." The thunderous voice of the Gene Primarch shook the dome. "I, Nareth, will lead you into the upper hive." Soaked in blood, Bukeo pulled his dagger from a guard's back, his eyes gleaming. Just 1 work cycle ago, he thought he'd never have the chance to return to the upper hive. Now he was returning with a new identity, not just as a sleepless but also Nareth's child of the night. Workers across the Hantman West Dome grabbed weapons and tools, left their factories, and joined the swelling crowd. The head of the freight elevator guards shouted, "Shut the gate." As the gate groaned shut, he sprinted toward the control room, the only place he could send a warning to the other side of the vertical lift about the uprising. He only took 2 steps before gunfire rang out behind him. Roslov shot the gate operator and charged in with 100 elite troops. Nareth had entrusted him with capturing the elevator to the upper hive. He would not disappoint. He didn't yet know whether Nareth was truly some divine being, but he'd stopped calling him boss. Since Nareth had denied being a god, he decided to call him my lord for now. In his time following Nareth, he had seen that loyalty and the ability to complete missions mattered more than anything else. Nareth boarded one of the cargo lifts alone. In each of the other 7 elevators, 10 elite soldiers were stationed. Clutching their weapons, the people felt themselves rapidly ascending. Around them, other elevators rose and fell, pipes tangled like webs, and harsh lights flickered through the haze. They couldn't help but murmur. "So this is what the hive really looks like. I never knew. From here, the domes look like an anthill. Upper hive, Cargo District E." The station manager frowned when the lights in Sector F-17 flickered on. He muttered with displeasure. "Hantman's people are getting more undisciplined. This is the 3rd time in 5 cycles they've shown up without prior notice. Even with the increased output, they should at least inform us." "Sir, I heard Dimitrov's about to be promoted to the upper hive for his performance. His production quotas keep rising." The statistician lowered his voice. "Rumor has it he got in with a side branch of the royal family. Lucky bastard. It's nearly impossible that Hantman West Dome produced someone like Nareth. I heard he even defeated the gold-rank barrister Golovin. Managing a hive-wide industrial union is beneath him." The station manager sighed in envy. He couldn't fathom the reason why Nareth had refused offers from the Fender and other great houses, and to return to that cesspool in the underhive. He shook his head and switched to the Fender family's communication channel. "A delivery from Hantman is here. Send someone to pick up the goods. Sorry for the trouble." I'll be right there. The station manager hung up, pleased at the bribe he'd received for the trouble. He leaned back and glanced at the monitors, only for his smile to instantly vanish. What the hell is that? He shouted, eyes wide. The statistician leaned in. An Ogryn. The station manager shook his head. They saw the giant grab a guard and swing him like a weapon, knocking down a crowd. He fumbled for the Vox communicator, desperately switching channels. Boom. A deafening crash. Then the glass shattered. The giant had thrown the guard straight at the observation booth. Even more terrifying, the guard flew dozens of meters through the air and shattered bulletproof glass. Before they could react, the guard smashed into them. Both fell unconscious. Nareth had previously traveled between hives via passenger trains as a special barrister for the Fender family. This was his first time in a cargo terminal. But the moment he charged out of the elevator, he had full control of the environment and instantly pinpointed the control room. He issued a command to Roslav, take the others up. Then, he looked up toward the hive spires piercing the clouds, where the true ruling class of the hive resided, the noble houses. Nareth had once visited a spire, the Fender family's. Now, he was looking for the spire of the Bolslaw family. He locked eyes on two equally tall spires. The other clearly being a bastion of the Omnisia's servants. Chapter 16, Chapter 15, Howard's Daring Decision. My lord, the Bolslaw spire lies in that direction. Bukeo approached Nareth and pointed ahead to the right. My lord, my full name is Bukeo Arshavin. My family was slaughtered by King Bolslaw on false charges. In truth, he just coveted our family's printing business. I had no choice but to flee to the lower hive. If I hadn't met you, I'd still be starving. Nareth gave a slight nod. No wonder the boy had a maturity beyond his years, he once lived in the upper hive and received a proper education. The freight elevator quickly shuttled back and forth, transporting all 840 of Nareth's men to the upper hive. Just then, Nareth suddenly heard the sound of vehicles approaching. He immediately grabbed a nearby metal pillar and rushed toward the source of the noise. Leaping forward with agility unfitting of his massive frame, Nareth darted through the cargo area, unimpeded by shipping containers and other obstacles. He soared into the air and swung the heavy metal pillar, smashing the lead vehicle in the convoy. The tumbling truck took out two more behind it. When Bukeo arrived at the scene, he saw a dozen trucks crushed by his master. Even though he had expected this, the sight still stunned him into silence. Nareth realized he could wait no longer. His advantage wasn't numbers, it was time. Once the enemy responded, they could mobilize forces hundreds, even thousands, of times greater than his own. Worse yet, they could call upon aid from the Mechanicus. Nareth had no intention of burning all his loyal forces on just the conquest of Tetzwak Hive City, this was only the beginning. He commanded orders to the hurriedly arriving Roslav, leave 8 squads to guard the elevator entrance. The rest of you, attack the spire with me. As you wish, my lord. Roslav responded without hesitation. A month ago, if someone had told him they'd storm a royal spire hive with fewer than 800 men, he'd have thought them insane. But if that someone was Nareth, this giant, godlike being, he believed it could be done. No sooner had Nareth departed, a luxury car, bearing red with a golden lightning crest on its side, slowly rolled up. Inside, Kaminsky, recently promoted from private butler to steward of the Fender family, lounged with eyes closed in a leather seat. Suddenly, his secretary cried out, "Sir! Something's wrong at the freight terminal." "What?" Kaminsky opened his eyes in irritation, only to see flames blazing ahead. "Damn it, get us out of here." He silently thanked the fact that he had delayed his trip to prepare for the banquet and let the cargo convoy leave ahead of him. That delay had just saved his life. Moments later, Howard received the news. He immediately switched to the family's intelligence officer channel. The cargo convoy's been attacked. Find out what happened, now. He then switched to the security channel. Mobilize all family forces. After ending the call, he furrowed his brow. Brelin. No, he's useless. Estupinan, maybe. Or maybe the royals themselves are behind this. It wouldn't be the first time they've seized businesses by force. The fifth arbitrator might just be Bolslaw's puppet on the surface. The blonde noble youth rose and paced around his desk. Just then, a beeping alert sounded. Howard took a deep breath and answered the intelligence officer's call. My lord, we've reviewed the surveillance near the freight terminal. A force of less than 1,000 men is rapidly advancing. They've already wiped out several hive security teams. Their target, our spire tower? No, sir. Judging by their route, they're headed for the Royal Spire Tower. Howard froze, stunned. What? He thought he was hallucinating. Only a madman would dare attack the Royal Spire Tower. He recalled from family history that one house had once mustered its entire elite, over 60,000 men, to storm a spire tower, and still failed to breach it. This attacking force? Just 1,000. My lord, their leader is unusual. I've never seen a human that tall. You should take a look. Howard pulled out a data slate and watched the footage. His azure pupils narrowed. He'd assumed it was just a burly man about 2 meters tall. But compared to the footage, even the Ogrins were dwarfed by this giant. When he saw the face, he slowed down, refined it, he suddenly felt a strange familiarity. In his mind, the handsome face of a youth overlapped with that of the towering giant. He gasped. Nareth. How did he become like this? The blonde noble couldn't believe what he saw. The way Nareth fought was nothing like the calm, thoughtful boy he remembered. He crashed directly into a speeding vehicle. The assault skiff shattered on impact, its metallic debris raining down. He grabbed a security guard like a rag doll and hurled him into a drone armed with a logging gun. Words flashed through Howard's mind: brutal, efficient, cold, ruthless, unstoppable. Nareth wasn't just a man, he was a god of war. Howard snapped out of his awe. Now was not the time to be amazed. The key question: how should the Fender family respond? Even if Nareth's uprising fails, the Bolslaw family will suffer heavy losses. And knowing how they operate, they'll shift the blame by seizing assets from other house, classic post-chaos intimidation tactics. By tracing the attack route, they could connect this back to the Hantman West Dome. That could point to it to me. Even my past defense of Nareth could be used against me. Howard clenched his fists. He realized Bolslaw's house would likely frame him as a traitor, accusing him of providing Nareth with intelligence, even masterminding the attack. The truth wouldn't matter. As long as the royals could cover up the fact that a lower hive force stormed a spire tower, they could preserve their illusion of invincibility. Howard clenched his fists tighter. He made a risky decision. He would join Nareth's cause, and lead an attack against the Bolslaw family, who had long sucked the lifeblood from the Fender clan. Nareth gave him the courage to act. In the mere 4 minutes he had watched the footage, the giant had already carved a path through an entire street's defenses. Only 5.2 kilometers separated him from the royal spire tower. As Howard led the Fender family's guards and vehicles toward the Bolslaw tower, Nareth encountered his first real trouble. 4 stationary turrets opened fire. Mortar salvos rained down on his troops. The deafening blasts tore through the air. Dozens of battle-hardened gang members were shredded like sandbags, blown apart by the shock waves. Spread out. Find cover. Nareth roared, charging straight through the storm of bullets toward the turrets. Chapter 17, Chapter 16, The Death of Estupinan. Both twin-mounted laser cannons on each side of the mortar turret opened fire simultaneously. 16 beams of light became threads in Nareth's mind, and he moved like a dancer on a spider web. With a slight tilt of his body, he dodged several beams skimming past him. A swift charge, and he evaded a volley of covering fire. Fire. Fire with everything you've got, damn it. The tower garrison commander, dressed in a bright red uniform, shouted loudly. Only this way could he overcome the fear within him, to avoid thinking that a god had descended to punish his sins. Inside the fortifications, tens of thousands of guns of all types were aimed at the giant figure. Nareth took a deep breath, the smoke and dust rushed into his lungs with the air. In a split second, his lungs expanded and contracted hundreds of times. The air he inhaled spiraled, accelerated, rotated, compressed, becoming a pure ultrasonic wave. Passing through the organs, vocal cords, and throat of a genetically modified Primarch, the ultrasonic wave not only lost no power when it was expelled but was slightly amplified. Roar. The howl even overpowered the second salvo of mortar shells for a brief moment. In the front line of the fortifications, the defending soldiers clutched their heads in agony and collapsed unconscious as the inhuman roar echoed in their minds. Those further back bled from their noses, ears, and mouths, their bodies swaying. Even the defenders inside the metal fortress, operating the twin laser guns, saw stars before their eyes, blood seeping from their ears, their hearing overwhelmed by a deafening ringing. Nareth leapt into the air and stabilized his form despite the shockwave of explosions. Smoke and explosions did not dull his senses. He noticed another convoy rapidly approaching. He immediately sprinted toward the nearest defensive turret. Still over 20 meters away, he suddenly leapt, legs together, and kicked at the joint between the mortar and the bunker. Howard, who had just shaken off the dizziness thanks to the life support system in his precision power armor, saw this shocking scene as his vision cleared. He shivered. If Nareth had punched him directly, not even the revered armor, considered a gift from the Omnisia by the Mechanica sages, could withstand the blow. Howard realized that the age of Bolslaw was about to end. He would be a hero of the new kingdom, seizing great benefit in the reshuffling and becoming the wise patriarch remembered for generations by the Fender family. Excited, he switched to the command channel and issued orders to the Fender family forces. Move. Follow the battle plan and lock onto your targets. When the order to fire is given, use your weapons to purge the filth of the Bolslaw family. The red-robed commander shouted, executing 5 fleeing soldiers with his last pistol to maintain discipline. As the defensive line began to crumble, he spotted the new Fender family head arriving with reinforcements. "Count, thank you for your timely support. King Bolslaw will surely be pleased with your performance in this crisis." Howard looked at his men. They had already infiltrated the defense lines according to the plan, and the unguarded defenders welcomed their arrival. He raised his left arm and fired a bullet from his heavy logging rifle while shouting into the comms channel, "Attack!" Gunfire erupted, beams of light flashing. Nareth swung a cannon barrel, smashing 2 twin laser guns. He noticed the sudden betrayal. Instantly, he locked onto Howard's location and recognized his former employer. He guessed what had happened and walked toward Howard, casually swinging the cannon barrel. One by one, defensive points collapsed, crushing the defenders inside into pulp. Howard looked at Nareth. Compared to the holograms, the oppressive aura he exuded was like a mountain. He now understood why some soldiers panicked and fled. He dropped to one knee and solemnly swore fealty using the Vostroya noble vow. "I, Howard Fender, swear upon my honor and bloodline." By the customs of Vostroya's Muskin people, he should have pledged loyalty to King Bolslaw at a banquet in Nightcaban. But now, with no sovereign to serve and no betrayal of noble honor, he knelt to the true king. "To Lord Nareth, the new king of Tiska, I offer my unconditional loyalty and obedience. I will fight for your glory and follow your will." Nareth stopped in front of him, and his majestic voice echoed. "I accept your loyalty." The Fender family guards joined the fray, boosting the morale of Nareth's followers. Not just them, the noble lords of the upper hive saw this as a divine revelation. Victory was now certain. Nareth was the first to charge into the tower. He smashed through the gates in the corridor, facing fierce resistance. He noticed that even though the mortals in front of him looked at him with fear, none fled. He knew that besides the royal family, the Spire Tower was defended by loyal vassal houses whose loyalty far exceeded that of ordinary feudal lords. To shatter the rules through violence and build a new order, this path will be stained with blood. The thought arose in his mind, and he felt a flare of spiritual vigor. He moved like a hunter. As he ascended the marble steps, a scarlet trail followed behind him. Alarms screamed across the Spire Tower. For the first time in thousands of years, the Bolslaw family faced an external invasion. Nobles led their private troops to the corridors to resist the assault. Nareth climbed upward. His advance was synonymous with destruction. Compared to the earlier resistance, this one was feebler. At the top of the Spire Tower, the armored baron nervously helped King Bolslaw don his armor. He hadn't worn it in decades, and his bloated body made fitting into it a struggle. The foreign minister nervously reported to the king. "Magos Kaminsky has responded. He is gathering the protectors of the faith, the Skitarii, and will arrive in 3 hours and 25 minutes. He urges you to hold, your majesty." "Damn it, tell him I can't even hold it for 1 hour." King Bolslaw shouted in terror as he saw his minister of defense crushed by the giant on the view screen. A giant was climbing the spiral marble staircase rapidly. With every blink, another floor fell. Elite troops were like paper in front of him, corpses tumbled like waves. Suddenly, the giant stopped in front of a lavishly dressed man. King Bolslaw searched his memory. It was Estupinan, a collateral relative and the fifth arbitrator. Though greedy, Estupinan was clever. On every holiday, every gain, he offered gifts. He also helped cover up matters that might have displeased the tech priests. Just as the king recalled his loyal lapdog, the giant picked Estupinan up, and with a rumble. "I should thank you. Without you, I wouldn't have reached the tower so quickly." As he saw Estupinan's neck twisted and snapped, King Bolslaw felt no sympathy, only hatred for his foolishness. Fool. A man like that should have been recruited, not antagonized. With him, all of Vostroya could have been mine. Damn you, Estupinan, why did you provoke him? Chapter 18, Chapter 17, Killing King Bolslaw. King Bolslaw hastily donned the exquisitely crafted power armor of the first king, gifted to him by the Magos Kivir. He regained a shred of courage as he strapped on the multi-barrel Los cannon to his arm. He remembered when he was 18, clad in the same armor, testing its power on the training field. A single salvo had obliterated a Miguel steel training dummy. King Bolslaw shouted to his personal guards, "Follow me into battle. Kill the traitor." Then, he strode toward the palace gates. He had only taken 3 steps when the gates exploded with a thunderous crash. The king's guards charged at Nareth. King Bolslaw raised both arms. At last, he had a chance. He pulled the trigger without hesitation. Dozens of laser beams blazed towards the door. These beams, powerful enough to pierce armored vehicles, punched through the back of several loyal guards' skulls. He felt no sorrow. As long as he could kill that demon-like enemy, anything was worth it. He saw 2 beams strike the giant, piercing his armor. His eyes widened. The giant didn't fall, he wasn't even truly harmed. As the dazzling light faded, Boleslaw could see, through the holes, only slightly dimmed skin. Monster. In the next instant, Nareth blinked in front of King Boleslaw and sent him flying over 10 meters with a single punch. When Howard and the others reached the top of the palace, they found King Boleslaw embedded in a wall, now a living sculpture. The blonde noble stood stunned for a few seconds before coming to his senses. A new era had arrived. As one of the earliest to swear loyalty, he needed to prove his worth to the new king. My lord, if you wish to control the Tisca Hive capital, you must win the support of the Mechanicus. Nareth, noticing his composure, grew suspicious and activated his spirit vision. With training in gene awakening, he had begun fusing the spiritual vision with his superhuman senses. Rather than the usual gentle tap on the forehead, he activated it through sheer willpower in a second. You seem to have a plan. Speak. My lord, what truly matters to the Mechanicus is the industrial output of Tisca Hive, its tithes of resources and manufactured goods. House Fender has long had close ties with them. I am willing to represent you in talks with Kaminsky. Nareth saw that Howard's aura glowed red with fervent enthusiasm and white with positivity, typical of someone who had just pledged loyalty and was eager to prove himself. Very well. You will represent me in negotiations with the Mechanicus. Nareth and Howard quickly set the basic terms. Howard would handle the discussions, Nareth would make the final decisions. He deactivated spirit vision and took the communicator that Howard offered. After confirming the channel, he spoke. Order your forces to enter the outer defensive perimeter of the Spire Tower and establish a line of defense. Thanks to Howard's defection and the collapse of morale, several turrets were still operational. Nareth's trusted men couldn't yet handle such complex weaponry, and the loyalty of the Fender family still needed testing, so he tasked them with the outer defenses. At once, my lord. Howard immediately left with his family's guards, securing the defenses around the Hive Tower. Bukeo and Roslav approached. The boy's dagger dripped with blood. Having completed his revenge, he spoke. My lord, I have eliminated all remaining members of the Boleslaw family. Only Prince Robert of the Boleslaw line remains. He's off-world. I interrogated his wife. She said the Oceanus, Vostroya's agri-supplier, was attacked by Xenos. Kaminsky visited in person, and Robert led his forces to respond. By the time the prince returned, Nareth would already control everything. More pressing now was the Xeno threat. Xeno raiders. My lord, she didn't know the details, only that Mugos Kaminsky requested it, and Robert personally led the response. Nareth nodded. To understand the alien situation better, he would need to investigate later. Then Roslav reported, My lord, the Sire Tower has been sealed. The purge is underway. Nareth ordered Roslav to maintain defense and cleanse the Spire of Remnants. He turned to Bukeo. Scout the upper hive. Go alone. Yes, my lord. The two also found communicators on the corpses. After syncing channels, Nareth sent them off and returned to the Kingdom of Disorder alone inside the empty palace. Nareth suddenly felt a lightness, a floating sensation in his body. Could it be? After advancing to Sequence 8, my physical body can enter the Kingdom of Disorder, too. In the next moment, his body vanished from the palace. Upon entering the Kingdom of Disorder, he immediately noticed that the realm of black mist had transformed again. Beneath his feet, the black stones concealed 33 layers of space within the swirling fog. Each layer had countless buildings faintly visible. At the very top stood a majestic, towering palace. He tried to go to the opposite side, and instantly appeared on the bottommost layer of that side. He then tried ascending, but his body remained still, he lacked the authority for those higher layers. He approached a stone house and compared this space to the previous, shadow, side. This place feels more real, time flows, space has meaning, even the buildings truly exist. The other side is like this one's shadow, illusory, unbound by physical laws, infinite and dreamlike. With a thought, he returned to the real world. The Kingdom of Disorders changes, it could serve as a refuge, and my physical body can now enter the true kingdom. Nareth's eyes lit up. Countless thoughts swirled in his mind. He decided to test his ideas later to see which might be possible. With another thought, he appeared before the blasphemy slate in the shadow side, and as expected, more changes had occurred. The Sequence 9 potion formulas for 22 paths were now unlocked, except for 2, Abyss and Prisoner. As for Sequence 8, only the Barbarian potion was revealed. He focused on the Sequence 7 potion for his own path. Sequence 7 Briber potion recipe. Main ingredients. 1 Night Shard. 1 Umbral Spectres. Secondary ingredients. 1,100 milliliters of black phosphate. 1 holograph of a space ape. Abilities. Nareth frowned. He realized he couldn't reach Sequence 7 anytime soon. Not only were 3 of the ingredients dim on the slate, indicating they were unavailable, but he also understood their rarity. Umbral specters, the easiest to find, dwelling in the void and attracted to warp resonant zones. A ship engaging in warp travel would likely attract one. But few tech priests or engineers noticed the tiny 80mm creatures. Space ape, old one's creations, they roamed the galaxy in nomadic packs of a dozen or so, with survival as their only goal. Night shards, psionic crystals from the Phral nomads, used by imperial astropaths as divination foci. The Phral have a nomadic empire in the Segmentum Obscurus, like the apes, finding them would take luck. Slightly disappointed, Nareth thought. Once I conquer Vostroya and secure cooperation with the Mechanicus, I'll expand beyond this planet, and gather potion ingredients along the way. Returning to the real world, he walked to the wall. When he pulled the ring off King Bolslaw's hand, he hadn't yet mastered his new strength, so he yanked the entire hand off, like pulling a carrot out of the ground. Chapter 19, Chapter 18, Experiment successful, hidden dangers eliminated. Nareth searched the luxurious palace, his eyes scanning the vivid murals. The crystal chandelier above illuminated the hall as if it were daylight. Striding across the marble floor cushioned by a soft carpet, Nareth used his senses, tracking air currents and tapping the walls, until he finally discovered a hidden door behind an oil painting in the study. Clearly, the greedy king trusted no one. He placed his ring into the corresponding round indentation in the wall. Nareth sensed a complex series of internal mechanisms activate. After a moment, the wall before him slowly opened to reveal a secret passage. He stepped in and descended a spiral path. After 100 steps, he reached a platform. At the end stood a sentinel, just like the one he had seen in the Fender family's vault. Nareth stepped back with his right leg, preparing to lunge forward. The sentinel's eyes glowed red. A sharp alarm blared. From the heavy metal rails on either side, 3 copper pipes extended from each, spraying torrents of flame that rotated rapidly over a 120-degree arc. In an instant, Nareth calculated the path to dodge. He leapt forward, landing precisely at the intersection point between the first and second flame arcs, where the fire had yet to reach. His second step struck just as the blind spot opened between the second and third arcs. On the third step, he was already in front of the sentinel, crashing directly into it. The sentinel, having served the royal Bolslaw family for hundreds of years, its alloy circuits aged by time, could finally rest. Then, Nareth smashed through the alloy gate and stormed into the treasury. Upon entering, he was immediately drawn to a massive furnace at the center. He stepped forward and found red text etched into the gilded furnace body. One side displayed scientific script made up of ones and zeros, while the other side had the local low Gothic from Vostroya. The first thing he noted was the furnace's size, 19 meters tall with an 11-meter diameter. He didn't need the ladder. He simply reached out and opened the furnace door on the side where the 2 languages intersected, touching the interior. The promethium fuel chamber was icy cold. The infusion tubes were spotless. He checked the other side, no trace of residue there either. Nareth continued to inspect the furnace inscriptions. Praise be to the Omnicia. This forge cast is made from the first batch of steel forged in Vostroya after the enlightenment granted by the Omnicia. Bestowed to the rulers of Vostroya's hive cities, to reward the servants of the Omnicia. Stamped at the bottom was a name he recognized, the Magos of Mars, Kivir. So this furnace was built to symbolize the friendship between the tech priests and the hive city royals. But it suits my purpose perfectly. My body can enter the true side of the kingdom of disorder. That means I should be able to concoct potions within the source essence space. Now's the time to test if this theory works. With that, Nareth placed both hands on the gilded furnace. With a thought, his body and the furnace vanished together. He reappeared in a plaza in the so-called first layer of the kingdom of disorder. Letting go, the furnace stood steadily on the obsidian-like ground. He returned to the treasury, collected 21 magical ingredients of 14 types, and brought them into the kingdom of disorder. Upon organizing the materials, Nareth realized he had everything needed for the warrior potion. For the arbiter potion, he was only missing a judge's gavel. Estupinan was an arbitrator. His will do. He returned to the real world and contacted Roslav via communicator. My lord, 2 waves of enemies tested our defenses earlier but were repelled by the Fender family's guards. The hive spire has been fully cleared. Only your followers remain. Good work. Send someone up with a canister of promethium and a rubber spatula. In the kingdom of disorder, Nareth threw the vulture's chains word into the furnace. After a series of pops and crackles, a red, gel-like substance remained inside. Scooping it into a bottle, Nareth saw no residue in the furnace and recognized the uniform consistency of the substance. The warrior potion was a success. He was thrilled. Since I can concoct potions in the kingdom of disorder, I control the Beyonder system. I can now choose those I trust and raise them as Beyonders. The essence of the sequence system is the supernatural abilities granted by the potion. Only with the correct formula and all ingredients can one concoct potions infused with mystical powers. Drinking them grants the consumer beyonder abilities in accordance to their pathway. The knowledge that comes with the drinking potion, even if Tsench acquires it, unless the potion is consumed, he cannot produce beyonders. For example, the sleepless potion he gave Bukeo, only by drinking it and gaining the beyonder ability, nocturnality, can one remain awake all night and get by on just a few hours of sleep. Tsench might biologically modify a cultist follower to not need sleep, but that isn't a true supernatural ability. The legal knowledge he acquired, even if Tsench acquired and bestowed it on his followers, would not have been able to defeat the Gold Barrister in the same way as he had without spiritual enhancement and the acquisition of the beyonder ability, eloquence. Even if Tsench grants similar mind manipulation or deceit powers, they wouldn't be true beyonder abilities. No matter what knowledge Tsench gleans from the potion, he can only grant what he already possesses. Beyonder ability is the core. The potion formula is the only key to unlock that gate. Yet, Nareth still had to deal with one issue: the Chaos Gods could observe reality, and potentially witness the potion-making process. Though they may bless followers, their interest in the potion system itself poses a threat. Now, being able to concoct potions in the Kingdom of Disorder, he has eliminated the one true danger. No entity can peer into that realm. As for the 3 potions he previously brewed, Lawyer, Barbarian, and Sleepless, he didn't care if Chaos copied the first 2. He even welcomed it. High-level sequence users could exert great influence over those within their path. If he ascends to sequence 0, Black Emperor, and gains source essence, he could rewrite potion formulas, tweak abilities, and control all users in his path. If Chaos nurtures troops for him, Nareth would gladly call them benevolent gods. The only potential loss would be the Sleepless potion. But as long as he controls Vostroya's satellites, the Chaos Gods will never acquire Moonstone, the key material, no matter how closely they watch. Besides, Sequence 9 is only the beginning. It lets someone reach a mortal's peak in a specific area. Lawyer lets a layman become a top-tier legal expert, nothing more. Sleepless makes one slightly more powerful in the dark. Bukeo used night vision and his Child of the Night boosts to kill gang members, but even he couldn't beat Imperial auxiliaries equipped with night vision gear. Even Sequence 8s are far from Astartes in combat power. After awakening his gene memory, Nareth's main power comes from his Primarch physiology abilities. Beyonder powers will become increasingly useful as he ascends the sequence. But he won't give these abilities out lightly. Loyalty and potential are what he values most. Back in the real world, Nareth immediately summoned Roslav and used the newly brewed warrior potion to raise him as a beyonder being. Though Roslav wasn't as gifted as Bukeo, he was far more loyal. Also, when beyonders die, their powers crystallize into essence, which can be reused as ingredients or to craft mystical items. If recovered, nothing is wasted, making betrayal even less of a concern. Chapter 20, Chapter 19, The Warrior. Inside the palace of the Bolslaw Spire, amidst the blood-red mist, the bulletproof armor that Roslav had pulled off a corpse shattered as he put it on. His body instantly expanded. His already muscular frame swelled further, veins throbbing with newfound power. Now, do as I say, control the overflowing power. The warrior potion enhanced the body, but not the mental body. It took Roslav 3 times longer than Bukeo to reign in the overflowing power, and 10 times longer to barely grasp meditation. My lord, Roslav took an excited step forward. His uncontrollable superhuman agility threw him off balance, sending him hurtling forward. To give Roslav a memorable lesson on the importance of control, Nareth slightly sidestepped, letting the newly born warrior crash headfirst into the wall. With a loud bang, the tremendous force made the wall tremble. Stars floated before Roslav's eyes, and it took a moment before he regained his senses. Nareth's voice rang in his ears, "Control your strength." Holding his forehead, Roslav realized the injury wasn't as bad as expected. Had it been before, he would have taken minutes to recover. My lord is a god. Only a god could grant me such power. He quickly knelt on one knee before Nareth, his gaze fixed on his lord's iron boots. My lord, I will not disappoint your trust. Nareth helped him up, his voice stern and commanding. I believe in you. Tears welled up in Roslav's eyes, nearly spilling out, until the communicator beeped in time. Only Bukeo and his newly appointed deputy had permission to contact him aside from his lord. He suppressed his turbulent emotions. My lord, forgive me. Roslav quickly composed himself, his tone returning to normal. No harm done. He answered the call, and his deputy's urgent voice came through. My lord, a noble force has launched an attack on the defense line. The Fender family can barely hold them off. Through the observation window, Nareth watched thousands of enemy troops charging below. He didn't turn around, only clasped his hands behind his back. Go now, my warrior. Only through battle can you truly master the power I've given you. Remember, decapitate the leader. Yes, my lord. Once again, Roslav felt his lord's trust. His blood and fighting spirit ignited. Turning from the palace, he dashed downward at lightning speed. My speed has increased several times over. It's not just the difference between climbing and descending, this is a whole new level. Spotting a corpse, his instincts told him the armor was a perfect fit. Using sheer force, Roslav tore off his shattered bulletproof vest and put on the new armor, which fit him perfectly. Then he picked up a lost pistol and a chain's word. As he gripped the weapons, he felt a strange sensation, like they were extensions of his own body. In his mind, he recalled the information that had surged into his brain earlier, proficient in all weapons and armor, no weapon is unusable. And then, his lord's words echoed once more, control your strength. As the warrior dove downward, he swung the weapons in his hand. High-speed charge, reverse grip aiming during turns. When Roslav emerged from the spire, his eyes were filled with confidence. He had gained initial mastery of his beyonder ability, physical enhancement. His gaze scanned the enemy formation as he silently repeated, decapitate the leader. He immediately spotted a red-robed commander and smirked. Ah, yes, you noble commanders always wear the most obvious red robes. Knowing he couldn't charge the enemy line solo like his lord, he summoned his personal 100-man squad. Follow me, eliminate the enemy commander. Yes, sir. The gang elites were shocked to see Roslav, who usually charged in with them, now rushing out ahead. He raised his hand and fired, a laser beam pierced through the eyes of an enemy 30 meters away. When did the leader get so strong? Even with a noble's lost pistol, you can't just run and make perfect shots like that. They all opened fire with their new weapons and found their accuracy had indeed improved, but nowhere near their leader's level. Every time Roslav pulled the trigger, another enemy dropped. He charged straight into the enemy ranks. The valiant warrior instantly drew enemy fire, and dozens of weapons turned on him. Roslav rolled to the ground and ducked behind an abandoned fortification. You fools, attack, he roared. His men quickly raised their weapons and opened fire. Roslav reloaded his energy cell and, while his men absorbed enemy fire, broke into a sprint. The wind howled in his ears. Raising his left arm, he pulled the trigger. Rat-tat-tat. A rapid burst, every shot hitting its mark. The red-robed commander watched as his bodyguards were slaughtered in seconds. Who is this monster? Could it be the newly infamous bounty hunter Thierry Vieira? But isn't he active in the Ilobo Spire? A chain's word roar erupted near him. He had no time to think and fired a shot. Roslav had been locked onto him the whole time. He ducked low, dodging the shot, then launched a flying kick, slamming into the commander's arm. A sharp crack, his arm was broken. What a strong brute force. The noble staggered back, drawing his ornate power sword, and executed a strike from the Osberg via sword technique, Article 23. Lacking strength and speed, he relied on skill. The essence of the Vostroyan martial art lay in exploiting weaknesses and deflecting power. High above, Nareth watched from the tower. His eyes gleamed as he whispered. Interesting. The power sword slashed at Roslav's sword arm, but in the nick of time, the warrior shifted his arm. The blade missed its target, slicing only the outer armor of his arm, his wrist untouched. The red-robed commander was startled. He tried to parry, but Roslav was faster. As the chainsaw sword struck, the noble realized the move was from his own style, Osbergvia, a technique he had spent years mastering. Impossible. How, Ak? Roslav didn't answer. One cleave ended the noble's life. Just then, Howard emerged from a fast-attack boat and witnessed the scene. Malchuk was a master swordsman. He played a major role in Szymanski's 30-year expansion, slaying countless enemies, and yet. He frowned, searching his memory for the gang member's name. Roslav actually killed Malchuk. He was just some nameless underhive gangster. There's no way he could be this strong. If he were, he would have ascended already. As he puzzled over it, Roslav walked up to him. You're back. What's the situation? Now a warrior, Roslav's temperament had subtly changed. His heart held only reverence for Nareth. Not even the tech priests or nobles would get special treatment. Howard hesitated, slightly uncomfortable, but didn't press the issue. He smiled. Mission accomplished. You've changed, stronger than when you first climbed the tower. This is the power granted by our Lord. Perhaps one day, you'll receive his blessing too. Chapter 21, Chapter 20, Howard offers the STC fragment. Before stepping into the palace, Howard took a deep breath. The earlier scene and Roslav's words still echoed in his mind, as did the memory of the young man named Bukeo. Naretha's image in his heart had become increasingly mysterious and powerful. From Rosicki, the tech priest of the Czech family long allied with his own and loyal to the Omnisia, Howard had received confirmation, no tech priest-made cyborg could possibly possess such a powerful physique and compatibility. Could he really be a god of the old knights past reborn? Looking at Naretha's back, Howard respectfully spoke. My lord, I have reached an agreement with Mugos Kaminsky. Please review it. Nareth came back to his senses from the sword duel deduction in his mind, and he turned to walk towards Howard. My lord, the Mugos has agreed to support you in becoming king of Tisca. He is willing to bestow the Omnisia's blessing upon you. He requests that their current interests be preserved, and in addition, he asks that you resolve the Xeno threat plaguing Oceanus, the Symphony of the Sea. Nareth, hearing Howard's report, accepted the data slate and scrolled rapidly through it as he asked. The Symphony of the Sea. Yes, my lord, Howard replied. The Symphony of the Sea, true to its name, is a maritime nation, a beautiful world dotted with pearl-like islands. As he sincerely praised the place, Nareth had already finished reading the 1,503-page report. With his superhuman mind, he distilled the key points, which aligned exactly with Howard's summary. Nareth looked at the blonde noble with appreciation. The seafood and limited agricultural goods produced by Symphony of the Sea are critical to Vostroya. Recently, due to the appearance of Xeno raiders, food supplies have been disrupted, and stockpiles are rapidly depleting. If this continues, Vostroya will fall into crisis in less than 3 months. Howard's voice was filled with concern. He could already sense the coming danger. What kind of Xeno incursion is it? My lord, there are currently no biological reports on the Xenos. What's notable is that their ships are extremely advanced. They can fire a pulse beam that bypasses the Mechanicum void shields and directly corrodes ship hulls. Howard's face turned grim. He had always believed the Mechanicum represented the peak of technology, but Rosicki's words made him realize there were even more advanced technologies out there. Even worse, after being hit, the Mechanicum ship's shields instantly overload, and the enemy warships can immediately follow up with a barrage of light spears. Nareth fell silent in thought. He immediately connected this with the night shards from the potion formula and the Vraxian. The characteristics of these Xeno weapons sound a lot like the Vraxian's ether cannons. I accept the Mechanicum's conditions. Even if it had nothing to do with the potion materials, Nareth would not tolerate Xeno raids. Vostroya was his domain. However, I have a demand. The Xeno firepower is strong. I'll need to board their ships to destroy them. So, I require weapons and armor suited to my physique and capable of unleashing my full strength. Nareth still lacked 2 ingredients for the Sequence 9 potion savant. Low-sequence superhumans didn't have the technical expertise of Martian tech priests. Since they wanted him to repel the Xenos, it was the perfect chance to ask for gear. That request is reasonable and aligns with Omnisia doctrine. Howard replied after a moment's thought, based on his understanding of Sage Kaminsky. Then, a firm look appeared in his sapphire eyes. My lord, my family possesses a sacred copy of a standard template construct, discovered and duplicated by one of our ancestors. Nareth knew that an STC, standard template construct, was essentially a complex analysis and processing system. Humanity's technology was preserved in STC systems. Along with warp drives and the navigator mutants, STCs were one of the key pillars that allowed humanity to expand beyond the solar system and conquer new worlds. STCs allowed human colonists to maintain a standard level of technology, enabling them to construct shelters, power generators, and transportation from local materials, even without prior knowledge. A simple question on how to build a house or a drill would prompt the STC to provide all necessary blueprints. The future human empire would rely on STCs. Tech priests often launched expeditions to recover sacred templates. Although the template inherited by my ancestor is incomplete, it includes technologies such as bioscanners, automata, and refractor fields, all signs of the Fender family's favor from the Omnisia. Besides the Bolslaw family, the Fenderl family is the only one that has endured from Tisca's founding and remained within the Hive spires. Now, I present to you a copy of that sacred template, the very foundation of the Fender family. Nareth knew that STCs came in many forms: paper forms, data files, entire facilities, computer databases, among others. The lucky few who discovered them usually found damaged or incomplete fragments. These were duplicated for preservation. Howard was now offering one such backup copy, a fragment so valuable it could be worth tens of billions in Martian coin. Finishing his words, Howard pressed the golden lightning crest on the right side of his chest plate. A compartment on his powered armor popped open. He reached in and pulled out a mithril box. Through its transparent cover, one could see a finely crafted rectangular chip lined with intricate metallic circuits and tiny electronic components. He offered it up to Nareth with both hands, then stepped back respectfully. You will be responsible for coordinating with the Mechanicum and those noble houses willing to submit. Confirm the ritual's time. Also, work with your men to identify the families that just attacked the spire and those loyalist followers of Bolslaw. I want a full list within 1 standard hour. As you command, my lord. Howard exited the palace, a little disappointed that he hadn't received a blessing. But he quickly pulled himself together. I've only served my lord for less than 1 work cycle. Even revealing the family secret, there must be a period of evaluation. From now on, I must complete every mission flawlessly, and earn his favor as soon as possible. At the same time, Nareth activated his communicator and switched to Bukayo's channel. Bukayo, what's the situation in the hive capital? My lord, all commercial district shops are closed. Factories are shut down. Every sector is on high alert, but no large-scale conflict has erupted. Based on my assessment, the noble families are being cautious. They're sending scouts to identify which force took the Bolslaws down, and, most importantly, they're watching how the Mechanicum reacts. Only a few fools who think they see an opportunity, or those loyal to the Bolslaws, have attacked us. Nareth found this consistent with his and Howard's expectations. He issued a new order to Bukayo. End your reconnaissance. Go to the Adjudicatum. I want you to bring back all ceremonial gavels, labeled with the names and titles of their original owners. As you command, my lord. Bukayo didn't understand why Nareth wanted the gavels, but knew better than to question the will of the divine. Chapter 22, Chapter 21, Bukayo's Wisdom. 1 hour before the Curie shift, the 23 families of Tiska Hive City gathered at the Spire Tower. 5 of them also owned a Spire Tower. A man with a augmetic jaw and vocal cord implant, dressed in a red robe with gold embroidery, asked worriedly to a woman in a red gown with an ornate decorative implant on her forehead. Countess Yelena, do you know the origins of this new king? During the White Night shift, many families were attacked, blood stained the hive capital, and entire lineages were slaughtered. Even the Hymansky family Spire Tower, with a millennium of history, was captured. Isn't this possibly a trap? Kazubal, don't let fear cloud your mind, Yelena said with a calm smile and firm tone. According to surveillance footage, this new king is powerful, but his numbers are too small. His armed forces are fewer than 2,000. Including the workers entering the upper hive, the total is under 100,000, not enough to control the entire hive. She glanced at the heavily armed gang members surrounding them, all casting fierce looks, and said in a low voice. Moreover, his subordinates might be good fighters, maybe even competent warriors, but they are not suitable administrators. If they treat upper hive workers with the brutal methods used in the lower hive, it will only spark chaos. As long as this new king isn't insane, he will stabilize the situation with the existing forces and quickly restore Tiska's productivity. Only then will he gain the support of the Omnisia's servants. And the fact that tonight's coronation ceremony was issued by the new head of the Fender family, in the name of the Mugos Kaminsky, shows he has already reached a deal with the Martian tech priests. Yelena's deep blue eyes fixed on the Baron of the Skorupski family. Though he lacked political wisdom, his family's coal and ore mining operations were crucial to the Kornikova family and could not be lost. Kazubal, no matter what kind of person this new king is, you will come with me and pledge loyalty to him immediately. He lacks manpower right now. The first to submit will gain the most. Do you understand? At your command, Countess. Kazubal responded respectfully and stood behind Yelena in relief. Halfway into the Curie shift, Howard Fender returned from the altar of Vostroya number 25 of the Mechanicum Spire Tower. He reported to Nareth that Mugos Kaminsky had agreed to craft equipment for him, then went to the hall to answer questions from the clan heads. Nareth accepted a crate of gavels presented by Bukayo and placed it on an industrial-style metal table behind him after a quick glance. He tapped on a datapad and brought up a strategic map of Vostroya, then posed a question to the blonde youth. Bukayo, I want to conquer Vostroya. What do you think my next target should be? My lord, please allow me a moment to consider. Bukayo didn't answer immediately. He carefully requested time to think, eyes locked on the strategic map as his mind raced. 5 minutes later, he spoke. My lord, I believe the next target should be Lukivo Hive City. Why Lukivo? Mazov and Szczecin are closer. My lord, I am analyzing based on your methods. Going directly for Lukivo aligns with your pattern. Nareth nodded slightly and smiled. Elaborate. In your first work cycle at Handman, you made 2 gangs submit. In the second, you seized the foundry. Then, instead of attacking smaller factories, you went straight for the largest, the Magnitogorsk steelworks under the dome. With its control, you quickly absorbed the rest. After securing the Handman West Dome, you didn't conquer other domes. You directly attacked and captured the Spia Tower of the Bolslaw family, who controlled Tiska. My lord, I believe your strategy is to strike at core nodes directly, then handle the rest one by one. Nareth appreciated how clearly Bukayo summarized his actions and mindset. The blonde youth was spot on. What Bukayo hadn't guessed, and Nareth himself hadn't expected, was that the barbarian potion had triggered a genetic awakening, changing his original plan to accumulate strength before taking the upper hive. Why is Lukivo a key node? My lord, Tiska, Mazov, and Szczecin are all too far from Vostroya's true power center. The Mechanicum's altar number 1 in Vostroya is the real power hub, and Lukivo's altar is the closest core altar to Tiska. It's the site of altar number 3. By controlling the hive city where that shrine is located, the Mechanicum will be forced to recognize your ambition. Bukayo shrugged with slight self-mockery. It's not just about the altar. The Muskans of Mazov, the Magdans of Szczecin. They're cultural outliers, they are not the mainstream of Vostroya. The Sefirodians in Lukivo are. Like our distant homeland, Terra's holy city, Warsaw, and... He wanted to name a fringe city, but the Arshavin family records had little about Terra. Warsaw was the only place he knew, the Vostroyans' homeland, sacred city, and origin. Yes, like the difference between a central city and a border town. Bukeo declared with reverence and confidence, I believe that once you take Lukivo, the Mugos will see the truth, you are destined to rule Vostroya, and they should support you. Excellent, said Nareth with admiration. Bukeo had grasped his intentions just from observing his actions. The sleepless potion didn't enhance his wisdom, his intelligence already far surpassed that of Roslov. Though the Emperor had defined him as a blade of slaughter, Nareth didn't believe, unlike Conrad Kurz, that terror and violence could shape a bright future for Vostroya. To conquer Vostroya, he needed to redefine the Mechanicum's role. If he treated them as enemies, then in a world where the Mechanicum held massive influence, he'd face enemies on all sides, even many in the lower hive worshipped the machine god. He wouldn't reduce this developed industrial world to ruins just to rebuild, that was no different than colonizing a world scarred by pollution and industry. Forcing the Mechanicum to cooperate with him, using their technology for expansion while nurturing gifted individuals and loyal followers, and gradually reforming Vostroya, was his strategy. Maybe this is why the Kingdom of Disorder chose me to walk the path of the Black Emperor. Develop with rules and resources, then build a new order, that is my vision. Nareth looked at Bukeo. I have a task for you. My lord, please command me. After the ceremony, take the equipment Howard prepared for you and head to Lukivo. Gather intelligence. As you command, my lord. Nareth's communicator buzzed. He answered, and Howard's lowered voice came through the channel. My lord, Mugos Kaminsky has arrived at the ceremony hall. Your coronation is in 1 standard minute. Chapter 23, Chapter 22, My Crown, I Wear It Myself. 11 standard seconds before the coronation ceremony, Nareth stepped into the ceremonial hall. A collective breath caught in the throats of the assembled nobles. The approaching giant was even more oppressive than he appeared in surveillance footage. Most, like Kozubel, thought to themselves. Could this be a deity from the old night myths, descended upon us? Some thought of the war god Svantovit, but the giant had neither 4 heads nor 4 faces. Others thought of Purin, the god of thunder, but the giant's head was not made of bronze. Some nobles, including Yelena, furrowed their brows and glanced sideways at the Mugos Kaminsky. Could this be a cyborg from the Machinum? Are they dissatisfied with the dual-headed political system and planning to append it, to unify Tiska under one rule? Kaminsky's artificial eye surged with torrents of binary code, the speed generating faint crackling noises. The final skin results appeared in binary, and his internal translator converted the technospeech into low Gothic of Vostroya per protocol. Threat level, lethal threat. Physiological structure, unreadable. The Mugos realized that this giant was beyond his scanning and analytical capabilities. Still, he did not stop. The forced skin module continued operating until a puff of black smoke rose, forcing him to stop. 2 mechanical tendrils on his back reached forward. After a brief flicker of sparks, Kaminsky's scanning module rebooted. He turned his head reluctantly. Howard Fender, dressed in red robes with golden trim, addressed the crowd loudly. Ladies and gentlemen, today we gather to witness the dawn of a new era. The Boleslaw family has long lost their virtue, seizing and sabotaging the industries of other families. King Boleslaw is nothing more than a giant rat nesting in the hive capital of Tiska, despicable and greedy. The blonde count's words stirred a wave of indignation. Every family had suffered losses at the hands of the Boleslaws. By the grace of Providence, Nareth has come to Tiska and overthrown King Boleslaw's brutal regime. Even the servants of the Omnisia see the light of the machine god shining upon him. Now, let us welcome Mugos Kaminsky to crown our new king. Kaminsky's lower mechanical arms raised the crown. The upper pair received it and lifted it high, and Kaminsky began walking toward Nareth. Flashes of red and green lit up his visor, logic and curiosity warring fiercely within. The 121-meter walk felt like 10 kilometers. When he stood before Nareth and was about to instruct him to bow and recite the coronation litany, Nareth reached out and placed the golden crown on his own head. His kingship was not bestowed by the machine god, it was won by conquest. Everyone froze. This was not in accordance with tradition. Kaminsky's visor flickered red, his audio synthesizer emitting tremors. Nareth. Crown. Protocol. The Mugos did not enter maintenance mode, but his overheated logic processor couldn't compute an immediate response. Mugos Kaminsky, you can't reach my head anyway. It's better if I wear my crown myself. The nobles fell into silence. Every gesture in such a ceremony carried political weight. Nareth's action was not just about height, it carried deliberate political meaning. Their eyes shifted to the two double-headed scepters on the crown, all thinking the same thing. It seems King Nareth does not consider the royal house and the Mechanicum as co-equal heads. So then, what does Mugos Kaminsky think? Everyone held their breath, palms sweating. Was another war about to erupt? Even Yelena, previously confident in her judgment, now began to question it. Is the new king insane? Does he intend to challenge the Mechanicum directly? All eyes turned to the Mugos to see his response. Kaminsky remained silent for several seconds. For everyone except Nareth, those seconds felt like an eternity. Finally, the audio synthesizer spoke. The Omnisia blesses you, Nareth. He did not recite the traditional coronation litany penned by the Mugos Kivier, but his words affirmed Nareth as the new king. Nareth remained composed. Just as he had expected, Kaminsky valued protocol, but only second to efficiency and industrial output. Though Nareth exceeded his projected threat model, Kaminsky knew his strength was necessary to resolve the Vostroya's crisis. The Mechanicum would not choose war over political traditions. To Kaminsky's logic core, efficiency and output far outweighed protocol. Accepting Nareth's breach of tradition was the only logical result. Nareth would cooperate with the Mechanicum, but only under his leadership. If not, he'd reduce everything to rubble and rebuild from scratch. Today was only the beginning. As his power grew, he would reshape Vostroya in his own image. Howard exhaled deeply. If war had broken out, no one but him would have stood by Nareth. To prevent further surprises, he shouted loudly. The new king has ascended, pledge your loyalty. He dropped to one knee, following Muskin custom, and declared. I, Howard Fender, pledge my loyalty to King Nareth. Whatever my king commands, I shall obey and fulfill. Yelena, caught off guard, immediately knelt. I, Yelena Kornikova, pledge my loyalty to King Nareth. Whatever my king commands, I shall obey and fulfill. Kozubal and the rest quickly followed suit. Nareth surveyed them all. I accept your allegiance. After the others rose, he turned to Howard, still kneeling. Howard Fender, I hereby grant you the title of Count, in recognition of your loyalty and service. Once again, Nareth broke Muskin tradition. Titles should be conferred in his spire tower, not a noble's estate. The rest of you, your titles remain unchanged. Restart your industries and factories immediately. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and respectfully accepted the command. As you command, my king. Howard, stay. The rest of you, go carry out the orders. Kaminsky approached Nareth. Next, White Knight shift. Tech Priest Rozicki will coordinate with you on weapons and armor design. Per protocol, restore operations in all Upper Hive factories within 5 work cycles. I will honor the agreement. After the others left, Howard sent Bukeo to fetch the prepared equipment, then entered the palace. Roslov will take over the Bolslav family's industries. For the rest, I want a complete redistribution plan within 1 stellar cycle. As you command, my king. Howard understood that though Nareth had entrusted him with the fallen family's assets, he could not assign them arbitrarily, especially not by carving out the most profitable pieces for the Fender family. To earn Nareth's trust, the distribution must be based on industry relevance and maximum efficiency. Chapter 24, Chapter 23, Nareth's request. An hour later, Nareth returned to hear Howard's proposed distribution plan. Your Majesty, among all the factories awaiting reassignment, the Himansky family's pharmaceutical business is the largest. The Kornikova family operates in the chemical industry and previously had dealings in pharmaceuticals, with an average annual output of around 52,000 units. Considering the overlap in industries and the time needed for integration, the Himansky pharmaceutical operations should be handed over to the Kornikova family. After listening to the plan, Nareth nodded with satisfaction. Very well. Execute the plan as proposed. Notify each family immediately. You are now the true arbiter. Return to me in an hour. Arbiter. Howard asked in confusion. Wasn't that the title for the Underhive Dome manager? You'll know soon enough. As you command, my king. After taking his leave, Howard descended 12 levels to the Prime Minister's office and activated the communicator. Count Howard, I am currently carrying out the king's orders. What are his instructions? Countess Yelena, congratulations. His Majesty has decided to place the Himansky pharmaceutical business under your management. Dispatch someone to take over immediately. Howard suppressed any jealousy he felt, keeping his voice even. Is it true? Yelena's excited voice came through the communicator. Of course, it's true. Howard understood her surprise. Every noble knew that even with all the workers from the Handman West Dome, taking over the massive Bolslav family operations was already pushing their limit. But overcoming greed, a fundamental human flaw, was another matter entirely. The former king couldn't do it, his greed knew no bounds. Praise our king. Long live his wisdom. One after another, Howard heard nobles across the families praise Nareth. My lord has already won their hearts. He has established his footing in Tisca. Of course, most importantly, he possesses power. Howard's deep blue eyes shimmered with longing. As his thoughts wandered, the countdown alarm sounded, snapping him back. He straightened his robes and briskly walked toward the palace. Meanwhile, in the Kingdom of Disorder, Nareth tossed a ceremonial gavel into the forge. Golden light burst forth as the forge crackled, forming a viscous golden potion. He scooped up the Arbiter potion. Choosing this path for Howard wasn't merely because the current materials only allowed this particular potion to be brewed. More importantly, although Howard's loyalty met Nareth's baseline requirement, it wasn't yet on par with Bukeo or Roslav. The Arbiter path lies adjacent to the Black Emperor path. Some paths can be transitioned between relatively safely, they share the same primal essence. The Kingdom of Disorder corresponds to both the Black Emperor and the Arbiter. With the essence in his possession, Nareth would soon gain the authority to exert major influence on all individuals who followed the Arbiter path. Both the Black Emperor and the Arbiter are transcendents who, upon ascending to the old days, can be manipulated. Back in the real world, Nareth approached Howard and opened his palm. Drink it. Howard looked at the golden gel-like potion in the bottle, fear flashing across his eyes. Poison. No, impossible. If His Majesty wanted to kill me, it would be as easy as crushing an ant. Could this be the gift Roslav mentioned? Knowing he had no choice, Howard took the potion, gritted his teeth, and drank it all. After teaching Howard the meditation method to contain the potion's excess energy, Nareth instructed him. Exactly. If you continue to meditate regularly and fulfill your duties as the Arbiter, you'll be able to master the power I've given you. Only then did Howard grasp the meaning of a gift. Only a being as great as Omnicia could bestow power in such a miraculous way. He looked at Nareth with awe. As you command, my lord. The Arbiter system in Vostroya isn't bad, it balances the nobles and the mechanicum. But it's still imperfect. My lord, do you mean? If Nareth wanted total control, Howard had no doubt he could achieve it. The current system is about balance. The true essence of Arbiter is about upholding order. Seeing Howard beginning to understand, Nareth continued. Martian technology flooded into Vostroya, triggering rapid industrialization. But what about the Underhive and the people? They spend their entire lives without hope, brawling for a single meal, consumed by violence and betrayal. You must have seen through my own rise the power hidden among the people of the Underhive. Howard was enlightened. His bright blue eyes gleamed. You mean, once the Underhive people see hope, they'll become motivated, work harder, improve productivity, and thus increase output. Exactly. But that's not all. In time, you'll understand. Nareth had not yet revealed the truth about chaos, it was still unknown to the people of Vostroya. He thought of something Guilliman, another Primarch, would say to Dante 10,000 years in the future. Just as Guilliman said, only by giving people better living conditions can we draw a clear line between loyalty and betrayal. Only then will they understand what they're really fighting for. Nareth knew from personal experience the meaning of a single meal to a person in the Underhive. And he finally understood the question Guilliman posed to Dante, when the great enemy arrives, what reason does someone living in hell have to refuse temptation? The uneducated masses at the bottom, no matter how many grand teachings they hear from the state religion's clergy, will never understand. They only know the most basic truth, if you don't eat, you die. Whoever feeds them is their god. Since the Black Emperor was building a new order, it had to start now. He couldn't change all of humanity, but he could begin with his homeland. Nareth would create a prosperous world with great developmental potential, a prototype of his future kingdom. I want you to go to the Hantman West Dome and use its existing equipment, along with my policies, to build a brand new dome. I'll assign you a team of workers. You can also recruit from nearby domes. I want you to learn how to be an arbiter, how to establish a new kind of order. Nareth's tone grew heavier. The order I want isn't about giving scraps to the poor. It's a system where people can earn their meals and live with dignity through hard work and contribution. This system should apply to every hive city, every underhive, every dome. Howard furrowed his brows deeply. If Nareth only wanted a prosperous dome, the Fender family's wealth could easily do it. But if he wanted to uplift all of Vostroya, even bankrupting every noble in the Tisca's upper hive wouldn't be enough, let alone getting the other families to agree. Seeing Howard hesitate, Nareth decided to broaden his thinking. Don't let the doctrines of the Mechanicum limit you. Technology is just a tool. I want a new order. You can create a qualification standard, workers who meet it get their fair share, and those who excel can be promoted to the upper hive. The upper hive can build new factories and even evolve into the mid-hive. Spire towers can be dismantled to construct new upper hives, and above those, even new spire towers. Howard's eyes lit up with understanding. He said with newfound confidence. As you wish, my lord. Use the power I've given you wisely. Hearing this, Howard's deep blue eyes sparkled. He nodded, brimming with confidence. I will not disappoint you. Now, take me to your family's treasure vault. My lord, please follow me. Chapter 25, Chapter 24, Founding the Vostroya 1st Regiment. My lord, the entire treasury is yours. Howard spoke devoutly. He had just used the spirit vision taught by Nareth to observe the world. Even this most basic technique made him realize how powerful Beyonder individuals were. Spirit vision allowed one to grasp the emotions of the person they were speaking with a very practical skill for nobles to gain maximum advantage in negotiations. No need. Just focus on your role as arbiter for now. Nareth noticed Howard's desire for more power and gave the blonde noble a reminder. Deliver the items I marked to the palace. Without pause, Nareth pointed out 12 types and 19 items of magical potion materials, including the siren stone he had seen earlier. He also selected 11 non-potion materials, mixing them in with the others. At once, my lord. I'll have them sent to your palace immediately. On the way back, Nareth sent a message to Roslav, summoning him to the palace for a briefing. Upon returning, Nareth immediately began organizing the magical potion materials he had collected. He now had enough to make a sailor potion and another dose of the warrior potion. Aside from those, the witch potion was still missing a main ingredient, the millipede serpent, a mutated, highly venomous centipede species that could grow up to 2 meters long and typically dwelt in the lower hives. Since there was no suitable candidate yet, Nareth wasn't in a rush to brew the potion. Soon after, he met with Roslav. This was Roslav's first formal briefing, and he was a bit nervous, taking a deep breath before beginning. My lord, during the previous assault on the Spire Tower, the defense afterward, and the suppression of the rebels, we lost 214 brothers. Currently, 1,053 remain capable of fighting. Most are rebuilding the Spire Tower defenses. Among them, 370 are guarding your 58 factories. Additionally, we have 106 wounded who survived but have various physical impairments. Roslav read from his datapad to complete the first portion of the casualty report. When he compiled the report, he realized how great the victory truly was. Only a little over 200 dead to take the entire hive capital, such glory could only be achieved under Nareth. It was a myth from the old knight come alive. I'll pay Tech Priest Rozicki to replace their limbs with prosthetics. Then, ask them whether they want to continue serving in the 1st Regiment of Vostroya or settle in the homes of those exterminated noble families in the upper hive. As you command, my king. Roslav nodded, a trace of yearning in his eyes. Then he heard Nareth's next order. You will serve as the regiment commander. Nareth recalled the organizational structure of future Astra Militarum, 10 soldiers per squad, led by a squad leader, 2 to 5 squads per platoon, led by a platoon commander, 2 to 6 platoons per company, led by a company commander, 5 to 10 companies per regiment, led by a regimental commander. He adjusted this structure for current circumstances, 10 soldiers to a squad, 5 squads to a platoon, 5 platoons to a company, 10 companies to a regiment. Recruit the missing personnel in the upper hive. Once the regiment is complete, you will command it. Roslav barely kept up with Nareth's fast-paced explanation, jotting notes down in his own shorthand, many of the words he couldn't spell, so he used symbols only he could recognize. When he heard he'd be regimental commander, his hand slipped and flipped to the next page. In addition to forming the regiment, you'll also re-equip and train the soldiers to handle the new weapons. Pay close attention to firepower coordination. Roslav refocused, this part was easy for a warrior like him. For training content, consult the head guard of the Howard family and adjust as necessary. Nareth, thinking about leaving Vostroya and launching a campaign on the Oceanus, remembered that the sailor potion only worked optimally in a maritime environment. He added. Also, include swimming in the training. Work with the Aqua Guild and have them assist. Your regiment will fight in ocean worlds in the future. That's the purpose of this training. Pay close attention to the best performers in your regiment, I will assess them in future battles. Drinking that sailor potion granted the Beyonder ability of aquatic attributes, whether someone could swim didn't matter. What did matter were their potential and loyalty. As you command, my lord. After writing all this down, Rollsleeve continued with his report. The workers from the Hantman West Dome have all reached the upper dome. They've entered the factories and are learning how to operate complex tools under the guidance of the original workers. Only the factory owners, distant relatives of Boleslaw, were executed. The foreman of each workgroup, upon learning you've gained the support of Mugos Kaminsky, all pledged loyalty to you. Currently, all factories are operational and will be fully restored within 3 work cycles. Nareth nodded slightly. Among our people, are there any technicians capable of decoding standard construction templates? My lord, in the lower hive, someone who knows 100 words is considered a scholar. We only manage those weapons through trial and error. People like Bukeo are upper hive fugitives. True technical talent is monopolized by nobles and never ends up down here. Add one more item to the training, literacy. Go find Howard. Roslav replied weakly, understood. But seeing Nareth's expression darken, he quickly corrected himself with energy. As you command, my lord. Go. After Roslav left, Nareth fell into deep thought. Even if I had an STC fragment, I couldn't use it immediately. I need a technical expert. If I can't find one, I'll have to train one myself. I still need 2 ingredients for the savant potion. I don't just need technical staff. I need administrators. Among the nobles, some could do the job, and they're probably scrambling to find a way to gain positions. After a short rest, Nareth met with Rozicki during the White Night shift. The young tech priest still retained some human features and, heeding advice, wisely suppressed his curiosity about Nareth's body. King Nareth, Rozicki greets you. He held a data pad with his lower pair of mechanical prosthetic arms and asked. What type of weapon would you like? Nareth's current digestion of the potion was halfway complete. Since he still had to play the role of a barbarian and break down doors in future assaults, he decided to go with a heavy weapon for now. A heavy halberd. I want the weapon and armor ready as soon as possible, preferably within 8 work cycles. As these were transitional weapons and armor, Nareth didn't ask for much, speed was the priority. I'll do my utmost, but I'll need your input on some technical specifications. What weapon-to-height ratio do you prefer? Rozicki, meticulous as always, continued asking. By Curie shift. Nareth sat at the metal desk and chair crafted by the Hantman West Dome artisans, reviewing official documents. Plan for rebuilding the Hive capital garrison force. During the conquest, fewer than 1 in 10 members of the Hive Guard survived. Nareth's own soldiers were already stretched thin guarding the Spire Tower and factories. Currently, the duties of the Guard force are temporarily filled by the guards of the Fender family, but this is not a long-term solution. The proposal in Nareth's hand was submitted by the Fender Guard captain after consulting the surviving Hive Guards. It was too conventional, recruit new members, have the few remaining veterans train them, but the process would take far too long. Just then, the communicator buzzed. My king, Countess Yelena of the Kurnikova family seeks an audience. Send her in. Chapter 26, Chapter 25, Yelena's political ambition. Nareth looked up toward the palace gates. Besides Yelena walking ahead, there were 6 other presences. These 6 individuals were professionally trained and skilled at concealing themselves, ordinary people wouldn't notice them. But to a Primarch's senses, they were incredibly clear. The 7 quickly arrived outside the palace. Yelena spoke. I will go before our king. You are to await my summons before seeking an audience. The countess, dressed in a crimson gown, stepped into the palace and gave a deep curtsy. My king. Yelena, what brings you here? My king, I have come for 2 reasons. First, to sincerely thank you. You entrusted the Himansky family's pharmaceutical industry to the Kurnikova family. I will not disappoint you. Nareth leaned back slightly, studying Yelena carefully. Then I'll wait and see. I hope you'll surprise me. And the second reason. My king, with your permission, I will speak bluntly. Though your subordinates are formidable in combat, their backgrounds limit them. At least in the short term, they cannot meaningfully contribute to the governance of Tiska. Yelena's eyes burned with ambition, a confident smile on her lips. I believe you should form a cabinet. And I believe I can play a key role within it. Oh. Nareth remained noncommittal, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the table, thump, thump, like the great omniscia bell tolling in the countess' ears. After a long 3 seconds, he pushed a datapad toward her. Show me what you've got. Yelena's smile vanished as she stepped forward and faced the test seriously. Her stern expression gradually softened. My king, I have a method to quickly rebuild the garrison forces. I believe you wish to restore them quickly, and for that, you need someone competent to ease your burden. I happen to have just the person. The Kurnikova family is composed of sisters. Before my husband, Baron Buksa, joined us, he served the Omniscia and acted as an independent arbitrator under the joint control of the Skorupski family and the Mechanicum within the domes. Yelena produced a datapad. She had chosen her spouse based on competence from a minor noble family. She had carefully investigated each candidate's background, and now the time had come to use that preparation. Please allow me to present his dossier. Combining the information on the pad, the Countess gave a detailed briefing, then concluded. During his term, Buksa recruited, organized, and developed his own arbitration tribunal. After joining the Kurnikova family, he restructured the family's guard system. Over the next 52 years, including the lower hive factories, not a single loss was recorded. Contact him immediately. I want his report on my desk before night Kai shift begins. Yelena dared not delay and contacted her husband at once. After ending the call, she stood awaiting Nareth's next instruction. Since you believe you're capable of forming a cabinet, share your ideas. My king, for millennia, due to Boleslaw's greed in monopolizing family assets and the Muscan people's indifferent and outdated cultural traditions, all families have developed independently. Each family only focuses on guarding its own interests and doesn't dare expand. But if we deepen cooperation, resource integration across Tiska, it can greatly increase efficiency. The collaboration between the Kernikova and Skorupski families has already proven this. The Countess methodically explained her prepared plan. Clearly, she had thought this through. First, we should eliminate communication barriers through diplomatic banquets and other events. Then we establish a model example. The Kernikova and Fender families can lead by forming a cooperative relationship. Once profit is gained, tangible results will sway the other families. They won't let such opportunities slip away. Nareth occasionally interjected with questions, which the Countess answered one by one. 2 standard hours later, Nareth nodded in approval. You will lead the formation of the cabinet. Thank you for your trust, my king. I will not let you down. Yelena spoke with excitement. She had once proposed the same idea to the useless King Boleslaw, but that greedy pig had shown no interest. Now, she finally had the chance to realize her political ambitions. The Kernikova family could become a pivotal force in Tiska, not just a wealthy, up-and-coming house. Just as her heart surged with passion, she heard Nareth ask. The 6 outside, are they yours? Yelena was momentarily stunned. The 6 she brought were elite assassins raised from childhood through genetic engineering and modification. Even if they attacked together, they might not match the giant before them. But with their modifications, they were feather-light on their feet, quieter than rare curled-ear cats. Their breathing was nearly inaudible. From where they stood, a side hall and rest chamber separated them from the throne room. During her speech earlier, the new king shouldn't have been able to hear them. If they were to face the new king, their only chance would be a surprise attack using their stealth skills. Now they had already been detected, there would be no chance at all. Good thing I had no foolish intentions. The Countess was shocked. She took a deep breath and raised her evaluation of Nareth's combat strength once again. My king, they are assassins I've cultivated carefully. They will become blades in your hand, striking down the disloyal. Have them enter. Yelena switched to a comms channel and issued the order. Maria, bring them in. Moments later, 6 women in black bodysuits entered, each armed with a different weapon. Some carried laser rifles, others shields and swords. They instinctively scanned the towering figure seated before them with the cold eyes of seasoned hunters. Then they met Nareth's deep, abyssal gaze, and instantly, chills ran down their spines. 5 of them immediately lowered their heads. Only the tall blonde in the center, with a high-bridged nose, bit her lips and stubbornly held her gaze. Nareth looked them over, then spoke. You are to depart immediately for Mazov and Szczecin. Eliminate the commanders and nobles of the 2 hive cities. You may choose the specific targets yourselves. Return to report after 23 work cycles. After taking Lukivo, Nareth intended to seize Mazov and Szczecin to link all 4 hive cities together. Sending the assassins would serve as both a test of their capabilities and a preemptive strike to weaken his enemies. Yelena hesitated. My king, you. Tiska is only the beginning. Mazov and Szczecin aren't as strong as Lukivo. Their strength is comparable to Tiska's. With the new king's power, he can indeed conquer them. That night, Buxa rushed to the palace. Chapter 27, Chapter 26, The Madness of Pohachi. Buxa, dressed in a red robe, meticulously reported to Nareth. My king, the garrison force reconstruction plan I drafted will recruit 12,000 people. Of these, around 3,000 are originally informal upper hive arbitrators. Since they are not nobles, they couldn't enter the adjudicatum arbitration and refused to move to the lower hive. As a result, they were attached to the security force, mainly handling worker disputes and other such cases. But these arbitrators all have varying degrees of experience. I can complete their training within 5 work cycles. The specific training programs and hours are as follows. Nareth nodded in satisfaction after hearing the report. Buxa, you are now appointed as the commander of the Tiska Garrison Security Force. Assume your post immediately. My king, I will give it my all and rebuild the force within a month, Buxa responded excitedly. He finally got a chance to show his abilities. Previously, this position was monopolized by the illegitimate son of King Boleslaw. When Yelena led 6 assassins and Buxa out of the palace, Bukeo stepped off a strike boat in the slums beside the Lukivo hive capital. The slum dwellers turned their heads to look, their eyes gleaming with greed. Bukeo immediately drew a Lost pistol from his waist and gave the order to his subordinates, who had been arranged by Howard. Attack. 18 minutes later, Bukeo drove a short blade into a mutant's hand. Speak. Where's the passage into Lukivo hive? After getting the information he wanted from 3 prisoners, he turned to the gold and white uniformed captain beside him. Then Bukeo slung a backpack taller than himself onto his back and walked alone toward Lukivo. You wait in the slums. I'll go in alone. We wish you success. The captain watched Bukayo's back with fear in his eyes. He had never seen such a terrifying and ruthless youth. He suddenly remembered. The new king used to be slightly shorter than this guy. Frightening. If not for their different hair and eye colors, I'd suspect they were brothers. But now, the new king seems like a god. 8 work cycles later, White Night Shift. Tiska Hive City, Aqua Guild A, 167 Reservoir, Water Tower No. 5. Nareth stood atop the spire tower, firmly planted in the howling cold wind. Beside him, Roslav also stood in the wind but had to wear a breathing mask. The one who keeps diving into the water and getting dragged out unconscious is the best performing new recruit. His name is Skesny, 33 years old. Both his parents were factory technicians. Besides swimming, he ranks first in every training course, even outperforming many veterans. He's also the only recruit I've appointed as a captain. Nareth nodded slightly, watching the determined Skesny shake off his companions again and jump into the water. His pale, swollen body quickly sank beneath the surface. Only then did nearby soldiers dare to dive in and pull him out. Not bad. Strong body, strong will. In future battles, his company will follow me. Yes, my king. Nareth's communicator beeped. It was Bukayo. He turned to Roslav. Come with me. Let's hear Bukayo's briefing. Back at the palace, Nareth found the boy waiting in a side hall. His face was calm, not showing any signs of exhaustion. My lord, Bukayo said as he connected a datapad to the cogitator. The ruling family of Lukivo is the Pionkovsky family. The current king is Pohachi. The Sefirodians are devout believers in Omniscia. They believe flesh is weak, machines are eternal. Pohachi is even more extreme, he forces everyone around him to undergo mechanical augmentation. Pohachi commands 15,000 elite troops, all cybernetically enhanced. This consumes enormous wealth, which is why he can't expand further. Nareth watched the projection, a red-painted, streamlined metallic body, left arm transformed into a folding mechanical blade, right arm a cybernetic claw. There were no human features on his face, just glowing red danger in his eyes. The screen shifted to a tall, broad-shouldered man with neatly cropped golden hair. Wielding a long sword, he swiftly decapitated an enemy lunging at him with a mechanical right arm. My king, this is Thierry. His father, Count Vieira, refused cybernetic augmentation, fearing it would hinder the family's reproduction. In a fit of madness, Pohachi tore his head off with a mechanical claw. Since then, Thierry has led the remnants of House Vieira in guerrilla warfare in the lower hive. He attacks Pionkovsky supply lines and has even launched several raids on the upper hive. Though Pohachi has conducted several large-scale purges, Thierry always evaded them. I suspect some upper hive families dissatisfied with Pohachi's rule are secretly tipping him off. Bukayo swiped to bring up more images. Although only 24, Thierry is already Vostroya's most renowned bounty hunter. It's said he has mastered the Osbergvaya style to perfection, he's the greatest swordmaster alive. Roslav's eyes locked on the golden-haired noble in the hologram. He takes jobs across several hives and always completes them. This also funds his group, the Free Liberators. Most of these jobs come from the kings of hives neighboring Lukivo. Their ideologies and interests conflict with the extremist Pohachi. One thing is certain, the Pionkovsky family has no allies. Nareth instantly understood the focus of Bukayo's report. You think I should ally with Thierry Vieira and attack Pohachi? Your insight is sharp, my lord. Exactly. If you can win Thierry over, you gain a force familiar with Lukivo and a powerful ally. After victory, you'd quickly win over the Sefirodians. Nareth tapped his desk thoughtfully. Can you find him within 4 work cycles? Bukayo smiled confidently. My lord, leave it to me. I will not disappoint. Depart at once. I'll contact you once I arrive in Lukivo. As you command, my lord. Bukayo packed up his datapad and left the palace, calling over the captain of Housefinder, who was resting on a plush bed after a hearty meal. Nareth turned to Rorslev. Is your regiment ready? My king, not one severely injured soldier has retired, they're all willing to fight for you to the death. The new recruits may be green, but their fighting spirit is high. They're eager to prove themselves. With conviction, he added. I know you don't want to hear excuses. You've already decided to strike. Mobilize your regiment. The Night Riders depart. Target, Lukivo. Yes, my king. Nareth then sent a communication to Howard and Yelena. At Curie Shift, convene for court assembly. Curie Shift, 2 levels below the top, in the renovated court hall. Nareth sat on a throne tailored for him. The throne was made of Miguel steel, entirely black. Behind the throne, 33 black spears extended outward. In the center, one spear held up a golden crown, the crown of the Bolslav family. Below the throne, the family head stood to the left, while Yelena's newly built cabinet stood to the right. Howard, begin your briefing. Chapter 28, Chapter 27, The Arbiter. Dusty and weary from his journey, Howard stood at the forefront on the left after returning from the Hantman West Dome. My lord, I've recruited workers from the surrounding domes. Currently, all factories in the Hantman West Dome have resumed operations. During the night Kai shift, I will announce work standards at the Magnitogorsk Steelworks and deliver a speech to convey your will to all the workers. Very well, Nareth turned to Yelena. Yelena, your turn. My king, the Hive City garrison has completed its first recruitment. After Busak conducted initial training, order in the upper hive has been restored. Busak noticed that the nobles who once scorned him were now casting him respectful glances. He smiled and stood tall with pride. The strategy agreed upon by Nareth and Yelena was not to have him appear right away. Instead, they would ease into it, let the major family see the benefits first. Only then would he step in, establishing rules and ensuring that cooperation could be efficiently enforced through contracts. He and the cabinet ministers tacitly avoided mentioning this for now. After addressing questions about road reconstruction and other matters, Nareth made his announcement. I will launch an assault on the hive city of Lukivo during the night Kai shift. The nobles and courtiers exchanged startled glances. They hadn't heard a whisper of this before. Many now recalled that Captain Roslov, who had supported the new king from the very beginning, was absent from this emergency court meeting. Howard felt the weight of all eyes turning to him. Since becoming the arbiter, he knew Nareth possessed extraordinary power, and he was certain that Lukivo could not withstand this god of war. He ignored the stares. Nareth's trust meant more than anything else. He yearned for the next blessing. Then everyone turned their attention to Yelena, a countess and founder of the cabinet. She felt another strand of hair go white. With resignation, she spoke. My king, are you not being a little too hasty? Would it not be more appropriate to begin with Mazov? Too slow. Nareth rejected her suggestion. If we have the strength, there's no need to go in circles. Everyone could feel the confidence radiating from him. It wasn't a mere judgment, but a prophecy. The court meeting ended. 10 minutes before the night Kai shift, Nareth stepped out of the hive spire. His gaze passed over Rozicki and landed on a truck surrounded by mech servants. Your halberd has been delivered. The armor is expected to take another 14 work cycles. Nareth nodded and walked toward the truck. He reached out and pulled out a jet-black alloy halberd. A mech servant nearby heard a rush of wind overhead and looked up just in time to see Nareth's imposing back. The man had already turned and strode away, leaving behind just one word, not bad. At the same time, Howard returned to the Hantman West Dome. He took a silver cup from his guard captain and drank the purified water from the upper hive in one gulp. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He capped the cup and, instead of returning it, gave an order. Send my dinner to the high platform at the factory. At once, my lord. The guard captain immediately dispatched someone to carry out the order. As Nareth boarded a specially made open-top war chariot, Howard ascended the platform. Below, thousands of workers looked up at the noble on the platform, as if staring at some strange creature. Howard wasn't wearing a gas mask. He inhaled the air reeking of blood and oil, wrinkling his nose. It was merely a reflex. His enhanced body quickly overcame the discomfort. He smiled. Brothers, I bring good news, news that could change your fate. A filthy worker in tattered clothes scratched his ear with a pinky. What good news could a noble bring? A pot of rat stew. I heard that new king, Nareth, once let workers drink rat soup. One guy even found a tail in it. Just thinking about the taste is enough to make your mouth water. Dozens of workers around him swallowed hard. At the same time, workers at other factories, watching Howard's speech on broadcast screens, lit up with excitement. Silence, you dash. The guard captain's face turned pale with rage. He drew his laser pistol, ready to teach these lower hive scum a lesson, to show them what respect toward a count should look like. But Howard raised a hand to stop him. A flicker of anger passed through his eyes, but he quickly composed himself and kept smiling. You've only ever eaten rat meat, so you think that's the finest delicacy in the world. He picked up the aluminum meal box at his feet and opened the lid. Instantly, a rich aroma filled the air, and the workers craned their necks to get a look. What is that? This is tuna, from the Symphony of the Sea, an oceanic world. Even in the upper hive, it's rare to taste. But now you have a chance. Howard wasn't lying. The alliance of hive cities across Vostonia had failed to gain the upper hand against the Xeno pirates. The disrupted supply chains were already affecting the upper hive. While workers at other factories voiced skepticism and sarcasm, the ones at Magnitogorsk Steelworks fell silent. They were gradually swayed by Howard's convincing tone and friendly demeanor. To them, this blonde noble no longer seemed aloof and untouchable. They fell quiet and listened to the speech of the arbiter. The guard captain was pleased by their change in attitude, but also puzzled. Then he heard his lord speak with added authority. On behalf of King Nareth, I hereby declare the implementation of a new rationing system. Every job will have a set quota. Those who meet the quota will receive a portion of corpse starch. Those who exceed it will be rewarded proportionally. Workers in other factories spat at the ground and machines in disgust. Lies. Since when did we ever get paid by output? Exactly. Ever since the followers of Omnicia abandoned the lower hive, all we've had are thugs with clubs. When have we ever been full? Even if it's true, the quota is probably impossible. Just another trick to make us work harder. Inside the Magneto Steelworks, however, the workers stayed quiet. Howard seemed to radiate a powerful aura that made them instinctively want to obey. He walked down from the platform and spoke as he descended. You think the standards are impossibly high, but I tell you, with just a little effort, they are entirely achievable. The guard captain hurried after him, clutching his weapon nervously, eyes scanning the crowd. But the blonde noble in his artisan-crafted power armor remained calm. As the Arbiter, not only had he been granted enhanced charisma and commanding authority, but he also possessed formidable combat skills. Even if the workers rioted, Howard was confident he could fight his way out. But no one moved. All eyes followed the noble's every step. Chapter 29, Chapter 28, The Wager. Howard walked toward the scorched workshop near the steel plant's feed zone and spoke loudly. Each work cycle is divided into 2 shifts, each lasting 16 hours. Each cycle includes 1 hour for maintenance, following a rotating shift system. He moved to coke oven number 2 and continued. The first stage of steel production is coking. After blending and crushing coking coal, it is loaded into the coke oven. Through the dry distillation process, hot coke and crude coke oven gas are produced. Oven number 1 has 53 chambers, oven number 2 has 53, and oven number 3 has 31, a total of 137 chambers. The coke pushing sequence follows the 5 to 4 standard. Coal charging time is 16 minutes. Each coke pushing cycle takes 11 minutes. The coke pushing sequence refers to the order in which coal is loaded into and coke is pushed out of the various chambers. After research, the technical workers of the Fender family optimized the process to reduce wait time. The work cycle was dramatically shortened from 26 minutes to 11 minutes. Under Howard's signal, they performed a demonstration. Each oven's coking time is 15 hours. Quenching and screening take 34 minutes. Full operation per oven is 16 hours. Each shift must complete 1 full cycle. Output per shift should be 137 ovens, with a standard coke yield of 2,013 tons. The workers all looked to a foreman, who had previously served as a head at the coking workshop in the neighboring Katowice Dome steel plant. The bald foreman scratched his head and gave a slight nod. Despite the tight timing, a well-coordinated team giving full effort could realistically meet the target. As Howard detailed each procedure's standards, the workers gradually became convinced that, while challenging, these benchmarks were achievable. Returning to the raised platform, the blonde noble continued. As this is Magnitogorsk Steelworks' first production cycle after resuming operations, I grant you this concession: any shift completing their quota before the next night Kai shift arrives will receive corpse starch rations. The first crew to finish will be rewarded with tuna, bread, and clean water. These are the same provisions I consume, foods that 80% of Upper Hive citizens never taste. Those who eat this would be able to boast that they dine better than those of the Upper Hive. The bald foreman was the first to react. He smacked his head and shouted. What are we waiting for? True or not, we'll find out if we try. What was that fish called again? Howard smiled. Tuna. Anyone who wants tuna, move with the old men. You, and you 3 look the strongest. You'll be the coal loading and coke pushing cart team. Start now. Remember, fully loaded, level, compact, and even. 4 hours remained before the night Kai shift. The bald foreman let out a shout. We did it. He released the cart and strode up to the platform. All the workers stopped and looked toward it. Howard gestured to the guard captain to bring up the foreman of the soot-covered coking team. Don't rush, it's yours, no one will take it. I'll have the cook warm it up for you. No need, the foreman said hurriedly. Cold is fine. Amid the envious stares of all the workers, he received a lunchbox and a water flask. Thank you, sir. Praise be to you. He said repeatedly as he carefully held the reward and turned to leave. At that moment, workers from other factories stared wide-eyed. They saw the foreman share food with his team and watched them eat, their jaws nearly dropped. One thought rose in all their minds. So the noble was telling the truth. Howard shook his head. Since he had promised, he wouldn't go back on his word. The honor of the Fender family was worth far more than tuna and clean water. Rubbing his brow, he looked down. He saw that everyone's auras radiated a passionate red and an optimistic white. The blonde noble turned off his spirit vision and observed the crowd from the platform. The once exhausted workers now moved like they'd been injected with stimulants, powerful and quick. So this is what my lord meant by motivating the workers. He nodded in satisfaction and told the guard captain. Stay behind and distribute the corpse starch, strictly follow the standard. Then, Howard walked toward the newly expanded rest chamber once occupied by Nareth. Closing the door behind him, the blonde noble yawned. Unlike Bukeo the Sleepless, he was starting to feel fatigued after nearly 2 full work cycles without rest. At the same time, just outside the shantytown near the Lukivo hive city, Nareth encountered Thierry Vieira. Thierry was around 23 or 24, tall and well-proportioned, with smooth, defined muscles. His short golden hair accentuated his chiseled features. His eyes were deep and bright as he stared in shock at the giant before him, gripping a heavy halberd. Instinctively gripping his ancestral longsword at his waist, Thierry asked in a low voice. Are you Nareth, the new king of Tisca? I shall be the ruler of Ostroia. And you should kneel before me. Nareth stepped forward, and Thierry felt immense pressure from the giant's words, spoken with unshakable confidence, as if they were truth itself. Thousands of so-called kings have tried to conquer Ostroia for hundreds of years. None succeeded. What makes you think you will, with less than 3,000 men? You can't even take Lukivo with those numbers. You're wrong, Nareth said sternly. My confidence comes from my strength. They say you're Ostroia's finest swordsman. I'd like to see what you're made of. Thierry smirked confidently. Size doesn't decide the outcome of the battle. If I win, will you, so-called king of Ostroia, submit to me? Since you're so confident, how about this, the loser must serve the victor for life. Deal. Upon hearing Nareth's bold wager, Thierry thought to himself. I've killed more than a dozen ogrins. Nareth is just taller, I can defeat him. If I gain control of Tisca, my revenge is within reach. I won't be as reckless as he is, I'll keep using guerrilla tactics, gather troops, and eventually crush Pohachi. If he does defeat me, it means he might be able to kill Pohachi. In that case, serving him wouldn't be unacceptable. But, that won't happen. My lord, allow me to face him first, said Roslav with a burning fighting spirit. He stared at Thierry. Thierry glanced at the dark-skinned, muscular man, clearly tanned from long years of labor. A worker. Thierry frowned slightly. Nareth looked mighty, at least. This one just seemed big, and yet he dared to challenge him. He speaks for you. No one speaks for my lord, Roslav declared. He pulled a lost pistol from his belt. This is a fine piece from the Boleslav family. If you beat me, it's yours. A fine weapon indeed, Thierry nodded. All right, let's have a match first. He drew his powered sword and activated its disruptive field with a button on the hilt. Roslav simultaneously activated his chainsaw sword. The two walked toward each other. A cold gleam flashed in Thierry's eyes as he lunged forward, the first, most basic strike of the Osbergvia style, a direct thrust, fast as a fiery snake, aimed for Roslav's chest. Chapter 30, Chapter 29, Osbergvia. Roslav swung his sword in a slash, blocking the thrust. Thierry was startled, the opponent actually blocked his fierce strike. Roslav frowned. He noticed a small scorch mark on his chainsword. Although it was only the size of a grain of rice, it showed that the weapon he had taken from the officer was inferior to Thierry's heirloom power sword. A glint flickered in Thierry's eyes, and his wrist twitched. Osbergvia, form number 2, backhand thrust. The power sword coiled like a snake, sliding past the chainsword and aiming straight for Roslav's arm. Roslav didn't dodge. His weapon was inferior, so he had to end the fight quickly. He stepped forward, withdrew to avoid the thrust, and launched a practice strike, the 23rd form of Osbergvia, one he had trained tens of thousands of times. Even though he didn't know which form it technically belonged to, he had fully mastered the art of overcoming strength with skill. The roaring chainsword came down toward Thierry's shoulder. Thierry's eyes lit up. This was the first time he had met someone who had mastered the 23rd form to such an extent, even breaking from traditional interpretations. This slash not only struck at his weak spot, it also anticipated Thierry's own movements. Realizing this, Thierry's eyes ignited. Roslav was no longer just a warm-up opponent, he was now a rival who required his full strength. He used Osbergvia form number 6, twisting his arm and raising his power sword to parry the chainsword. Dressed in bulletproof armor and standing behind Nareth and the company commander, Cessny watched the brilliant duel closely with sapphire blue eyes. Every strike from Regiment Commander Roslav aimed straight at the vital points, fierce and precise. So this is the Regiment Commander's true strength. When I challenged him before, he didn't go all out. If he had, I wouldn't have lasted even a minute. What surprised Cessny more was that Roslav's ferocious offense wasn't enough to dominate. His opponent's sword seemed alive, its fluid attacks forming a web that constantly forced the commander to adjust. Realizing this, he couldn't help but worry. Nareth, on the other hand, had already deduced the outcome. He had also gained a clearer understanding of the power of a Sequence 9. A Sequence 9 transcendent can push an ordinary human to their limits. But among humanity, there are already many who surpass the ordinary, they are no mere mortals. If Roslav had fully digested his potion and become a true warrior, he might have had a chance. But right now, he's not Thierry's match. Also, his weapon failed him. That one charged strike didn't land, he's lost his chance. Nareth's superhuman mind captured every move Thierry made, every strike he delivered. Within 10 minutes, he had absorbed the culmination of thousands of years of Vostroya swordsmanship, Osbergvia, and even advanced it to an unmatched level. Roslav has lost. Nareth heard the wail of the chains word as it began to give out. As he sighed inwardly, Thierry seized the opportunity, executing Osbergvia form number 33, a lethal combo. The power sword pounded like a warhammer, launching relentless strikes. Roslav, using what he had just learned from his opponent, applied form number 6 to desperately defend. But Thierry's furious onslaught was like a legendary tide, wave after wave crashing into the chains word. With a loud explosion, the finely crafted weapon shattered. Fragments scattered, and Roslav showed a bitter smile. I've lost. He silently walked back. The warriors of the Vostroya 1st Regiment all looked downcast, their commander had been defeated. Thierry opened his mouth and took a few deep breaths before recovering. Though it had only been 10 minutes, the stamina and energy he had spent exceeded that of a full-scale battle. If Roslav's weapon hadn't broken, the duel would have continued. After a few seconds, he silently picked up a laser pistol. A commanding voice rang in his ears. I'll give you 30 minutes to rest. Understood, Thierry replied. If this had been before the duel, he would have declined, but now he found himself doubting. Nareth's nameless subordinate was this strong, and the man himself seems even more proficient in battle. Can I really defeat him? 10 minutes later, Thierry approached the giant. His eyes were resolute, his confidence restored. At the 4th step, he suddenly charged forward. Nareth didn't move. He saw clearly that Thierry was about to enter the halberd's range, then suddenly shifted directions, leaping rapidly around him. Nareth understood, Thierry had anticipated that he'd use brute strength when Thierry entered range. Thierry wanted to catch him off guard during a turn. Nareth moved, and the halberd thrust forward. Surprisingly, it wasn't a wild blow, but a precise stab with the tip. Thierry's expression changed. This strike contained the swift thrust of Osbergvia form number 1 and the pinpoint accuracy of form number 23. He couldn't block it, he had to roll awkwardly on the ground to dodge. Just as he got up, the halberd came sweeping in. Gritting his teeth, Thierry raised both arms to meet it head-on. The expected impact never came. Nareth's wrist twisted, and the halberd spun like a windmill, its momentum disrupting Thierry's sword stance. The spear tip darted straight for his chest. Thierry leapt back. A cold sensation spread across his chest, his armor had been slashed open. That was form number 2, no. It also included form number 23. How is that possible? As Thierry retreated, shock filled his heart. The giant hadn't relied on brute force. He had seamlessly fused Osbergvia into his strikes. He used Vostroya swordsmanship, but surpassed it. Landing on his feet, Thierry ignored the blood trickling from his chest. He lunged forward, sword flashing like a silver storm. After 33 continuous strikes, Thierry was flung away like a kite with a broken string. He landed on one knee. I admit defeat. Thierry gave a self-deprecating smile. He now knew Nareth could have defeated him in a single blow, but instead dismantled every single technique of Osbergvia. He wanted to break every skill I mastered. He wanted to make me realize that the gap between us wasn't just strength, it was skill. This was a complete defeat. Thierry accepted it wholeheartedly. King Nareth, I swear by the honor of the Vieira family and my soul, as long as you slay Pohachi, I will serve you for all eternity. I accept your loyalty. Nareth replied deeply, tend to your wounds, then lead the way. As you command. As Thierry walked toward his subordinates, the soldiers of the Vostroya's 1st Regiment finally came back to their senses. Their morale surged. Especially the new recruits, having witnessed Nareth's divine power, they now believed this battle could be won. Cessny gazed up at Nareth's back, eyes filled with admiration. 5 minutes later, Thierry's wounds were treated with medical gel. He changed into a new set of armor in a military tent, then stood before Nareth. My lord, please follow me. Chapter 31, Chapter 30, Maglev Train. The Vostroyan 1st Regiment followed Thierry's forces through an abandoned mining tunnel, infiltrating the underhive. Thierry Vieira approached Nareth and offered a suggestion. My lord, we number nearly 4,000, and your body is massive. To reach the upper hive before the Mad King reacts, we must seize a maglev train station and hijack a train. Lukivo Hive City possesses a unique transportation system unmatched by other hives. Each maglev train spans 1.6093 kilometers and can rapidly transport troops, vehicles, or supplies. With hatred in his voice, Thierry continued. It is precisely this technology that allows the Mad King to maintain control. During my guerrilla campaigns, his greatest threat was mobility. Pohachi could deploy from the Hive Spire and reach any part of the Hive City in just 3 standard hours. Fortunately, the train's extreme speed works against them. Once a car detaches, it takes hours, or even several work cycles, to come to a stop through friction alone. I plan to hijack the cars at a track junction. This maglev technology was uncovered from ancient ruins by the ancestors of the Piankowski family. They acquired sacred blueprints for constructing these trains, a legacy that became the foundation of their power. Nareth nodded in agreement. Where's the nearest station? Thierry pulled out a datapad and input some commands. 2 routes arced upward on the display. My lord, the closest is station D404. This route is 20.5 kilometers long. However, it involves passing through narrow ventilation shafts that you cannot fit through. You would have to take a detour, 31.4 kilometers long. Nareth fell into deep thought, calculating rapidly in his mind and formulating a plan. Moments later, he spoke. Send a small squad to lead the way. He looked past the eager company captains and set his eyes on Skesny. 7th Company, you are honored with this mission. Seize the maglev train station. By your command, my king. The 7th Company captain responded loudly, drawing envy from the others. Thierry observed in silence, deeply impressed. These soldiers of King Nareth revere him with extraordinary devotion. He's risen to power recently, how did he inspire such loyalty? Looking at the giant, Thierry understood. Nareth was like a god of war, worthy of awe and admiration. Skesny gripped his Los rifle tightly, eyes burning with determination. This was his chance. He noticed Roslov pulling their captain aside and whispering something to him. The captain, who had lost his right eye but never replaced it with a prosthetic, turned and looked back. With surgical thread still stitched across his blind eye, the captain returned and bellowed. Move out. Skesny followed behind his captain and guide. They trudged past filthy sewage pits and crawled through narrow ducts. They stopped 1.4 kilometers short of station D404. The guide Thierry sent leaned in and whispered to the 7th Company captain. Station D404 has 5 operational teams, 2 of which rotate guard duty. Each guard team has 125 soldiers. He then pulled out his datapad and showed the station's layout. All lower hive stations are built with the D-standard design, identical in structure, guard rooms, platforms, entrances, and exits. The captain nodded, his single eye shifting between the station and the screen. He finally issued orders. 4th Squad, you attack the guard room. Skesny, your team leads the assault. Under envious stares, Skesny struck his chest with a clenched fist. The captain finished assigning tasks and addressed his officers. Sync your timers, we attack in 10 minutes. Now, move into your tactical assault positions just like we trained. He watched them all perform the same motion. Arms extended to the side, elbows bent, fists raised to cheek height, palms facing the one giving the command. The 7th Company captain whispered. Execute. Skesny returned to his squad, stealthily advancing using pillars and terrain for cover to reach their attack points. At the set time, the 7th Company launched its assault. Skesny's Los rifle fired a beam, striking the head of a guard near the door. Another sharpshooter took out the second one. Skesny pulled out a flash grenade, dashed to the door, kicked it open, hurled the grenade inside, and rolled to the wall. A blinding flash lit the guard room. The assault team, wearing protective goggles, rushed in. Skesny led the charge, pulling the trigger. The blinded guards flailed with weapons, but their resistance was futile. 14 minutes later, the 7th Company secured the station, only 2 soldiers were lost to stray fire. Nareth's main force soon arrived. He walked up to the 7th Company. Well done. Mission accomplished. His praise made the warriors stand tall with pride. They moved to the platform. When inactive, maglev trains sit flush with the rails. From the outside, the trains looked normal, but inside, they were special. The carriages were connected by couplings to the engine and to each other, driven by a control panel. Board the train. Nareth commanded. 3 of the cars were taller to accommodate vehicles. He pulled open the car door connected to the engine and entered. It was just tall enough for him to stand. Bukeo, Roslov, the 7th Company captain, and Thierry joined him. The rest boarded the other cars. Thierry's engineers climbed into the engine. One brought up the control panel. It was composed of levers, dials, and intricate displays. The engineer pulled a lever while chanting a prayer. The slumbering machine spirit awakened. Maglev technology activated the groove-fitted levitation plates, raising the train 2.54 centimeters above the tracks. My lord, we await your command. Thierry sought Nareth's approval, then gave the order. Depart. The engineer pushed the lever forward. The propulsion unit spun up with astonishing speed, launching the Maglev train. Along the way, Nareth received a debriefing, focusing especially on Skesny's performance. Upper Hive, Station B, 19. The station master sipped water leisurely when an alarm suddenly blared. Frowning, he grabbed the radio. Station master, urgent. A train is approaching at high speed, it's not on the schedule. Initiate emergency intercept procedures. Sirens echoed throughout the station. Defense troops scrambled to the platform and raised a wire barricade. But the speeding train shattered it in an instant. The defense captain knew the wire wouldn't stop a steel monster at that speed. When the train finally stopped, he breathed a sigh of relief, then shouted. Prepare to engage. The next moment, his eyes widened in shock. A giant had leapt from the train. Chapter 32, Chapter 31, Crushing the Garrison. What is that? The guard captain's eyes widened. In the next instant, the giant had already appeared before him. ATT. Before he could finish speaking, he was sent flying. After tumbling several times, he landed and died from the impact. Thierry stepped down from the carriage just in time to see Nareth charge forward, crashing through the security troops and creating a wide corridor. Everyone in his direct path was killed instantly, while those nearby were blown away by the shockwave. His pupils contracted, only now did he realize that Nareth's strength was even more terrifying than he had imagined. He's like a god of war from the old myths. If he hadn't wanted to recruit me, I wouldn't even have had a chance to fight, I'd be a bloody smear on the ground. Thierry no longer had the slightest doubt about Nareth. This work cycle would mark the Mad King's downfall. A monster. It's a god descended to punish the Mad King. The guards' morale collapsed. They shouted and fled in panic. Take me to Pohachi Spire, Nareth said to Thierry, ignoring the chaos. My lord, the station is only 25.4 kilometers from the Mad King's spire. Please follow me. 3 kilometers in, the group encountered resistance from the capital security force. With his superhuman senses, Nareth assessed the entire force, 4,100 men, more than the number in Tiska, and better equipped, with 1 support vehicle per 100 men. This Pohachi might be mad, but he's way more generous than Bolslaw. These vehicles may not be much in open warfare, but in the capital, they're powerful riot control units. A problem. Only Thierry and Razlov wore exoskeleton armor. The rest would surely suffer under heavy gunfire. Nareth converted all variables, numbers, firepower, and terrain into parameters and fed them into his mental model to form a battle plan. The 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th companies, along with Thierry's forces, will attack from the left flank. The other 6 companies will strike from the right. Other than Razlov and a few elites, the Vostroya 1st Regiment, composed of gang members and Upper Hive workers, was less experienced than Thierry's battle-hardened squad. Assigning the 4 rookie companies to the left evened the power balance. The 6 veteran companies on the right had stronger cohesion and coordination, making them less compatible with new troops. Nareth then charged into the enemy ranks, intending to draw their heavy fire, especially from the machine guns. The garrison commander was shocked to see the giant charging in and flinging a support vehicle with one swing of his massive halberd. Seeing Nareth head straight for him, he yelled, "Attack! Concentrate fire! Aim for the monster! Shoot!" Thousands raised their weapons toward Nareth. He swung his halberd again, smashing another support vehicle 5 meters ahead. Then he swept to both sides. The enemy soldiers didn't even have time to react before their upper bodies exploded in a flurry of blasts. Advance! Attack! Razlov shouted, already expecting this, and gave the attack order. Under pressure from the captains and veteran soldiers, even the rookie companies began to move. The soldiers of the new 4th Company stood dazed for a moment before snapping back to their senses. Thierry was briefly stunned too. When had battle ever looked like this? Against Nareth, do tactics even matter? And all those years I spent training in swordsmanship, what's the point? Only when bullets bounced harmlessly off his exo-armor did he snap back. He glanced at Nareth charging ahead and gave the order. Attack! There was a slight bitterness in his voice. In the past, his followers would have noticed his unusual tone. But now, everyone's attention was fixated on the towering figure before them. Nareth advanced steadily, all while monitoring both flanks. The veterans on the right worked in perfect coordination, morale high under Razlov's command. Bukeo prowled alone along the edge of the formation, using a silenced Loss pistol to destroy floodlights. He moved through shadows, unnoticed. Each time he appeared, an enemy commander died, throwing the troops into deeper chaos. Thierry was somewhat distracted, but remained the strongest fighter on the left flank apart from Nareth. The soldiers of the Vieira family burned with vengeance in their eyes, far outmatching the rookies beside them. The new recruits, though initially confused, found their footing after some shouted orders from commanders. Nareth had drawn the brunt of enemy fire, giving the others breathing room against scattered resistance. The 7th Company, which had captured the train station, performed especially well. In particular, Nareth focused on Skesny, who not only had flawless aim but also a natural grasp of battlefield command. He shouted orders to his team and coordinated with nearby squads. Sandomierski, push forward. Take out that bastard at your 11 o'clock. Warziniak, get back here and hold the line. Wasilewski, I'll draw their fire, flank them from the side. Nareth turned his attention forward. He had made a decision, Skesny would be trained as a sailor. Thierry was a natural warrior, with potential far beyond Roslav, but his loyalty still needed testing. Nareth spotted the panicked enemy commander fleeing ahead, then broke into a run. After 5 long strides, he leaped high into the air. He stomped on a support vehicle mid-air and launched himself again. Step on it. I said floor it, damn it, the Lukivo garrison commander screamed at the driver in terror. But the next moment, he felt a shadow fall over him. He looked up in horror, and his final thought was, I'm done for. Nareth crashed into the command vehicle, crushing the commander into pulp. He felt his energy grow more agile and his body lighter. He knew that his barbarian power had reached a new level of digestion. The security troops collapsed entirely. They dropped their weapons and scattered. The battlefield was cleared in 10 standard minutes. The Vostroya 1st Regiment captured 3 support vehicles, the Vieira family's forces took 2. Ammunition was restocked. Thierry boarded a support vehicle, leading the way 3 meters ahead and to Nareth's left. Piankowski family spire. The metal-clad Pohachi, not a scrap of flesh left on his body, every step clanking like steel, entered the palace. Everyone lowered their heads immediately, especially the nobles whose incomplete augmentations had begun to fail, their vision flickering with ghostly double images. The Mad King can't see me, the Mad King can't see me. They repeated in their minds. Pohachi sat on the iron throne, raising his right arm, the mechanical claw pointing at a red-robed figure who concealed his legs under cloth. Miravsky, I already sent Murzievsky's troops to intercept. Why are you disturbing my experiment? At the word experiment, everyone present visibly flinched. My king, I beg your forgiveness. But the enemy attacking the upper hive is not only Thierry Vieira the traitor, there's a monster. Chapter 33, Chapter 32, Death of the Mad King. This is the footage captured by the surveillance cameras. My king, please have a look. Miravsky operated the datapad and displayed the battle footage for the Mad King. Pohachi's cybernetic eye rotated, focusing on the enemy forces that had slaughtered their way into the upper hive and were heading straight for his hive spire. When he saw the giant in the footage, his mechanical eye glowed red. Seconds later, Pohachi abruptly stood up. Good. Excellent. His crimson mechanical eye swept over everyone in the room, and he sneered. Fools, now you will see, this is the moment you understand how fragile flesh truly is. That brute thinks he's strong, but compared to me with my perfect body, he's nothing more than a toy. Bring up the surveillance footage beneath the spire. You worthless lot, open your eyes and watch closely. With that, Pohachi strode out of the palace. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. One thought surfaced in most minds. Omnicia above, please grant that giant victory. Let him slay the Mad King. As the elevator reached the ground, Pohachi couldn't wait, he rammed the iron doors open and charged outside toward the hive spire. As he ran, the full battlefield came into view. To his shock, his meticulously crafted steel legion, despite outnumbering the enemy several times, held no advantage and was being beaten back. This is illogical. His cyber eye flashed. He activated a dynamic scanner installed in his left eye to assess the battlefield. He first locked onto 2 targets, Thierry Vieira and a burly man he didn't recognize. Both were tearing through his steel soldiers like paper. The scanner deemed them moderate threats, so he lost interest. He then pushed the scanner to its limits and finally locked onto the giant. In the next instant, the scanner sparked violently, and Pohachi lost all vision in his left eye. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He stared at the giant with his remaining eye. Someone had actually exceeded the scanner's analysis threshold, this defied all of his understanding. His body trembled. He charged directly at the giant. Pohachi would not allow anything that violated reason and truth to exist. The heretical giant had to be purged. Nareth had noticed the mechanical being the moment it stepped out of the spire tower. He quickly connected it to the identity of the Mad King of Lukivo. Swinging his massive halberd to clear a swath of enemies, he was just about to execute the enemy leader, when Pohachi rushed toward him. Heretic. Die. A mechanical buzz mixed with electrical static came from Pohachi's voice synthesizer. He raised his left arm, a 3.2-meter-long folded mantis blade, and slashed downward at Nareth's head. Nareth parried with his halberd. Clang! The blade tip cut a deep groove into the weapon's shaft. Forged at great cost and tempered many times, the mantis blade held the upper hand. In that moment, the noise in Pohachi's mind fell silent. Machines are invinci. His voice cut off mid-sentence. Suddenly, a massive force surged from the halberd. Boom! The mantis blade shattered. Fragments tore through the air and struck several charging steel soldiers. One shard pierced clean through a soldier's alloy armor, punctured his heart, and burst out the other side. A spinning pivot joint smashed into another's throat, blood erupted like a fountain. Mistake, it's all a mistake. Pohachi heard the mechanical wails of his failing body. He swung his mechanical arm at Nareth. But Nareth caught the punch effortlessly with his left hand. With a simple flick, Pohachi's body flew through the air uncontrollably. Nareth then swung the Mad King like a massive flail, first to the left, crushing several steel soldiers into pulp, then to the rear, sweeping away another cluster of enemies. Finding the weapon unexpectedly effective, Nareth charged into the densest part of the enemy horde, swinging Pohachi like a windmill. Enemies dropped like harvested wheat. The steel soldiers desperately charged Nareth, trying to rescue their king, their guide to mechanical ascension. They surged like a tide toward the giant. Only to shatter against a reef harder than steel, flung in all directions. Nareth kept swinging Pohachi madly until... boom! The mechanical body finally shattered under his ferocious strength. Only then did he stop. At that moment, having broken Lukivo's rules with such barbaric behavior, Nareth felt the potion within him mostly digested. King Pohachi is dead. The steel soldiers' eyes widened. Their faith was shattered. They collapsed to their knees in despair. The Mad King is dead. Back in the palace at the Spire Tower, the hall erupted in cheers. Most nobles raised their arms and shouted, celebrating the end of a dark era. They turned to the retreating mutants. Don't let the Mad King's lapdogs escape. While nobles vented their fury, Thierry ran to confirm Pohachi's corpse. Once sure the Mad King was truly dead, he immediately knelt before Nareth. My king, I, Thierry Vieira, swear upon you once more, with the honor and soul of my house to serve you loyally, forevermore. I accept your allegiance. Nareth replied deeply, gather your men. Follow me to the spire. Roslav, take your forces. Round up and detain the enemies. Establish a defensive perimeter. Yes, my lord. Roslav accepted the order and moved swiftly. Led by Thierry, Nareth reached the palace. As he entered, he saw the golden hall stained red with blood, corpses lying in pools of it. He glanced toward the lavishly dressed nobles, and before he could speak, they all dropped to one knee. We pledge our loyalty to Lukivo's liberator. Nareth fell silent. He activated his spirit vision and scanned the room. Most nobles had auras of bright yellow and white, signs of joy, relief, and light. Now he understood. I accept your allegiance. My king, the entire hive welcomes your rule, except for Kivier, 15, Muggos of the Third Altar. Nareth had already prepared for this. He turned to the Lukivo nobles and asked sternly. Has there been a sharp drop in productivity recently? The nobles were stunned. How did this giant know? Did Thierry tell him? My king, I am Count Muravsky. Wise as you are, it is indeed so. Nareth nodded. His judgment was spot on. Pohachi, obsessed with machines, contemptuous of flesh, bordering on madness, clearly never took the xeno-pirate-induced food crisis seriously. If even remote Tiska was affected, then densely populated, central Lukivo would have been hit even harder. But no one dared report it, and Pohachi never cared about fragile flesh. I need a representative to tell the Muggos that I will restore and increase Lukivo's productivity. The nobles looked at one another before turning to Muravsky. My king, I will go. I believe that the Muggos does not want war to continue in Lukivo. My king, I will go with Count Muravsky. Thierry volunteered. Nareth agreed immediately. Good. Tell Muggos Kivier, 15 that if he doubts me, he may confirm with Muggos Kaminsky. Chapter 34, Chapter 33, Logic Wins Allegiance. Altar 3, Lukivo Hive City. Muggos Kivier, 15 withdrew the data probe from his mechandendrite, disconnecting it from the datapad brought by Muravsky. The identifier Kivier can be traced back to the Martian explorator fleet Muggos, who first discovered Vostroya. It carried a prestigious legacy and was used by many local members. The designation, -15, was a custom extension added by the Muggos to highlight the unique personality matrix of this unit, much like another tech priest bearing the -23 suffix. Thierry was the first to speak. Muggos, as you can see, Pohachi is dead. The new king, Nareth, from the Tiska Hive City, has taken control of the Hive Spire and Upper Hive. Muravsky added, Mugos, Pohachi had long been insane. Without King Nareth's intervention, Lukivo would have collapsed soon. Foolish Pohachi. Fragile humans. The voice that echoed from within the crimson robes made clear Kivir 15's judgment. Pohachi's pursuit of the perfect body wasn't wrong in concept, but he had overestimated the intelligence and endurance of fragile flesh. Muravsky and Thierry exchanged glances. They understood perfectly well, the Mad King had ruled Lukivo for so long only with the Mugos' tacit approval. The white-haired Marquis quickly spoke, Mugos, King Nareth has already taken note of Lukivo's recent drop in production. He has promised to restore productivity quickly. Thierry added, King Nareth has already achieved this in Tiska, and he has reached an agreement with Mugos Kaminsky. Kivir 15 remained silent. His golden mechanical eyes flickered in binary red and green as he connected via the Mechanicum's exclusive high-level communication channel to contact Mugos Kaminsky. A torrent of binary data surged for a moment before the Mugos finally spoke. I will meet this new king. Lead the way. 16 standard minutes later, Kivir 15 met the new king. Compared to Kaminsky and even Pohachi, this Mugos believed even more in the supremacy of the mechanical body. Only after 5 full minutes of sparring did he finally speak. Kaminsky tells me you restored Tiska's productivity and completed reforms under the lower hive domes. But you did not fulfill the agreement to eliminate the Xenos raiders. Instead, you attacked Lukivo and killed Pohachi, who was blessed by the Omnisia. This is a breach of contract. Nareth shook his head. On the contrary, I attacked Lukivo precisely to fulfill the contract. What you say lacks logic. To eliminate the Xenos, I need void ships. All 3 ships from Tiska have already set off under Robert Boleslaw's command. Nareth's eyes gleamed. I didn't attack Mazov or Szczecin first. I targeted Lukivo for the Pyankowski family's frigate. After capturing the Hive Spire and searching Pohachi's palace, he gained 3 significant rewards. First, the foundation of the Pyankowski family's power, STC blueprints for the maglev trains and some incomplete mechanical modification technology. Second, rare alchemical ingredients he alone could fully utilize, 25 types totaling 43 ingredients. Along with another complete set for the Sailor potion, his greatest find was 2 full sets for the Savant potion. He discovered the main ingredients in the study, 2 data boards from deceased tech priests, and he found 7 secondary ingredients in the lab, including an unused Class 1 Martian helical gear. Had he found a suitable candidate, he'd have already sent Bukeo and Roslov to other hive cities to kill a few tech priests and acquire more data boards. Third, the frigate docked at the starport. Unlike Tiska, where battleships were divided under the control of the Boleslaw, Fender, and Kernikova families, Lukivo had only 1 ship, Piszczek. Upon this discovery, Nareth immediately dispatched Bukeo and the 7th Company to the starport with the access key to secure the frigate. At the same time, he reorganized his arguments using Beyonder eloquence to align with this new advantage. After advancing to Barbarian, many of his Beyonder lawyer abilities had grown stronger. Although his power to exploit legal loopholes hadn't improved much, his data analysis and persuasive skills had seen considerable enhancement. Now that I have a frigate, I can take to the Star Sea and strike the Xenos pirates. He pulled out a datapad. Previously, he had spent 15 minutes processing 6 full work cycles worth of production data from Lukivo's upper hive, pinpointing key issues using his analytical skill, and generating visual graphs. This first chart shows a trapezoidal graph, production stats from 6 cycles ago at the B-14 weapons foundry during the White Knight shift, in 10-minute intervals. As you can see, once the shift exceeds 5 hours, output plummets by 8.52%. He tapped the datapad to bring up another graph. This is from 5 cycles ago, same factory, same shift. Output during the first standard hour was already lower than that of the 3rd hour the previous day. By the 4th hour, it dropped rapidly, by 10.83%. Nareth showed each chart to Kivir 15, letting the data speak for itself. Finally, he brought up an aggregate productivity chart, measured in Martian credits, tracking Lukivo Upper Hive's 6-cycle output. This chart shows Lukivo Upper Hive's total productivity dropped from 2.508 billion per cycle to 1.635 billion Martian credits. Combined with earlier data, the conclusion is clear: Lukivo's productivity is rapidly declining. Data accurate. Rigorous logic. Conclusion valid. Kivir 15 gave an immediate assessment, then turned to the giant before him. King Nareth, how shall this be resolved? Simple. Address the root problem. And there's only one cause: food. Workers are not machines. Not servitors. They are not made of steel. The weakness of the flesh, Kivir 15 scoffed at organic beings, but had to admit reality. Kaminsky and I request that you fulfill your promise as soon as possible. Of course. I always honor my word. I need 12 work cycles to prepare. After capturing Lukivo, Nareth realized the severity of the food crisis. Losses for the 1st Vostroyan Regiment were minimal during battle, so he decided to preemptively strike Mazov and Szczecin, then immediately launch into the stars to deal with the Xenos raiders. Seeing that Nareth had easily won over Kievier 15 and secured recognition as Lukivo's new ruler, both Thierry and Muravsky finally let go of their concerns. This giant not only possessed divine power, but unlike Pohachi, he wasn't mad. In non-combat times, he was logical and astute, hitting the Mugos' concerns and using logic to gain support, achieving his political goals. Both men had the same thought: the balance of Vostroya will shift. Nareth will unify all 33 hives and become the one true king. With plans to soon leave Lukivo and head to the stars, Nareth decided that reforms would wait until his return. Muravsky, you'll temporarily handle Lukivo's administration. As you command, my king. After Muravsky left, Nareth sent word to Roslav and Bukeo, summoning them to the palace for a military meeting. He was preparing for the next round of expansion. Szczesny was also explicitly named to attend this meeting. Chapter 35, Chapter 34, Military Expansion. The military meeting commenced. Nareth first listened to a briefing. Bukeo gave Szczesny the opportunity to speak. My king. Szczesny nervously looked up, meeting Nareth's pitch-black eyes. His mind instantly went blank. He froze for several seconds until Bukeo nudged him from the side, reminding him of the advice he had given on the way there. Look at our lord's feet. Szczesny quickly lowered his head and instinctively changed his way of addressing Nareth, following Bukeo's lead. My lord, the 7th Company has taken control of the Piszczek. The crew has sworn their allegiance to you. The frigate is in good condition and ready to set sail at any time. Well done. Hearing Nareth's words, Szczesny breathed a sigh of relief. He still didn't understand why the company captain wasn't giving a report, why he, a mere squad leader, had been chosen instead. My lord, the defensive perimeter around the spire tower has been mostly completed, Roslav reported, still using his preferred form of address, though to him, Nareth was nothing short of a deity. Additionally, out of the surviving prisoners, 4,806 believe that you, who defeated the Mad King, are the true representative of Omniscia. They wish to swear allegiance to you. Thierry noticed that all eyes were on him. My lord, I believe their loyalty is sincere. Pohachi ruled this army by cultivating a personality cult, claiming his perfect physique proved he was the emissary of Omniscia. His private army, indoctrinated for years, truly believed in his lies. But now, you've slain the Mad King right before their eyes, shattering their faith. Thierry was still deeply shaken by what he had witnessed. Thus, they naturally now see you as the embodiment of the image Pohachi had constructed. Nareth nodded, immediately revising his plans for military expansion in his mind. 10 seconds later, he spoke. I accept their allegiance. Roslav, immediately select soldiers to replenish the 1st Regiment ranks. Thierry, you will use the personnel from the Vieira family as a foundation and recruit from the surrendered troops to form the 2nd Regiment, following the 1st Regiment's structure. Bukeo, you will be responsible for forming the 3rd Regiment. You may select from the surrendered troops or recruit independently. Nareth granted Bukeo greater freedom, given that the young man's physique was still within the normal human range. But Sleepless did not have the sheer physical power of the warrior, so forming his own regiment would be a more specialized task. As you command, my lord. Szczesny, you will form the 4th Regiment. Your squad and the remaining prisoners will serve as your foundation. For any shortages, you may recruit independently. Any objections? Among everyone present, Szczesny had the least combat merit. Nareth left him with the leftover troops. This would be his final test. If Szczesny dared not accept the task, Nareth would simply demote him back to squad leader. Szczesny was stunned. He hadn't expected to be promoted directly from squad leader to a regiment commander. Though surprised, this time he didn't raise his head or freeze up. My lord, since you place your trust in me, I will not disappoint you. Szczesny, no need to feel nervous. I won't be selecting from the prisoners, they're all yours. Seeing that Bukeo had his own plan, Nareth accepted their division of labor. After some thought, he said. In that case, the remaining prisoners will be sent back to Tiska. Instruct Howard to form the 5th Regiment. At full strength, the 5 regiments would comprise 12,500 soldiers. Factoring in commanders and future armored vehicle reinforcements, the logistics would be a burden. But with control over Tiska and Lukivo, Nareth could afford it financially. Not to mention, he still planned to conquer 2 more hive cities. If not for the lack of capable personnel, he could raise 5 to 10 more regiments without issue. The lack of talent is still a problem. At this thought, Nareth recalled the 2 doses of the savant potion he could prepare. He looked at Thierry. Do you have any technically skilled personnel under your command? My lord, I have a technical team of 37 members. Among them, only Wojciech Bielik can truly be considered a technical expert. He pulled out a datapad and showed Nareth the personnel file. The Bielik has been a lineage of craftsmen for generations. Wojciech grew up working with machines. He developed the method for awakening the machine spirit of the maglev train and taught it to others. I need his services. Nareth decided to keep the men close and observe him. If his ability and loyalty met the minimum standards, he'd be made into a savant. To serve you would be his honor. Thierry gladly offered up his most capable technician. I'll send word for him to report to you at once. Nareth's gaze swept across the 4 regiment commanders. All your regiments will undergo swimming training, especially the 4th regiment. Skesny gave a wry smile and obeyed along with the others, thinking bitterly to himself. Is my lord deliberately picking on me? He must know I can't swim. Moments later, a middle-aged man with short brown hair and a red and white uniform walked briskly into the palace and solemnly saluted. My king. Lord Thierry, my lords. Wojciech Bielik greets you all. I hear you're a technician. I have 2 tasks for you, one is to repair the crack in my halberd, the other is to develop waterproof weaponry. Nareth gave him trial tasks to test his ability. Understood, my lord. Skesny, stay. The rest of you are dismissed. Since Thierry's loyalty still needed further testing, Nareth decided to begin training Skesny as a Beyonder first. Once the others had left, Nareth looked at Skesny. You seem stressed. Your insight is keen, my lord. Everything else is fine, but I truly have no talent for swimming. Nareth casually picked up a book from the table and handed it to him. Go read this in the side hall and wait for my call. Yes, my lord. Upon receiving the book, Skesny discovered it wasn't military theory as he had expected, but a book on rhetoric. With no choice, he went to the side hall. Although he came from a better background than those from the lower hives and had received a basic education at the Omnissiah's altar, rhetoric was a field only nobles, arbiters, and barristers studied. He had no foundation at all. Skesny felt that today was both the luckiest and most frustrating day of his entire work cycle. Still, once seated in the leather chair, he immediately dove into the book. While he wrestled with rhetorical concepts, Nareth's voice called to him. Skesny picked up the book and quickly entered the palace. 10 meters away from Nareth, he stopped. But the giant strode directly toward him. He saw Nareth's left hand extend a bottle toward him, blue gel-like fluid, as vast as the sea. Drink it. Without hesitation, Skesny took it and drank it all in one go. Half a standard hour later, under Nareth's guidance, Skesny mastered both meditation and spirit vision. Thank you for your divine gift, my lord. The sailor said with great emotion, ever more convinced that Nareth was a true god. Still worried about swimming? My lord, the sea is my home now. I want to dive in right this moment. The opportunity will come soon. Chapter 36, Chapter 35, Assassinating the Garrison Commander. 3 work cycles later, Nareth decided to launch a new offensive. Thierry and Skesny still needed time to form their own regiments, and Bukeo was only in the preparation phase. Nareth decided to lead only the 1st Regiment to conquer Szczecin and Mazov. Wielding a newly repaired halberd, he led the team forward, leaving Wojciech behind to continue developing waterproof weapons. Yelena hurried to join the team, surprised that King Nareth had already conquered the powerful hive city of Lukivo in such a short time. Mazov, upper hive, ventilation shaft. Maria Kernikova, standing 2.01 meters tall, smeared tube oil onto her curved blade. Another woman, with a shaved head, was maintaining a Las rifle. She glanced at the tactical wristwatch and whispered. Maria, the rendezvous time has passed by 13 standard minutes. Primarchkova is likely already dead. The 6 had split into 2 groups to carry out assassinations. Once they infiltrated the hive city, they acted separately to hunt their targets. Svetlana, she's not coming. She assassinated Baron Barasinski and triggered a security pursuit. There's no way she escaped with her skills. So it was her. I thought it was you, Svetlana said in surprise. Among the 6, the others each had their own strengths, but only Maria excelled in all areas. My target is the garrison commander. Primarchkova created an opportunity for me. As Maria spoke, she wiped her blade with a yellow silk cloth. Follow me. Svetlana hesitated for a few seconds. If anyone else had attempted an assassination while the target was alert, she'd think they were insane, but Maria had the ability to seize any chance. Garrison Commander Valyukiewicz of Mazov felt like he was losing his mind. The communicator buzzed constantly, he didn't even want to look at the message anymore. Valyukiewicz, the heir to our Skorupski family, has been dead for 2 cycles. You still haven't caught the killer. Valyukiewicz, I'm the new head of the Dlugoski family. My father, Barasinski, died last cycle. You must hand over the murderer. After begrudgingly responding to pressure from the noble houses, Valyukiewicz, his receding hairline clearly visible, decided to vent his rage on his subordinates. He switched to the command channel and roared at the squad leaders. You useless fools. You can't even pinpoint a single assassin's location. Damn it, if you don't find them today, don't even think about returning. He hung up, chugged a glass of water, and felt a bit better. Just then, the communicator buzzed again. Valukiewicz flinched and answered weakly. Commander, we found the assassin. She's hiding in chemical plant B-118. Valukiewicz instantly perked up and shouted. Keep an eye on her. I'm coming over. He jumped to his feet and gathered his men. Follow me. Today, we're catching that troublemaker. He boarded an open-top command vehicle, which sped through the streets. Just 2 kilometers from the target location, a blinding flash suddenly struck the speeding vehicle's wheel. The command vehicle lost control and slammed into a wall, spinning wildly. Assassin. Valukiewicz drew his Loss pistol. He hadn't expected the assassin to be so bold, attacking before he even entered the industrial zone. Those useless fools didn't report a breakout. Could there be more than one assassin? Valukiewicz didn't issue commands. He didn't want to draw attention and become a target. He crouch ran to the side of a building and scanned the surroundings. He noticed the Loss gun had been silenced, there was no sound during the shots. Each shot took down one of his men. The assassin's marksmanship was deadly accurate. After observing for a dozen seconds, he followed the beams and confirmed the sniper was in the water tower. An experienced assassin. That water tower supplies 15 nearby factories with water, too many escape routes. Valukiewicz grabbed his communicator to call the squad leaders. You idiots. Just as he began speaking, he failed to notice a shadow silently approaching from behind. B-138 water tower, repeat. B. A cold flash, a curved blade, and his head fell to the ground. Blood splashed across her face, but Maria felt nothing, no excitement, no sense of accomplishment from completing the mission. After Nareth conquered Szczecin, he sent the 7th Company to seize the Primarch, a destroyer docked at the spaceport. Another destroyer, the new Sax Sandax, was dispatched to fight the Xeno raiders. In the royal palace, aside from acquiring materials for the Sequence 9 potion Reader, he also obtained a key ingredient for the Sequence 8 potion Midnight Poet, the next stage of Sleepless, an ancient, legendary poem. The Magdan were the most culturally ostracized subgroup among the Vostroya. They revered culture, something tech priests held in contempt. The Szczecin royal palace had 2 volumes of ancient Terran poetry. The Nightingale and the Spring by Musa Jalil. The Harmony of Light by Herbert. Nareth left behind the 3rd and 9th Companies to hold the city, then led a new attack on Mazov. Upon entering the upper hive, he immediately noticed something unusual. In previous hive cities, the garrison was the first to respond, but not here. Resistance came from Mazov's regular army instead. Nareth crushed them with overwhelming force. Afterward, Yelena arrived with 2 assassins. As he listened to the briefing, he recalled that Maria had been the only one among the 6 who could withstand his gaze. Her willpower is extraordinary. He evaluated her mentally as Maria, in her cool voice, finished the briefing. As I expected, once the garrison commander was dead, the noble families immediately began vying for the position. They completely forgot about hunting down the assassin. Even after you breached the hive, they were still arguing. Nareth nodded approvingly. Well done. Better than I expected. He turned to Yelena. The 3 survivors have passed my test. Besides Maria and Svetlana from Mazov, 1 assassin had survived the relatively easier mission in Szczecin. You will oversee Mazov and Szczecin for the moment. Rebuild them using Tiska's method. In Mazov's palace, Nareth again found a Reader potion material, but, like before, only 2 potion components total, both were ancient Terran poetry volumes. Twilight by Anna Akhmatova. Shock by Adam Zagajewski. Nareth dispatched the 1st Company to seize the Vistula, another destroyer at the spaceport. He returned to Tiska and, upon meeting Mugos Kaminsky, finally understood just how despised the Magdan were. Upon seeing him, the Mugos immediately said, King Nareth, your punishment of the Magdan has pleased the Omniscia greatly. Before I came, the grand clock of the Omniscia rang 3 times. Nareth did not respond. He believed art also had value. The Mugos continued. Rosicki has forged your armor. Please fulfill your end of the pact and eliminate the Xeno raiders. Mugos, I will depart before White Night shift. I'll arrive at the starport next cycle. Take Rosicki with you. He will assist you. Chapter 37, Chapter 36, Boarding the Ship. After Mugos Kaminsky left, Nareth awaited Howard's arrival. My lord, I have already begun fully implementing the Hantman West Dome system in the Underhive. Soon, it will be completely transformed. After hearing the report, Nareth nodded approvingly. Well done. You also need to take charge of forming the 5th Regiment. Your future is not just as an arbiter. As you command, my lord. Also, keep an eye out for talents in the regiment. We'll need them for the next round of expansion. Nareth gave the same instruction to every regimental commander. When he returned to Vostroya again, he would launch a new wave of military expansion and fully conquer this world. The defense of Tiska is also in your hands. Buksa will assist you in this matter. The newly subjugated Mazov and Szczecin were both given to Roslav and his 1st regiment. The Magdan people, being more literary, lacked a strong sense of resistance. My lord, I will guard Tiska for you and await your return. After Howard departed, Rosicki arrived with dozens of tech servitors, bringing Nareth's armor. The servitors, supported by mechanical limbs, helped Nareth into his black armor. King Nareth, does the armor fit you well? Rosicki, who still retained most of his human features with only one bionic eye implanted, wisely focused his scanners solely on Nareth's external dimensions and the armor. Nareth shifted his position, instantly appearing at the palace gates before returning to where he had just stood. The movement was so fast that Rosicki's optical sensors only caught a flicker. Very good. It fits. My king, Mugos Kaminsky has ordered me to accompany you on the expedition against the Xeno raiders. Go prepare the flyer. We depart in 1 standard hour. Tiska only had aircraft suitable for low-altitude travel, not high-orbit vehicles. 1 standard hour later, Nareth, accompanied by Maria and 2 other assassins, boarded the transport ship that Rosicki had summoned from the starport. Lukivo Hive City, Spire Palace. Nareth first summoned Skesny for a report. My lord, Thierry has faithfully executed your order to form the 2nd regiment. He's using his reputation and influence to maintain order alongside Muravsky. I believe his loyalty to you is genuine. Nareth nodded slightly. If Thierry harbored any disloyalty, the time of Nareth's absence would have been his best chance to act. How is the formation of your 4th regiment? My lord, the 4th regiment is fully formed. I request permission to join you in the expedition. Very well. Immediately lead the 4th regiment and board the Piszczek. Skesny was overjoyed. Since becoming a sailor, he had longed to serve Nareth in battle and repay his trust. Now, his opportunity had come. As you wish. He used a phrase he had just learned from a rhetoric manual. After Skesny left, Nareth activated his communicator and messaged Thierry. Come to the palace and meet me. When Thierry arrived, Nareth opened his palm, revealing a red potion. Thierry hesitated for 3 seconds. If my lord wanted to kill me, he wouldn't need to go through this much trouble. Knowing he had no choice, he gritted his teeth, took the potion, and drank it. 10 minutes later, his previously well-fitting exosuit armor looked on the verge of bursting. After learning meditation and spirit vision under Nareth's guidance, Thierry carefully knelt. My lord, thank you for your gift. I'm heading to the stars to strike against the Xenos. You shall defend Lukivo. Nareth intended to mold Thierry into a true warrior to strengthen his most elite fighters. Unlike the other 3 remote hives, Lukivo was surrounded by many ambitious rivals, some of whom might act during Nareth's absence. Although Thierry was disappointed not to be part of the campaign, the responsibility of guarding the largest and most prosperous hive among the 4 was a sign of deep trust. My lord, I will defend Lukivo with my life and never betray your trust. The 3rd person Nareth summoned was Wojciech Bielik. Hearing the water sloshing in the crates carried by his tech acolytes, Nareth already had a guess. So, you've had success. My king, I've developed a waterproof adhesive coating. Applied to chains words and other melee weapons, after 4 hours of drying, it prevents rust for 8 full work cycles. He opened one of the crates and took out a chains word. Allow me to demonstrate. Proceed. The chains word roared to life. Water splashed, and Bielik decapitated a steel dummy. He put down the chains word and continued. For ranged weapons, I've only completed the Loss rifle modifications. The critical component is the power pack. Besides the waterproof coating, I used vacuum-injected resin glue to fully seal it. With this method, it can endure submersion for 1 work cycle. After that, it needs to be resealed. Nareth watched as he pulled a Loss rifle from the water tank without wiping it and fired it immediately, blasting another dummy's head. Excellent. Bring your men and materials to the starport and wait. The final person Nareth summoned was Muravsky. My king, as you commanded, I've distributed the grain that formerly belonged to the Piankowski family, now yours. The upper hive is temporarily stable, but this won't last. I estimate we can hold out for 1 standard month. I'm heading out to deal with the Xeno raiders. The food issue will be resolved shortly. Relieved, Muravsky felt a huge burden lifted. He believed that the mighty King Nareth would surely defeat the Xeno scums. May your campaign be victorious, and may the Xenos be utterly crushed. After receiving reports from Thierry and Bielik, Nareth brought Maria and the 2 assassins to the Hive Spire's landing platform and boarded the transport ship. The ship slowly ascended, with Lukivo shrinking rapidly below. There were 3 starports in Vostroya, all under the control of the servants of the Omniscia. Nareth had no intention of provoking the Mechanicum. When he seized 3 ships, it was only after obtaining the proper access keys. For now, 3 ships were enough. After capturing Xeno ships, Nareth believed the Mechanicum would be highly interested in reverse engineering the Xenotech, especially the suspected ether cannon, and would agree to co-develop it, and even build him a capital battleship. Even though the Emperor had signed the Treaty of Olympus with Mars in 739. M30, the Great Crusade fleets had not yet reached Vostroia. The local Mechanicum would not miss this chance. Since the Dark Age of technology, the cult Mechanicum and warlords across the galaxy had wantonly exploited lost technologies. Nareth also knew the true cause of the future schism of Mars. The faction led by Fabricator General Kelbiahal would resist all limitations placed upon them. The Mechanicum divided the ships of the 33 hives among the 3 starports evenly. The 4 hives under Nareth's control were all assigned to Krakow starport. Once on board, Nareth headed straight to the Strategium on the bridge. Chapter 38, Chapter 37, Nareth's Resolute Judgment. The amber and red lights of the control console gleamed against Nareth's polished black armor. The tactical holoscreen that spanned an entire wall emitted a bright plasma glow. He looked at the holographic projection of the Vostroia system and asked Rosicky. I need intelligence from the cult Mechanicum. King Nareth, I have received the latest war report. The Xeno fleet plundering the Vostroia system consists of 2 battlecruiser-class warships and 12 destroyer-class, 7 of which have already been destroyed. As Rosicky spoke, he operated the cogitator, connecting with other allied ships and marking enemy vessels in red on the projection. Nareth stared at the 2 large Xeno ships. Their hulls were harpoon-shaped, with pointed bows and sawtooth-like wings, exactly matching the Frial battlecruisers in his memory. The number of ships also aligned with Frial tactics. When defending planets from orbital strikes, they sent ships solo. But when launching attacks, they came in pairs, one reason they were known as space nomads. The enemy's large ships possess strange cannons. A single hit causes shield overload. The smaller ships don't carry such powerful weapons. In addition, the Xenos have landed on many islands of the Symphony of the Sea, looting extensively and completely cutting off food supplies to Vostroia. Our forces consist of 51 ships, 1 Arc Mechanicum, Glory of Fire, 3 cruisers, 15 frigates, and 32 destroyers. Rosicky marked allied ships in green on the projection. Despite our numerical advantage, most frigates and destroyers come from Vostroia's major families. Coordinated action is difficult. Rosicky didn't elaborate, but Nareth understood. The commanders from the cult Mechanicum lacked space warfare experience. War wasn't just calculation, it was also the art of coordination. Of course, calculation was still crucial. Nareth's eyes scanned the flashing parameters of every ship on nearby screens. Enemy vessel AI, distance 271,503 kilometers, azimuth 492, inclination 6 degrees. Enemy vessel A2, distance 196,024 kilometers, azimuth 758, inclination 3 degrees. Though this was Nareth's first time aboard a ship, he quickly absorbed knowledge from genetic memory and understood everything at an incredible pace. In orbital mechanics, azimuth indicates the relative position of 2 spacecraft on the same orbit or plane, usually measured by the angle between lines drawn from the Earth's center, or a focal point of an elliptical orbit, to each object. Nareth knew the Piszczek couldn't survive even a single volley from the ether cannons. If he wanted to seize a Frial battlecruiser, brute force wouldn't work. He scanned the projection, inputting speed, position, and other data into his mental calculations, grasping both sides' strategies. The friendly commander was trying to use numbers to encircle and destroy the enemy. The Frial ships were maneuvering to avoid encirclement while delivering precision ether cannon strikes. Nareth's mind raced. 5 minutes later, a confident smile appeared on his face as he issued orders. Change course. Heading 694, inclination 8 degrees. Skesny immediately relayed the order, eyes locked on the holoscreen, trying to understand Nareth's command. Rosicky, deep in thought, drew a blue trajectory on the projection. You intend to launch a surprise attack on the enemy ships in the Vistula asteroid belt? Exactly. Rosicky checked his data slate. The Vistula belt lies between Vostroia and the Symphony of the Sea, composed of 362 asteroids. He then pulled up the Arc Mechanicum's battle plan. According to calculations from Mugos Kivier, 9, enemy vessel AI has a 65.13% chance of passing through the Vistula belt in 56 solar hours. Enemy vessel A2 has a 79.26% chance of entering the belt in 27 solar hours. No. A2 will enter the Vistula belt in exactly 26 solar hours. Nareth said this with certainty. Rosicky frowned. Why are you so sure? Calculation and deduction. Mugos Kivier, 9 is Vostroia's foremost logis. He was famous even before becoming an info executioner. Yet not even he could be this precise. Szczesny scowled, and Wojciech was also displeased by Rosicki's tone, though he too doubted Nareth's prediction was more accurate than Alogus Magos. You'll see soon enough. Rosicki, your task now is to adjust the boarding torpedo to fit my body size. Szczesny, lead the 4th Regiment in training cogitators with the assault boat. Wojciech, continue upgrading waterproof weapons. Rosicki remained silent. He decided to wait for the results before challenging the assertive Nareth. The 3 ships approached the Vistula belt. Meanwhile, Temple No. 9 of the Sax-Sandax hive. Clad in crimson robes, Tech Priest Zielinski exited the altar and entered Factory I-9, which he oversaw. After dismissing the flattering, chubby overseer, he arrived at his lab and removed his robe, revealing dense blue feathers growing from his upper thighs. Donning a blue hooded robe, Zielinski stood before a complex blue mechanical dial divided into 9 sections. 8 surrounding segments were bird-shaped, starting from the top, a parrot, then a kite, and so on. At the center was a silver-crafted sea eagle, vivid and lifelike, its diamond eyes gleaming under lumen lights. This device was not made by tech workers or servitors, it was his own creation. Zielinski extended a mechanical tentacle from his right shoulder and inserted it into the crow's beak at the center. The dial spun. The 9 birds floated and sank randomly, as if alive. After 9 rotations, the dial stopped. With a gear-clicking sound, the door before him opened. He stepped through and inserted his mechadendrite into the mouth of a silver sea eagle on the wall. The door closed behind him. Descending 9,999 steps, his human eyes, untouched by augmentation, gradually turned yellow, like a sea eagle's. At the bottom, a shifting circular platform came into view. Every 9 seconds, it changed shape, circle, oval, rectangle. Like him, 7 others emerged from different corridors. All wore blue robes and approached the center, where stood a hunched elderly man gripping a crystal staff with clawed hands. The old man looked even less human than a slum mutant. Hunched like an ostrich, his body was feathered, his beak hooked, his neck covered in multicolored feathers, and his clawed feet matched his sea eagle-like hands. Chapter 39, Chapter 38, Boarding the Frail Battlecruiser. The withered bird-like elder holding a staff stood silently as 8 figures approached him. The destined time has arrived. It is time to enlighten the people of Ostroya, to reveal that the machine god is nothing but a false idol, and only the god of wisdom is the true deity. His voice was sharp and piercing, like a bird's cry. Zielinski asked in confusion. High Priest, there are still 11 stellar years left before the enlightenment we planned. Why initiate it early? Zielinski, our god has sent a revelation. The ordained moment is here. The 8 priests bowed their heads in unison. By your command, High Priest. Praise the god of wisdom. The High Priest pointed a clawed left hand at Zielinski. Zielinski, you are the first link in the plan. How goes your execution of the radiant dawn of enlightenment? High Priest, the foolish Piontek Sviderski is already my puppet. He will obey any order I give. Excellent. Zielinski, the elder's beak clacked approvingly. Before you defiled yourself with foolish mechanization, you were granted true wisdom. So long as you wield the wisdom and insight I have given, those foolish humans, slaves to a false god, will be nothing but playthings to you. The High Priest nodded in satisfaction and questioned the other 7 in turn. The enlightenment plan shall be executed in 9 work cycles. Yes, High Priest. After the 8 priests departed, a cunning gleam flickered in the High Priest's blue eyes. He descended the steps into the depths. At the end of the corridor, he mounted a singleman assault skiff and burst into laughter. The enlightenment plan no longer matters. My lord has given me a new mission, a task that only I can fulfill. Aboard the Piszczek, Rosicki was stunned to find that Nareth's predictions were spot on. The enemy vessel A2 entered the Vistula asteroid belt at precisely the time he had foretold. He stared intently at the holographic projection. Nareth was so confident in his calculations that he hadn't even deployed 2 destroyers to draw enemy fire. Instead, he executed an early tactical maneuver, positioning the Piszczek behind a small asteroid, emerging perfectly at the rear of the enemy vessel. The gamble had paid off. The Piszczek had slipped past the heavy fire coverage of A2's wings. Rosicki felt a deep respect for Nareth. He had always assumed the giant was only a fearsome warrior. He hadn't expected such terrifying computational ability. A mortal mind outpacing the computational power of machines. The tech priest now had more confidence in Nareth's next steps. He picked up the comms unit to check in with the boarding torpedo operator. Operator C-53, is the launch sequence ready? Ready. Initiate the launch. Boarding torpedoes lacked the mobility and armor of assault boats, but they were smaller and harder to intercept. To fit Nareth, the massive giant, Rosicki had modified the torpedo, raising the crew compartment height just enough for him to stand. This torpedo could carry a small strike team. Besides Nareth, only 3 assassins, Maria, and 2 others could fit inside. The cabin echoed with mechanical sounds. Disengaging torpedo locking frame. Promethium fuel ignited. Launch countdown. Nareth stood firm in the cabin, listening to the broadcast. 3, 2, 1. Thrusters, ignition. The boarding torpedo launched like a flaming arrow, detaching from the pischeck in an instant. Maria and the others immediately lost balance. The shoulder restraints failed to fully stabilize them under the sudden force, and they were thrown forward, slamming into Nareth's armored back. Maria's eyes widened. Nareth stood unfazed, firmly gripping the handholds, not even swaying. She stubbornly grabbed the shoulder handles in front of her, resisting the G-force until she halted just 5 centimeters behind Nareth. The other 2 assassins also managed to stop just before slamming into Nareth's arms. The broadcast resumed. Asterisk beginning hull contact. Estimated impact duration, 17 seconds, asterisk. Asterisk breach preparation. Countdown, 3 seconds, asterisk. Bite down on your mouthguards. Nareth's reminder brought them back to their senses. They complied immediately. 1. The thermal charge detonated with a thunderous blast, shaking the cabin violently. Maria and the others were hit with a wave of force from the front, slamming them backward. Even with helmets, the deafening sound left them disoriented and dizzy. The violent tremors turned their faces pale, until a commanding voice roared. Move. They snapped to attention. The hatch had opened, now bridging to the burning deck of the enemy vessel. Nareth had already leapt out, landing with a crash that crushed several Xenos underfoot. Maria grabbed her twin blades from the unlocked rack. Let's go. She launched forward, stepped off the hatch edge, and somersaulted toward a tall Xeno wearing a tight purple suit. The Xeno turned to flee while drawing a serrated dagger. Suddenly, like a fish flipping midstream, the Xeno spun and stabbed at Maria with lightning speed. But Maria, chemically enhanced since youth, was even faster. She raised her left blade to block the dagger and slashed at the Xeno's neck with her right. She felt heavy resistance. The Xeno's folded neck skin was more resilient than expected, like overlapping leather armor. Unfazed, she twisted away, landing behind it. With a cross-slash of her twin blades, she severed both sides of the Xeno's neck. The shark-like flat head fell to the floor. Maria lifted her left arm, stunned to see her finely crafted blade had a huge notch from parrying the Xeno's weapon. She picked up the Xeno's dagger curiously. It looked like it was carved from a single smoking crystal, shedding tiny shards from its edge. She wanted to test it. With a sprint, she reached another. She slashed off its arm, then stabbed at its neck. As the blade pierced the tough folds, she felt resistance again. Then, fragments from the blade's edge splintered and burrowed into the wound. A faint sizzling sound followed. It screamed in agony and collapsed. Maria picked up another dagger from the corpse and looked ahead. She saw a Xeno with eyes on the sides of its cheeks charging at Nareth. She tried to warn him. His dagger. But Nareth had already thrust his halberd, bypassing the dual daggers, and speared straight through the alien's head. He knew the Frail's glass blades were infamous for their piercing power and sharpness, capable of piercing ceramite. Not wanting to damage his own weapon, he dodged the Xeno's lunge and killed it cleanly. Chapter 40, Chapter 39, Crushing the Head of the Frail Psyker. Nareth looked up, locking his gaze on the highest point at the rear of the battlecruiser, the Frail command chamber. From their position, it was only 3 more decks upward. Follow me. As he spoke, he swung his heavy halberd. It sliced through 6 Frail warriors like wheat before a scythe, severing them cleanly at the waist. Their upper halves slid off slowly. Deep purple blood sprayed through the air, yellow fibers stretched like thread, trying to reconnect their bodies, while white fluid secreted in a desperate attempt to fuse them back together. But their death throes lasted mere seconds. The Frail's evolved regeneration was useless against the destructive power of a Primarch. Without slowing, Nareth climbed the spiral stairs of violet metal. Frail soldiers poured in from all directions, agile and fast, swarming the 4 of them. Maria had already witnessed Nareth's terrifying strength. She knew it didn't matter how many came to the giant, they were lambs to the slaughter. All they had to do was guard his back, making sure he wasn't distracted. Svetlana, Dementieva, hold the rear. Dementieva, a muscular woman with the build of a man, pulled out a syringe and plunged it into her left wrist. Her body swelled with power. Ra. Shield in her left hand, she charged down the stairs. A dozen Frail were hurled aside like rag dolls. Her chainsaw axe roared as it split the head of one that came at her from the right. Suddenly, a Frail wielding twin daggers lunged from the flank. His many eyes focused sharply on his target. A beam of searing light shot through his right eye, exiting from the left. The assassins moved in perfect coordination, driving the Frail back. Nareth moved like death itself. Each casual swing of his halberd took a dozen Xeno lives. The Frail stared at the giant in horror. They had pillaged dozens of star systems but had never encountered a war machine like this. Paralyzed by fear, they hesitated and then began to fall back. Nareth tore through the spiral staircase with ease. As he prepared to ascend further, a loud clang rang out. The hatch burst open. A Frial commander clad in deep violet armor emerged with his troops. He shouted furiously at his cowering kin. The retreating soldiers rallied, ready to charge, but suddenly, they felt a mountain crash down on them. The Frial commander was shocked. Dozens of his soldiers had been slaughtered in a single charge. These weren't weaklings. Every Frial aboard a flagship was a trained void fighter, yet they were butchered like livestock. His eyes widened in disbelief. After a stunned pause, he snapped back to action. Twin blades in hand, the commander rolled and weaved, searching for weaknesses in the giant's defense. At the same time, he activated his throat communicator, barking rapid Xeno phrases to the bridge. Nareth, all the while, had been picking up fragments of their language during the fight, enough to recognize words like terror and reinforcements in the commander's message. He gave his halberd a flick. The tip launched like an arrow, piercing the throats of 27 of the commander's elite guards in an instant. Maria drove her serrated dagger into a Frial's skull, then kicked him away with her right leg, sending his body crashing into 2 others. She happened to catch sight of Nareth using the 16th strike of the Otsburg via technique, a style of swordsmanship from Vostroya. She had trained in it under a swords master since childhood. It was a technique she also excelled in. Even with a curved blade and combat stimulants, she could at most unleash 13 strikes in a second. Nareth had just executed over 20, with a halberd, each thrust hitting the enemy's throat. Power, speed, and technique in perfect harmony. His attacks are unmatched. Maria's eyes gleamed. His image filled her thoughts. Inspired, she pushed off with both legs, leapt at the aliens, and struck with the 16th form, throat slashes, one after another. 1, 2, 3. She synchronized her curved blade with the rhythm of a halberd thrust, managing 5 strikes in a single burst, a new personal best without any stimulants. She dodged an incoming attack, sliced off an Xeno's arm, seized his dagger, all while silently admitting to herself. The gap is enormous. Landing, she looked at Nareth again. He was fending off rapid twin dagger stabs with a clean, crushing halberd swing that smashed into an Xeno's chest. The 23rd strike. He found the single gap in the enemy's flurry and delivered a perfect weak point hit. She asked herself, could I do that, make a flawless strike in the blink of an eye? Maybe, but never with his ease. What would the Magdan people call this? Effortless strength. The commander's death shattered Frial's morale again, not just among crewmen, but among warriors too. Nareth was unstoppable. He climbed another deck. A gate opened. A line of Frial emerged wearing purple-gold robes, each holding a staff, surrounded by swirls of warp energy. At the same time, over 1,000 warriors charged from the deck below. Nareth knew the Frial had mastered dreadful psychic arts. Back in the Great Crusade, even Space Marines had suffered losses fighting them. In the campaign to bring Serapis into compliance, the Salamanders and Word-Bearers fought the Frial. Word-Bearer Edikar had been so wounded that he was entombed in a dreadnought. Even the infamous Alpha Legion Saboteur, the Terran veteran Nylon, was interred in a dreadnought after a battle with the Frial. Nareth inhaled deeply. Air spun through his lungs, then he let out a deafening howl. A dozen psychers clutched their heads in agony. The sonic shriek bored into their brains, vibrated with an ultrasonic hum. They vomited blood, fainted, and fell. Nareth cut them down with his halberd as they fell unconscious, then looked up. Some of the Frial psychers had survived, shielding themselves a moment before the howl with psychic defenses. Frial excels at foresight. Still. Howl is only a sequence, 8 beyonder power acquired from the lung spider. As a Primarch, I far surpass sequence, 8 users in raw strength, but my lungs weren't specially enhanced for it. The power hasn't evolved. They also clearly have telekinetic spells that block sound. Even as his thoughts flickered, Nareth crouched and launched himself upward. He appeared before one of the Frial in an instant, smashing 2 psychers with his right arm halberd. His left hand shot out, grabbing the last psycher's head. The telekinetic shield burst like paper, it couldn't even hold back the Primarch for a second. Nareth squeezed, and the shark-like head burst, spraying a mist of deep purple blood. Chapter 41, Chapter 40, Digestion of the Barbarian Potion. As Nareth was leaping up and down the stairway, hunting down the Frial Xenos, Maria and her 2 companions, relying on their trained iron will, managed to avoid losing consciousness, but they were locked in a desperate battle. The howling echoes reverberated, stunning dozens of nearby Frial warriors, as well as those farther away with weaker wills. Yet the remaining Frial warriors showed no hesitation. They coldly stepped over the corpses of their fallen comrades and charged upward. In the nomadic culture of the Frial, the weak had no right to survive. Killing frail tribesmen conserved resources. Maria knew this was a fight for survival. She didn't call for Nareth's help. Having assassinated a psyker before, she understood how terrifying they were. It was wise of Nareth to prioritize eliminating them. For now, they had to rely on themselves. Maria pulled out an injector from her black bodysuit and injected herself without hesitation. She immediately felt a surge of power within. Her usually calm blue eyes now gleamed with bloodlust. Maria leaped into the air, slashing her curved blade in a maneuver from Augsburg via 16th principle. She broke through her limits and executed 10 stabs in an instant. Snatching a dagger that fell before her, Maria charged into the Xeno swarm. Her figure flashed as her dual blades danced, slicing a bloody path through the creatures. Dementieva, already exhausted, also gritted her teeth and injected another dose. Together with Tsvetana, she launched a frenzied attack on the Xeno scum. Lost rifle beams flickered rapidly, energy cells hitting the ground one after another, until Tsvetana reached for her final magazine and realized these Xenos were far more vicious than she had imagined. The only reason they had been previously slaughtered so easily was that the giant, Nareth, was overwhelmingly powerful. Tsvetana also noticed Maria slowing down and getting surrounded by the Xenos. Just as despair was about to consume her, a roar echoed out. Her body trembled as ultrasonic waves crashed in her mind. She wept blood from her eyes and went temporarily blind, but still felt relief. Right before the three were pushed past their limits, Nareth had wiped out the Fryle Psyker squad and leapt down. His frenzied howl blasted into the minds of the Fryle, immediately knocking out dozens. But the true terror was this: the giant's arrival meant the elite team of 100 ethereal masters had been annihilated. The Fryle warriors were crumbled. Panic-stricken, they scattered and fled. They had only one thought: escape this hell. Drifting on a raider ship would be better than staying here. In their desperation, fleeing soldiers slashed at their own kin with Fryle glass blades just to run faster, scattering the incoming reinforcements. The first wave of fleeing Fryle reached the deck and tried to board a sleek raiding vessel, only to be met with a dense barrage of laser fire. Riddled with holes, the Fryle warriors collapsed in pools of blood. Skesny, leading the 4th Vostroyan Regiment, had landed on the Fryle battlecruiser using assault craft. Despite prior training, their first space battle still presented challenges. In one assault craft, an Iron Warrior failed to follow proper procedures and slipped from the restraints. Losing control, he slammed into the cockpit safety door. Unfortunately, he wasn't a regular person, but a heavily enhanced Iron Warrior. He smashed through the door and crashed into the pilot, causing the assault craft to veer off course and collide with an asteroid. Upon boarding the enemy ship, Skesny realized he had lost an entire platoon. It took him longer than expected to reorganize the 4th Regiment. Fueled by anger, Skesny stormed onto the deck, right into a group of fleeing Fryle warriors. Wielding a chainsword suited for sailors, he cleaved through an Xeno's head. At the same time, he extended his left arm to catch an incoming dagger. The Fryle warrior felt like his wrist had been caught by steel pincers. The human's strength was monstrous. With a wrenching motion, the sailor snapped the Fryle's arm using his enhanced strength. Skesny followed up with a heavy slash that decapitated it. Leading his troops, Skesny crushed the fleeing Xenos and approached Nareth. Feeling ashamed, he said, "My lord, I am late." Shame acknowledged leads to courage. You will lead your troops to clear each deck of the ship. Nareth did not blame him. With a simple nod, he issued the order. As you command, my lord. Skesny immediately led his men back into the fight on the deck. Nareth strode forward. As he passed the exhausted Maria and her team, he said, "Well done. The mission is complete. Rest and await orders." "As you command, my king." The three straightened up and answered respectfully, all filled with awe after witnessing Nareth's inhuman strength. Moments later, Nareth reached the top of the stairs. With a swing of his halberd, he smashed through the purple metal door blocking his way. He charged into the bridge, immediately spotting a Fryle floating midair, holding a purple crystal staff. The Fryle spoke in clumsy Vostroyan Low Gothic. "I am the governor of this vessel. Human, state your demands. I am willing to leave this star system and even offer." A mocking smile tugged at Nareth's lips. "Offer? I want it all." He took a deep breath and let out a thunderous roar. The bridge shook. Several Fryle collapsed unconscious, and even the governor wavered in midair. He quickly stabilized himself and raised the purple crystal staff. Die. The area around Nareth, more than 10 meters in all directions, was engulfed in purple flames. Fryle officers screamed in agony, but the governor remained unmoved. As long as he could kill this powerful enemy, it was worth the sacrifice. Just as the Fryle governor prepared to descend, a wave of dread hit him. Too late. A charred suit of armor appeared before him. With a bang, the Fryle governor was sent flying. Coughing up blood, he managed to form a psychic shield just in time to block the hit. But the next moment, his expression twisted in horror. "No." The Fryle governor cried out in despair. Nareth had grabbed his right leg. Nareth swung him hard, slamming him into the floor. With a thunderous crash, Nareth once again felt something dissolving within his body, fusing with his mind. The potion has been fully digested. I am now a true barbarian. After landing, Nareth slaughtered the remaining Frial on the bridge. He then pulled out a long-range communicator from his armor. Rozicki, I've taken over the Xeno battlecruiser. You and Wojciech come here immediately. Nareth didn't wait. He leapt forward and killed every Frial he saw. Only after receiving Rozicki's reply did he return to the bridge. Standing before the tech priest, he spoke. I want to work with the Mechanicum to develop this Xeno vessel. Chapter 42, Chapter 41, Night Shard. Aboard the Arc Mechanicum, Glory of Fire, the Mugos Kivier 9 was examining a holographic projection. Torrents of data from surrounding vidscreens cascaded across his faceplate, his logic engines operating at high speeds. Enemy ships are retreating rapidly // we have not gained the upper hand // enemy behavior is illogical / unreasonable / this should be classified as a feigned retreat. Just as Kivier 9 prepared to issue orders, the voice of the tech priest overseeing the Vox array crackled through his communicator. Honorable Mugos, I've received a communication from tech priest Rozicki Czech of altar number 25 of Vostroya. Per the Omnisia's Codex, Chapter 5, Data Protocol 9, Management, this message requires your attention. Requesting permission to transmit data. Permission granted. Executing data reception protocols. 3 shipboard minutes later, Kivier 9's faceplate flickered rapidly. Error corrected // enemy withdrawal confirmed // flagship captured // initiate pursuit immediately. He immediately relayed commands to the waiting tech priest, order all vessels to pursue the Xenos fleet. A new line of logic scrolled across his display. Xenos battleship // advanced weaponry // research value, extremely high. His faceplate glowed brightly. Meanwhile, aboard the Frial People's battlecruiser, Nareth began sorting through the spoils. While eliminating the Frial, he had also collected various alchemical materials. In addition to the Night Shard, he had found 52 different types, totaling 301 pieces of ingredients. Nareth couldn't help but admire the Frial, they truly lived up to their reputation as nomads of space. Of the 52 types, 51 were sequence 9 materials, while the remaining one, a finger-length iridescent multicolored worm known as the prismatic myrmidon, listed on the blasphemy slate, served as the primary ingredient for the Arbiter Pathway Sequence 8, Sheriff. The prismatic myrmidon was also the sole Sheriff ingredient unobtainable on Vostroya. Nareth found 247 of them. He had discovered them in an interrogation chamber. The worm's eyes emitted blinding light, which the Frial harnessed by embedding 1 or 2 into specially crafted visor worn on the head. When Nareth entered, a Frial, shackled to a chair, screamed in agony as blood trickled from the edges of the visor. Nareth didn't know the origin of the prismatic myrmidon, but until he encountered more, they now set the upper limit for how many Sheriff he could train. His greatest gain, however, was the Night Shard. He played with one between his fingers, while many others were laid out in front of him. These shards looked like fragments of the farthest stars in the night sky, condensing infinite darkness and faint light into a delicate balance. Each shard was a different size, some no larger than a fingertip, others as big as an open book, their surfaces shimmering with a deep, mysterious glow. When Nareth touched the shard, he could feel a cold and subtle energy flow, neither purely chilling nor warmly comforting, but something otherworldly, beyond sensation. It really is a psionic material. Nareth keenly noticed faint threads wrapped around the shard in his hand. Definitely usable as a divination foci. Compared to other psychic disciplines, prophecy was stranger and more obscure. Even the most potent psychers couldn't avoid the risks of misinterpretation or ambiguity in prophecy. To manage this, seers often use special foci to anchor and shape their visions. In the future empire, the most commonly used focus would be the Emperor's Tarot, capable of revealing even the God Emperor's thoughts to those chosen. The Night Shards were also valid foci for divination, but for Nareth, their true value lay in alchemy. Until he met the Frial again, the number of shards he had now determined the maximum number of bribers he could cultivate. 198 fragments. Nareth began traveling back and forth to the Kingdom of Disorder, transporting all the shards there. On the first layer of space, he found a Gothic spire palace whose tip was shrouded by a black sky, and its cold stone walls radiated chill. He laid out the shards on the ground, each one spaced apart from the others. Then, Nareth attempted to enter the second layer of the space. With a single thought, he crossed an invisible boundary and arrived at the second layer. As soon as he arrived, he noticed the difference. This layer was between the first and another illusionary space, a blend of real and unreal. What is the purpose of this space? The illusory part represents the shadow of order. While the first layer, which I cannot alter, represents the use of rules. Looking around, concepts formed in Nareth's mind. Kingdom of Disorder. Black Emperor. Order. Shadow. Rule. Exploitation. Shattering. His eyes lit up, and with a thought, a phantom palace instantly transformed into a spring of water. He immediately felt his psychic reserves plummet, nearly drained. His face paled slightly as he teleported to the spring. Compared to the previous semi-illusionary state, reshaping the space according to his will made the spring much more real. The water was crystal clear, flowing over rocks and making pleasant sounds, easing the mind. As expected, breaking the rules and reshaping them according to one's will. He pondered how best to use the second layer. Building factories or cities here would be a waste if he could do the same in the outside world. Then a bright idea struck him: use it to cultivate potion ingredients. Common creatures like nest rats weren't worth cultivating. But beings like chemhounds, millipedes, and especially the prismatic myrmidon, were valuable. Even if these magical creatures couldn't reproduce here, cultivating them would reduce the risk of others discovering his potion formulas, including the Four's scrutiny. This also simplifies nurturing beyonders. I've already decided to elevate Maria Kornikova to assassin, but without carrying a millipede serpent due to being undecided back then, I must wait until returning to Vostroya. He sighed at the Psyker toll, a wry smile on his face. This is destined to be a long process, but having power is better than having no chance at all. Nareth then returned to the real world. After a moment of thought, he decided to bring all Phral data crystals and materials back to the Kingdom of Disorder for slow research. For normal Psykers, being drained of so much energy would make even moving difficult, but as a Primarch, Nareth only felt a little discomfort. The Phral had deep knowledge of the many star systems in the Segmentum Obscurus, and this would be immensely helpful for his future expansion. Though he had only learned a bit of the Phral language, as a Primarch, deciphering it wouldn't be hard. Besides, he could always nurture a reader. Without delay, Nareth acted. He brought all the materials he could gather back to the Kingdom of Disorder, filling up an entire palace. Shortly after, he received a message and went to the bridge for a briefing. Chapter 43, Chapter 42, Outmaneuvering Mugos Kivier. Skesny, at his signal, began the briefing. My lord, I have conducted a thorough sweep of all the decks. The 4th Regiment is cleaning up remote areas in squad units. Our total casualties stand at 184 soldiers in this battle. 50 died in boarding accidents, and 134 died in combat. Nareth was not surprised. The Phral possessed formidable combat strength. Had they not scattered and fled, the casualties would have been even greater. A trapped beast fights the hardest, but without a commander, they lack coordination and organization. King Nareth, Mugos Kivier, 9 has replied. The Xeno cannon holds immense research value. He will come after the battle concludes. Wojciech and I inspected the Xeno ship. While we couldn't decipher all the controls, we confirmed that the vessel is still operational. After hearing the report, Nareth issued his orders. Send messages to the ships of the Fender and Kornikova families, include encrypted identifiers. Order them to find a way to control Boleslaws and capture Robert. If they need support, you will lead a team to assist them. Before the fleet set sail, he had acquired the encryption runes from Howard and Yelena. Once received by the family members, they would act according to his orders. After everyone left, Nareth went to the Phral governor's quarters. He had previously noticed that the governor's bed was 3.5 meters long, made of purple alloy, barely enough for him to curl up and sleep. After a nap and spiritual recovery, the communicator rang. King Nareth, Mugos Kivier, 9 has arrived. Please proceed to the bridge to discuss negotiation details. Understood. Nareth strode back to the bridge and saw Kivier, 9 in a crimson robe. Like all members of the cult Mechanicum, the Mugos couldn't suppress his curiosity about Nareth's body. But through logical computation, he quickly realized he lacked the capacity to analyze the giant's mysteries. The Xeno cannon is worth developing. On behalf of the Martian Mechanicum, I've come to discuss joint research. State your terms. In addition to collaborative development and shared results, I want star maps of all the altars in the Vostroyan system. Navigating the vast universe without such maps is like swimming blind. While the warp and other factors make star maps imperfect, having a reference is still far better than none. Your request is denied. The Vostroya star charts represent millennia of accumulated knowledge, gathered by the faithful servants of the Omnisia, the Mugos said. In accordance with the principle of equivalent exchange, you may only receive data for the 2 adjacent systems. No, Nareth denied without hesitation. That deal is not equal. The Xeno cannon holds far greater value. It can fire a pulse energy beam, whose etheric field in the beam can bypass void shields and directly erode hulls. A secondary effect overloads the target's shield systems. Even the entire cult Mechanicum doesn't possess such advanced cannon tech. By studying it, Omnisia's servants will gain a breakthrough in theoretical understanding. Nareth was confident. He remembered that in the future, tech priest Hieronymus Tesla had once boldly analyzed a crashed Phral vessel in the Tamar sector, leading to his highly acclaimed ether plasma theory. And that had been a mere wreck. The battlecruiser he now possessed was over 95% intact, its ether cannon completely unharmed. Kevier 9 was silent for 9 seconds before responding. This unit insists on inspecting the cannon first to ascertain its precise transactional value. Be my guest, Nareth said casually. The Frail's greatest advantage over other species was their mastery of etheric technology. It could bypass not only human void shields but also Eldari holofields. Engaging the Frail in naval combat was unwise. He remembered how, during the coming Great Crusade, Conrad Kerr's Night Lord's captain, Karen Ophion, had bravely, or foolishly, chosen to face the Frail fleet in open battle during a retreat. In the end, his ship, the Killing Whisper, was destroyed. His captain reforged the wreckage into a combat shield called the Bloody Aegis, covered in vicious barbs of serrated ceramite. The Bloody Aegis became a mark of Ophion's brave defiance, a cruel joke, and great shame. The deeper Kevier 9 studied, the more he would realize the cannon's value. Wojciech, draft the transaction contract as I described. 4 copies, 2 for each party, in Low Gothic of Vostroia and Lingua Technis. As you command, my king. Wojciech got to work immediately. Rosicky frowned. To his knowledge, Nareth hadn't even inspected the wings of the ship yet. And yet, he was so sure the Muggos would agree to the deal. This was even more inexplicable than his pre-battle predictions, at least those had been backed by data. An hour later, Nareth received the contract from Wojciech. Using his lawyer ability to dissect clauses, he found 3 loopholes and flagged one for major revision. The transaction item is only the ether cannon, not the whole ship. Rosicky and Wojciech were stunned, then they realized what he was doing. My king, the Muggos won't fall for that. What do you think? It's fine. Just do as I say. Wojciech was a technical expert, not skilled in negotiation. If you list all your conditions up front, the deal may collapse. But once the other party realizes the value and becomes determined, they're willing to pay more. The revised agreement was ready in 10 minutes, and just then, Kevier 9 returned with his retinue. I accept your terms. Let's talk details. I have prepared the agreement. You may review it, and if satisfactory, we shall sign immediately. At Nareth's signal, Wojciech handed over the data slate. Kevier 9 used a mechadendrite to grab it and quickly browse through. This clause requires amendment. The transactional subject should be the entire Xenos vessel. No weapon system existed in isolation, especially not the ether cannon, which was tied to an intricate network. The ship's other modules also held research value. Once Kevier 9 and the Mechanicum recognized the full worth, they became determined to obtain the entire vessel. Rosicky and Wojciech exchanged glances. Of course, a Logis would not miss such an obvious oversight. You can have the whole vessel, if you meet my demand. What do you want? I trade 1 battlecruiser for another. A fair exchange, is it not? Rosicky and Wojciech both thought at the same time, 1 for 1 is fair, sure, and the Mechanicum even profits. But Nareth is also asking for star maps. Nareth saw Kevier 9 hesitate and smiled. Star charts can be copied. The servants of the Omnisia lose nothing. Trading a replicable vessel for new tech is a worthy exchange. Nareth's exceptional rhetoric drew the Muggos into a new logical framework. After 3 seconds of silence, Kevier 9 spoke. I agree to your terms, but I have one condition as well. Within 10 solar days, you must eliminate the remaining Xeno raiders abandoned near the Symphony of the Sea. I accept. Chapter 44, Chapter 43, Bukeo's Trial. Nareth knew that Vostroia wouldn't last much longer. He had already resolved to conquer Symphony of the Sea as soon as possible. After finalizing the transaction framework, Nareth continued to confirm the details of his battlecruiser with Kevier 9. He had no intention of accepting a hollow shell good on the outside, but was empty within. He asked Rosicky to confirm the most advanced technologies currently mastered by the Mechanicum, ranging from hull-plating materials to engines, light lance, void shields, and other critical systems. The armaments included not only the broadside cannons but also elevated ether cannons mounted on the wings. Naturally, he didn't forget about the custom-designed quarters and armory for his private use. Nareth had specific requirements for each. After all, this vessel would be his flagship before his return to the Greater Imperium. Throughout the process, he kept his spirit vision active, observing the auras of the 2 men. Once all the details were finalized, Nareth and Kevier 9 signed the Technological Development and Exchange Accord between Monarch Nareth and the Mechanicum. He deliberately avoided using the term king, a term for Hive City rulers, replacing it with a different word in Low Gothic. The political implication was clear: he intended to become the sovereign ruler of all Vostonia. The Muggos discussed the use of the term monarch with Nareth, but upon learning it was merely a self-declared title based on his control of 4 Hive cities, he dropped the issue. Rosicky seemed thoughtful. Having spent time by Nareth's side, he had come to understand this giant well. he never did anything without a reason. When affixing his seal to the treaty, Nareth decided to use a symbolic sigil representing the Black Emperor path. On a data slate, he quickly sketched an image, chaotic black arcs, surrounded by wings and spikes, with an abstract crown floating above. Wojciech swiftly completed the electronic stamp based on the design. After signing the accord, Nareth ordered the 4th Regiment to retreat, bringing with them all looted spoils, including the Friar's glass blade and Psyker staff. Aboard the bridge, he listened to Skesny's briefing. "My lord, after coordinating with Houses Fender and Kolnikova, I devised a plan. Using loot as bait, we lured Robert out. My assault team seized his vessel, and I captured him alive." "Well done," Nareth nodded in satisfaction. Skesny's growth confirmed that his judgment had been right. "Detain him. Once we return to Vostroya, hand him over to Bukeo." While Nareth's fleet set course for Symphony of the Sea, in the Lukivo hive city of Vostroya, deep in the lower hive beneath the Novgorod dome, a skinny, mud-covered child in ragged clothes asked anxiously. "Mika Eli, you said there's corpse starch to eat here, is that true? Look around, there are thousands of kids gathering here. Do you really think anyone's going to give useless kids like us corpse starch?" The boy named Mika Eli, wearing a patchwork pants and mismatched boots full of holes, clapped his friend on the shoulder. "Gregors, don't worry. I promise it's true. They say the one in charge is a boy, too. He already did something like this at another dome. But getting food comes with conditions. I heard you have to pass a brutal test. Last time, thousands of kids from over a dozen domes took part, only a bit over 300 made it." Mikhaily's brown eyes gleamed. "If you pass, you'll never go hungry again." Gregors swallowed hard. "If I can eat every day, no matter how hard the test is, I'll pass it." As the kids chatted in groups, a boy with dark brown skin and striking blue eyes stepped out of the shadows. Beside him, a 14 or 15-year-old struck the iron frame of the high platform with his sheath chainsword, making a loud clang. The kids all turned in surprise to look. On the platform stood a boy clad in custom-made carapace armor. Bukeo looked down and spoke. "Not long ago, I was just like you, starving, scrabbling in the underhive. But now, I can eat whatever I want at every meal. You have that chance too. If you pass 2 trials I set, you'll become a member of Vostroya's 3rd Regiment. Look there." Everyone followed the direction he pointed to a set of pitch-black factory doors that creaked open. Inside that factory, all light sources have been extinguished. There are 1,000 black stones like the one glowing faintly in my hand. Without obstruction, they can be seen within 1 meter. Anyone who finds one will receive an upper hive technician's daily ration of corpse starch today. No rules. Use any means, steal, rob, cooperate, or go solo. If you're lucky, hide the stone and bring it out, it counts. Bukeo clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention back from the factory. One key rule: to pass the first trial, you must exit through one of the 3 other doors while carrying the stone. You may not rob stones from those who have exited the factory. His piercing blue eyes swept across the crowd. The rules are that simple. The trial begins now. As the kids rushed toward the factory, Bukeo's lips curled into a faint smile. The old, weak, sick, and disabled were the most miserable in the lower hive. He knew from experience how harsh life was for these children. Most of them would die before reaching adulthood. Those who survived were hardened and tough. Even those lucky enough to be picked by gangs, like he once was, barely scraped by. But give them a path to survival, and they'd become the most loyal subordinates. Compared to adults with agendas who looked down on him due to his age and size, these kids had far greater potential. Moreover, those who could pass his 2 trials either had good strength, intelligence, or a unique talent. Like the boy with the chainsword, he had a strong body, a clever mind, and was already skilled in melee combat. With a steel pipe, he broke through 3 trials and mastered the first move of Otsbergvia in just 3 work cycles. An hour later, the first boy burst out of the factory. Gregors clutched his stone and ran with all his might. His clothes were torn, and his shoes were gone, but as he stumbled under the glow of the lumen lights above the exit, he knew he'd made it. Bukeo's second trial tested stamina. The kids had to walk through a narrow tunnel, and the 300 who lasted the longest would pass. While Bukeo's second trial was underway, Nareth's fleet arrived above the orbit of the Symphony of the Sea. Rosicki connected his datapad to the cogitator and began briefing. Symphony of the Sea has a total area of 702 million square kilometers, with 594 million being ocean, accounting for 84.62%. Its landmass is made up of 7,381 islands of various sizes. Of those, over 1,672 are inhabited, with a pre-Xeno invasion population of around 17.5 million. Over 17 million concentrated on 49 key islands. Their fisheries and agri-zones sustain Vostroya. The Magi hope you can eliminate the Xeno invaders from these islands. Chapter 45, Chapter 44, The Sailor. The Symphony of the Sea, the largest landmass, Castello Island. 19 Frail Ether Masters in violet gold robes led over 3,000 warriors in an assault on the primitive walls built of stone and timber. On the front lines of the Frail attack stood 10 Psykers and 1,000 warriors. Atop the wall, directly facing the firepower of the 10 Psykers, stood a woman holding a wooden staff topped with the skull of a sea beast. Her features were both sharp and gentle. A broad, smooth forehead, and eyebrows thick yet delicate, like strokes of fine ink. Her tea-brown pupils blazed with fury. Lifting her fair, delicate left arm, a blue bolt of lightning tore across the sky and coiled around 3 Psykers. Crackle boom. Countless tiny arcs of electricity slithered into the frail warriors' bodies like living things, crackling violently. Bathed in blue light, the Psykers spat blood from their mouths and noses. Their white hair charred into ash as their bodies trembled and collapsed. The remaining 7 Psykers raised their staves to attack the wall. Their cunning as space pirates drove them to target weaker islanders to wear down the stronger enemies. Flames surged upward, mercilessly engulfing islanders wielding Vostroyan Las rifles. Some islanders, who fought back with chains words, were lifted into the air by invisible forces and smashed into others on the wall. In an instant, dozens of islanders were severely wounded by the Psykers' brutal assault. The female Psykers bit her lips. She aimed her staff at the commander beside her, who had lost half his body. With an infusion of biopisker energy, his bronze-hued body visibly began to regenerate. The commander pushed himself up with one hand and looked at the woman beside him. "Shaman Marlena, you should flee. We can't hold this place." "No," Marlena, her nose bridge high and proud, raised her chin and said firmly, "I saw it. The Mother Sea showed me a giant descending from the sky. He will save our home." The commander slashed a frail warrior and kicked the body off the 11-meter-high wall. Looking up at the blue sky, he saw 3 Alephas, creatures with orange-yellow bellies and blue wings, flying overhead. A bitter smile tugged at his lips. He was convinced the shaman's prophecy had been false. She just said that to boost morale. Just as he was about to look away, a tiny red dot in the sky began to grow larger. He rubbed his eyes, then suddenly screamed. "They're here. Reinforcements are here." Marlena smiled. Raising her staff with both hands, she unleashed all her power. Within dozens of meters, the hearts of every frail warrior began to pound wildly. Their blood boiled, skin darkened, and they collapsed unconscious with howls of pain. Even the 7 surviving Ether Masters grew weak and dropped to the ground. Marlena staggered, leaning heavily on her staff to stay upright. She looked up and saw a giant in the sky, exactly as she'd seen in her vision. She turned her head, eyes locked on the descending figure. He crashed into the midst of the Xenos. The ground shook. The walls trembled. Over 100 Xeno scum were crushed to death on impact. Hundreds of raiders stumbled and fell. The Ether Masters, just regaining their strength after the boiling blood effect, were hurled skyward by another wave of immense force. They tried to turn their heads. With their wide field of vision, they had only just turned halfway before seeing the giant standing before them, and then they lost consciousness. The commander watched 7 mighty Xenos' heads fly off in an instant, dark purple blood gushing. Mouth agape, mud flew into his mouth. After spitting it out, all he could see were Xeno limbs and gore. Nareth kept moving, bringing Maria and 2 others with him as he charged toward the Frail. Earlier, when descending over Castello Island, Nareth had seen that most of the island had already been ravaged by the Xeno raiders. Only the largest city and 3 smaller towns were still resisting. As Nareth slaughtered Xenos, Skesny excitedly leapt off the assault boat into the blue sea. The moment his body hit the water, he felt like a fish returning to its element, completely at ease. A nearby Ether Master, drawn by the splash, rushed to the beach and hovered above the water with telekinetic power. From the assault boat, 2 soldiers from the Vostroyan 4th Regiment raised their laser rifles and fired at the Frail Psykers. The Ether Master raised a force field. The beam struck the shield, sending ripples of invisible ether waves through the air. Just as the Psyker blocked the attack, he felt his ankles being grabbed. Before he could summon his energy, he was yanked downward and fell into the sea with a splash. He tried to repel Skesny with telekinesis, but Skesny's hands, now covered with shimmering illusory fish scales, clamped down tighter. The Ether Master opened his mouth in pain, and seawater rushed in. Though he had a shark-like head, Frail weren't true aquatic species. Like other drowning beings, the more he struggled, the faster he sank. The sailor was unaffected. He'd tested this before, he could dive over 17 minutes unaided. The Xeno sank fast. Though a master of ether, he lacked Psyker spells to generate oxygen, deadly for a breathing creature like a Frail. Skesny felt the resistance fade. He looped his arms around the Xeno's neck and snapped it with a twist. Underwater, the sailor could unleash superior strength. The Frail's neck broke clean. He kicked the body downward and swam upward. Within seconds, Skesny ascended over 100 meters, only to sense a disturbance in the waters below. Drawing his waterproof chainsward, he pressed the ignition and scanned downward. The Xeno corpse was gone. Skesny grew more alert, scanning the surroundings. After a moment with no results, he reluctantly surfaced. He still had to lead the assault on the second-largest island, Trinio. Within 5 hours of landing on Castello Island, Nareth had cleared all the Xenos. He met the female psyker he had noticed from the sky. Her tea-brown pupils met his gaze, and to his surprise, her eyes narrowed but didn't show pain. Her will is strong. Even when locking eyes with me, she was uneasy, but not in agony. Even stronger than Howard or Maria. She's the strongest I've seen since crashing in Vostroya's system. As Nareth pondered, the shaman bowed, and in low Gothic Vostroyan she said, "Marlena Scala greets you. Thank you for the rescue." Chapter 46, Chapter 45, The Submission of Tyranny. The bronze-skinned commander did not dare to meet Nareth's gaze, keeping his eyes fixed on the latter's chest, where faint traces of dark purple blood could be seen. "I am Vieri Barella, warrior leader of the Tyranny. Our chieftain was slain during negotiations by vile Xeno forces. I have temporarily assumed the role of clan leader." As a high-ranking member of the Tyranny, Vieri had interacted with Vostroyan envoys before, giving him a shaky grasp of their low Gothic dialect. With each word, his memory of the language gradually returned. Nareth had previously reviewed the Symphony of the Sea's information. The locals called themselves the Sicilians in remembrance of their ancient homeland in Terra. The Tyranny were the largest Sicilian group, occupying Castello Island, where they had established a small kingdom made up of one main town and 19 smaller settlements. "Thank you for your rescue. Without your arrival, we would have become corpses beneath the Xeno's blades," Vieri said gratefully. Without the giant before him, the Tyranny might have already been wiped out. The invading Xenos are called the Frail. They've built a nomadic empire among the stars. In simple terms, they are space pirates. I must tell you, one of their main battleship and 5 escort vessels escaped. Nareth explained. They now know the path to this world. They will return. There are even more terrifying Xeno creatures and abominations in the universe. This beautiful world will face further catastrophes. Vieri was stunned. He recalled how the Frail warriors were stronger than their own and even possessed evil shamans. Without Marlena, the Tyranny would have perished. Could they survive another invasion? He turned to the tall shamaness, hoping for some comforting sign. Marlena's tea-brown eyes grew distant, her voice airy and ethereal, as though echoing from another dimension. "He speaks the truth. I see flames burning, a sea of blood rising." Nareth keenly noticed the colorful glow emanating from Marlena's body, with faint, delicate threads hovering around her. That familiar sensation. It's the warp, threads of fate, she's using foresight. He also noticed a strange flicker within the colorful light. Just as he was about to seize it, the glow faded. Nareth contemplated briefly and understood the vision he had just witnessed. Marlena is a psyker, using divination. The Emperor designed this body with extraordinary perception, not just physical, but also warp-attuned. Yet, the Emperor disapproved of psykers. He didn't include such knowledge in my gene memories, preferring I rely on instinct to wield it vaguely. That means, if I invest even a little effort, I can rapidly develop warp sensitivity. He recalled what Robert Gilliman would one day tell Felix: "We all carry a fragment of the warp deep within our souls. I should properly explore this and integrate it with my Primarch abilities and beyonder powers." As his thoughts scattered, Marlena softly parted her lips. Her tone regained its solemn, magnetic timbre. "I saw a broken fragment in a shadowed future, shrouded in black mist. But I believe it is connected to you." Nareth looked at Marlena, pale from her vision. Not wanting to waste time, he spoke directly. "I am Nareth, from Vostroya. I rule 4 hive cities. Soon, I will unify all of Vostroya and bring it under my banner." Vieri frowned deeply. He knew Vostroya had powerful noble houses and the servants of Omnisia, the tech priests of the cult Mechanicum. Instinctively, he wanted to refute such arrogant words, but the giant's confidence and certainty carried a weight, almost like a prophecy, different from the shaman's, but equally powerful. "If the Sicilians submit to me, I will offer them protection," Nareth said, gripping his heavy halberd. If Vieri refused, he would use force until the Tyranny recognized reality. The Symphony of the Sea's produce was vital for both Vostroya and the nation he intended to build. Without food, rebellion would spark instantly. The Symphony of the Sea was an agri-world, one that must be under his control. Sweat beaded on Vieri's forehead. The pressure was overwhelming. He had seen the giant's godlike strength firsthand. If he refused, there would only be one outcome: death. Not even Marlena could save him. Yet he also remembered his responsibility. As the leader of the Tyranny, he had to think of the entire tribe. "If I refuse, our whole people will be annihilated. If I agree, we escape immediate danger, but perhaps face a future worse than death. He might enslave us. As his mind wrestled with the decision, Marlena spoke. Vieri, submit to him. I believe that the hope hidden in the black mist is brought by him. Her words shattered the last resistance in Vieri's heart. Shaman Marlena, I trust your prophecy. On behalf of the tyranny, I offer you our loyalty. A wise choice, Nareth said seriously, making a promise, you will not regret today's decision. He immediately gave orders, reorganize the tyranny warriors. We will wipe out every last Frail Xeno on this world. As for food, there was no need for requisition, the Frail had not yet moved their plundered goods to their ships. From what Nareth had seen, along with potential loot from other large islands, the fleet's holds would be filled. Wojciech, following Nareth's orders, had already begun organizing pilots and crew for transport. As Vieri carried out his orders, Nareth turned his gaze to Marlena. You're a shaman. Yes, my lord. What god do you worship? Marlena smiled, raising her hand to gesture. Please, follow me. Maria and the others eyed Marlena warily, gripping their weapons. To Vostroyan eyes, shamans were dangerous, evil sorcerers. Nareth followed Marlena all the way to the seaside. The female shaman looked ahead. The tyranny worshipped the coral sea itself. Not everyone can sense its presence, but I believe you can. Nareth walked to the water's edge, eyes scanning the blue sea. His gaze pierced the waves, seeing vibrant, multicolored coral formations on the nearshore sands. Some spread like antlers, others were round and plump like mushrooms. Tree-like coral stood tall, resembling an underwater tropical rainforest. In the deep blue water, coral reefs shimmered in pink, emerald, and snow white, like nature's most exquisite palette. At once, Nareth understood the origin of the sea's name, but he sensed a deeper meaning in Marlena's tone. He asked no questions. His black eyes calmly gazed at the sea, his spirit vision showing no unusual signs. Using meditation, he stilled his mind, seeking that wondrous sensation he had noticed in Marlena before. Chapter 47, Chapter 46, The Cataclysm of Vostoya. Vostoya, the outer slums of the upper hive city of Onyansk, home of the second altar. A woman draped in a blue robe pulled back her hood with clawed hands, revealing a head shaped like a crescent moon. She let out an eerie shriek incomprehensible to ordinary people. Then, her beak opened and, in a sharp voice, she addressed the assembled mutants. To the people of the hive, you are vermin, loathsome, filthy abominations. Is this true? Of course not. Her left arm elongated. A blue flame ignited in her claw, now only an arm's length away from the nearest mutant. Mutation is the blessing of the god of wisdom. You are the chosen enlightened. Follow me, and you shall receive his revelation and you shall be blessed. You will reclaim the hive that rightfully belongs to you. You will tear apart those foolish enough to scorn you, and even trample those arrogant nobles and mechanical zealots who worship false gods beneath your feet. The mutants howled with excitement. Her words ignited the fire of rage and desire in their hearts. One mutant, with fleshy growths over his eyelids, knelt on twisted legs and shrieked. Storm the hive. Take back our food. Tear up the maggots. The nearby mutants, including others from different slums, took up the chant. Storm the hive. Take back our food. Tear up the maggots. The blue-robed woman floated into the air, warp energy swirling around her. The hour of enlightenment is now. While the mutant uprising ignited in Vostoya, on the coral sea coast of Symphony of the Sea, Nareth's gaze suddenly shifted. A faint glimmer shone across the deep blue ocean, subtle yet dazzling. It was the light of the sea soul stirring. Nareth understood instantly. The ocean before him, revered by generations of Sicilians and perhaps holding a unique opportunity, had caused a reaction in the warp. It was already treading the path beyond the mundane. Such phenomena were not unheard of. In the underground sea of Hive World Necromunda, there existed a Cthulhu that had gained godhood from generations of worship by fishmen. Worshipping the ocean was nothing unusual. Shamanism had three major pillars: ancestor worship, nature worship, and animal worship. Even after 10,000 years, with the imperial cult dominant, Necromunda's underhive still teemed with bizarre forms of worship. There were those who revered sewage pits, cults that worshipped metal pipes, and even cults that worshipped broken demon engines. In fact, belief itself could birth new gods within the warp. The greater goddess Tau Va was born from the Tau Empire's political ideology of greater good, shaped by the collective faith of its subordinate species. This Mother Sea was of the same nature, though far weaker than even the minor gods of chaos. Her existence depended on the worship of her followers, and even the tides of the immaterium could shatter her fragile consciousness. Outsiders call it the Coral Sea, but we Sicilians call her the Mother Sea. She provides us with food and protection. Nareth's pupils suddenly contracted. The glimmering light in his vision shifted, revealing a blurry and incomplete scene. Two tentacles lined with teeth wrapped around a steel warrior and a bronze-skinned Sicilian. Razor-sharp fangs tore into flesh and burrowed inside. The vision vanished. The light dimmed even more. I saw the image the Mother Sea showed me. I think she showed you as well. That sea monster is called a toothed kraken. Its body resembles an octopus, but the mouths at the ends of its tentacles are filled with razor-sharp teeth. Even the smallest adult toothed kraken is the size of a house. They grow endlessly as they feed. The largest we've seen was as big as an island. It caused a storm every time it surfaced. Marlena spoke with bitter disgust. Nareth glanced at her and saw deep sorrow and hatred in her eyes. They are vile predators, abominable creatures. Neither Sicilians nor sea life can escape their grotesque hunger. The Primarch understood why the Coral Sea had shown him the sea monster. It threatened its worshipper, and by extension, its existence. It wanted his hand to destroy the beast. Clearly, the Coral Sea has some level of intelligence. It knows the only thing that would compel me to act: threats to my people. And the Sicilians are my people. With that, Nareth spoke. If such a monster dares appear before me, I shall slay it. The Mother Sea showed you that vision because a sea monster has already been drawn to us. Marlena paused, her voice laced with mockery and sorrow. Sea monsters hunger endlessly for flesh. The blood spilled in battle between the Xenos and the Sicilians is sure to lure these predators. Follow me. Nareth led Marlena to find Vieri. The bronze-skinned man bowed and reported. My lord, I have completed the reorganization of the Tyranny Sea Guard. We have 1,952 warriors ready for battle. We leave at once for the nearby island of Grosseto. After Skesny exterminated the Frail Xenos, he followed Nareth's orders and sought out the local chieftain. Facing well-armed iron warriors and after losing most of his own, the chieftain surrendered. Skesny ordered a rest and began recruiting from the fewer than 1,000 remaining sea guards. Due to the urgency, he devised a simple selection method. Groups of 100 would dive to retrieve coral, and the 7 who returned fastest would become new members of the 4th Battalion. As the 5th batch returned, the Iron Warriors were verifying the divers when dozens of tentacles burst from the sea. 2 wrapped around an islander and a steel warrior. Skesny was shocked. He drew his laser rifle from his back, took aim, and fired. The shot hit its mark, smoke rising. Though accurate, the sailor felt no joy. He saw that the tentacles had already burrowed into the victims' bodies. Giorgino, a bronze-skinned Sicilian who had passed the 3rd round and spoke some Vastoyan, had been temporarily appointed squad leader. In Low Gothic, he shouted to the captain. It's a toothed kraken. A monstrous sea predator. Skesny responded by drawing his chains word and striding forward. He shouted. Attack. The 4th Regiment warriors immediately opened fire on the tentacles. Skesny activated his Beyonder ability. Phantom scales shimmered on his arm as he cleaved down with the 7th stroke of the Osbergvia style. With immense strength, that sailor severed over a meter of tentacle. A thunderous roar erupted. The once calm sea churned like a tsunami. Dozens of islanders and iron warriors were flung into the air by massive waves. Skesny stared in disbelief as a monster the size of an island emerged from the water. Giorgino cried out in terror. It's Fangjaw, he is the most terrifying of all fanged octopotooth kraken. At the same time, Skesny, flung by the tentacle, felt the true terror of the sea beast. His chains word was knocked away, and his right arm was broken. I must ask my lord for help. Only he can kill this monster. Chapter 48, Chapter 47, Warp Insight. Just after Nareth conquered the island of Grosseto, he received a distress message from Skesny. He immediately boarded an aircraft and flew toward Trinio. Upon seeing the colossal sea monster Fangjaw, he couldn't help but marvel at the size of this toothed kraken. Marlena's eyes burned with hatred. Fangjaw is the largest of the toothed krakens. It has devoured countless Sicilians. Just as she finished speaking, she saw the giant leap down without hesitation. After Skesny sliced off one of the sea monster's tentacles, he was met with a violent retaliation. He dodged frantically, but the toothed kraken wasn't like a normal octopus with just 8 arms, it had dozens of writhing tentacles. He had been flung away multiple times. Fortunately, his troops opened fire in time, relieving some pressure and allowing him to barely hold on. But this provoked the creature's frenzied counterattack. The 4th Regiment suffered devastating losses, at least dozens of lightly augmented warriors and over 100 candidates were eaten by the beast. The people of Trinio lost their morale and fled in panic, screaming in a local dialect of Low Gothic that Skesny couldn't understand. Only Giorgio stayed beside the commander, shouting at his kin and rallying 13 recruits who had passed the selection process. Just as the 4th Regiment was falling into crisis, a massive figure plummeted from the sky, crashing down on the elongated head of the toothed kraken. Skesny's eyes lit up as he saw Nareth drive his heavy halberd deep into one of the sea monster's compound eyes. The steel-clad warriors watched as the monster was struck with meteor-like force and slammed into the sea, creating a towering tidal wave over 100 meters high. They stared in awe at the towering figure standing on the sea's surface and erupted in thunderous cheers. Purin, god of thunder. Sventovit, god of war. Each associated Nareth with ancient deities and charged into the sea like pilgrims, madly attacking the tentacles. Nareth pulled out his heavy halberd. Blood stained the sea red, and Fang Jia let out a painful wail. The Gene Primarch sensed sharply that the attack hadn't been fatal. The massive sea monster had vitality matching its size, and its eyes were not its vital weakness. The wind howled behind him as Nareth flipped forward. His halberd left a deep gash on the creature's elongated head body like a runway. He activated his warp vision and tried to observe Fang Jia the same way he had with the Mother Sea, seeking weaknesses invisible to the naked eye. Dozens of tentacles thrashed wildly. Fang Jia hadn't been injured for 1,000 years and was now enraged, determined to devour the pest atop its head. On the aircraft, Marlena raised her staff high, aiming at the creature that had devoured countless of her people. 2 beams of radiant light shot from the skull ornament, targeting a tentacle. Cells combusted and boiled, gray tentacles turned bright red like heated iron serpents, thrashing wildly. Boom. A tentacle exploded into thousands of fragments, scattering in all directions. She had landed a hit, but Marlena frowned. Fang Jia's vitality is terrifying. I only blew up 1 tentacle with a direct hit. Meanwhile, Maria and the others injected combat stimulants from the Kornikova family. Svetlana rapidly pulled the trigger, emptying her energy clip in an instant. Arcs of light rained down on the sea monster's head. The other 2 assassins leaped down. Dementieva gripped her riot shield tightly and slammed it into the octopus's head. Maria slashed an arc with her curved blade, cutting through a swinging tentacle. As she landed, she drove her glass dagger into the slimy head. The Coral Sea's overlord let out a deafening roar, its remaining compound eyes bloodshot as it raised its head in fury. Maria and Dementieva raised their weapons to strike its head, but tentacles flew through the air, whipping their arms and sending them flying. As the 2 were flung back, Fang Jia lifted its head to its highest point, still dozens of meters below the aircraft. Svetlana reloaded and fired into the creature's gaping maw. Marlena cried out in low Gothic, "Get out of the way, it's going to spray ink." The pilot acted on instinct, jerking the controls to dodge. Black ink slammed into the aircraft's undercarriage, sending the streamlined airship into a spin. Sweating, the pilot struggled to regain control, and the ink had nearly struck the ship's nose. While everyone else was in chaos from Fang Jia's attacks, Nareth seized his moment. He entered that peculiar state again. It felt as though he stood suspended in air, overlooking the entire battlefield. He didn't see people's physical movements. Instead, he saw their projections in the immaterium, the ripples of their souls. He perceived the fear of the Trinoans in the pilot, the unwavering faith of the Steel Warriors, Marlena's overwhelming hatred. Most crucially, he saw Fang Jia's warp projection. Among the octopus's organs, the most unusual was its ink sac. It radiated 2 opposing lights, brilliant lifelight wrapped around a core of darkness filled with countless screaming souls. With soul sight still active, he also saw spiritual light flickering above it. Nareth understood immediately. The toothed kraken's ink sac is both its weakness and a beyonder material. Fang Jia had exposed this weakness by flipping over. Seizing the opportunity, Nareth let his body fall naturally. In midair, he swung his halberd powerfully, striking the upper edge of the ink sac beneath the octopus's head. He twisted his body, the halberd carved downward in a smooth arc. The Primarch's body seemed to defy gravity. Along with the halberd, he sliced along the edge of the ink sac like a butcher's blade. Fang Jia sensed the tear beneath its head and tried desperately to stop itself from toppling backward, but it couldn't control its massive form like Nareth could. Its enormous body tilted to the right and crashed into the sea. Through the wind and waves, Nareth advanced with long, arcing strides. He cut the entire ink sac out, skin and all, perfectly intact. Grabbing the slippery hide, he tore hard. Fang Jia's tentacles twitched feebly. As the ink sac was removed, its life force drained rapidly. As Nareth landed in the sea, he sensed the final glimmer of Fang Jia's soul extinguish. The Primarch, having successfully unearthed his latent power, smiled. I should name this ability. It's different from a Psyker's ether vision or a Beyonder's spirit vision. When I use it, perceiving emotions is just a side effect. Its main purpose is to identify an enemy's weak point. It's similar to the Sequence 5 ability, Weakness Detection, from the Red Priest path, but it doesn't rely on mysticism. I directly observe through subspace. In that case, I'll call it Warp Insight. Nareth thought of the 11th Legion. He would soon take over from the Emperor. I wonder how many of my gene sons will awaken this Warp Insight, inherited from me. The people of Trinio gazed in reverence at the giant dragging back the ink sac. He had killed Fang Jia, the Coral Sea's nightmare, and ended the Sicilians' 1,000-year curse. Marlena stepped down from the aircraft and approached Nareth. She bowed deeply. Thank you for killing Fang Jia. With its head, the Sicilians will offer you their loyalty. Chapter 49, Chapter 48, Marlena's Request. After ordering Skesny to reorganize the 4th Regiment, Nareth retreated from prying eyes and returned to the Kingdom of Disorder. He confirmed once again that the ink sac of the Toothed Kraken was not among the unlocked potion ingredients listed on the blasphemy slate. All Sequence 9 and Sequence 8 potion formulas had been fully unlocked, but for Sequence 7, only the Briber and the adjacent pathways, Interrogator, could be viewed. Nareth placed the ink sac in a palace within the first layer of the true space before falling into contemplation. Based on his understanding of potion materials, higher sequence potion materials generally contain greater spirituality and are harder to obtain. The Night Shard of the Frail Xenos is clearly harder to acquire than the lung sacs of the lung spider. The Toothed Kraken's ink sac holds even greater spirituality and is harder to come by. It must be a mid-sequence material, the first mid-sequence one I've obtained. Sequence 9, Sequence 8, and Sequence 7 Beyonders belong to the low sequence, while Sequence 6 and Sequence 5 were mid-sequence. Staring at the ink sac, Nareth continued analyzing. The materials required for potion formulas seem to follow an inherent logic. The Savage needing an Ogren's arm is the most obvious example, the Arbiter requiring a gavel is also related, the Sailor needing a Siren's stone connects to water. For those less apparent, I have yet to uncover their hidden logic. As for the source of spirituality in potion materials, that remains unclear. The materials required for potion formulas seem to follow an inherent logic. The Barbarian requires the arm of an Ogren, quite straightforward, the Arbiter requiring a gavel is also related, the Sailor needing a Siren's stone connects to water. For those less apparent, I have yet to uncover their hidden logic. As for the source of spirituality in potion materials, that remains unclear. He walked out of the palace, thinking. Based on this, the ink sac originates from the ocean and must belong to the Sailor pathway, the Tyrant pathway's potion material. Returning to the real world, Nareth gathered his people for a briefing. My lord, 117 veterans and 27 new recruits have died. Skesny reported with frustration. His regiment had suffered heavy losses from a single sea monster, and though he was eager to tear it apart, he was stopped by the female shaman. At that moment, Marlena stepped forward. I have a suggestion that may help you quickly win the loyalty of the Sicilians. Oh. Nareth was intrigued. Speak. The Toothed Kraken caused countless Sicilian deaths. If you send Trinio carrying a part of the creature's remains to each tribe to recount your victory, they will pledge their loyalty. There's no other Toothed Kraken in the Coral Sea with such a massive body. Very well. We'll follow your suggestion and try it. To Nareth, the loss was just some meat. He accepted Marlena's plan. My lord, I request to carry this out personally. Skesny stepped forward. His frustration at the shaman immediately dissipated. It's yours, Nareth approved. Skesny went to the shore and dismembered the octopus. The tentacles were sliced off one by one, and the head was divided into 7 parts. Marlena's suggestion worked. After the 4th Regiment eliminated the Frail invaders from each island, the Trinio showed the severed remains and told the tale of Nareth descending from the sky and slaying the Coral Sea Overlord. The Sicilian tribes were won over. Marine guards all volunteered to join Nareth's ranks. The 4th Regiment continued recruiting based on Skesny's previous standards. 2 standard days later, the regiment was fully replenished. After reporting, Skesny received new orders to keep recruiting Marine guards without limit. Just as the conquest of the Symphony of the Sea progressed rapidly, Nareth received a transmission from Rozicki. King Nareth, a rebellion has broken out in Vostroya. Mutants from more than 13 hive cities are attacking. The hive cities under your control, Lukivo and Tiska, have also fallen into chaos. Nareth frowned. There had been no signs of rebellion when he left, but he instinctively felt that some hidden force was at play. How large is the rebellion? Unfortunately, we have no precise intel. I recommend you return to Vostroya immediately. Nareth fell into deep thought. Most of the Frail in the Symphony of the Sea have been wiped out. The remaining few can be handled by Skesny and his warriors. This uprising among the mutants is also an opportunity for me to conquer Vostroya. He quickly made a decision. 3 standard hours later, Nareth held a meeting. After hearing progress reports, he issued commands. Skesny, you are to temporarily assume command of all armed forces in the Symphony of the Sea. Continue conquering the Sicilian tribes and eliminate the remaining Xenos. My lord, I will not fail you. About the previous task I gave you, any promising people under your command? Skesny had prepared for this. My lord, those iron warriors have had their minds twisted by the Mad King. They are capable soldiers but not fit for leadership. However, from the new local recruits, there is one named Roginio. He participated in 5 island campaigns and personally convinced 3 Sicilian tribes to pledge allegiance to you. Very well. Have him accompany me back to Vostroya after the meeting. During the conquest, Nareth collected potion materials like the Siren Stone and Rapeseed. These could be used for the sailors and planter. But he wouldn't carelessly grant someone the power of a beyonder. Evaluations were necessary. Nareth had already devised a preliminary plan. He couldn't personally assess every candidate, especially after returning to the Imperium. He decided to establish a recommendation system. His personally trained beyonders would nominate candidates, whom he would then observe closely before making the final decision. Vieri, your task is to rebuild tyranny and restore food production as soon as possible. Yes, my king. Vieri bowed respectfully. After learning of Nareth's slaying of the Fangjaw, his lingering resentment had vanished, replaced by genuine awe for the godlike giant. Melina. Nareth looked toward the shaman, but before he could finish, she said, I want to follow you to Vostroya. Nareth was surprised. He asked curiously, why this request? Marlena's tea-brown eyes sparkled, and longing lit her face. I've always wanted to journey into the stars, to see the wider galaxy. Now, the opportunity has come. I wish to follow and serve you. Nareth nodded slightly. Marlena was a powerful psyker, stronger even than Thierry. Taking her with him would be a great asset, and without her influential presence, Skesny would have full control of the Symphony of the Sea. With that, he said, very well. You shall come with me. Nareth took Marlena, Roginio, and others back aboard the Pizchek, gave the order to set sail, and then returned to his quarters to enter the Kingdom of Disorder and brew the Savant Potion. Chapter 50, Chapter 49, Awakening Memories. Wojciech took a deep breath and adjusted his red robes. Just as he was about to press the electric chime, the airlock let out a low rumble, and the hatch opened. A deep voice came from within. It was Nareth. Come in. The middle-aged man with neatly trimmed brown hair paused slightly. Considering the king's many formidable abilities, it wasn't surprising that he had sensed his arrival. Respectfully, Wojciech stepped through the airlock and said, My king, you summoned me. Nareth gave a small nod. Gave a slight nod. You have performed well in the tasks I assigned you. As such, I have decided to grant you a reward. Serving you is my greatest honor, Wojciech said with a bow. As he spoke, he saw the giant's left palm extend, revealing a golden potion. His brown eyes trembled. After a moment of silence, he took the potion and drank it down in one gulp. As the potion entered his body, Wojciech began trembling all over. His mind exploded with knowledge. Awakening memories. Every word, every piece of data, every book he had ever read flooded back to him in perfect clarity. He understood and mastered them all in an instant. Wojciech could clearly distinguish the difference. In the past, his understanding of knowledge came from the teachings of tech priests, a religious form of worship and ritual. But now, he understood everything from its fundamental principles, as though he were re-experiencing his entire life with machines through a new lens. Previously, when he selected polymer materials to make waterproof coating, he did so based on Appendix 2, Litany of Materials Chapter 23 of the Omniscia's Guide, which listed epoxy resin as the optimal choice for use in the Symphony of the Sea. Now he understood why epoxy resins were the optimal choice. They are hard, high molecular weight chemical materials with high strength, durability, weather resistance, waterproof properties, and corrosion resistance, perfect for the harsh marine environment. The sheer cognitive shock left Wojciech dazed. Only after a long moment did he realize he was floating in the air, looking down at his own red-robed body below. Do as I say. Nareth's commanding voice echoed in his ears. Wojciech instinctively followed the giant's instructions, gradually calming down. An hour later, standard ship time, Wojciech had mastered meditation and returned to normal. But he still stared blankly at the giant before him. He actually granted me this kind of power. How is this possible? Could he be the incarnation of the Omniscia? After several seconds of silence, he finally said, My king, thank you for your gift. I will use it wisely in your service. Nareth sensed the turmoil in his emotions and understood them and needed time to adjust. He gave him that space. Go rest. Soon, I'll need you to decipher the secrets within this data crystal. Nareth opened his right palm, revealing a clear, finely processed crystal cylinder, 12 centimeters long, 5 centimeters in diameter. Among the Frail, a race skilled in etheric secrets, crystals were the primary medium for storing knowledge and data. Nareth, who had already begun researching, also wanted to see what a savant could uncover. As you command, my king. Wojciech carefully accepted the crystal. His spirit lifted. Rather than pondering if Nareth was the Omniscia, he preferred returning to the comfort of technical work. After he left, Nareth took out another data crystal and resumed his research. At the same moment, beneath the Hantman West Dome, Tiska. A hunched figure in a blue robe, his spine bent forward, yet his chest unnaturally arched upward, raised a gnarled, vulture-like claw. With a single squeeze, the foreman charging at him with a wrench suddenly gasped, his throat seized by an invisible force. I truly didn't expect you gutterborn rats to sacrifice yourselves for an oppressor from the upper hive. The bald foreman gasped, "Protect Lord Howard." Workers from the scorched workshop raised steel pipes and rushed forward. The Arbiter had won the hearts of the workers. They no longer fought for food, they fought for their leader. Amazing, the old man marveled as he rubbed his clawed hand against his tentacle-like appendages. "Howard Fender, your qualities impress me. I'll give you a chance. Worship the God of wisdom. Join the cause of enlightenment." He twitched his ears, listening to voices coming from unknown directions. "Yes. Join us, and you shall achieve greatness. I'll tell you now, don't count on your underlings." Howard watched the foreman collapse. A flash of memory struck him, the simple joy of receiving tuna and water from the men. Now, that same man had charged at a monstrous enemy with nothing but a wrench that barely qualified as a weapon. He charged at the terrifying enemy who had killed his guards, all to protect him. He saw workers fall to the mutants' assault. Yet none of them retreated. A realization bloomed in his heart. This is the power my lord spoke of. Yet Howard knew that resolve alone could not bridge the gap in strength. The psyker before him was too powerful. He had already called for his 5th Division backup. The time that had passed should have been enough for several round trips. Yet no one had arrived. They must have been intercepted. I must kill him. Howard raised his arm and aimed his heavy-duty logging rifle at the psyker. Gunfire echoed. A dense stream of bullets rained towards the psyker. Foolish choice. The blue-robed psyker raised his staff. Telekinetic force erupted, forming an invisible barrier before him. The bullets suddenly halted in midair. Under the influence of mechanical manipulation, they twisted in the air. With a violent flick, the bullets reversed course, shredding through the last 4 Fender family guards. The bullets clanged against Howard's powered armor with dull thuds before falling to the ground. Howard noticed several dents of varying depth on his chest plate. He dropped the rifle and lunged with a whirring drill toward the psyker. The blue-robed psyker shook his head. He raised his clawed hand. The spinning drill stopped just inches from him. In his multicolored eyes, mockery gleamed. But then he hesitated. He saw no fear in Howard's blue eyes. The next moment, he felt his staff arm being grabbed tightly. Howard had successfully deceived the psyker. At the moment the enemy thought victory was his, the Arbiter struck, seizing the psyker's arm. The psyker panicked. He raised his left claw to unleash a telekinetic blast, but the Arbiter was faster. Howard yanked the psyker towards himself. Losing balance, the psyker's spell failed. His throat was caught in a crushing grip. "I sentence you to death." Howard's voice was cold as steel. He twisted hard. Crack. The psyker's neck snapped. The blonde noble raised his drill and pressed it into the back of the psyker's skull. After confirming the kill, the Arbiter released his grip and let the corpse fall. At the same time, Howard felt something inside him dissolving, merging with his mind and spirit. Chapter 51, Chapter 50, Thierry's Path as a Warrior. After the narrow defeat of the psyker, Howard didn't stop. Feeling as if he had truly become an arbiter, he turned the barrel of his heavy logging rifle toward the mutants, sentencing them to death. Upon seeing the blue-robed psyker slain, the mutants lost morale and fell into chaos, scrambling to flee. "Kill them all, don't let a single one escape." The arbiter bellowed, and the workers instinctively obeyed, launching an all-out attack on the mutants. When the battle ended, the blonde noble picked up his communicator and loudly called for his appointed second-in-command. "Yasin. Yasin." Receiving no reply, Howard had a guess. He shouted to a group of foremen approaching him. "Follow me." Without hesitation, the foreman moved after the arbiter. Meanwhile, in Lukivo Hive City, Thierry once again encountered a powerful opponent, a blue-robed figure with talons as sharp as chain swords, whose attacks were unusually erratic. Every one of Thierry's moves seemed to have been predicted, making him feel like a puppet dancing to the enemy's rhythm. The enemy's strikes always landed in the precise moments between Thierry's own movements. Thierry realized this foe wasn't like King Nareth, who had mastered the Otspurg via technique entirely. It was sorcery that gave him foresight. "If I want to kill him, I have to move faster than he can foresee." The warrior gripped his power sword tightly, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. "He is not like my king, I can do this." Thierry suddenly charged forward. For the first time since he had taken up the sword, he let his combat instincts take over. The warrior's slash ignored the limitations of the Otspurg via doctrine. His crackling power sword sliced through the air toward the blue-robed enemy's right shoulder. This time, no vision of the incoming attack appeared in the enemy's mind. His avian-like eyes darted wildly, his irises swelling like camera apertures while his pupils rapidly shrank. He barely dodged, the power sword grazing past and tearing his blue robe apart, revealing a chest covered in grotesque, densely packed eyes. Though he didn't land a direct hit, Thierry felt a surge of confidence. His judgment was correct. Stepping forward to withdraw his sword, Thierry dodged a claw swipe from the left and countered with a sweeping slash. The warrior's attack surged like a tide, each wave stronger than the last. He no longer consciously tried to apply the Via, yet each blow instinctively reflected it. 14 years of training had etched the principles into his muscle memory. Now, they flowed through him like breath. The warrior's superhuman agility outpaced the blue-robed foe's foresight, surpassing the reaction limits of his mutated eyes. After 9 consecutive strikes, Thierry combined strike number 1, piercing thrust, with strike number 23, weak point exploit. In a final lunge, the power sword stabbed directly into the largest, most disgusting eye at the center of the enemy's chest. A shrill scream followed. The power field's searing energy began to burn the mutated flesh. Thierry twisted his wrist, spinning the blade to shred every single eye. As he withdrew his sword, an epiphany struck him. All this time, I was trying to emulate the king's mastery of the Via technique, yet I could never truly integrate it. But today, in a moment of crisis, I achieved it without thinking. I am not some sword-fighting machine mimicking techniques, I am a warrior who, even when faced with overwhelming enemies, still believes in himself and finds the key to victory. With this realization, strength flooded his exhausted body, and his power sword felt like an extension of his arm. Now that he had found his own warrior's path, Thierry dove into the horde of mutants, sword swinging. At the same time, Howard had finally tracked down his unit via the tunnels. Upon arriving, he saw that the passage had been blasted open, the rails destroyed, and the maglev train had plummeted to a lower level. Leading his workers into the battlefield, the blonde noble suddenly came face to face with a middle-aged noble dressed in luxurious clothes. "It's you, Bogush. You traitor, you dare betray our lord." Bogush was visibly shocked to see the arbiter. "Howard. You're still alive." "Impossible, the Lightbringer said he would personally punish you." "No, it can't be. The Lightbringer has the power of the God of Wisdom's blessing. How could he have failed?" The arbiter sneered coldly. "Traitor, die." He raised his heavy logging rifle and pulled the trigger. Bogush was instantly riddled with bullets. After clearing out the traitor's private troops and the remaining mutants, Howard finally found Yasin. Yasin, with a straight nose and a resolute face, quickly approached his commander, his voice filled with remorse. "Sir, on my way here as ordered, I encountered Bogush. He requested to join our team. I failed to recognize his treacherous trick. The train exploded halfway, and I was delayed." Howard gave a small nod. The moment he saw Bogush, he had already guessed most of what had happened. "You bear some responsibility, but you're not entirely at fault. Reflect on this deeply, and don't repeat the same mistake." "Yes, sir." Nareth, having returned to Vostroya, didn't head back to the hive he controlled. He trusted that Howard and Thierry could handle the mutant assault. His sights were no longer just on his own territory, but on all of Vostroya. To reach his goal quickly, he needed the support of the Muggos of Kivir, 2 from Altar 1. Just as the Fabricator General of Mars had far more influence across the cult Mechanicum than other Forge World lords, the Muggos of Vostroya's Altar 1 was the spiritual leader of the local Mechanicum adherents. From the flying vessel, he looked down at Mykolovsk hive. The largest hive in all of Vostroya, it loomed like a mountain, its spire towers piercing the yellowish clouds, and its dense buildings forming a forest of steel. The aircraft landed at the docking bay owned by the Mechanicum atop the 2 tallest spire towers. Nareth, accompanied by Rozicki and Wojciech, entered Altar 1. Moments later, they met the Muggos of Kivir, 2, dressed in crimson robes, with no flesh left on his body. Nareth got straight to business. "Muggos, I've come to claim the star charts as agreed." Kivir 2's faceplate lit up as a synthesized voice replied. "Activating identity verification protocol. Identity confirmed, contract partner, King Nareth. Requesting exchange of contract obligation information." Wojciech promptly pulled out a datapad and opened the agreement. The Muggos' mask projected 2 beams of light, scanning the contents from top to bottom. According to contractual obligations, the full star charts held by all Vostroyan altars shall be provided to King Nareth. The Muggos' mechadendrite reached into his robes and withdrew a chip. Fulfilling contract obligation, data chip containing star chart records. Wojciech received the chip and inserted it into the datapad, quickly reviewing it. After confirming the data, he nodded at Nareth. With the star charts in hand, Nareth turned to the Muggos. "Muggos, the transaction is complete. Now it's time we discuss the mutant uprising." Chapter 52, Chapter 51, Nareth's request. Kivir, 2 remained silent for several seconds before his mechanized voice crackled to life. "This uprising has been long in the making." As he spoke, the mechadendrite on his back plugged into the cogitator interface. The video screen above his head lit up. Rows upon rows of dense zeros and ones streamed past, the language of technology. Then, an image appeared on screen. Kemerova Hive, Altar number 2. A strange man in blue robes appeared. The back of his neck split open, extending into a vulture-like long neck. A sharp beak repeatedly pecked at his bald head. He bent forward, opened his beak, and spewed blue flames, engulfing over a dozen combat servitors. Altar 2 has fallen. The machine spirit burns in the heretic's unholy fire. From the Muggos's tone, Nareth detected a hint of sorrow. He paused, realizing it came from warp insight, a gift that let him sense emotions, even from someone like Kevier, too. Though his body lacked any flesh, Kevier, too, still had a soul. Cold logic wasn't all there was to him, his emotions still echoed in the sea of souls. Then, the sage's tone shifted, now filled with admiration. The hives you control, Lukivo and Tiska, responded the quickest and most effectively in this rebellion. Not only did they suppress the mutant uprisings, but they also killed heretical cultists. Nareth hadn't yet received any reports, but smiled upon hearing this. The screen changed to show Thierry thrusting his sword through an enemy. My judgment was right. Those leading the mutants were clearly Tsench cultists, blessed by the Changer of Ways. Yet Howard and Thierry defeated them. This strike of his reveals a new level of understanding of Otsburgvia. He has found the true meaning of playing the role of a warrior. Their performance will strengthen my bargaining position. Nareth spoke. The rebellion caused by the heretical cultists has brought immense damage to Vostroya. I can end this quickly, but I need the support of the servants of the Omnicia. Kevier 2's logic engine whirred rapidly. Nareth boarded the Xeno battleship /decisive victory // he purged the Xenos in Symphony of the Sea // with combat capabilities resembling sacred machinery. I am willing to provide full support. The Legion Skitarii are at your disposal. No, Nareth shook his head. I do need the Skitarii support, but more importantly, I need the servants of the Omnicia to recognize my legitimate rule over Vostroya. What? Kevier, 2 asked in shock, his soul flaring with rage. Vostroya has maintained its order for a millennium. The machine god will never allow you to overturn it. But has that order truly unlocked Vostroya's full potential? Nareth's extraordinary eloquence sparked reflection in the minds of the sages. The changes I implemented have already greatly improved the efficiency and output of Hantman West Dome in a short time. Howard Fender proved this model is replicable. With me as its ruler, Vostroya will usher in a golden age of prosperity. He didn't voice all his thoughts aloud. What he wanted from Vostroya went far beyond just ruling it. Though no census had been conducted, Nareth knew Vostroya's total population hovered around 1 billion, too few. That small population was one reason Vostonia was classified as an industrial world instead of a hive world. The hive city of Trazier in Necromunda once conducted a census, its upper hive alone housed 1 billion people, equal to Vostroya's entire population. Given the pyramid-like structure of hives, the mid-hive, lower hive, and underhive would have far more residents. And Trazier was only one of many such hives on Necromunda. While this segmentum hive worlds boasted denser populations than other regions, Vostroya's numbers were too low. It couldn't serve as the capital of Nareth's future kingdom. He needed sweeping reforms to transform Vostroya into a capital world of immense potential. Rosicky and Wojciech exchanged glances, they finally understood what Nareth meant when he used that title in the treaty. Even then, he was signaling his ambitions. They both looked at the Muggos. Would Kevier, 2 accept? They thought not. Kevier, 2 inserted a mechadendrite into the cogitator port and, using his highest access rights as a servant of the Omnicia, pulled all data related to the 4 altars Nareth controlled, especially Tiska. His logic engine ran at full tilt, modeling outcomes. Logic verification complete // he can significantly boost efficiency. The logic engine simulated theoretical scenarios. After several dozen seconds, the mechanized voice spoke again. The Omnicia has already made pacts with the kings. Your proposal is rejected. Nareth's eyes grew cold. He had hoped to accelerate Vostroya's growth through cooperation with the tech priests. But they clung to tradition and agreements. If that's the case, I'll just have to create a fait accompli and force them to accept. If they still resist, I'll simply loosen the selection criteria for the savant. Just as Nareth fell into thought, an urgent alarm blared from the spire tower. Red lights lit up the altar. Kevier, 2 gave an order to a tech priest standing before a massive display made of 64 screens. Trace the source of the alarm. Seconds later, the tech priest pulled up a series of images. Nareth's gaze swept across them, and he saw footage from the Mykolovsk hive, but also from Senchaiga hive, where altar number 9 was located. The tech priest stared at the screen and reported. Tech priest Zelinsky has fallen to heresy. Heslu Mugos Kevier, 25, who was overseeing altar number 9. Piontek Swidelsky has also turned heretic. They conducted a profane ritual in Senchaiga hive. Nareth saw footage of tens of thousands of hive citizens being herded into a factory by mutants. Another screen showed hordes of beastmen with avian traits emerging. Zongers. Nareth knew some had turned into Zongers from prolonged corruption by Tsench. But most had likely been captured and grotesquely transformed to please the changer of ways. Kivir, too, looked at Piontek Swidelski's bird beak and clawed limbs with both disgust and rage. Piontek has forsaken the Omnisia's faith, he is a blasphemous heretic. Dispatch the Skitarii. Demand that King Kapustka act. By the machine god's will, he must kill the heretic. Nareth stood silently, arms crossed, holding his heavy halberd, eyes locked on the screen. King Kapustka responded swiftly, leading his forces to purge the heretics invading his territory, Mykolov's Kive. Clad in fine-crafted power armor, he pointed his power sword at Piontek. Heretic, die. Fool. Piontek raised a warped blue shield, blocking the blow. Kapustka's gaze met the eye embedded in the top of the shield, and he screamed in agony. Piontek swung his curved blade and decapitated King Kapustka. Heretic. Kivir, too, seeing the seasoned warrior Kapustka fall in an instant, recalculated the heretic's combat ability and searched the database. He realized there was only one option left. Chapter 53, Chapter 52, Beasts of Tsench. Kivir, too, stepped before Nareth and spoke solemnly. On behalf of all altars of Vostroya, I accept your terms. The Mechanicum shall support your ascension as this world's sovereign. Please act immediately, cleanse the blasphemous heretics. Rosicki and Wojciech exchanged shocked glances. It was unthinkable that the Muggos would accept Nareth's terms. After the initial shock, they calmed down and understood Kivir, too, had no other choice. The Skitarii and many noble houses had suffered devastating losses fighting the Xeno raiders, and now the mutants. Vostroya lacked the sacred Titan legions. Faced with a sudden heretic outbreak, there really was no better option. Had they refused Nareth's conditions, Vostroya would have faced annihilation. The Muggos had considered more than just the current crisis. Piotek's corruption and Kapustka's fall had destroyed his faith in the ruling bloodlines. His mechadendrites danced across data slates, inscribing vows in lingua technis and low Gothic before stamping them with electroseals. Nareth reviewed it and nodded in satisfaction. As you wish. I'll move immediately. With that, Nareth strode out. Maria and the others hurried to follow. Waiting outside, Ragninho quickly rallied his forces to follow the giant. A few kilometers into the march, they encountered a horde of beasts of Tsench. Their squad numbered less than 100, while the monsters numbered in the thousands. Yet no one showed fear. At the front, Nareth dove into the horde. With a single charge, he cleaved dozens of bird-shaped beasts in half, hundreds were flung away. Ragninho shouted. Attack! He pulled the trigger on his newly equipped Vostroyan Las rifle. The beam pierced through a beast's right eye and shot out its skull. This gun's insane, way better than the junk we used to trade with sea folk. Piontek watched the unstoppable colossus from afar, his blade dripping with the blood of fleeing royal guards. The whispers from his ascension ritual echoed anew. Piontek Swidelski, I grant you enlightenment. This noble form bears my wisdom. You shall prove yourself with the power I bestow. Strike him down. The figure shown to him by the god of wisdom overlapped with the image of Nareth. Piontek trembled, recalling the god's command. Use the blade in your hand. Cut his flesh. Make him bleed. Make him bleed, and you will ascend. You will forever serve by my side. His eyes lit up. He felt the call of the god and the touch of destiny. Zelensky's earlier words echoed in his mind. You've undergone the sacred transformation. From now on, you're tied to fate. You'll instinctively perceive strands of destiny, like beasts sniffing prey on the wind. Unlike those who went mad from the god's enlightenment, Piontek remained aware. He was special. He knew what he sensed would happen. Just like how he killed Kapustka with one strike. Just like now. Zelensky let out a shriek and charged at Nareth. At the same time, Zelensky also noticed Nareth slaughtering the beasts of Tsench he had created through sacrificial rites, as if sweeping trash. Zelensky's gaze deepened. If I can subjugate such a being, I will complete my enlightenment. And if I offer him up to my god, surely I will be blessed even further. He raised his staff and summoned the power granted by the god of wisdom. Waves of energy lifted him into the air. Twin wings burst from his back, tearing his blue robes apart. Just after Nareth swung his halberd, he felt a javelin-like psychic will shoot toward him. He sneered. As a Primarch, his mind vastly outstripped mortals. The lawyer and the barbarian had both enhanced him, his will was iron. The thought that someone would try a mental attack on him was laughable. He looked toward the attacker, Zelensky, airborne. The man's face still retained some human features, bruised and purple, before collapsing midair. Leave him to me. With a casual wave, Marlena caused several beasts of Tsench to convulse violently before exploding under a psyker power. Good. Nareth turned to Piontek, who was charging toward him. Compared to the others, this beast was massive, second only to Fangjaw in size. Mid-charge, Piontek suddenly veered right, then, after 2 steps, lunged left. Destiny had shown him this was the way. Only then could he complete the god's mission, spill the giant's blood. Just as his blade came within an arm's reach of Nareth's black armor, he saw a flash of dark light. An instant later, pain exploded in his abdomen. He was sent flying, coughing blood. No. Destiny showed me, I will succeed. I will complete the task. 2 laughs echoed in his mind, one was a whisper, a mocking laugh from the god of wisdom. The other belonged to the giant. Nareth appeared before him in a blink and brought his halberd down, nailing him to the ground. Nareth knew, even the most powerful seers couldn't glimpse all of fate's secrets. Beasts of Tsench, granted only a sliver of destiny-sensing instinct, had even less chance. Worse yet, what they saw might be fake, an illusion for some demon's amusement. He pulled his halberd free and noticed Ragninho's forces pressing the left flank, steadily advancing. On the other side, Maria and her team were perfectly synchronized, injecting combat stimulants at just the right times. Ahead, Marlena was crushing Zelensky completely. The backlash from his failed psychic attack rendered him helpless. Nareth thought, even at his peak, he couldn't break Marlena's mind. The shamaness had the strongest will he had ever seen. It's over. As that thought formed, Marlena raised her pale hand and pushed forward. A bolt of lightning, thick as a finger, shot into Zelensky's face. With a scream, the Tsench cultist collapsed, his face charred beyond recognition. With both Zelensky and Piontek dead, the beasts of Tsench lost all command and fell into savagery. They were swiftly annihilated. Nareth ordered Ragninho to regroup the surviving Mykolovsk forces and seize the unguarded hive. Nareth himself descended to the lower hive, where he hunted and killed a millipede serpent. He also captured 5 more and threw them into the second level of the Kingdom of Disorder, a simulated lower hive space he had built. Returning to the upper hive, he entered the Palace of the Spire to begin brewing the assassin potion. Chapter 54, Chapter 53, The Enigmatic Zaleski. Inside the palace, Nareth extended his palm towards Maria and said, "You performed well. This is the power I bestow upon you." Maria took the purple potion from his large hand without hesitation and drank it in one go. She, like the other girls, had been trained as an assassin from a young age and instilled with absolute loyalty to the family. After Yelena offered them to Nareth, their allegiance shifted to the giant himself. Having witnessed the godlike combat power of his multiple times, she had long since cemented her devotion to Nareth. Half a standard hour later, the assassin, under Nareth's guidance, had learned to meditate and restrain her own power. Maria knelt on one knee, hand over chest. "Thank you for your gift, my lord. I will use this power to bring death to your enemies." Nareth nodded. "I already have a mission for you. This will also serve as a test for Tsvetana and Dementieva." The abilities and potential of the two were significantly inferior to Maria's. Based on their performance, Nareth would decide whether they were worth training into Beyonders. "Your orders, my lord." Nareth's deep gaze passed through the palace windows as he looked outside, his tone mysterious. "You will infiltrate the nest cities and assassinate key figures. You may still choose your targets depending on the situation. This time, I expect even better results. As you wish. I will offer you the head of a false king." Maria understood what Nareth meant. The assassin pledged her vow. Nareth watched her leave. The better the assassins performed, the smoother the path to unification would be, and the stronger the forces of the new Vostroya could be preserved. He immediately sent a message to Ragninho to gather the troops. He had scoured the palace, specifically the royal treasury of the Kaputska, who ruled the largest nest city in Vostroya, and it had not disappointed. He had found 29 kinds, totaling 54 potion materials. Aside from completing another full set of warrior potion materials, he also found 10 horns of the crown Pegasus, which were used for life-prolonging elixirs. And also the primary material for the Moon Pathways Sequence 9, Apothecary. Nareth sent all potion ingredients back to the Kingdom of Disorder, then returned to the real world. Stepping out of the spire tower, the waiting Ragninho approached him. After crash learning Vostreya's low Gothic on the ship, he could now speak and understand fluently and could even read and write some of it. "My king, I have reorganized Kaputska's private army and garrison forces. After screening, there are now 1,503 men. From now on, you are the commander of the 6th Regiment of Vostroya. Gather your troops. We march for Kemerova Hive City. By your will." Ragninho responded excitedly. In a short time, he had risen from a mere void guard to platoon leader, and now, a regimental commander. Though the 6th Regiment was still short of full strength, that was just a matter of time. Nareth then issued another command to Wojciech behind him: "Contact Thierry. Have him begin recruitment at Lukivo. No limit on numbers. The savant immediately obeyed, pulling out the communicator to contact the commander of Ostroya's 2nd Regiment. At the same time, in the underhive of Szczecin, temporarily serving as 2nd Company commander, Mikaeli walked up to Bukeo, looking at the regimental commander, his eyes filled with reverence. "Commander, the recruitment is complete. Everyone is now equipped with the superior weapons you distributed. Form up. We depart immediately. Our target is the 33rd altar in the Naryan Hive city." Bukeo had already received a message from Roslav. Howard had suppressed a mutant uprising and executed heretic cultists. Bukeo realized that true turmoil had begun in Vostroya. This was the 3rd Regiment's chance to make a name for itself. Roslav was too conservative. After suppressing minor uprisings in Mazaz and Szczecin, he only wanted to hold 2 cities. But Bukeo wouldn't miss the opportunity. He set his sights on Vostroya's most remote and isolated nest city, Naryan. Nareth led the 6th Regiment to Kemerova Nest City. At the Uzansk Dome in the lower hive, he encountered a routed noble army. A brown-haired noble in a red robe and frameless gold glasses stepped forward. "I am Count Zaleski Witeska. Please state your identity." Rosicki stepped up and introduced them. "This is King Nareth. Magos Kivir, too, has already recognized him as the sole ruler of Vostroya. Pay your respects. King Nareth, I, Zaleski Witeska, offer you my loyalty and shall serve as your devoted servant." "I accept your allegiance," Nareth said calmly, his jet-black eyes locking onto Zaleski. Something about the noble felt off. Through warp insight, Zaleski's initial emotion was terror after surviving the chaos. Upon hearing Rosicki's words, he reacted with just the right amount of shock and contemplation. But Nareth's instincts told him something was strange about Zaleski. "My instincts never fail. Zaleski is hiding something." Nareth took note but kept his expression neutral. He led the team onto the train heading to the upper hive. The rail train was far slower than a maglev train. 4 standard hours later, they arrived. "After unifying Vostroya, I must install maglev trains in all hives and on future flagships to drastically improve logistics." As Nareth stepped into the upper hive, he found madness. On the streets, mutants with weapons burst into shops, killing every citizen they saw. Their mouths were stuffed with blood-soaked food, and they laughed hysterically. "Attack!" Nareth gave the order and led the charge himself. Like a galloping cavalryman, he slashed through the mutant horde repeatedly before his troops could even catch up. Seeing that Rogninho was commanding well, Nareth turned his attention to the Witeska family's private army. He noticed every soldier wore bulletproof armor and wielded finely crafted loss guns, chain swords, and other weapons. Despite his scholarly look with frameless glasses, Zaleski fought like a savage. Shield in his left hand, he barreled directly into a cluster of mutants. Even when surrounded, he didn't panic. He let their weapons bounce off his power armor while he focused on swinging his power sword and cutting them down. Zaleski's advance was faster than even the 6th Regiment's. He was fighting harder, more aggressively than Rogninho. Nareth shifted his gaze forward again. Accompanied by a shrill bird song, a creature covered in colorful feathers and with a sharp, bird-like beak flew down from the sky. Chapter 55, Chapter 54, A Perfect Plan, ruined by you before it even began. The moment that Sench cultist spotted the giant among the crowd, the vulture head protruding from the back of his neck suddenly perked up and let out an excited screech. Countless voices echoed within his mind. "Unleash your flames, burn him to ashes. Quick! Set him ablaze, melt him down." The cultist's blue eyes blazed with fire, and searing flames shot forth like blinding laser beams toward Nareth. The Primarch stepped forward to the left, then immediately pivoted to the front right, zigzagging away. The blue flames followed him like a high-pressure water hose, tracing his every sudden turn. The Tsench cultist showed no concern for the deaths of his own mutant followers. Hundreds were swallowed by the fire, screaming in agony as they died. The vulture head shrieked again, stabbing its beak painfully into his bald scalp. "Ah!" The cultist cried out in a mixture of pain, delight, and twisted satisfaction. A crackling sound echoed from his skull as another vulture head sprouted, this one much shorter than the one on his neck. The cultist screeched again. All 3 beaks, on his mouth, neck, and head, opened wide. 3 torrents of pink flame surged into the air, weaving into a massive net that engulfed the airborne Nareth. Nareth's pupils contracted. His warp insight revealed what the naked eye could not. He noticed. The flame from the neck beak was deepest pink and came from above. The top beak stream was light pink, firing from the upper left. The mouth beak shot regular pink flame from the lower right. The 3 streams spun at their convergence, merging into one. Nareth suddenly roared with earth-shaking fury. Within 100 meters, dozens of mutants stumbled and fell. Even the 6th Company, led by Rogninho at a distance, heard the muffled roar reverberate through their ears. Marlena staggered but quickly recovered. She saw a soldier from the 6th Company who had charged into the mutant crowd, frozen from the roar, allowing a mutant to slash his shoulder. She raised her hand, releasing a biotic energy pulse that hit the soldier. His wounds rapidly regenerated before everyone's eyes. With a roar, he cleaved down the stunned mutant. Marlena pressed forward, only to be shocked to see the nobleman, Zaleski, had already shaken off the roar and was charging towards Nareth's battlefield. His willpower is this strong. It's only slightly weaker than mine. She set aside her questions for now and looked up at the leaping Nareth. The Primarch used Otsburg via Form 16 and swung his heavy halberd, each strike landing precisely at the nexus where the three fire streams merged. With a thunderous blast, the force of the halberd shattered the balance of the pink flames. The scattered embers looked like exploding fireworks. Before the Tsench cultist could react, Nareth appeared before him. The Primarch grabbed the vulture neck with one hand, spun him violently, and slammed him to the ground like a rag doll. The cultist crashed down like a spinning windmill. As he struggled to rise, a figure dashed in, Zaleski, his power sword raised. The burning blade cleaved into the cultist's flesh, disintegrating swathes of his feathers. He let out a sharp, pained screech. His beautiful divine feathers, gifted by the god of wisdom, were ruined, enraging him. The bird beak on his neck opened wide and spewed blue fire at Zalewski's face. He rolled to dodge, but not in time. The flame struck his frameless gold-rimmed glasses. Crack! Faint cracks formed on the lenses. High Priest! The cultist cried out in disbelief. Had he seen wrongly? The High Priest's heart sank. He cursed silently. Fool! I already infiltrated Nareth's ranks. He is the target our god has appointed. If you had just cooperated and died by my blade, I would have earned his trust. The plan would have advanced perfectly. Now my perfect plan lies in ruins, because of you. Zaleski's expression showed deep conflict. He dropped his riot shield and hesitated, should he risk everything? He raised his left arm, only to see his hand morph into a claw again. His back bent unnaturally, his face tingling and twisted. The cultist sighed inwardly, his enchanted glasses, guided by the god of wisdom, were broken. He was exposed. He tried to activate his teleport ability, but lightning suddenly struck his arm, paralyzing him. Above, Nareth's eyes lit up. Marlena reacted that fast. She must have already been suspicious to strike the moment he was exposed. Impressive instincts. As Nareth praised her inwardly, he was already descending from above. His halberd came crashing down. The paralyzed cultist saw it coming. Looking at his dead comrades, he cursed. You, idiot, my perfect plan, ruined, before it even began. As the last word left his mouth, control returned to him, but it was too late. Nareth's halberd smashed down, ending the High Priest's unfinished plan. Looking at the corpses of the two cultists, Nareth thought to himself. Tsench cultists are always cunning. He tried to have a mole sneak into my ranks, but in the end, his clueless ally ruined everything. What an ironic tragedy. I had my doubts about him, but couldn't be sure. He could have had a rare gift. If not for the unexpected exposure, it might have caused me real trouble. Silently, he evaluated the situation, then praised Marlena. Decisive strike. Well done. The purge of Kemerova Hive took one squad's time. Unfortunately, the Royal Hive Tower was incinerated by the frenzied cultists' flames, wasting all the stored magical potion materials. Still, Nareth found comfort in the irony. The cultists had exposed their own spy. He brewed a sailor potion and gave it to Rogninho, turning him into a beyonder. Then he issued his orders. You'll stay in Kemerova, clean up the mutants, restore order to the hive, and refill the ranks of the 6th Regiment. Then Nareth departed with Marlena, Rozicki, and the others to rendezvous with Thierry. Their next stop, Omsk Hive, home of the 4th Altar. In Omsk, Maria spoke to her 2 assassin comrades. From interrogating and observing the kidnapped nobles, we can now confirm, this so-called King Motor is just a brute with more brawn than brains. Chapter 56, Chapter 55, Assassin. In the hive city of Omsk, King Motor stood in red armor, lips pressed into a tight line, the corners of his mouth drooping slightly as he tried to suppress the roar of fury threatening to erupt. Your Majesty, the royal arena was attacked. The fire caused by the explosions is still not fully extinguished. Captain of the Guard, Urbansky, led a squad into the arena to apprehend the perpetrators. 2 standard hours later, his corpse was found strung up on the royal flagpole in the center of the arena. King Motor stared at the display screen, which showed the mutilated body, stripped naked and impaled on the flagpole. His eyes bulged, bloodshot with rage. Trash. They're all trash. Mere mutant scum, and yet they dare throw the hive into chaos. This is a provocation. I will capture them and punish them so harshly they'll regret challenging me. With that, Motor flung his red cloak and stormed out of the palace. He boarded a steel-forged war vehicle, engines roaring, and sped toward the arena. Just 2 blocks from the arena, Maria Kornikova stood atop a water tower, wiping her curved blade with machine oil and a yellow silk cloth. She had already sabotaged the nearest water tower to the arena. The firefighting effort would be severely hampered, at least 1 full work cycle before recovery. That false king did not have the patience to wait that long. Maria walked to a metal door and swiped an identification keycard through a biometric scanner embedded in the wall. Beep. The door opened. She stepped into the howling cold wind. Wearing no respirator, the toxic industrial fumes didn't affect her. She'd been soaked in chemical baths since childhood. The assassin didn't take out her optical telescope this time. Instead, she looked straight down. Thanks to her heightened senses, she has the vision comparable to an eagle, and is capable of night vision. Through the flickering, dim lights, she scanned kilometers below. Maria marveled at the power and couldn't help but glance into the distance. "Thank you, my lord, for this gift." She drew her eyes back and swept her gaze across Old City Street and Glory Avenue. Just then, her communicator crackled with the worried voice of Tsvetana. "Maria, the false king has 2 routes from his spire to the arena. We're set up on Glory Avenue. What if we miss him?" Maria's deep blue eyes were resolute. She replied calmly. "Old City Street has better infrastructure and is safer, but it would force a detour through Birch Street. With that false king's personality, he will take Glory Avenue." "That's right," added Dementieva sarcastically. "That vain bastard loves to parade down Glory Avenue, the one named to commemorate his purge of the Underhive gangs." Maria responded after the quip. "The target usually travels with 100 guards. There are only 3 of us. If we want to succeed, we can't split up. He will come down Glory Avenue." Tsvetana fell silent, convinced by Maria's certainty. The comms channel went quiet. Time passed. Suddenly, Maria's eyes narrowed, and dozens of armored vehicles came speeding into view. At the front was a gaudy gold falcon banner fluttering in the wind. "Target confirmed. Move into position." She issued the command and then leapt off the tower. Her feather fall ability is capable of making her body as light as a feather. She ran along the metal sides of the tower without a sound. On the roof of a factory, Tsvetana aimed through the scope of her Loss rifle, locking onto the convoy. As the convoy entered the kill zone, she pressed the detonator. A thunderous explosion rocked the upper hive. Glory Avenue, barely 25 years old, was split like a fish on a chopping block. Vehicles 2 through 4 were flipped by the blast, and a trench several meters deep and nearly 20 meters long was torn into the road. The 5th vehicle couldn't stop in time. The driver slammed on the gas and charged forward, yelling. It miraculously cleared the trench, only to slam into King Motor's falling armored vehicle, knocked from above by the blast. The King's personal vehicle, highly fortified, sustained no meaningful damage, not even a crack in its reinforced glass. But as it landed, the fast-moving truck collided with it from behind, sending both vehicles spinning down the street like drunken fighters. The rear convoy screeched to a halt, panicked. After a moment of chaos, they split into 2 groups, trying to flank around the wreckage. Tsvetana tossed aside the detonator, raised her laser rifle, and fired, hitting a tire dead on. The beam left a nail-sized hole but caused minimal damage. As the vehicles collided and swerved, a truck came barreling out of a side street. Dementieva, behind the wheel, slammed the brakes and skidded to a stop in front of the King's limo. Just before impact, she leapt from the truck, rolling to safety. With a tremendous crash, the limo slammed into the truck, loaded with flammable chemicals. The explosion rocked the street. The limo flipped several times, its right side smashing into the pavement and skidding meters before coming to a halt. The King's guards scrambled out, attacking Dementieva, who now held a riot shield. She jabbed a combat stimulant into her neck, ducked, and charged forward shield first. Tsvetana pulled the trigger, and laser beams flashed, dropping multiple guards. King Motor roared in rage and charged at the assassin. But before he could reach her, a shadow burst from the corner of a nearby building. The assassin had arrived. In an instant, she was beside the king, her left hand wielding a frail glass blade. With all her strength, she drove it into the king's high-grade power armor. Motor was stunned, the tall assassin's blow had pierced his armor. Before he could react, he felt the blade jam within the armor plating. Barely surviving the strike, he swung his power sword at her. But the blow missed. The moment her blade connected, Maria had already leapt back. Motor, confused, suddenly saw the edge of the glass blade shatter, and tiny fragments burst outward into his body. He screamed in terror. The guards, seeing their king stumble and fall, charged at Maria in fury. She stepped lightly, weaving between walls and fences, vanishing from their view. Meanwhile, Dementieva smashed into the guards, wielding a warhammer and crushing one of their skulls. Maria, cloaked in shadows, became invisible to the guards' senses. Each time she reappeared from the darkness, she claimed another life. 10 minutes later, all guards who hadn't fallen into the trench were dead, slain by just 3 assassins. King Moder, once a formidable warrior, was dead. His demise shook the hive city of Omsk to its core. The nobles he had long oppressed began to stir. Citizens locked their doors tightly, clutching weapons, wary of what might come next. Chapter 57, Chapter 56, Expansion. When Nareth led the 2nd Regiment to arrive in Omsk, the entire hive city was plunged into chaos. It didn't take much effort for him to conquer the 4th largest hive city in Vostroya, which had lost both its king and garrison commander and was left leaderless. After witnessing the astonishing effectiveness of infiltration and decapitation tactics, Nareth immediately prepared 2 doses of assassin potion, elevating Tsvetana and Dementieva, who were slightly less talented than Maria but equally loyal, into Beyonders. After dispatching all 3 Beyonders to continue the assassinations, he swiftly began searching through the royal treasury. Aside from completing 2 full sets of warrior potions in this vault, he also found 4 deep pit gladiator belts. These were the main ingredients for Sequence 8, Pugilist, which corresponds to the warrior path. Like most hive cities, Vostroya had hive dwellers who, due to debts or other reasons, had been bound by restrictive guild contracts and reduced to the miserable status of deep pit slaves. The most pitiful among them were deep pit gladiators, doomed to fight to the death in arenas. Usually, these arenas were low-key, but Omsk was an exception. Moder, the former king, was obsessed with gladiator combat. He not only established an arena but also frequently watched the gladiators' life and death battles. The 4 belts he collected belonged to 4 undefeated champions. They eventually earned the right to challenge Moder himself in a battle for freedom, and perished in the fight. Pugilicide is also known as gladiator. The use of gladiator belts as ingredients fits the inner logic well. Thinking of Thierry, Nareth summoned him to the palace. The golden-haired noble approached and immediately began reporting. My lord, the 2nd Regiment suffered relatively light losses in the previous battle, only 142 men were killed. Nareth nodded slightly, approvingly. You performed well. During my absence, you trained the 2nd Regiment admirably. Their combat ability and coordination have improved greatly. You also slew heretical cultists and defended the hive city of Lukivo. Thierry couldn't help but feel a surge of pride and excitement. His efforts had finally earned his lord's praise. A smile involuntarily appeared on his face. Even though he was thrilled, he remained humble and responded earnestly. It was my honor to fulfill the task. Nareth nodded again, satisfied, and used warp insight and spirit vision to observe the warrior before him. In warp insight, Thierry's emotions were high, and his mental state strong. Since all warrior enhancements are focused on the body, Nareth ignored aura readings and focused solely on Thierry's physical condition through spirit vision. His limbs, involved in motion, glowed red. His head and brain appeared purple. Detoxification areas glowed orange, the digestive system yellow, the heart and regulatory systems green, and the throat and some neural regions blue. Overall, Thierry's body lacked balance, dominated by a mix of red and white. Thierry's body hasn't yet reached a balanced state. He seems not to have fully digested the warrior potion. After forming a preliminary judgment, Nareth asked him to confirm. The power I granted you, have you mastered it completely? The warrior didn't answer immediately. He paused for a few seconds, then spoke. My lord, I have not fully mastered it yet, but I have found the right path. Hearing this, and seeing that it aligned with his own observation, Nareth replied. Keep moving along that path. Once you fully master the power I granted you, you will gain even greater, stronger strength. Thierry was deeply encouraged and dropped to one knee, speaking solemnly. I will not fail your expectations. Rise, Nareth said. In need of talent, he asked. Earlier, I instructed you to observe the warriors. Have you identified any talents? My lord, the Iron Warriors are excellent fighters, but their minds have been brainwashed by the Mad King. They're rigid and unchangeable. Besides them, I found 2 promising talents. One is Buka, formerly my personal guard captain. He now serves as a battalion commander. He is skilled with riot shields and other defensive gear and excels at commanding others to form defensive structures and repel enemy assaults. As Thierry spoke, he operated a datapad and displayed Buka's profile to Nareth. The other is Gulgul. I recruited him from the garrison forces after you liberated Lukivo. Though only 17, he is sharp-minded and fearless. I appointed him as the shock troops commander. Nareth nodded approvingly. Have them stay in Omsk for now. They will follow me into battle. Your 2nd Regiment has undergone 2 consecutive battles. Though casualties are low, they still need time to recover. By your will, my lord. Thierry looked a bit disappointed. He yearned to keep fighting and continue pursuing the warrior's path he had discovered. Perceiving this, Nareth smiled. No need to worry. With the conquest of Vostroya underway, there will be no shortage of battles. Once we unify Vostroya, the rest period will be brief. The galaxy holds countless worlds and wars waiting for you. Use this break to replenish and retrain the 2nd Regiment. Upon hearing that, Thierry's regret instantly vanished. As you command, my lord. After Thierry departed, Nareth ordered Wojciech to contact Howard and lead the 5th Regiment toward the Hive City where the 7th altar was located. After one work cycle, Nareth personally led platoons under Buka and Gulgul to launch further conquests. Maria and the 2 other assassins infiltrated the Hive cities containing the 5th and 6th altars and carried out high-level assassinations before Nareth began his assaults, reducing the resistance he would face. After conquering both Hive cities, Nareth assigned Buka and Gulgul to each city to establish Vostroya's 7th and 8th regiments. Then, after meeting Howard in the slums outside Shvednitsa and capturing the 7th altar's Hive city, he summoned the Arbiter to the palace. My lord, as per your instructions, I've devised a complete set of reforms to improve the dome system. You are wise, my lord. When the enthusiasm of the lower Hive workers is ignited, productivity will rise sharply, and the Hive cities will become more stable. Tiska's initial data shows that average production capacity increased by 203%, food consumption rose by 41%, and overall efficiency surged. Howard had been stunned when he first saw the numbers. Those lower Hive workers, once fed, could unleash such incredible strength. What's more, they had transformed from potential unrest factors into loyal subjects defending order. It was simply astonishing. Excellent. Spread this system to all lower Hives. Let it become the new engine of Vostroya's development. Nareth used warp insight and spirit vision to examine Howard and found him in excellent condition. He asked, "The power I granted you, how well have you mastered it?" Chapter 58, Chapter 57, The Frail Data Crystal. Howard fell into thought for several seconds, especially recalling the moment when the heretic had died. My lord, I have completely mastered the power you bestowed upon me. Good. Nareth nodded approvingly. Howard was the first of his subordinates, Beyonder, to fully digest a Sequence 9 potion. After deciding to prepare the Sheriff potion for him, Nareth asked, "Are there any talents in your regiment?" My lord, so far, I have only found one, Yassine. He began working in a factory under the Fender family at age 11 after his father became severely ill, and he rose from foreman to factory manager. He is not only skilled in organization and coordination but also calm under pressure and willing to take responsibility. He now serves as a company commander. When I'm occupied with other matters, I leave the 5th Regiment under his command. Upon hearing this, Nareth responded. During the upcoming siege, his unit will stay by my side. After a work cycle had passed, within the Swidnica Palace, Nareth spoke to Howard, who had now been promoted to sheriff. To become a true sheriff, you must govern your area of jurisdiction well. I will entrust you with the governance of Sanchiga Hive. In these lands tainted by heresy, you must root out the vermin hiding beneath the surface. Howard felt the immense pressure. Not only did he have to promote a new system across all of Vostroya's lower Hives, but also lead the 5th Regiment, and now he had to locate hidden heretics at the very origin of their faith. Make use of this time wisely to train your subordinates and devise your strategic plan for Sanchiga. Seeing Howard's burden, Nareth encouraged him. I am entrusting you with these tasks because I have faith in your capability. Do not disappoint me. As you command, my lord. Understanding Nareth's deep trust in him, Howard felt power surge through him, responding with confidence. Order Yassine to stay and form the 9th Regiment. Just after Howard left, Nareth received a comms message from Wojciech. My king, I wish to report my research progress on the data crystal you entrusted to me. I'm in the palace. Come immediately. Moments later, the savant entered the palace holding the data crystal. After saluting, he said, My king, I analyzed the data crystal and discovered that patterns and symbols comprise 96.69% of the data. I used symbolic and contextual analysis to decode it. So far, I've deciphered 19% of its content and confirmed that the crystal explores the mysteries of using ether energy. I attempted further analysis, but lacking the innate talent in this field, my progress stalled at 29.19%. I believe continuing will no longer be fruitful. Nareth knew that savants and their pathway focused more on reality-based knowledge, only possessing basic knowledge of mysticism. Having Wojciech continue would be inefficient. Transfer all your findings to me. After the data was uploaded to Nareth's private data book, he produced another crystal. This crystal contains partial knowledge about ether cannons. I've already decrypted 36.25% of the data. Continue your work based on this. When the Mechanicum finishes hauling the frail battlecruiser to Sopot, I'll send you to the shipyard to co-research according to our agreement. Sopot was a planet within the system of Vostroya. Though not habitable, it was rich in minerals, especially adamantium, ideal for shipbuilding. The cult Mechanicum had built a shipyard in Sopot for the construction, maintenance, upgrade, and refitting of void ships. Study every detail of the shipyard closely. Upon your return, you will be responsible for building our own. For the foreseeable future, void ships would be vital for interstellar travel. Nareth had no intention of relying entirely on the Mechanicum. If there were no mining planet, then find one. No shipbuilding experience, then start with assault boats. As you command, my king. I will not fail you. After Wojciech left, Nareth picked up the communicator and sent a message to Marlena. Come to the palace. After about 10 seconds, Marlena's magnetic voice came through. It's my first time using a communicator. I had to fumble with it a bit, the female shaman explained. I'll come at once. 3 standard minutes later, Marlena entered the palace, holding her staff. She saw several staves arranged beside Nareth. Your staff reacts to psychic energy. Nareth paused, unsure of what term the Sicilians used. I think you're referring to this kind of energy. Marlena extended her pale arm and formed a fist-sized lightning orb in her palm. Yes. These 10 staves on the table all came from the Fry LS, they are highly skilled in this area. Thank you for your gift. Marlena dismissed the orb with a flick of her wrist and approached the table to choose a staff. Nareth nodded inwardly. Just as he expected, Marlena had not let her hatred of the alien invaders cloud her judgment about strengthening herself. He quietly observed as she imbued each staff with psychic energy, carefully gauging their resonance to determine which suited her best. After testing them all, Marlena chose a white-silver staff topped with a ruby. I'll take this one. Thank you for your generosity. She bowed in gratitude. If I'm not mistaken, Nareth said, you are most skilled in foresight and manipulating biological energy. He knew that not only did psychers have varying talents, but also different areas of expertise. Even among the Astartes of the Thousand Suns, there were 5 main disciplines. Marlena's use of biopsychic energy clearly indicated her specialization. Her actions in the Symphony of the Sea and the recent discovery of a Tsench cultist likely stemmed from more than just anatomical knowledge. As expected of you, my lord. I do occasionally foresee fragments of the future, but it's difficult to control. Nareth nodded. Prophetic psychers were more talent-dependent and reactive than other types. Dreams, flickering visions, whispers from the warp. Living on an island, Marlena had no mentor. That Mother Sea was just a deified entity, birthed from belief and unable to teach her the secrets of foresight. The Fry LS refer to psychic as ether energy, Nareth said, opening his hand. Their ether masters excel most in foresight. This data crystal contains their knowledge and understanding in that field. It should be of help to you. Marlena accepted the crystal with a bright smile. Thank you for your gift. After a work cycle of rest, Nareth led the 5th Regiment to conquer the hive cities housing the 8th and 9th altars. In the palace at Sanchiga, he listened to Howard's report and approved his proposed plans. The sheriff then left to begin governing his area of jurisdiction. Nareth then turned to the next visitor, Priest Rozicki. Chapter 59, Chapter 58, First time reading minds. Nareth used his warp insight to observe Rozicki's emotional fluctuations. He was visibly conflicted. What do you want? He asked. Hearing this, the tech priest no longer hesitated. He knelt on one knee in the traditional Vostroyan manner and spoke solemnly. Rozicki pledges his loyalty to King Nareth. Nareth did not immediately accept the oath. Instead, he began to use a psychic spell he had learned from the Frail Data Crystal, attempting to read Rozicki's mind. His consciousness, subtle like an unremarkable insect, crept toward the tech priest. At the same time, he posed a difficult question to distract Rozicki and force him to focus on how to respond. Why did you suddenly choose to swear allegiance to me? With the help of warp insight, Nareth's awareness extended toward Rozicki and found the door to his mind, amid a whirlpool of emotions. The mental door wasn't the cold, steely structure Nareth had imagined of pure, iron-gray logic. Instead, it shimmered with vibrant hues of desire and pulsed with crimson, relentless ambition. Nareth's consciousness hovered briefly, then sent out exploratory tentacles from the insect form, cautiously probing the vibrant door. The moment the tentacles touched Rozicki's mind door, Nareth noticed the tech priest's brow twitch slightly. He realized Rozicki was more perceptive than expected. Since this was his first attempt at mind reading and his technique was still crude, he decided to abandon infiltrating the heart of Rozicki's psyche and instead opted for an easier region. My king, the Czech family has had close ties with the Fender family for generations. I've long been acquainted with Howard. He frequently praised you and urged me to join him in pledging our loyalty to you, Rozicki replied. Nareth withdrew from the attempt at deep mind reading and redirected his awareness toward Rozicki's brain instead. Compared to the sensitive mind, the brain was easier to infiltrate. Minds were generally purer, and even a drop of foreign presence caused ripples like water disturbed on a calm lake. Brains, on the other hand, were chaotic seas of thought, where intrusions blended more easily. I've witnessed your many miracles firsthand, my king, boarding Xeno warships, conquering the Symphony of the Sea. I've never heard of anyone achieving such feats, Rosiki's thoughts continued. Nareth's consciousness entered Rosiki's brain and saw countless multicolored arrows of varying sizes darting about. According to the master ether theorists of the Frau race, at any given moment, one thought usually dominated a being's mind. This dominant thought reflected their conscious intent at the time, while others were peripheral, arising from fear, reason, instincts, etc. For example, fear might dominate in a dangerous situation and lead to thoughts of surrender. But if fear is suppressed by courage or rationality, the person may not even notice it, although it might still trigger muscle tension or a burst of adrenaline. Nareth's awareness quickly locked onto the thickest, most vibrant arrow flying through Rosiki's mind. He preemptively positioned his consciousness near its path and, as it passed, latched onto it. He immediately understood Rosiki's thoughts. Even if I climb the ranks of the cult mechanicum, the best I can hope for is becoming a Muggos, after another 56 years of service, assuming everything goes perfectly, with full support from my family and mentor. But serving King Nareth? That's a different path entirely. His ambition is colossal, far beyond just the Vostroyan system, and he only has one tech adept, Wojciech. With him, I won't just have a place, I'll have space to grow, to rise, to become something far greater. Having read Rosiki's mind, Nareth understood clearly and pulled his awareness back. The process, while highly taxing for beginner psychics, only caused mild fatigue for a genetically enhanced Primarch with powerful mental faculties. Reflecting on his first successful mind read, Nareth thought. As expected, my sensory acuity extends into psychic abilities. The psychic path is perfect for me. It only took 5 work cycles for me to master the basics and complete my first mind read, and my target wasn't even unguarded. A faint smile appeared on Nareth's face. He didn't mind Rosiki's ambition. Rosiki check, I accept your loyalty. That 1 second of silence felt unbearably long for Rosiki. He bowed deeply. My king, I shall devote myself fully to carrying out your every command. Nareth gave a slight nod, then spoke after a short pause. Wait outside. Come back in 5 minutes. At once, my king. Rosiki followed the instruction perfectly, returning exactly 5 minutes later. Nareth pointed to several STC fragments he had just recovered from the Kingdom of Disorder on the table. Immediately duplicate the construction template data on the table. Rosiki stepped forward and saw 5 different storage media, 2 data slates, a chip, a data crystal, and an optical disc. One of his mechadendrites picked up the nearest rectangular chip. The etched circuitry was familiar. He inserted the chip into the neural interface port at the back of his neck. Streams of data flooded his electronic eye. As I thought, it's part of the sacred standard template construct, held by the Fender family. Howard must have given his full loyalty to Nareth, no wonder he's so valued. 1 cycle later, Rosiki's mechadendrite put down the data plate. My king, I have copied and backed up all the data. I need you to immediately draft an implementation plan to roll this out across all 12 hives under my control, Nareth instructed. Especially the maglev trains, I want them installed in every hive and between them. Then on every battleship. Rosiki was stunned. The first task given to him was already a massive undertaking, nothing like it had ever been attempted in Vostroya. His remaining organic heart pounded. From Nareth's words, he sensed overwhelming power and bold ambition. As you command, my lord. After the tech priest exited, Nareth sent a message to Yelena, instructing her to implement Tiska's system across all hives and have Buxa rebuild the garrison forces. He temporarily paused further conquests, his current territory needed time to stabilize. He would wait until all regiments were replenished and the garrison forces of the hive cities restored before expanding further. Meanwhile, in the underhive of the Narianmar hive city, in a dim passage, fur-clad Bukeo turned to Company Commander Gregors and asked. So, you're saying Morozek is leading a team down here to wipe us out because his businesses were repeatedly attacked? Chapter 60, Chapter 59, Bukeo's Hunt. King Morozek stepped down from the luxurious royal train, clad in immaculate, opulent power armor and wearing a breathing mask to shield himself from the filthy air. He impatiently questioned the captain of his guard. Where are those scum? Let's finish this quickly. I don't want to stay in this dirty underhive any longer. Were it not for the fact that the last 5 appointed security captains had all been killed by these scum, he would never have deigned to come to such a wretched place. My king, my men have located their lair. As he spoke, the captain operated his datapad and showed it to Morozek. Their nest is in a dome called the sludge pits. Trash will always live in trash. Just hearing sludge pits makes my skin crawl. The guard captain flattered, Your Majesty is indeed wise, exactly right. The sludge pits used to be a large water reservoir maintained by the Aqua Guild. Later abandoned, it became contested by over 100 underhive gangs, leading to brutal conflict. In the end, the area turned to ruin. The water pipes all burst, and it became a mire resembling pits, thus the name. Morozek frowned, his tone dripping with disdain. Brainless wretches don't even understand that endless fighting leads to nothing. And the garrison force? Utterly useless. They've taken sums from us for years, and they can't even deal with a bunch of underhive rats. Lead the way. Let's end this now. He barked the order impatiently. An hour later, the king followed the captain into a tunnel, his boots sinking into the frozen sludge of Nareth bitter weather. At first, it didn't feel sticky. But once he noticed his boots getting heavier, he looked down. Through his night vision optics, Morozek saw rotting trash, rusted metal shards, and unidentifiable organic matter clinging to his boots. His stomach turned, and goosebumps crawled across his skin. After hesitating for several seconds, he continued forward, but ordered 25 guards, divided into 5 teams, to clear the ground of debris. Lacking proper cleaning equipment, the guards were forced to hunch over and push the sludge with their bulletproof shields. In minutes, their backs ached, and they rotated for rest. Morozek still felt irritated. The pipes and ventilation systems blew wind into the tunnel, kicking up filth that pelted his gleaming armor. After 2 more standard hours of walking, the tunnel widened where several passages converged. Not bad here. Rest for 10 minutes. Armor servitors, clean my suit. The guard captain opened his mouth to object. The area was complex and unsafe to rest in, and the king had previously insisted on speed. But the servitors were already at work, brushes and polish in hand. He could only fall silent. Clutching his lost pistol, the guard captain swept his eyes warily around them. When his gaze passed over an abandoned maintenance platform and scaffolding, he caught a glimpse of something, maybe not human, more like some underhive creature. He was about to send someone to check when a beam of light shot out from the ruins above, hitting him cleanly between the eyes, right through his filter mask. Bukeo, seeing the guard captain fall to his single shot, knew the tide of battle had turned. According to intel, the flashy false king was no competent commander. His shot was the signal for the 3rd Regiment to attack. Just as the phrase ambush caught in the dying guard captain's throat, and as the exhausted guards struggled to react, dozens of energy beams lit up from the scaffoldings and abandoned structures. Caught off guard, more than 20 guards fell in the first wave of fire. Panicked, the rest began to fire back. But the fighters of the 3rd Regiment, still not fully grown, now had the advantage. They were smaller, able to hide behind low cover. Their slim bodies made for small targets. In the shootout, the guards found it hard to land shots, while the agile youths, perched high and armed with fine weapons, picked them off with deadly precision. Bukeo's hand-picked children were trained for these complex environments. The Royal Guard, stepping into the underhive for the first time, had no commander and scattered like rats. As shots rang out, Morozek flinched and ducked behind his servant. But his ornate power armor and thick furs made him a glaring target. Soon, a whole squad focused fire on him. With a series of thuds, Morozek watched in horror as his attendants collapsed. Laser beams whistled through the air, slamming into his armor in blinding flashes of white light. I'm going to die, he thought in panic, closing his eyes. Even with them shut, he could still see the flickering lights. Seconds passed. He realized he was still alive. It hit him, he was wearing a masterwork power suit passed down for generations. Grinning madly, Morozek raised his massive lumberjack rifle and fired upward. Bukeo saw several warriors from the 4th Company fall. Unwilling to waste more lives, he ordered a retreat. The enemy had entered the underhive, his hunting ground. He had time to play with this false king. You useless cowards, follow me. Morozek barked. After repelling the ambush, Morozek's confidence soared. He led his guards forward aggressively. For the next hour, he scored victory after victory, his confidence swelling. Ha! No one can resist the brilliant and mighty King Morozek. But Sleepless watched as the number of guards around the prey dwindled. Under his orders, repeated focused fire had weakened the king's power armor legs, and cracks began to show. He raised his laser rifle. The dim surroundings didn't hinder his aim. He fired straight at the vulnerable gap in Morozek's right lower leg. Boom. Morozek collapsed. Screaming in agony, he clutched his shattered leg. After losing 104 warriors, Bukeo recruited new fighters from the underhive and launched an attack on the upper hive. His goal, to offer all of Nareth hive to Nareth. Nareth, who had led the 1st Regiment and conquered 2 hives, was surprised when he received Bukeo's Vox transmission, announcing that his regiment had taken over the northernmost area of Nareth hive. Leaving the 1st Regiment to regroup, Nareth brought Marlena and others to inspect Nareth. He was shocked to find the 3rd Regiment made up entirely of youths, and that Bukeo had led them to victory. After Bukeo's briefing, Nareth understood, the youths had relied on harassment, ambushes, and guerrilla tactics to win. He couldn't help but praise the approach. Excellent tactical application, the Primarch commented. Your selection method should be replicated. Those underhive gang members unwilling to work can participate in trials. Selection should be based on each regiment's needs. Your wisdom is unparalleled, my lord, Buceo replied, then continued. My lord, I have one more gift for you. Chapter 61, Chapter 60, The Unification of Vostroya. Nareth watched as squad after squad from the 3rd Regiment carried an array of items before him. With just a glance, he spotted a lung spider, and even the auxiliary materials for the Sequence 9 monster, the ice crystal butterfly. Buceo gestured at the items and spoke earnestly. My lord, you have no interest in gold or such things, but you seem fascinated by unique creatures and rare objects, just like when you once tasked me to find the largest lung spider, the Black Widow. I've gathered some especially for you. Some I encountered in the Underhive, others I found in the False King's treasury. I do not know which might catch your eye, so I've kept every rare specimen for your personal selection. Hearing this, Nareth couldn't help but admire Buceo's cleverness. He was the only one who thought to cater to his preferences by collecting such things. This is a perfect opportunity to establish my persona. As it becomes increasingly difficult for me to personally gather potion materials, cultivating a reputation for coveting rare oddities will make things much easier. Moreover, as the saying goes, when the superior has a preference, the subordinates will naturally cater to it. With more followers and soon Genesons offering tributes, the variety and quantity of potion materials I obtain will grow exponentially. With that in mind, Nareth decided to show his joy quite openly. He strode up to a crystal cage, reached in, and grabbed a butterfly whose body shimmered like ice crystals. Laughing heartily, he exclaimed. Splendid. Very splendid. I am most pleased. Seeing Nareth's joy, Buceo silently resolved to gather even more peculiar treasures for the god he served. In the following standard months, commanders of other regiments also learned of Nareth's only personal preference. They all began to follow suit, and Nareth's collection of potion materials saw a surge in variety and quantity. In particular, lung spiders, common in every lower hive, became targets of large-scale group hunts by the various regiments. Nareth continued modifying the second-layer real space of the Kingdom of Disorder. Relying on his superhuman memory, he recreated environments like sewage pits and pipelines, completing the initial transformation of a 1 square kilometer area. He then released centipede serpents and juvenile lung spiders into it, along with other non-potion creatures to serve as their prey. Nareth spared no effort and began crafting potions, cultivating those who passed evaluations into Beyonders. Howard's recommended candidate, Yassine, became an arbiter. Thierry's nominees, Buka and Gul followed in his footsteps as warriors. After becoming Beyonce, all of them saw their abilities greatly enhanced. 3 assassins, including Maria, infiltrated various hive cities, assassinating commanders and sowing chaos. Nareth led each regiment in turn to conquer hive cities. Before winter arrived in Vostroya, all 33 hive cities were under his control. Vostroya was originally a frigid planet, its year divided between a long winter and a brief spring. But colonization, and especially the arrival of the cult Mechanicum, accelerated industrialization and slowly warmed the planet's climate. Over millennia of change, the combined duration of spring, summer, and autumn had surpassed that of winter. In the past century, Vostonia's average climate cycle was: spring, 104 work cycles. Summer, 85 work cycles. Autumn, 139 work cycles. Winter, 217 work cycles. On the first work cycle of winter, in the Grand Hall of the Tiska Hive City, a ceremony was held to officially crown Nareth as the undisputed ruler of Vostroya. The Primarch sat upon his throne. Behind him stood 33 black spears, each impaling a golden crown, each once worn by a hive city king. Nareth had personally slain 23 of their previous owners. Abandoning Vostroya's traditional red ceremonial gown, the newly appointed chancellor, Yelena Kornikova, presided over the ceremony in a black royal robe, the king's personal preference. Her gaze swept over the noble representatives from all 33 hives on her right. Then, flicked to the delegation from the cult Mechanicum, Mugos Kaminsky, and various tech priest representatives from the altars. Finally, her gaze returned to the front. She knew that Howard and the other regiment commanders were Nareth's true inner circle. Yelena began to speak. Her voice was solemn, imbued with an air of undeniable authority. Esteemed lords and ladies, honored guests of the cult Mechanicum. We gather here today to witness a historic moment for Vostroya, the dawn of a new era. For millennia, false kings abused their power, treating hive cities as personal fiefdoms. Vostroya stagnated, and countless citizens suffered in despair. The Xenos invasion severed our food supplies, and heretic uprisings brought the hives to the brink. Vostroya once teetered on the edge of annihilation. Then her tone shifted, fiery with conviction. And in our darkest hour, King Nareth descended from the heavens. He slew the false kings, drove out the Xenos, crushed the heretics, and unified the fractured land of Vostroya. He restored order, brought hope. He is Vostroya's savior. He is Vostroya's monarch. Yelena turned sideways, facing Nareth and the nobles to her right. Her voice echoed through the great hall. All present, offer your loyalty to the new king. She turned to face Nareth directly. Following Vostonia's most ancient customs, she knelt on one knee, placed her right hand on her chest, and declared with firm reverence. I, Yelena Kornikova, pledge my loyalty to King Nareth. Whatever my king commands, I shall obey, whatever he desires, I shall fulfill. This vow shall never be broken, even unto death. The nobles and Howard's faction followed, kneeling on one knee. We pledge our loyalty to King Nareth. Whatever our king commands, we shall obey, whatever he desires, we shall fulfill. This vow shall never be broken, even unto death. Their voices surged like a tidal wave, reverberating throughout the hall. Then the sound receded, and a brief silence fell. I accept your oaths. Nareth's voice exploded like thunder, imposing and full of absolute authority. His words struck each heart like a hammer. His piercing gaze swept across the rising crowd, finally resting on the delegation from the Mechanicum. Kaminsky, emerging from his recollection of Nareth crowning himself, took a measured step forward. His mechanically modulated voice carried a cold solemnity. King Nareth. Kaminsky's voice clicked like precise clockwork. May the wisdom of the Omnisia guide your path. May the glory of the machine god bless your reign. Your will shall drive Vostroya like sacred gears, your authority shall endure, eternal as the undying machine. He bowed slightly, the red light in his cybernetic eye flickering. Behind him, the cult Mechanicum members spoke in unison, perfectly synchronized, like mechanical resonance. May the Omnisia bless you. May the light of the machine god forever shine upon Vostroya. As the ceremony proceeded, in the hive city of Mykolovsk, all surviving 29 Mugos of Vostroya, except Kaminsky, gathered at the first altar. Chapter 62, Chapter 61, Monarch Nareth's First Decree. At Altar 1, 29 Mugos stood surrounding Kivir. 2, was streams of Benheric cant surged through the chamber. The machine language of zeros and ones contained all known data about Nareth within the Vostroya system, footage from every hive surveillance systems, fragments of scanned data. The sheer volume of this data storm was so vast that even the most advanced tech priests who hadn't fully mechanized their minds could not keep up with the Mugos' logical engines, let alone process or extrapolate it. After 11 minutes, the data storms receded, and the Mugos reached a consensus. Continue supporting Nareth // report to Mars. Kivir, 2 pulsed a Benheric command to Mugos Kivir. You are to immediately board a ship and return to Mars to report. By the night shift start, during the celebration banquet for Nareth's ascension to Monarch of Vostroya, Kivir 15 boarded a starship bound for the Segmentum Solar. When the day shift ended and the banquet concluded, Nareth issued his first decree as monarch. Every noble must bear 11 children. Those failing within 30 planetary cycles shall be stripped of titles. Henceforth, siring 11 offspring is mandatory for nobility. Vostroya's population of just under 1 billion was far too small, drastic growth was necessary. Nobles had the resources to raise children, so Nareth set the bar higher for them. Normal reproduction carried no risk of Slaneshi corruption, only excess and depravity would draw the Dark Prince's gaze. All nobles were stunned, none had expected the first decree to be about boosting birth rates. No one objected. While more children meant a greater financial burden and inheritance complexity, with adjustments to family protocols, it was manageable. Guild clans, such as the Aqua, Prometheum, and others, must follow the same standard. Those failing to meet it are barred from holding positions within their guilds. Guild clans, though lower in status than nobles, weren't much poorer, at least not too poor to raise children. Each hive household must bear at least 3 children. The firstborn serves as military reserve, though siblings may volunteer as substitutes. Legal practitioners must produce 5 offspring. Nareth crafted profession-specific requirements, with detail extending to most upper hive jobs. He based these on the firstborn regiments system from his memory of Vostroya, but made it more flexible. Though coercion disguised as voluntary was still possible within families, he aimed to prevent situations like Stavens, where a child willingly replaced an older sibling but had to forge an identity. For families with more than 5 children, I'll personally fund the children's living expenses until adulthood. In families with 11 children, everyone except those who serve in the military can work in my factory. To encourage childbirth among the hive citizens, Nareth offered incentives. Controlling the Symphony of the Sea, he had the means to support it. For lower hive residents, with 3 children, parents can enter my factory to work, and the children are borne by my finances. For 5 or more children, all, except those in the reserves, may work in my factories. The requirements for the lower hive were more lenient and better suited to their conditions. Everyone present was puzzled. This king wasn't trying to enrich himself, but was spending his own money to fund childbirth. How odd. Yet they all returned to carry out the decree. Nareth had already arranged tasks for his subordinates. Maria was called to stay and hear her orders. Follow the Kornikova family's model, secretly train assassins loyal to me. As you wish. Maria bowed and left. Nareth returned to the long table, picked up a data slate, and examined the new hive city blueprint designed by the best architect Yelena had found in Vostroya. He intended to personally supervise the construction of this model city. Meanwhile, Wojciech traveled to Sopot's Mechanicum shipyard to collaborate on the Frau battlecruiser. Rosicki continued building maglev rail systems in each hive while overseeing STC replication and usage in Nareth's factories. Yelena Kornikova handled administrative affairs, while her husband, Buksa, organized the hive garrison forces. Rogninho's 6th Regiment returned to the Symphony of the Sea and, with the 4th Regiment leader Skesny, began expansion. Nareth had set the cap at 10 regiments. Other regimental commanders followed Nareth's expansion directive, aiming for a maximum of 34 regiments. Howard, meanwhile, was assigned a unique role. As a sheriff, he had to root out heretic cultists hiding in the Sanchiga hive city. He had previously shown a tolerant attitude at noble banquets and had refrained from cracking down on any heretical activity, helping lull the cultists into a false sense of security. Accustomed to napping in his aircraft, Howard opened his eyes, one icy blue. My relaxed behavior must have lulled the heretics. With my absence in the hive, even the most cautious of them should act. Time to strike. No chance for them to react. He swapped his precision-crafted power armor for a black robe, covered his golden hair with a hood, and donned a black mask branded with a gray scale. He then used the Hive City's secret royal escape elevator. 5 standard minutes later, the elevator reached the substructure of the hive spire. He exited into a black sedan. His personal 5th Regiment soldiers were at the wheel, already familiar with every street and alley in Sancha under his prior orders. Route 3. The sheriff selected a route from the optimized hive map they had prepared, one that minimized repetition and maximized stealth. Yes, sir. The vehicle roared to life and wove through the hive city streets. Howard's sharp gaze swept outside. During peaceful times, he often inspected factories, slowly turning the hive into his personal jurisdiction. 36 standard minutes later, his senses tingled. Roughly 150 meters ahead, a gray aura was wafting from warehouse I-3 of a nearby factory. A wave of repulsion welled up within him. The sheriff knew this was the result of his beyonder ability, supernatural intuition, which let him sense unshielded evil, chaos, or madness at close range. Through trial and error, he had learned that the effective range of each ability grew with his power and familiarity with his territory. Shielding didn't mean being indoors, it referred to protective measures like wards. Howard tapped on the holographic map, marking the warehouse, and activated his communicator. 2nd Platoon, move to the marked location. Wait for my signal. Don't let anyone escape. Howard had been preparing for this for a long time. He wasn't after just 1 or 2 groups. He was ready to purge most of the heretics in one sweep. 4 hours later, his tablet marked 19 sites, factories, noble estates, and guild zones. Chapter 63, Chapter 62, Sheriff's Intuition. Howard decided to personally investigate the Gularczyk family. He had previously met their patriarch, Praslo, and at the time had not sensed any trace of corruption from the man, who served as the head of the Corpse Guild in Sanchiga Hive City. However, just moments ago, as his vehicle passed a transport truck entering the Gularczyk estate, a deep unease gripped him. His supernatural intuition picked up an aura of chaos and madness. The Corpse Guild was a major power in the hive, controlling the trade and production of corpse starch. With tens of thousands born and dying each cycle in the hive. Without systematic corpse disposal, plagues and diseases would run rampant. The bodies were sent to massive grinders and processed into corpse starch, the staple food source for most commoners in the hive. If anything disrupted this process, the entire hive would be affected. Especially now, with Nareth issuing directives to encourage population growth. Howard plotted a circular route, one that would end where it began, and quickly donned his artificer power armor. He then drove to the Gularczyk estate. 1 kilometer from the manor, he activated his Vox and issued an order through the 5th Regiment's command channel. Operation Rat Hunt, commence. Immediately after, he switched to the 1st Platoon comms. Michael, your squad is up. You're coming with me. The rest stay alert. Don't let a single one escape. Yes, Commander. Brown-haired Michael emerged from a storefront hideout with his squad. Every warrior in the 1st Company was a veteran of dozens of battles since the regiment's founding, and the 1st Platoon represented the elite of the elite. Howard, backed by wealth and authority, had equipped each of them with carapace armor and high-grade weapons. Howard and his men marched straight to the Gularczyk family's heavy steel gates. The guards spotted him early on and, recognizing both his artificer armor and his identity as the true authority in Sanchiga, immediately informed Praslo and opened the gates. One guard tried to curry favor. Lord Howard, clan leader Praslo is already out of the way, Howard snapped. Without waiting, he pushed forward with his troops and stormed into the Gularczyk estate. After walking several dozen meters, they arrived at a large warehouse where a transport truck was parked. The sheriff furrowed his brow. The vehicle no longer gave off the unsettling aura it had earlier, it looked completely ordinary now. Just then, Praslow arrived, panting and dressed in a grey robe embroidered with a red crow. He clutched a bone staff as his flabby grey flesh jiggled with every step, like a mountain of fat on the run. Lord Howard. Howard tapped his brow twice with his left hand, activating his spirit vision. His ice-blue gaze swept over Praslow, making the guild leader involuntarily shudder. The sheriff sensed a faint, almost imperceptible trace of chaos, but said nothing. A treasure from my spire tower, meant to be gifted to Monarch Nareth, was stolen. My men saw the thief flee into your estate. Move aside, unless you're protecting the culprit. Praslow, visibly tense, sighed in relief. It wasn't his secret being uncovered, just some bold thief causing trouble. He knew the monarch's preferences well and didn't doubt Howard's words. Damn thief. Of all places to run, you came here. My lord, I'd sooner eat this hive's entire corpse starch supply than harbor thieves. Search freely, but I assure you, no thief could have slipped into my estate. My guards saw nothing. Move. Howard's tone was icy as he led his troops into the warehouse. Inside, he found a large grinder in the center, surrounded by hundreds of corpses. He immediately barked. Search. Yes, sir. First squad obeyed without hesitation, inspecting every corner, even lifting decayed, stinking corpses without complaint. Howard observed that while Praslow's aura held some gray fear, it was largely tinged with blue rationality and calm, which meant the hiding spot wouldn't be obvious. The sheriff carefully searched through the warehouse himself. 12 minutes later, Michael returned. Commander, nothing found. Praslow stepped forward with a smile. My lord, as you can see, this warehouse only contains bodies. The corpse starch is used to feed my servants. Even if a thief did sneak in, he wouldn't hide among these corpses, let alone stash something valuable here. Howard didn't reply. His beyonder ability, supernatural intuition, had picked up something. He strode quickly to the grinder. Praslow opened his mouth, wanting to mention that Howard's men had already checked it, but thought better of it and held his tongue. Howard knelt before the grinder and spotted a drop of blue among the dark red bloodstains. Supernatural intuition allowed the sheriff to perceive irregularities and trace subtle clues far beyond the capabilities of ordinary men. That color shouldn't exist on a corpse. Something's wrong with the corpse starch. He stood and turned to Michael. Confiscate all the corpse starch. As he said this, he noticed Praslow's aura shift, the fear in it spiked dramatically. My lord, the item you seek is extremely valuable. Why would it be hidden in something like that? No one would be foolish enough to throw a treasure into corpse starch. Howard was now certain. He raised his heavy logging rifle and aimed it at Praslow. What now? Are you planning to stop me? Praslow glanced at his family guards, then back at Howard's soldiers. He made the wise choice, he gave up. Come with me. Howard and his men detained Praslow and escorted him back to the spire tower. At the same time, gunfire erupted across multiple domes and districts of Sanchiga. Hidden Sench cultists were swiftly eliminated by the 5th Regiment, offering only brief resistance. Only then did Howard activate his communicator again, switching to the security captain's channel. Deploy your teams immediately. Stabilize the hive. 2 standard hours later, with the test report in hand, Howard entered the interrogation room. He looked at Praslow and sneered. You laced the corpse starch with a drug. Anyone who eats it undergoes physical mutation. Now, are you going to tell the truth, or shall I have my men help jog your memory? Praslow sat deathly pale, clenching his teeth in silence. An hour later, Howard stared at a data slate. On screen was an image of a young man with sunken eyes and a faintly mocking smile. Issue a hive-wide arrest warrant for Bartosz. Chapter 64, Chapter 63, Recognition. Howard reviewed the data slate, confirming evidence of crimes in all operations not personally led by him. Afterward, he removed his artificer power armor and changed into a black formal suit before heading to the banquet hall. This gathering would serve as his opportunity to reassure the hive's factions. Soon after, an elderly nobleman with silver hair, dressed in a black robe that followed the latest Vostroyan fashion, approached Howard. After exchanging pleasantries and sharing a drink with the blonde lord, he stated his concern directly. Count Howard, forgive my bluntness, but Sanchiga has just barely recovered from a revolt. The hive cannot afford more turmoil. Howard had anticipated such sentiments. He also sensed the attention of everyone in the room focusing squarely on him. With a calm smile, the blonde nobleman raised his voice. Everyone, I'm sure you're all unsettled by the commotion last night. Allow me to clarify, the enemies we struck down last night were the same heretics who incited the previous riots. As he spoke, he operated his data slate, linking it to a cogitator. The analysis results from the cult mechanicum were projected onto the large view screen at the front. Take a look. These substances mixed into the corpse starch drastically increase the mutation rate among healthy children. Furthermore, Howard went on to display the crimes committed by the heretical cultists one by one, quickly winning the crowd's trust. The silver-haired elder lowered his head apologetically. "My lord, please forgive my earlier offense. I misjudged you." The other nobles and guild leaders joined in support. Indeed. Without Lord Howard, who knows how long these heretics might have gone unnoticed. We're grateful to our monarch, Nareth, for assigning Lord Howard to Sanchiga. Truly, we are fortunate. Howard's blue eyes scanned the flattering crowd, then suddenly narrowed. Among the guests, a blond young man caught his attention. He had never seen this person before, yet felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Howard didn't pause his gaze and continued looking at the others, but in just 1 second, the sheriff had confirmed, this blond youth with sharp eyes was the same man as the brown-haired, sunken-eyed Bartosz. His beyond ability, recognition, as long as he has seen the target, whether from real life, a photo, or a sketch, they will recognize that person through a supernatural sense, whether that target be a doppelganger or in disguise. Although their appearances differed, the faintly mocking smile at the corners of their mouths was the same. That alone was enough for Howard to be sure, it was Bartosz. After a moment of thought, the sheriff pieced together the logic. Bartosz must have used this alias when meeting Praslo. He has some way of subtly altering his appearance. He's calm and confident enough to attend a banquet even with a bounty on his head. Then again, maybe he feared that not showing up would draw suspicion. Howard went silent for 2 seconds, then quickly devised a way to apprehend his target. He walked into the crowd with a smile, toasting glasses one by one. When he reached Bartosz, Howard suddenly smashed his glass into the man's face. As Bartosz froze in shock, Howard lunged forward and locked his arms tightly around the man's neck. Bartosz froze for a moment, then pretended to be innocent and gasping. "My lord. I'm from the Probes family." Howard ignored him and addressed the alarmed guests. "This man is Bartosz, the wanted criminal, and the ringleader of the heretical forces in Sanchiga." His established credibility, authority, and charisma made his declaration instantly convincing. The silver-haired noble sighed. "Thank goodness for you, my lord. We were sharing drinks and conversation with a fiend." Bartosz's face turned ashen. He hadn't expected Howard to name the alias he'd used among his cultists, confirming without a doubt that his cover was blown. He suddenly struggled with all his might. But Howard was faster. With a forceful yank of his arms, Bartosz lost his balance, then the blond nobleman struck him in the back of the head with his elbow. Bang. Bartosz collapsed to the ground, unconscious. At the new hive construction site, Marlena turned to Nareth and remarked. "The area you've designated is 10 times the size of Mykolovsk, the largest hive in Vostroya. You truly mean to build an unprecedented hive city. Vostroya is entering a new era. It needs a symbolic hive to match." Nareth withdrew his gaze from the roaring excavation machines in the distance and turned to Marlena. "Since you've left the Symphony of the Sea, what have you learned? The outside world is bigger and harsher than I imagined, especially for us Sicilians." Her voice was complex, awed by the vastness of the galaxy, but troubled by what the future might hold. "Then what is your view on the Mother Sea?" Nareth stared intently at Marlena. She was a powerful psyker with tested loyalty and a strong will, but her faith remained a concern. Marlena felt the weight of his gaze. It was like being a tiny ship facing a storm on the Coral Sea. She bit her lip but didn't respond under pressure. After a long pause, she gave a bitter smile. "I've read every book I could find and studied the 3 data crystals you gave me. I now see divinity in a new light." She turned toward the direction of the Symphony of the Sea and spoke with a solemn tone. "The Mother Sea can't truly be called a god. She was born from our beliefs, guides us, but also depends on us." As a strong psyker, she clearly recalled her past experiences with the Mother Sea. Compared to what she now knew of real gods, especially from the Frau people's writings, the difference was stark. In the ether, the Mother Sea resembled a trickle, not a vast ocean. "Good. That is the understanding I hoped for." Nareth nodded with satisfaction. Marlena now saw the truth. The Mother Sea was not a true deity, but a being awakening to divinity. "Do you still worship her?" Marlena fell silent once more. After several seconds, she finally answered with resignation. "I no longer do." She had realized how powerless the Mother Sea was compared to the rest of the galaxy. The bleak future she foresaw couldn't be prevented by the Mother Sea's protection. Whether it was the invading Frau or the monstrous Fang Jia, it was Nareth who had resolved every crisis. Her concern for the Sicilian people only grew. Upon hearing her answer, Nareth made his final decision. "Come to my palace in an hour." Constructing a new hive city was a long-term effort. Nareth had ordered the construction of a temporary palace, which would later be dismantled and recycled for materials once progress moved upward. An hour later, Marlena looked at the vial in Nareth's hand and hesitantly asked. "What is this?" Drink it, and you will gain power, the kind that can secure a better future for the Sicilian people. Marlena didn't hesitate further. She knew she had no choice, and she also trusted that Nareth had no reason to harm her. Within just 3 minutes, the planter, who already knew how to meditate, had stabilized the power within her. She stared at Nareth in astonishment. He had granted her real power through the vial, and not a temporary one, but a permanent one. I need you to return to the Symphony of the Sea, fulfill your role as a planter. Develop farmland and crops across the Isles. Chapter 65, Chapter 64, The Planter. Symphony of the Sea, Castello Island, 3 stellar days before spring. A bronze-skinned woman in her early 20s approached, carrying 4 sacks. Lady Marlena, the labels on these 4 sacks of seeds fell off. We can't tell them apart. She anxiously placed the seeds on the ground. Castello Island sat at the heart of the Symphony of the Sea. Seasonal schools of fish from the Coral Sea always passed by, and the islanders had never practiced farming. Her family was among the first to follow the shaman's call, exchanging caught seafood for seeds and preparing to plant crops. Unsure which would thrive best, they bought 4 different kinds. The shaman had said Castello's light and soil were well suited for these fruits and that they would be easy to care for. Their plan was simple, judge by the harvest which to grow more of next year. But now, with the labels lost, they couldn't distinguish the 4 kinds of seeds. All were oval, dark brown, and looked nearly identical. That meant they couldn't plant them in the optimal areas Marlena had recommended for each crop. Don't worry, Carrie, let me take a look. Marlena's warm, soothing voice immediately calmed Carrie's anxiety. The planter opened one bag and took a glance. She recognized it instantly. But instead of simply identifying it, she wanted the islanders to learn how to tell the difference themselves. Scooping up a handful of seeds with her pale fingers, she patiently explained. These are papaya seeds. They're a bit larger and have smoother surfaces. See. Carrie nodded hard, curious. What about the others? These are sweet potato seeds. Feel how rough they are by comparison. Moments later, Carrie picked up the sacks again. Before leaving, she asked worriedly. Lady Marlena, are you sure there won't be a salt mist this spring? Castello Island's spring sometimes brought intense tides. Because of its equatorial location, evaporated sea spray could form a salt mist that blanketed the entire island. This mist didn't just corrode metal and buildings, it could kill even inland wild plants. For Carrie's family, salt mist was their worst fear. Absolutely not, Marlena replied firmly. This was their first attempt at agriculture, and it had to succeed. Her enhanced spiritual senses let her predict the weather accurately, there would be no salt mist. After Carrie left, Marlena pulled out her backup star chart data slate and continued her research. 4 stellar years later, Castello Island, autumn. Banana trees stood in neat rows along the shoreline, their broad leaves swaying in the wind. Clusters of green bananas hung heavily from the branches, threatening to bend them. In the pineapple fields, golden fruit gleamed among emerald leaves, releasing a sweet, enticing aroma. At the island center, the reclaimed farmland was full of rice plants bowing under the weight of golden grain that sparkled in the sun. The cassava fields had tall, sturdy stalks. Islanders trained by the planter now used agricultural tools skillfully, working hard during the year's 3rd harvest. For the first time in thousands of years, the islanders no longer had to risk their lives fishing during tsunamis or storms. With the grain stored from just one season, they were food secure for the entire year. Disaster prevention and response facilities were being rapidly constructed with help from tech adepts sent by Nareth. From the top floor of the palace, Vieri Barella, leader of the tyranny, looked out over the thriving scene. He had once been forced to submit to Nareth. Back then, he had no choice. But in these years, he'd witnessed a miracle, farming transformed the island, and fishermen now worked safer, more efficient vessels. Now, other larger islands were enthusiastically requesting to join the development program. 10 had already been selected for the 2nd phase. Vieri had grown genuinely loyal to Nareth and had just completed a year of personal service. He had passed Nareth's test and earned the right to be a sailor. While Vieri reflected, Nareth was handling affairs in his new Hive City palace when he received a message from Wojciech Bilek. My king, the Cult Mechanicum has completed construction of your battlecruiser. Mugos Kivier 9 requests your presence for delivery. Hearing this, Nareth resolved to begin his next phase of expansion. Having unified Vostroya, Nareth had spent the last few years developing the 2 worlds under his control. The Vostroyan system had only 2 habitable planets and no new targets within the system. The Milky Way was vast, with huge differences between star systems. Many had no habitable planets at all, and terraforming them was too expensive to be worthwhile. However, Nareth was aware of some special systems, like the unexplored Coronis Expanse, or Serpent's Cradle, which contained 12 habitable worlds, true paradises. His previous ships were only suited for inter-system travel, not equipped for warp navigation. So, he had not rushed into expansion. Instead, he focused on domestic development and sent various regiments on rotation for void warfare training. He also bartered surplus food from the Symphony of the Sea with the Mechanicum in exchange for warship upgrades. Now that the new flagship was complete, the time for expansion had come. Nareth sent a message to Yelena, summoning the cabinet. After one work shift, when everyone had gathered at the palace, he rose from his desk and entered the throne room. Seated upon his throne, he looked at the ministers clad in black robes and gave his orders. I am setting out on a campaign. While I am away, the cabinet will remain under Yelena's leadership. Continue development as per current policy. As you will, my monarch. May you return victorious. Nareth looked over the regiment commanders. Their eyes burned with battle lust, eager to follow their lord on his campaign. Howard, you'll oversee all defense operations in my absence. As you command, my lord. Howard was honored by the trust, but disappointed he wasn't chosen for the expedition. Bukeo, Gul. Nareth called 10 names in succession. You will come with me. The chosen ones clenched their fists in excitement. The others lowered their gazes, stifling disappointment. Nareth led 10 regiments aboard warships bound for Sopot. Through the bridge viewport, he spotted his new flagship immediately. It dwarfed the surrounding vessels. The ship was long and spear-like at the front, massive and mountain-like at the rear. Its hull was covered in turrets and weapons platforms, most notably the twin ether cannons on both sides. The entire vessel resembled a coiled beast, ready to pounce on its prey. At the starport, Nareth was greeted by members of the Mechanicum. Kevier, 9 bowed slightly. Monarch Nareth, welcome. Mugos, it's good to see you. After brief pleasantries, Kevier, 9 said. Requesting execution of contractual protocol. Permission granted. Kevier 9's mask lit up. Initiating identity verification protocol/delivery target confirmed. His mechadendrites connected to the interface of Wojciech's data slate. A synthetic voice followed. Contract identified/proceeding with delivery/please proceed to Dock A2/retrieve, battlecruiser. Chapter 66, Chapter 65, Pride of Ostroya. Upon boarding the shuttle en route to his new vessel, Nareth received the ship's specifications from Wojciech. Length, 5.2 kilometers. Width, 1.04 kilometers. Mass, 33.11 million tons. Crew, approximate, 105. Maximum sustained acceleration, 2.3 g. When the shuttle docked, Nareth disembarked, with Wojciech leading the way. My king, the cruiser is structurally divided into 5 major zones from bottom to top. Each zone has a different number of decks. Per your command, maglev rail systems have been installed. There are 2 trains, one for cargo and crew, the other reserved for officers. He skipped over the bilge and began the briefing from the lower levels. The lower decks are primarily storage, fuel tanks, and other cargo holds. Regular crew quarters are located here as well. The mid-decks include 4 manufacturing zones, where lost weapons can be produced and armored vehicles maintained. Technicians, enforcers, and regiment soldiers are all housed in this level. The upper decks are for senior officers, officials, and your personal attendants. Maglev trains do not reach this level to avoid disturbing their work or rest. As they spoke, the group arrived at the ship's top level. One wall featured a massive observation window overlooking the docked vessels. The bridge, a shared strategic and command center, is at the very top. From here, orders can be relayed to every part of the ship. In the center of the strategy room stood a massive tactical table embedded with complex circuits and sensors. Once the auger array is activated, it will display enemy ships and battlefield conditions on 154 view screens on both sides. A holographic projection will also appear above the tactical table. Wojciech then approached a black throne facing away from the observation window, which was designed to fit a Primarch's colossal frame. My king, this is your throne. Please take your seat and issue your commands. Nareth's mind raced. As he approached the throne, his plans were already in place. Seated, he began issuing orders. Wojciech organized the rest of the fleet to begin boarding immediately. Bukeo, all regiments, embark now. Finally, he announced the fleet's warp formation. Besides the flagship, the escort frigate Piszczek, and the destroyers Termalica and Vistula will join this exploratory expedition. Nareth had considered forming a larger fleet, but the harsh reality forced him to keep the operation minimal. During the long age of strife, warp storms made safe warp travel nearly impossible. Navigators, those who guided warp journeys, had become nearly extinct. Ostroya had none. Even the powerful Mechanicum lacked them. The Emperor had once convinced Mars to join the Imperium largely by reintroducing navigators and developing astropaths for interstellar communication. But Nareth, currently only at Sequence 8, Barbarian, had neither the authority nor the power to create new warp navigation protocols. A larger fleet would mean higher risk. Still, a cumbersome battlecruiser needed nimble escort ships for flanking and screening. After acknowledging their orders, Bukeo reminded him. My lord, your ship requires a name. Nareth thought for a second, then said, this is the first battlecruiser wholly built by Vostroya. It is our pride. Let it be called the Pride of Vostroya. A poetic name, Bukeo, the midnight poet, smiled, I see a steel mountain floating boldly in the void. You are the pride of Vostonia. A titan clad in iron might. Unshaken beneath the stars' dominion. Ablaze with unyielding light. Your keel is Vostroya's spine of steel. Your cannon fire is Vostroya's wrath made flame. Wojciech selected an elite crew from ships not assigned to the expedition and ensured each had enough men to return safely. The fleet set sail for the Symphony of the Sea, where 5 more regiments joined. One boarded the Piszczek, while others manned the Termalica and Vistula. Marlena Scala and her attendants also joined the fleet. From his throne, Nareth turned to Marlena. Are you confident? While not as precise as navigators, psychers could guide ships through warp space using their deep connection to the Sea of Souls. Among them, precognition-class psychers like Marlena were the most suitable. This was the best solution, for now. The demonologist, which specialized in warp navigation, had yet to emerge. And Nareth himself, though a Primarch, had not found time to explore it. His focus over the past few years had been entirely on developing Vostroya and mastering the telepathy discipline, where his talent shone brightest. By studying the warp travel data from the Frail data crystals, combined with the Mechanicum star maps, Marlena replied. I've gained useful insight. There's risk, yes, but I can handle warp travel. Nareth, sensing her confidence, smiled. You're not alone. If danger arises, I will establish a psychic link with you and pull you back. Then I have no worries, Marlena said with a laugh. She trusted him completely. Go to cabin A001 on the upper deck. Meditate and recover. We begin soon. That cabin had been reserved for a navigator sanctum, one of 2 rooms Nareth had intentionally left vacant in anticipation of recruiting navigators and astropaths in the future. 1 ship cycle later, Nareth took the lift to A001. He opened a communications channel with Marlena, the warp engine seer, and the helmsman captain. Before we begin, I need to know your warp icon. The Frail calls it the etheric archetype. You should have discovered yours by now. A warp icon represents how a psyker perceives the warp, understanding it lets them draw from the Sea of Souls with more power and control. Marlena's tea-brown eyes grew deep as memories flooded her. When I was 3, playing near the shore, I was attacked by a toothed kraken the size of a wooden boat. In that split second before the strike, I sensed it coming. I rolled away just in time. Its tentacle lashed out again, and in my fear, I raised my hand, and tore it apart with unleashed psychic energy. Her face darkened with the memory. I waited, thought I had died, but I survived. Then, strange changes began, my arm thickened, then my legs thinned. Later, I learned this was biomancy psychery. I was most gifted in that domain. I passed out in the cold sea. When I woke, I was back to normal. She looked up, composed now. When I read the Frail writings on etheric archetype, I instantly thought of the ocean. Growing up on an ocean world, surviving my awakening. It's no surprise. From the Frail's knowledge, I know I'm lucky. Most die without guidance, but I lived. Her eyes gleamed. To me, the warp is a boundless sea. The ether is the ocean. When I use psychic power, I draw seawater. When I search for destinations on the star chart, it's like hunting for islands in the deep. Nareth nodded, her understanding of the warp was clear. Our destination is System A068, as marked on the star chart. Begin the voyage. Chapter 67, Chapter 66, Warp Travel. All right. Marlena nodded and reopened the star map, double-checking the location of star system A068. Nareth had a key reason for choosing this destination, as it appeared on both the Vostroya's Altar 18-star chart and the Frail maps. While this system held little interest for the cult Mechanicum, the Frail frequently raided it. One of its planets was known as the Crystal Mirage, named for the vast quantities of crystalline deposits found there. Switching to another comms channel, Nareth sent a message to Bukeo, instructing him to guard chamber A001. I'm ready. Begin. If you encounter danger, I will sense it immediately. Nareth didn't establish a direct psychic link with Marlena, no one enjoys their mind being watched, but he was confident he'd sense any threat to her through their spiritual resonance. Marlena sat cross-legged and entered meditation. She lacked the third eye of a navigator, so her method was closer to divination. Her consciousness extended toward the tides she sensed, slipping into the great ocean, a formless blend of colorless hues, nameless emotions, and undefined dimensions. The psychic turbulence created by Nareth's powerful mind, the emotions of warriors, and the primal impulses of the crew propelled her forward. Bathed in etheric energy, Marlena felt renewed, but she resisted the temptation to bask in it. Her focus was on locating their destination. During her normal divinations, she would try to glimpse fragments of fate within the tides, brief, flickering flashes of the future. But this time, she needed to find an island within the warp, a real-world planetary destination. While that seemed like an easier target, it wasn't. The warp ignored physical laws. A single planet might make less of a psychic ripple than one deeply emotional person. Moreover, she had to translate the symbols and layout of the star chart into equivalents that aligned with her warp icon, or internal vision of the warp. She controlled her emotions tightly, both to avoid drawing predators from the warp and to prevent destabilizing her surroundings. Patiently, she searched. Patiently, she immersed herself in the vast ocean. Time lost meaning until, at last, she sensed something familiar, a shimmering ripple of blue, oscillating endlessly. It was the symphony of the sea, the etheric projection of a place she had felt countless times in the Sea of Souls. The Mother Sea shimmered within it. With that as her anchor, Marlena locked onto Vostroya, which appeared to her as a metallic sphere. Like a spider weaving its web, one by one, the other stars aligned around it. Suddenly, she spoke aloud into the comms channel. Engage the warp drives. The 4 ships activated their warp engines. Reality began to distort, and the boundary between real space and the warp grew thin. In the great ocean, waves rippled outward from their transition. Marlena waited for the storm to settle before giving the next command. Turn to heading 388, inclination 3, proceed. Etheric tides roared around the fleet, slamming into their void shields. The chief helmsman took the controls personally, carefully adjusting the trajectory according to Marlena's instructions. The 3 escort ships followed in tight formation behind the Pride of Vostroya. As subjective ship time passed day by day, Marlena would stop in calmer currents to eat and rest. After 25 days, she finally locked onto A-068's anchor point in real space, allowing her to safely guide the fleet back. Nareth sensed the shift in environment and knew at once. We've made it. Marlena, you've done well. Return to your quarters and rest. Chamber S-001 is yours. Understood. Though her expression remained composed, Marlena felt the exhaustion weighing heavily on her. She needed deep meditation to recover. Nareth, having rested intermittently, was still energetic. He had grown restless from being confined to Chamber A-001, but ensuring Marlena's safety was paramount. Now, finally free, he stepped out of the chamber, his steps lighter, and issued an order to Wojciech. Activate the auger array at full power. Scan the entire system. At once, my king. Returning to the bridge, Nareth sat on the command throne while Wojciech stood by the tactical table, manipulating a datapad. My king, the A-068 system contains 6 planets, only one of which shows signs of life. He highlighted a planet on the holomap. It has a diameter of 15,384.02 kilometers, making it the system's second largest planet. A destroyer-class vessel is currently in orbit. Nareth reviewed the scan and immediately identified the world, the one the Frail called Crystal Mirage. Transmit a message in multiple languages, ordering that ship to stand down. Assume combat formation. Ready weapons, target the enemy vessel with the ether cannon. Wojciech relayed the commands immediately. The Master of Vox transmitted the message in Technolingua, Vostroyan, and other tongues. My king, they are not responding, but their ship's energy readings are spiking rapidly. Hearing this, Nareth abandoned any thought of taking prisoners for interrogation. Starboard ether cannon, fire. Light lance, stand by. Wojciech ordered the weapons officers into action via the comms. On the gun deck, crews operated the control panels to activate the ether cannon's core. The deck rumbled. A deep hum resonated as arcane runes and lights flared across the weapon. Then, at the chief gunner's command, Nareth, Marlena, Bukeo, and other sensitive souls heard a roar that defied reality. A radiant pulse lanced through the void, shattering the destroyer's void shields and tearing straight through the hull. The shield overloaded instantly. The ship's armor vaporized under the blazing beam. Nareth watched the detonation on the holoscreen, the blinding white flash, and savored the overwhelming superiority of advanced firepower. Using an ether cannon on a destroyer, complete annihilation. After a moment's thought, he gave the next order. Wojciech, engage the auger array at maximum power. Scan the planet. Bukeo, your regiment will land with me. The Pride of Vostroya entered orbit around the Crystal Mirage. Nareth boarded a shuttle, heading toward the life sign clusters identified by the auger array. Standing at the shuttle's window, he scanned the surface below. Suddenly, his pupils contracted. He saw hundreds of humans pursuing 16 ape-like creatures with orange fur. Space apes. Their light carvings are key materials for producing Briber potion. He issued an order. Follow them. Moments later, Nareth leapt from the open hatch. Wind roared past his ears as the ground drew near. Below, the pursuers looked up, and a shadow fell over them, followed by a thunderous roar. Chapter 68, Chapter 67, Worshippers of the Heartslayer. Nearly 100 people were knocked flat instantly. A dozen or so, with unusually large and long ears, began to bleed from their noses and ears. The space ape staggered briefly but continued fleeing. Nareth wasn't surprised. He knew that space apes had no known language or culture and were driven solely by instinct for survival. Boom. Nareth crashed into the crowd like a meteor. 4 Xenos died instantly, and more than a dozen were hurled away by the shockwave. Nareth's consciousness expanded, forcibly breaching the mental barriers of 12 nearby individuals. The brain housed thoughts, but the soul revealed the truest reflections. Countless chaotic mental images, like a flurry of scattered petals, flickered through his mind. One particular image drew his focus, the same vision appearing in all 12 minds. Each was kneeling in a radiant crystal forest, holding burning hearts in their hands, worshipping a towering crystal statue over tens of meters tall. The statue's most striking feature was its serpentine tail, as long as half its body, and its 4 arms, each holding something in its palms. The worshippers knelt in awe. Through their thoughts, Nareth instinctively understood the low Gothic of this world. Great Heartslayer, we offer you this sacrifice. Protect us. Bless us. Heartslayer. That sounds familiar. Hearts, serpent tail, 4 arms. Could it be a keeper of secrets? The greater demon of Slaanesh, Heartslayer. Looking around, Nareth noticed that nearly everyone nearby exhibited mild mutations, forked tongues, glimmering crystal eyes. The mutation levels aren't extreme, but the proportion of mutants is high. He frowned slightly. He didn't sense the warp's veil weakening nor any surge of warp energy. Perhaps it's localized, only affecting a specific region. From their minds, he also gleaned intel about the space apes. These possible Slaaneshi cultists discovered the space apes crafting exotic art pieces, light sculptures, using stone and other materials. They captured the apes, but the creatures escaped. Nareth wasn't surprised. Space apes would always seize any opportunity to escape, and often crafted their own escape tools. He withdrew his consciousness and returned to his body, just in time to hear a snake-eyed man wielding a jeweled sword shout. Forget the chase, seize the one who fell from the sky. He's the perfect sculpture. Thanks to his earlier mind reading, Nareth had picked up enough of the local dialect to understand him. 25 Heartslayer worshipper lunged at Nareth with inhuman speed. A cold glint flashed through Nareth's black eyes. He spun his heavy halberd into a sweeping arc. With one strike, he cleaved the attackers in half, their torsos crashing into each other midair before thudding to the ground. But Nareth had already turned, chasing after the space apes. To him, this tribe was more valuable than the entire world. As he ran, he pulled out a datapad, marking key points based on the memories he'd scanned. At the same time, he opened a comms channel to Bukeo. Bukeo, take your regiment and head to the marked location. He remembered something: the auger array hadn't detected life signs at the cultist stronghold earlier. And exercise extreme caution, do not charge in recklessly. Understood, my lord. Nareth, using his sharp senses, quickly caught up to the fleeing space apes. With a powerful sprint, he leapt ahead of them, halberd stretched wide to block their path. Sensing danger, the apes immediately swerved left. But the next moment, Nareth appeared in front of them again. After several futile attempts, the space apes instinctively gave up fleeing. They stared at Nareth with wide eyes, motionless, like statues. He opened comms and contacted Ghoul Ghoul. Bring a regiment down here. Squinting at the creatures before him, Nareth frowned. They couldn't speak. They couldn't be reasoned with. Space apes created things at random. Given a lost gun, they might upgrade it, or just decorate it with beads. Only the old ones, their creators, ever truly understood them. Some future Inquisitor teams will include space apes. In the Calixis sector, the Ordo Xenos even used their Jokero force fields against demons. The former might have just been lucky, but the latter surely had a method, not just chance. That means there must be a way to make them follow orders. His mind raced. Think of them not as biomechanical tools, but as living beings who don't communicate in human ways. What if I implanted devices into them, driven by embedded routines, to compel certain behavior? Or, what if they're latent psychers? Their spyflies require warp energy to function. Inquisitor Jack Draco believed they had psychic potential. Maybe I can telepathically command them. As he was weighing his options, a roaring noise sounded overhead. The space apes were herded onto the shuttle. Nareth boarded as well, messaging Wojciech. Clear a sealed deck. Strip it bare, no matter what's inside. Even worthless scrap could be transformed into something dangerous by space apes. They could turn junk shards into rare weapon rings. But more often, they'd make tools for escape. Also, order your men to collect any manufacturing waste. Prepare to use it. As Nareth returned to the Pride of Vostroya, Bukeo and his squad descended near the marked location. There, he saw a towering crystal mountain, its peak hidden in the clouds. Its surfaces were faceted like cut gemstones, refracting rainbow light under the sun. Bukeo remained cautious. He didn't lead an immediate ascent. Instead, he boarded an aircraft, took the co-pilot's seat, fastened in, and ordered takeoff. Eyes wide, he scanned the mountain. But everywhere he looked, blinding, shimmering colors. Bank 30 degrees, fly sideways. The pilot obeyed immediately. Still, Bukeo's view remained flooded with harsh light. After dozens of angle changes, nothing improved. Frowning, he gave a new order. Circle the mountain. He kept staring and finally saw something, a sky-reaching stairway. He soon realized the mountain was a polyhedron, and only at the edges between faces were there passageways. After one full loop, they landed. Bukeo opened comms to contact the ship, only to hear static and noise. Retreat. They retreated several hundred meters, and finally, the noise vanished. Bukeo sent a message to Nareth. My lord, I've reached the target. Discovered a hexagonal crystal mountain. Nearly a minute passed, and there was no response. Preparing to begin the climb. Perhaps my lord is busy. Bukeo gave the order to descend and led his squad toward the nearest visible path up the mountain. Chapter 69, Chapter 68, The Telepathic Space Apes. In the isolated J-005 deck, the 16 space apes were dispersed, each separated by 10 meters. They stood with their arms at their sides, perfectly still, like statues. After resting, a fully reinvigorated Marlena, Wojciech, and Gul took up positions flanking Nareth, curiously observing these strange creatures before them. Bring the scrap materials. Place them in front of them. At Nareth's command, 16 tech workers pushed carts filled with waste and scrap to the front of the space apes. Even before the workers could back away, the statue-like space apes began to move, the ancient genetic programming embedded by the old ones activated. Their fingers and toes flexed rapidly, and in a blur of motion, they disassembled the carts and trash into scattered parts. Orange figures surged and danced through the junk. Wojciech's eyes widened, his jaw dropping involuntarily. What he saw were ape-like beings whose hands and feet moved like a muggos manipulating mechadendrites, performing a mechanical dance. Useless waste that would normally only be fit for recycling was transformed in mere seconds and reshaped into new items. Iron scraps became rings, ceramic shards turned into spheres, copper blocks morphed into metal flies. Even steel wire was stretched into coils, and tin chunks were shaped into rings. Nareth was quietly thankful he had ordered the use of scrap, even if the results were useless, there was no loss. Gul's eyes gleamed. Incredible. How do they do it? They seem to be acting purely on instinct, said Marlena thoughtfully. Indeed, Nareth nodded, just as his comms unit beeped. He answered, and Bukeo's voice came through. My lord, I've reached the target. Discovered a hexagonal crystal mountain. Nareth went silent for a moment at the mention of a hexagonal crystal mountain. Then he replied. Report your progress regularly. Seeing no further messages, he issued a new command. Keep only that, and that one. He pointed at the most spiritually resonant and uniquely shaped light sculptures the apes had created. Everything else, move it to my chamber. Servitors and porters got to work immediately, carefully transporting the items created by the Jokero. Just then, the communicator beeped again. Bukeo's voice came through. Preparing to begin the climb. Nareth's brow furrowed. That response seemed disconnected from his previous order, clearly, the mountain was interfering with communication signals. As he debated whether to continue the experiment or descend to the surface, Marlena spoke. I'll go. I'll assist Commander Bukeo. All right, Nareth agreed. With Marlena accompanying them, the Slaneshi cultists could be handled. Once the items were all cleared away, Nareth approached a trash cart, pinching the handle with 2 fingers. He rolled it in front of a space ape, whose work area now held a statue glowing with a soft white light, like fluorescence. Its upper half resembled the umbrella shape of a jellyfish, while the lower half was like the spiraled shell of an ammonite, with 2 sharp horns protruding. Nareth pointed at the materials, and at the same time, projected his mind toward the ape. Within the creature's swirling aura of faint instinctual fear, he found a psychic gate, and its mind was open. Use this, Nareth moved his finger to indicate the light sculpture, to create that. The space ape immediately approached the cart, using all 4 limbs. Moments later, it recreated the sculpture exactly. They have emotion, and a mind. And can comprehend telepathic instruction. That alone proves they are living beings. They just don't use language, maybe only the old ones knew how to awaken their full intelligence. Nareth continued testing, using mental transmissions to instruct the apes to create 52 more light sculptures before stopping. Move all of them to my chamber. After a pause, he turned to Wojciech. Keep providing them with scrap. Let them continue building. But when they're not creating, do not leave anything near them. Assign rotating guards. If they try dismantling ship panels, stop them immediately. Wojciech carefully took down every order and left to carry them out. As Nareth walked away, he couldn't help but feel excited, wondering what unexpected surprises the apes might bring. At the same time, on the Crystal Mountain, 666 meters above ground, Buceo stood before a narrow vertical passage that now sloped upward into the mountain's interior. The tunnel was several meters wide. Buceo continued leading his team forward. He noticed the walls and ground were studded with crystals, some sparse, some dense. Since his ascension to Midnight Poet, his spiritual senses had sharpened. These crystals felt different from those outside. Activating his spirit vision, he could faintly see sparkling multicolored lights radiating from within them. Dozens of meters ahead, he suddenly stopped and crouched, studying a crystal column by his feet. This one glowed brighter under spiritual sight. After a moment's thought, Buceo reached out with his enhanced strength and easily broke off the crystal. He toyed with it in his hand, found no new clues, and passed it back to a subordinate. Hold on to it. Continuing forward for hundreds more meters, he noticed the frequency of the strange crystals increasing, and their spiritual resonance growing stronger. He pressed on until suddenly 6 branching paths appeared ahead, seemingly indistinguishable. Buceo entered each one briefly, sensing for differences. Moments later, he led his team into the third path from the left, the one where the spiritual resonance was strongest. After another few hundred meters, at the next fork, Buceo suddenly raised his lost gun and fired down the third path from the right. Bang! A body hit the ground, an ambusher, whose fall revealed several others in fine robes, wielding curved sabers and ornamental blades. They howled in an incomprehensible tongue and immediately charged towards Buceo and the 3rd Regiment. As a Midnight Poet, he was an expert in marksmanship. Buceo's reflexes were superhuman. Every trigger pull was precise, and enemy after enemy fell. Then, he felt it, an overwhelming swarm approaching from the depths of the tunnel. His pupils shrank. A tide of bizarre creatures surged forward. Some had scorpion-like bodies, with 6 bony projections from their spines, each ending in a stinger. Others were serpent-like, heads flaring like razor-edged petals, with forked tongues like whips. They slithered with a hiss, swarming over the remaining cultists, who were instantly overwhelmed. Buceo raised his weapon and fired at the petal-headed snake. It shrieked, springing sideways to dodge the shot, then lashed out with its twin tongues like whips. Retreat! Buceo roared, his face darkening. If the monsters could dodge his attacks, then his troops had little chance of hitting them. With his right hand, he fired his lost gun again, and with his left, he pulled a fragmentation grenade from his tactical pouch. Falling backward, he threw the grenade, narrowly dodging the whip attacks. With his enhanced physical ability, the Midnight Poet rolled back just in time to avoid a scorpion stinger strike. Boom! The snake beast exploded, torn apart, but more monsters surged forward. Buceo led a fighting retreat, throwing grenades to stall the enemy. But as their grenades dwindled, casualties began to mount. One scorpion creature let out a piercing screech, its 6 bone spikes snapped forward like ropes, aiming straight at Buceo. Chapter 70, Chapter 69, The Dual Aspect Psyker. Just as Buceo was about to fire at the scorpion-like creature, it suddenly exploded into pieces with a thunderous bang. He turned to see Marlena, dressed in a black gown and holding a staff, striding calmly through the chaos toward him. He gave her a nod of acknowledgement and immediately resumed his assault. As Marlena reached the front lines of the 3rd Regiment, a sudden image flashed through her mind, a creature shaped like a bat, but with 6 soft pink tentacles growing from its back, diving at her head. There was no time to cast a psychic spell. But as a planter, Marlena didn't panic. She simply raised her fist and punched upward. The wind howled from the blow, and the bat-like creature was launched into the air, sent crashing into the crystal ceiling. Its corpse tumbled into the mob below. Marlena raised her staff and faced the surging tide of monsters. Instantly, the creatures began to shudder and bloat, a biochemical reaction triggered within them. Pop. 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 Like bursting balloons, dozens of monsters on the front lines detonated, reduced to shredded remains. While Marlena's biomancy powers tore through the horde, Nareth had already teleported all of the light sculptures back to the Kingdom of Disordered. Still receiving no messages, he realized Marlena and Buceo must be in serious trouble. He immediately sent a message to Gul. Assemble the 8th Regiment. You're coming to the surface with me. Nareth boarded a dropship and flew toward the Crystal Mountain. Meanwhile, deep within it, Marlena and Buceo's expressions shifted. They both heard it, a tsunami-like sound crashing toward them. A moment later, they saw it, an unending wave of aberrations charging forward, far more than they had faced before. Among the horde, a lone figure appeared. He wore a gray robe and held a crystal staff in his right hand. Marlena noticed his left hand clutched a six-sided prism, radiating a dazzling etheric glow. Compared to the ambient crystals on the cavern walls, the object he held blazed like a floodlight. She instantly recognized it, an ether crystal, a rare and powerful material recorded in Frail data crystals, used to craft high-grade staves and other gear. The other surrounding crystals were merely ether-sensitive and good only for ornamentation. But her attention quickly returned to the grey-robed figure himself. An invisible barrier enveloped him, and monsters hurled themselves at him, only to be repelled. Every time he waved his staff, multiple beasts burst into flames. He's a powerful dual-disciplined psyker, Marlena thought. Flame-based attacks, telekinetic defense. She turned to Bukeo. I think it's that crystal he's holding, it's drawing the monsters in. But with that force field, it'll be hard to knock it away. Bukeo frowned. He had also noticed that the monsters were charging with reckless abandon. Where before they might dodge attacks, now they just rushed blindly into the flames. They've gone mad. Even if the psyker dies, they won't stop. He immediately understood what Marlena meant. Then we'll have to team up with him and retreat together. Let's hope he's smart enough. At that moment, the grey-robed psyker also noticed them. Gripping the ether crystal tightly, he summoned more energy and raised his staff high. A whirlwind of fire exploded outward, incinerating many monsters. Amid their shrieks, the psyker broke free of the mob and rushed toward Marlena and Bukeo. He took the front, willingly taking the brunt of the assault. The trio fought while retreating, but the monsters felt endless. Marlena's psychic reserves were nearly drained, and her temples throbbed painfully. Her usage of the Frail's data crystals had warned her of this symptom. She was nearing the limit of safe etheric use. If she pushed further, she might collapse, or worse, lose herself in the tides of the Sea of Soul. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out behind them. Move aside. Marlena and Bukeo instantly perked up. Nareth had arrived. They leapt to either side, hugging the walls. The grey-robed psyker didn't understand Vostroyan Gothic, but he heard the deep voice and turned, just as a deafening blast went off behind him. A gust of wind slammed into his left side. His force field trembled, then shattered. He staggered to the right, using his staff to steady himself, and stared, stunned, as a giant rampaged into the monster horde. The giant moved like lightning. The psyker's eyes couldn't keep up, only the sight of monsters falling like dominoes told him what was happening. Before he could fully process it, the giant had already returned. His footsteps seemed to thunder into the psyker's soul, sweat beaded on his brow. Nareth studied the silver-haired psyker, impressed by how those narrowed blue eyes held his gaze. Impressive willpower. Weaker than Marlena, but stronger than most. Nareth asked in the local tongue. What's your name? Arsena Dunn, sir. And you are? Instinctively, Arsena used an honorific. Nareth. Ruler of Vostroya. Nareth's gaze lingered on the ether crystal. I assume you know what lies at the end of this passage. Arsena gave a respectful bow. Welcome, far-traveled king. He continued. At the end of this path lies the blasphemous kingdom of the Heartslayer. The fools there worship the Heartslayer as a god. But I believe it is a dark power, nothing divine. They've erected a statue and built an altar, performing sacrifices every 6 days, 6 months, and 6 years. They call themselves the Heart-Eaters. Over thousands of years, they've become vastly different from other tribes. He raised the ether crystal. I wanted to know if this Heartslayer is real, whether it truly seduced them into corruption. So I infiltrated their altar and took this crystal. Nareth's black eyes narrowed. The purple glow on the crystal shimmered faintly. He could sense faint pain and wailing within it. Looks like some Slaneshi demon seeped power into it during sacrifice. But the connection across the warp is weak. Even most psykers wouldn't detect it, not even someone like Arsena. It'll fade in a few days. I intend to destroy that heretical nation. Will you guide me? Arsena hesitated. The Heart-Eaters number 60,000 and keep tens of thousands of beasts, like the ones you just saw. No matter, Nareth replied calmly. Just lead the way. Arsena glanced around, their forces only numbered a few thousand. If anyone had once claimed they could defeat the Heart-Eaters with so few, Arsena would have called them insane. But now, having witnessed Nareth's terrifying strength, he found himself believing it could be done. While Arsena was still processing this, Nareth began issuing orders. Marlena, Bukeo, return to the flagship and rest. The 3rd Regiment stays aboard the Pride of Vostroya. For the other 3 ships, leave 1 regiment on each. All other troops, once on the ground, begin the assault from multiple directions. As Marlena and the others departed, Nareth turned to Arsena. Lead the way. Understood. Arsena had already made his decision. Even if the Heart-Eaters weren't wiped out, he was sure, with Nareth's power, they could break through anything. Nareth followed closely behind him. From the mountain peak to its heart, he clearly sensed they passed through 6 branch points. At each fork, only one path was correct. It was a test of perception. Chapter 71, Chapter 70, Conquering the Crystal Mirage. Deep within the mountain, a colossal statue rose, piercing through the upper half of the crystal peak, its head towering above the summit. At its base was a smaller crimson altar, surrounded by 6 massive circular ritual altars, evenly spaced. Each of these ritual altars was constructed from psychic reactive crystal, their runes drawn with the heart's blood of captives from other tribes. 6 heart-eater priests, robed in purple and wielding crystalline ritual daggers, chanted loudly. The 666th offering, may it draw our Lord's gaze. They raised their daggers and plunged them downward. The heart-eater followers kneeling before them did not flinch. With exposed chests and serene smiles, they welcomed this glorious moment. Beneath their feet lay 665 still-beating hearts. The bodies were hauled away by fellow believers to feed the kin of the Heartpiercer, the monstrous creatures they lived beside. At the central altar, the final ritual began. The chieftain of the Heart-Eaters drove a ritual dagger into the chest of the last sacrifice, then tore out the still-beating heart with his bare hand. First offering, nourishment for our Lord. 6th offering, bless us, O Lord. At that very moment, Nareth was just a kilometer from the mountain chamber's exit when a ghastly, inhuman screech echoed from ahead, equal parts pain and ecstasy. His warp insight flared, and he sensed the veil between real space and the warp had been briefly torn, allowing a power from the sea of souls to seep in. Looking forward, he saw a grotesque creature, bloated, blood-red, with 6 pairs of tentacle-like arms twitching behind it. Its neck bore 6 heads, each with snake-like tendrils dangling from its lips. Erlin. Arsena gasped, recognizing the one normal-looking head as a once-human friend. How did he become this? The silver-haired psyker began to truly believe that some supernatural being, perhaps even the Heartslayer itself, was real. Die. The bloated Erlin shrieked, and the 6 priests echoed in unison. Die. The 12 tentacles lashed out with crystal daggers, curved blades, and ornate long swords, aimed at Nareth. Nareth instantly recognized that the chieftain of the Heart-Eaters had likely been fused with 6 others by their god, almost certainly the greater demon of Slaanesh, into a single chaos creature. They couldn't withstand the blessing and were turning into a chaos spawn of Slaanesh. Whatever consciousness remained now only sought to attack. With a swing of his heavy halberd, Nareth unleashed the 6th stance of Otsburgvia, carving a perfect arc through the air. All 12 tentacles were severed in a single blow, crashing to the floor and writhing before going still. The abomination screeched again, equal parts pleasure and agony, as its body began to mutate further. Its 6 heads twisted and stretched in different directions, transforming into a prism-like creature with a head on each corner. Through the eyes of a Primarch, Nareth saw through the Chaos Spawn's weaknesses. The source of its ritual power was Erlin's head, which had now sunken into its neck. With a powerful leap, Nareth struck downward using the 23rd stance of Otsburgvia, cleaving straight into that head. Boom. The head shattered, and with a howl of terror, the creature's body melted like wax, collapsing into a disgusting, sludgy heap. Purify it. Nareth ordered. Snapping out of his daze, Arsena raised his right hand. Flames engulfed the corrupted mass, reducing it to ash. Now fully convinced that Nareth could wipe out the Heart-Eaters, Arsena stood tall. Attack. Nareth charged into the mountain chamber. The warrior Gul led the 8th regiment behind him. He was immediately greeted by dazzling light. Nareth's eyes lit up. All along the path, the crystals were of high purity, free of impurities. Perfect for crafting data crystals. Now, deep within the mountain, he saw vast fields of psychic reactive crystal. His warp insight confirmed they were largely pure, ideal for forging psyker staffs and other mystical gear. An unexpected bounty. The only obstacle, these damned heretics. He stared down the onrushing Slaanesh cultists and charged. Arsena watched in awe. Nareth cut through enemies like vegetables, whether agile cultists or mutated beasts, none could slow him down. He also noticed the officers, one of whom raised his left hand, a precise energy beam shooting a swift cultist meters away. Another dodged a lunging, water-based mutant, his humming sword slicing through the creature in a single blow. Even the soldiers stunned him. Their long, rod-like weapons fired blasts of energy. In the wide expanse of the mountain interior, they had a clear firepower advantage. Their concentrated volleys annihilated the Heart-Eaters in waves. Though each soldier's firepower didn't match Arsena's flames, there were over 2,000 of them, and each bore these incredible weapons. Even with a telekinetic shield, I couldn't hold against them for long. Arsena silently marveled. Divine-level combat strength, elite commanders, advanced weaponry. This is King Nareth's true power. No tribe can resist him. As more companies joined the fight, the Heart-Eaters realized they were surrounded. The battle ended within one solar day. Afterward, Nareth stood before the giant statue, an image of what might have been a Heartslayer. He quickly noticed the sculpture was incomplete. It seemed the Heart Eaters lacked proper psychic craftsmen. Its shape was so vague, it was hard to tell if it truly represented the Heart Slayer. It's being carved from a massive, naturally formed psychic resonant crystal. No wonder communications were disrupted. Some warped demon energy had seeped in, but not stabilized. It's still usable. As long as no more rituals are performed, the energy will fade. In a few decades, it'll be safe to use. This massive crystal wasn't top tier, but it was enormous, and Nareth was delighted. He turned and approached the silver-haired psyker. Arsena, will you serve me? Arsena knew he had no power to refuse. But more than that, this was an opportunity. He's destroyed the evil Heart Eaters. He's a hero to all tribes. Arsena bowed. My king, I pledge my loyalty. For solar months later, Nareth had conquered all the tribes of the Crystal Mirage. With guidance from Vostroyan engineers, 16 mining bases were under construction. Fearing future Xeno raiders, Nareth stationed the frigate Pizchek and the destroyer Termalica in orbit. The surface was defended by 10 full regiments. Satisfied, he ordered the fleet to return to Vostroya. Chapter 72, Chapter 71, Psychic Link. As the ship departed from the orbit of the Crystal Mirage, Nareth arrived at Deck J-005 to inspect the latest creations of the space apes. There were no surprises this time. But he wasn't disappointed. Vostroya had no shortage of industrial scrap, and with enough volume, miracles would eventually emerge. He said to Wojciech beside him. Continue supplying them with scrap. Additionally, draft a preliminary blueprint for a shipyard during our voyage. Use the Cult Mechanicum Sopot shipyard as your reference for the initial design. Then he turned to Bukeo and sent a mental pulse to the Midnight Poet. Bukeo's body stiffened slightly as images and data on a creature called the Umbral Spectres flooded his mind. And with them, Nareth's command. Go to the vicinity of the warp engine and bring me at least one Umbral Spectre. Alive if possible. If dead, the corpse must be intact. Bukeo nodded subtly. He wasn't surprised, his lord was always interested in strange creatures. And creatures like the Umbral Spectres, which could manipulate and control shadows, were exactly the kind to pique Nareth's curiosity. Soon after, Bukeo watched as Nareth walked toward Marlena and spoke. Let's head to Chamber A-001. Bukeo returned to his own quarters on the upper deck. As a regiment commander, he had a spacious suite. The outer room was smaller, equipped with only a desk, a cogitator, and a dozen data slates. The inner chamber was larger, furnished with a bed, a wardrobe, and other essentials. He removed his custom-fitted battle armor and changed into a black robe with a hood. He walked over to a weapon rack, picked up a black military backpack, and opened it to inspect the contents. To please Nareth, Bukeo often went on hunts and carried a full set of equipment and tools. After verifying everything, he slung the backpack over his shoulder and left his quarters. Near the warp engine, Bukeo quickly located a ventilation shaft. From his pack, he pulled a short pry bar, then took 3 steps and leapt. The Midnight Poet's left arm swung, hook, pull, pry, and the grill came loose. Landing softly, he jumped up into the duct, replacing the grate behind him. Now immersed in darkness, the Midnight Poet felt a surge of vitality. His psychic sensitivity sharpened, and his vision improved drastically. Moving in a crouch through the passage, his eyes scanned the surroundings. From the data he'd received, he knew Umbral Spectres were 8 centimeters in size, light-averse, and hid within shadows. Roughly 30 meters in, he stopped. Around the corner, a mushroom-shaped creature dangled upside down from the ceiling. From his backpack, he retrieved a small silver box with 12 compartments and continued forward. His psychic senses tingled. His eyes darkened as he stared at the 2 hooks, 4 blades, and tooth-like appendages creeping toward him from the shadows. The Midnight Poet recognized this as the Umbral Spectre's ability. Unfazed, he neither dodged nor attacked. Instead, he began reciting a hypnotic poem. Oh, the thread of horror, the hope of crimson cries. One thing at least is certain, that this life flies. One thing is certain, and the rest is lies. The flower that once has bloomed forever dies. The encroaching attacks gradually ceased. The Umbral Spectre clinging to the ceiling swayed before dropping down. The Midnight Poet swiftly stepped forward, extending the silver box to catch the falling mushroom-like creature at waist height. By the time he captured his 3rd Umbral Spectre, Bukeo felt a faint tremor in the metal passage, and the warp engine had activated. At the same time, in Chamber A-001, Nareth used warp insight to scan the area. He sensed the emotional currents around Marlena beginning to stabilize and turned his attention to a data slate. While handling official duties, a part of his mind remained attuned to Marlena's psychic tides. During her rest periods, they would dine, chat, or meditate together. Days passed aboard the ship until the 11th day. Nareth sensed a sudden storm within the once calm psychic waves. He immediately set the data slate aside and noticed Marlena's trembling body, her forehead glistening with sweat. Realizing she was in trouble, he used telepathy, sending a thought pulse. When you sense my presence, open your mind to me. His consciousness then extended toward Malina. Her mental gateway took the form of a wooden door. His mental presence formed a giant hand and knocked, knock, knock, knock. The door cracked open, and Nareth's consciousness seeped inside. The moment their minds touched, both of their bodies shuddered. Nareth's years of training had elevated his mastery of psychic arts beyond even the greatest Frau mind masters recorded in the data crystals. In that instant, he hid all his true secrets, the kingdom of disorder, his potion sequences, his Primarch identity. Marlena only saw minor fragments, Nareth's appreciation for her, and faint ripples in his ever-calm demeanor. Yet even that brief glimpse gave her a new understanding of him. To Nareth, the encounter was even more revealing. In Marlena's mind, he was not some distant godlike figure. He was complex, godlike in power, but someone she yearned to understand and speak with. Snapping out of their shared trance, both focused on the looming warp threat. Nareth saw Marlena's psychic ocean being assaulted by countless creatures, rodent-toothed kraken slapping the sea surface with tentacles. One glance, and he recognized them. Warp predators, not demons, but ancient, vicious hunters of the immaterium, formless entities that fed on life energy. When hunting, they took shape based on their prey's fears and perceptions. Marlena's impression of dangerous creatures was rodent-toothed kraken, and thus the predators assumed this form. Nareth summoned a heavy halberd with a thought and stepped to the ocean's edge. With one strike, his halberd pierced a predator like a balloon. It vanished instantly. The other predators sensed a being whose life energy dwarfed Marlena's, like the sun beside a candle, and charged madly. Leave them to me. Focus on navigation. Nareth swept his halberd again, and multiple beasts were erased from existence. The rest, faced with an apex hunter, scattered in terror. Nareth then exited Marlena's mind and returned to his tasks. The rest of the warp voyage passed smoothly. The pride of Vostroya and Vistula returned to real space without further incident. You've worked hard, Nareth said with a smile. Go rest. Marlena looked at the towering man before her. In her eyes, Nareth now felt less like a distant god and more familiar. Okay. She smiled warmly, sensing his concern. Nareth exited chamber A001 and went to find Bukeo. My lord, I caught 35 umbral specters. Well done. Nareth praised him, then carried the specters back to his quarters to begin brewing the Briber potion. Chapter 73, Chapter 72, The Briber. Inside the Kingdom of Disorder, the silver glass goblet in Nareth's hand swirled with an amber liquid, rippling with strange gold-brown patterns, as though countless eyeballs soaked in molten gold. He tilted his head back and drank. As the liquid slid down his throat, a pearly glow bloomed across his knuckles, and faint golden specks appeared on his fingernails. At the same time, a flood of information surged into his mind. While suppressing the overflowing power of the potion, Nareth began organizing the beyonder abilities of the Briber. The core ability, naturally, was bribery. By offering something tangible or symbolic bribe to a target, he could elicit various effects. There were 4 main applications. Bribe weaken. Within a certain period of time, the target will become weakened, significantly lowering their ranged and melee attacks, defense, and control over the briber. Bribe arrogance. The target would become proud and arrogant, lowering their intelligence, and causing them to make mistakes or wrong judgments on their situation. Bribe charm. The target will feel an intense feeling of good or would have a good perception of the briber, making it hard to have negative intentions towards them. Sometimes the target will be completely unwilling to fight the briber, and in the right conditions, there is a small chance that they will instead fight their allies on the spot. Bribe connection. This establishes a relationship between the briber and the target, or in other words, it creates a connection between the two parties. Aside from these core functions, Nareth's spirituality was enhanced, and his physical body received a minor boost. His skill in throwing was now mystically enhanced, making the act of hurling bribes much more precise and effective. At the same moment, in Vostroya's orbital starport, a man in a golden robe, as tall as the average adult, stood beside a bald giant. Both scanned the bustling facility. The giant wore a green robe, with a vivid multi-headed serpent tattoo coiled around the right side of his face. The golden-robed man extended his awareness outward. Countless conversations and thoughts flooded into his mind. Beyond learning of Nareth's fascination with strange beings and objects, several snippets of chatter piqued his interest. Solopov, I just came from Paradigm City, the hive capital designed by Monarch Nareth himself. You know, it's unlike any other hive, it's stunning. True to its name, Paradigm City should be the standard for all hives. I hope I live to see that day. One day, after I've birthed 11 children, I might just complete one of Monarch Nareth's 33 conditions and qualify to live there. Peering down with interest, the golden-robed man's eyes sharpened. He pierced through the toxic clouds to the city with the thinnest industrial smog. It towered skyward, the tallest hive city in the world. The tip of its highest hive spire was only a few dozen kilometers from the starport. Seconds later, in fluent High Gothic, he spoke to the men beside him holding a double-headed spear. Come. Let's see the hive your brother built, the one praised by the Vostroyan people. They headed for the landing platform. Even from hundreds of meters away, the guards noticed the tall spear-bearing figure. As the captain prepared to issue orders, the golden-robed man's gaze flickered, and the captain froze. His mind went hazy, forgetting both his words and thoughts. Now, the guards only saw the green-robed man, and the spear in his hand became invisible to memory and sight. After 10 more steps, the golden-robed man slightly furrowed his brow. He realized that this starport was completely different from any he'd seen on Terra or other hives. The workers here shone with hope. A glimmer of surprise flashed in his eyes, and his anticipation for Paradigm City grew stronger. Half a stellar cycle later, aboard a luxurious flyer, the golden-robed man asked in Vostroyan. You're all licensed guild merchants from various hives, yes? This is my first time visiting Paradigm City. Can you tell me what makes it so special? Before he spoke, no one had noticed his presence. But once he did, everyone turned their attention to him instantly. 5 wealthy merchants stared in awe at the men whose angelic features lit up the entire cabin. How had they failed to notice him before? One merchant, wearing a trendy black robe and a wrist bracelet made of Symphony of the Sea bone beads, took a few seconds to respond, then instinctively addressed him with honorifics. My lord, to say what's different. It's completely different. Paradigm City was designed by Monarch Nareth himself. Though it retains the hierarchical structure of other hives, you rarely feel the division. The top hive, upper hive, mid hive, lower hive, and under hive are more like parts of an industrial machine, segments of a supply chain. He paused, dissatisfied with his own explanation. Facing someone so distinguished, he felt the need to offer a better answer. For example, factories in the underhive recycle other hives' waste into raw materials. Lower hive plants refine those into Miguel steel. The mid-hive uses the steel to build maglev trains, depending on the use case. Upper hive residents use selected steel to craft precision weapons. The families of the top hive might forge elite armor from the best stock. Maglev trains climb upward, offloading steel tier by tier. The division of labor isn't what shocks people. He inhaled deeply, eyes shining. What does shock people is this: the workers' only difference lies in their income. Underhive residents have real, attainable paths upward, either by improving their skills or through childbirth. Yes, the criteria are still strict. But it's much more achievable than the mythical ascension of the past. This gives them drive. They no longer work just to survive, they work to change their destiny. He ended with a suggestion. You should visit the underhive. Unlike other hives, Paradigm City has no dangerous mutants or hostile hive creatures. By underhive standards, it's clean and orderly, and even inside the dome, garbage is rarely seen. The golden-robed man nodded, his eyes full of curiosity. Thank you for the insight and advice. As they spoke, the flyer trembled slightly and came to a halt. The wealthy merchants, hoping to speak further, found themselves frozen, as if moving in slow motion, watching the 2 men leave. Walking along the spotless streets, the green-robed man commented. Air pollution here is minimal. If it weren't for the world's natural air currents, it might be pollution-free. The golden-robed man nodded slightly, eyes locked on a fast-moving maglev train in the distance. Let's go check that out. Moments later, 3 kilometers from the freight terminal, the green-robed man watched as inspectors randomly checked containers. 100 containers, each with 100 precision-crafted Los rifles. Powerful weapons for common folk, far higher quality than products from other hives. It seems this brother's governance has improved lives without compromising military quality. The armor, grenades, and other gear are also top grade. The golden-robed man nodded in agreement and said. Let's go to the underhive, see how he's handling the mutant problem. Chapter 74, Chapter 73, The Emperor of Mankind and Alfarius. Paradigm City, Underhive. A man in golden robes and a towering giant in green walked through the streets. Their presence should have drawn the attention of the underhive dwellers, yet no one noticed them, as if they didn't exist at all. Unseen, they moved unhindered through the crowds and entered a steelworks factory. They arrived just in time to see hundreds of workers in yellow overalls gathered near the canteen entrance. The factory director, dressed in yellow and black, was speaking loudly. The productivity report for the last 5 work cycles is complete. Congratulations, every one of you has met the minimum quota. You will each receive a portion of food from the Symphony of the Sea, enough to feed your family for 1 meal. Last round's reward is seaweed, perfect for soup. He looked at the workers' eager eyes and smiled. Don't worry, everyone will get theirs. Line up and collect it. The 2 observed as workers received small packets of seaweed, about the size of a normal hand. Then the director clapped and announced. Those who exceeded their quotas will receive additional food. This time, the bonus is rice grown in the symphony of the sea. Mix it with seaweed to make seafood rice. The top 11 workers will also receive a tuna fish, which makes the dish even better. All the workers stared at him, wide-eyed. There are 303 workers who exceeded their quotas. The rewards are tallied. When I call your name, come forward. The man in the golden robe turned away. He had already found the answer he sought. After a moment, he spoke. The method is simple, but it can't be implemented in other worlds. The green-robed giant nodded in agreement. During his training on Terra, he had been sent on missions into hive cities, sometimes to infiltrate the solar auxilia and observe their loyalty. He was familiar with the struggles of the lower classes. Corpse starch, nutrient gruel, and other synthetic rations can keep one alive, but eating them for more than 5 days leads to side effects, headaches, birth defects, even heart failure. That's how mutants come to be. But in other Forge and Hive worlds, their rulers simply don't care. If we tried to apply Nareth's model across every Imperial world, the costs would be massive. At best, we could supply the solar auxilia with food from agri-worlds every few days. The golden-robed man was silent. Spreading Nareth's system would only cause resistance and delay the Great Crusade. It's time to meet him. At the same time as the golden-robed man spoke, the Pride of Ostroya docked at the starport. As Nareth stepped off the ship's boarding ramp, he was immediately greeted by Howard, Yelena, and others who had received advance notice. My lord, welcome back. How long was I gone? Nareth asked with a smile, looking at the excited crowd. My monarch, your campaign lasted 5 years and 60 work cycles. Nareth paused for a moment, surprised. By ship time and his conquest in the Crystal Mirage, he had been away for less than 2 years. 2 possibilities, most likely, it's the time distortion from warp travel, common during such voyages. In the warp, the rules of the physical universe do not apply. A ship might sail for 1,000 years and return to find only days have passed. Or the reverse, spend days in the warp, and emerge a century later. A second, less likely reason could be a time disparity between the 2 star systems, but not this extreme. With that, Nareth boarded his personal vehicle and headed for the palace. As soon as he stepped out of the car, he noticed 2 figures approaching, one behind the other. The giant with the spear was taller, but was completely overshadowed by the men walking in front. The moment Nareth looked at him, it was as if he were staring into a radiant golden sun. His thoughts froze. The minds of those behind him went blank, as if ensnared by psychic power, their bodies paralyzed. Nareth halted, and in that instant, his pitch-black eyes turned deep and hazy, a dark mist seeming to rise within them. The golden-robed man was surprised by how quickly the 11th Primarch recovered. When he had revealed himself on Terra to Alfarius or when he met Horus, they had both taken a long time to recover from his presence. Even the powerful Horus had struggled, so someone as sensitive as the 11th Primarch should have been affected even more. Yet Nareth remained unfazed, which was unexpected. The man's surprise lasted only a moment. Then he smiled radiantly, opened his arms, and said, Nareth, my son. I believe you've already recognized me. We met once while you were still in your gestation pod. You sensed me, but the time wasn't right. I let you rest in peace. He spoke like a loving father, recalling tender memories with a tone full of affection. Of course, Nareth recognized the man, the emperor of mankind, the genetic father of all Primarchs. But he was unmoved by this show of affection. As Malkador the Sigillite once said, the emperor always showed the face that best suited his needs. Beneath the warmth, Nareth faintly sensed logic and cold detachment. He could not bring himself to view this man as his father. Is this the face the emperor shows me because I've been kind to the people of Ostroya? Does he think I'm easily swayed by emotion? As Nareth pondered, the emperor stepped forward. The time has come, you must return to my side. Nareth's thoughts raced. As Jagatai Khan once said, returning to the Imperium was the best choice. But he didn't want to accept immediately. Now was the perfect time to make demands. The emperor, needing Nareth to lead a legion, would agree to reasonable terms. Even loyal Sanguinius made requests. It's only fair that I negotiate as well. With that, Nareth smiled and said, Welcome. I'm honored by your visit. He embraced the emperor briefly, feeling a genuine warmth radiate from his body. After parting, Nareth said, I think we need to talk before I decide whether or not to pledge my loyalty. I'd be happy to, the emperor replied. You've done excellently in Vostroya, turning this world into a prosperous and civilized place. I'm very interested to learn how you accomplished it. As Nareth guided the way forward, he sensed Melina recovering first, followed by Arsena and Howard. This way, please. While walking, Nareth shifted his focus away from the emperor and used the edge of his vision and his warp insight to observe the green-robed spearbearer. Judging by height, he wasn't from the Custodes, likely an Astartes. Yet there was something unusual about him, despite Nareth never having met an Astartes before. That Hydra tattoo on his cheek, lifelike and detailed. He must be Alfarius. The Emperor wouldn't bring a regular Alpha Legionnaire, and certainly not just one. Nareth's eyes glinted with realization. When the ruinous powers scattered the Primarchs across the galaxy, only one was left on Terra, one of the twin Primarchs of the 20th Legion, Alfarius. He and his brother were the smallest of all the Primarchs, barely taller than Astartes. Alfarius never revealed his identity. He traveled with the Emperor, met every returned Primarch, yet none ever saw through him. News. This is now part of my Patreon. It's 30 chapters ahead. If you want, you can check it out. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 75, Chapter 74, A Cup of Tea for the Golden Man. Before entering the monarch's parlor, Alfarius halted and spoke in the formal tone of a dutiful Astartes. My Emperor, Primarch, I should not intrude upon your discussion. I will stand guard outside to ensure no one disturbs your discussion. Nareth gave a nearly imperceptible twitch of his lips but said nothing, letting Alfarius continue his little act. He then messaged Howard and the others, catching up behind. I have business with our esteemed guest. Tend to your own affairs. With that, Nareth and the Emperor of Mankind entered the hall. Alfarius stood at the door, spear in hand, like a loyal sentry. Those who received Nareth's message were filled with confusion. After seeing the men in golden robes, their minds went blank, and they hadn't heard a single word of the conversation. Now blocked by a giant, they had no choice but to leave with unanswered questions. Inside the hall, Nareth lifted the teapot and poured 2 cups. Black tea from the Symphony of the Sea. Please enjoy. The Emperor raised the golden teacup, took a sip, and a faint look of enjoyment appeared on his face. Top notes of bergamot, middle notes of wild berries, cedarwood at the finish. Impressive. I've never tasted black tea of such quality. Of course, it was grown by the planter. No ordinary person could produce such a brew. Just as Nareth was thinking that, he suddenly felt his spiritual essence stir, as though something inside him had melted slightly. That was a clear sign. Briber's potion just digested a bit. A flicker of subtle astonishment passed through his eyes. Potions became harder to digest the further one progressed through the sequence, yet this simple act of pouring tea caused such a noticeable reaction. The Emperor has carried the fate of the Dark King since birth. He's a symbol of finality and death. If he accepts this fate, he would become one of the strongest, if not the strongest, among the 4 Chaos Gods. Even if he hasn't accepted it, he's still close to their level. At Sequence 7, even the faintest spiritual feedback from such a being would be amplified immensely. Feeling some digestion is reasonable. But, bribery should yield a benefit. All I got was a compliment, and not even directed at me. That's an incomplete feedback. While pondering, Nareth poured the Emperor a second cup. The Emperor didn't drink it. Instead, he looked at Nareth. Tell me how you conquered Vostroya, and how you brought it to such prosperity. Nareth nodded. In seconds, he had used his lawyer's logic to craft a seamless story, conveniently omitting any mention of the potion sequences, and told it using his beyonder eloquence. I was attacked by Ogrins. In a moment of crisis, my genetic memory awakened. The Emperor's eyes sparkled as he listened, fully drawn into the 11th Primarch's tale of struggle and triumph. Though the abilities Nareth described were within expectations, the fact that he had spent 5 years reforming Vostroya and building Paradigm City left the Emperor slightly disappointed. He felt Nareth was underusing the talents he'd bestowed. Reforming slows you down. You should have kept the existing systems and used Vostroya as a base. That would be most efficient. If you had just conquered it swiftly, you could have achieved far more. Then later, integrating and civilizing other worlds would have been easier. But Nareth shook his head. This was exactly the point he needed to clarify to Golden Man. I don't think that's right. In a galaxy this vast, there will always be another world to conquer. That means true construction would never begin. So if we are to build, let it start now. As he spoke, Nareth grabbed a nearby steel chair, crushed it between his hands, and twisted it into a helix. Conquest and development aren't opposing forces, they're gears in the same engine. If you want me to follow you among the stars, then you must let me carry out my own philosophy, to conquer, yes, but also to bring true prosperity. As the Black Emperor, he had to forge his own order. The Emperor fell silent for 10 seconds, then replied. I agree. You may act according to your beliefs. But his glowing eyes and cautionary tone carried a warning. However, you must prioritize the Great Crusade. The first mission is to recover lost human civilizations and bring them back into the fold of the Imperium. Nareth understood. The Emperor had a vast and intricate plan. He'd been working on it since the 30th millennium, using his foresight to simulate the entire scheme. He'd shown part of it to Malkador, and others had seen bits and pieces. Even now, the Great Crusade and the Webway project were pieces of that grand design. The Emperor had no idea when the 4 Chaos Gods might intervene, so he had to move fast. He would never reveal the full plan, and Nareth didn't want to know either. Not only did he know the Emperor's plan would fail, but he also understood that the plan itself was flawed. Vulcan, one of the Primarchs, once personally walked a section of webway completed by the Old Ones and then by the Emperor. His verdict? Barely usable, a shoddy copy of the original. If the Old Ones' webway was a hyperlane, the Emperor's was a dirt path. Even if the webway project succeeded, it would only partially reduce reliance on the warp, not eliminate it. Nareth didn't know if the Chaos Gods had tampered with the Emperor's simulations. But the results were clear, serious flaws existed. Even if Magnus hadn't broken it later, the outcome would still have fallen short. Still, Primarchs were central to the Great Crusade. Nareth would meet the Emperor's needs in his own way. He was confident his legion's feats would not be mediocre. I'll give it my all, I won't disappoint you. Now that he had the Emperor's promise, he chose to pledge loyalty, not as a son, but as a subject, like Lion L. Johnson. Emperor of mankind, I pledge myself to you. I will help you realize the Great Crusade. Good. The Emperor smiled and continued. Soon, you'll meet your brother, Horus. He was the first Primarch I recovered. Nareth's mouth twitched slightly at the mention. Ah yes, first found. The one outside is only half a brother, after all, Alfarius and Omegon were soul twins. You'll also reunite with your gene sons, the Reapers. They are currently led by Horus. Each is a powerful and efficient warrior. I hope under your leadership, they will achieve even greater glory. First, you'll return to humanity's cradle, Terra. A festival is being prepared to celebrate the return of the second Primarch. Nareth's eyes glinted. He understood, each Primarch's return was a political maneuver by the Emperor, meant to rally the populace and handle any pressing political issues. With the exception of Alfarius, every return had a show. Horus's festival had lasted an entire Terran month. My lord. I don't wish to visit Holy Terra just yet. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 76, Chapter 75, The Golden Man Rewards Initiatives. Why? The Emperor's voice carried genuine puzzlement. I haven't done anything for the Imperium yet. There shouldn't be a celebration held in my honor. I'm willing to lead my legion and conquer lost human colonies. Only when I've earned enough glory will it be time for me to return to Terra and accept a celebration. Nareth had no interest in going to Terra just to gain favor, it was a waste of time. Besides, he knew the current stage was still early in the Great Crusade, when his Gloriana-class flagship likely remained unfinished. Since he couldn't directly ask about its progress, he expressed his thoughts in this roundabout way. As for when his deeds would be enough, it would be when the flagship was completed, a single trip accomplishing both recognition and retrieval. The Emperor gazed at Nareth, his eyes full of approval. Nareth's eagerness greatly satisfied the Emperor, who was pressed for time. Well. Very good. You shall have my support. I have prepared a Gloriana-class battleship for you, though it is still under construction in the shipyards of Mars. However, I will grant you a mighty vessel, a relic from the height of ancient human civilization's glory. The Martian tech priests brought me your data. The finest armorsmiths in the galaxy, stationed on Luna, have forged your armor. It awaits you aboard your son's ship. A faint smile crossed the Emperor's lips as he added with a teasing tone. I know of your fondness for rare and exotic items. Thus, I shall also grant you access to my flagship's personal treasury. You may select one item from it. This is a reward for your enthusiasm. Do not disappoint me. At that moment, Nareth felt clear feedback, a sudden spike in progress. His casual actions once again aligned with the role of the briber. Receiving a tangible benefit led to even more noticeable digestion of the potion. He felt himself approaching a new milestone. He hadn't expected such a delightful surprise. The battleship mentioned was most likely a Dark Age of technology battleship, undoubtedly powerful. But what excited Nareth more was access to the Emperor's vault. Born in the 8th century BCE and a power nearing those of the Chaos Gods, the Emperor's personal collection surely held high-sequence potion ingredients. In high spirits, Nareth smiled and said, My lord, allow me to host a grand banquet, one that I will proclaim to my subordinates and to all of Vostroya that we have rejoined the greater Imperium. You may. Nareth immediately sent a message to Yelena Kornikova. Prepare a grand banquet, the highest standard. Notify all high-ranking officials of Vostroya to attend. I have an important announcement. On the other end of the channel, Yelena was currently scolding the head of intelligence. Two clearly outsiders had approached the palace, and yet, as head of the cabinet, she hadn't received any reports. Upon hearing Nareth's orders, she sensed something major was unfolding. At once, my monarch. Also, order my factories to craft a throne of pure gold. I've already sent you the design. Soon, the commanders of various military groups and the heads of the hive noble houses arrived early at the ceremonial hall in formal black attire. They were surprised to see that the throne, decorated with 33 crowns, symbolizing the unification of Vostroya, had been moved from the center to the left side. In its place on the right was a slightly smaller throne, cast in solid gold, but positioned even higher than the monarch's throne. Guests were confused. There was no one in Vostroya with a status higher than the monarch. Only a few well-informed individuals had already caught wind of the two mysterious visitors who had arrived that day. When the golden hand on the palace's black dome clock reached the hour of night shift, the bells chimed. 3 figures stepped into the hall. All eyes turned with curiosity to the outsiders. The gold-robed man, though the shortest, radiated a mountainous aura of majesty, even outshining the 2 giants. Nareth, in both stature and presence, surpassed the other armored giant. The onlookers examined the other towering figure. Unlike Nareth or the gold-robed man, he didn't evoke awe or reverence, but when they saw the vivid hydra tattooed on the right side of his face, they felt discomfort and quickly looked away. Alfarius stood behind the golden throne. The emperor sat calmly upon it. Nareth stood before his own throne and felt the briber potion digest further. He scanned the crowd, sensing their mixture of curiosity, unease, and apprehension. Before the feast begins, I have an important announcement. His voice echoed through the hall, commanding silence. To all of Vostroya and the Symphony of the Sea, we share one homeland, Terra. Long ago, humanity spread among the stars to create colonies. But warp storms tore us apart. Amid Terra's civil wars, a figure rose, the Emperor of Mankind. He united humanity's homeworld and vowed to reunite all human worlds under one Imperium. He turned to the Emperor. Now, the Master of Mankind, the Emperor, has come to Vostroya. I have sworn my loyalty to him. And now, all of you must also swear your loyalty to the one who sits on the golden throne. Nareth spoke steadily. At the mention of Terra, the Emperor, and the Master of Mankind, the gathered leaders were stunned. They stood frozen, overwhelmed, before finally turning toward the golden throne. And in that moment, the Emperor unveiled his perfect form, a vision tailored to each person's deepest ideal. Everyone, without hesitation, dropped to one knee, following Vostroyan custom. We swear our allegiance to the Master of Mankind, the Emperor. A warm smile spread across the Emperor's face. I accept your loyalty. You may rise. You've done well under the leadership of my son, Nareth. Continue your efforts. Be loyal to Nareth. Let us forge a new age of glory together. Let the feast begin. Let us enjoy this moment. Yelena instinctively looked to Nareth. Seeing his nod, she tapped the comms bead in her ear. Begin the feast. The guests moved to their seats, though many were still reeling from what had just occurred. Chefs in white uniforms pushed in carts draped in ice sculptures, the air rich with the fresh aroma of seafood and fine ingredients. Translucent oysters, nestled on crushed ice, gleamed under the lights. Paired with lemon juice and herbal sauce, each slurp delivered an exquisite burst of oceanic sweetness and citrus. Vibrant sashimi platters followed, delicate pink tuna, rich salmon, and sweet shrimp, each slice cut thin as silk, presented like works of art. Towering lobsters, their shells vivid, stood proud. Their firm meat, steamed to preserve its natural flavor, was accented with garlic and scallions. Sweet shrimp, frozen in liquid nitrogen at -196°C, cracked into amber-colored sparks when dropped into the highest quality of chilled Vosvith vodka. But the guests ate in silence, the flavors lost on them as their minds churned. They were still trying to understand what joining the Imperium would mean for Vostroya. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/daosjinsu. Chapter 77, Chapter 76, Horus, no longer the Emperor's only favorite. The Bucephalus, flagship of the Emperor during the early stages of the Great Crusade, stood magnificently in orbit. A colossal warship of gold and marble, it resembled a titanic statue. At its prow, a giant eagle spread its wings, while the whole was covered in sculpted figures and sanctuaries of war, an entire city of battle cast into a ship. Its sleek body and wings narrowed to a spear-like point, engines at the rear glowing with a cold blue light. Officials and officers of the Imperium stood ready to welcome their master, the Emperor, aboard. But the Emperor wasn't the only one being welcomed today. A second figure walked beside him, the newly returned Primarch, Nareth, the second to be recovered. Rows of guns along the keel fired in a bright salute. 11 ceremonial volleys lit up the entire Vostroyan system in celebration. From Terra, scribes dispatched by Malkador, though not yet officially recognized by Imperial records, documented the moment with cameras, data slates, and handwritten notes. 811.M30, the Emperor recovered the 11th Primarch on Vostroya. The official scribes were more meticulous. 9133811.M30. The Emperor recovered the 11th Primarch on Vostroya. He is the second Primarch to return to the Imperium. Imperial calendar notes. The first digit indicates the accuracy of the date, 0 equals exact Terra standard. 9 means the least accurate, used for planets without prior adoption of the imperial calendar. The second to fourth digits divide a star's orbital period into 1000 segments, used to timestamp events precisely. Thus, Nareth's official return was logged as the 811th year of M30, the 133rd planetary millennium fraction, with a large deviation from Terra's standard time. Nareth followed closely behind the Emperor. With him were loyal aides, Howard, Bukeo, Thierry, Skesny, Roslov, and others. Knowing the Emperor's distaste for psychers, Nareth had wisely left Melina and Arsena behind. The Emperor turned to Alfarius, who bore a spear. Escort Nareth's party to the dining hall. And to Nareth. I must speak with your brother first. You'll meet him shortly. As you wish, Nareth replied with a smile. He could already sense a powerful presence rapidly approaching by ship. He'd guessed the identity, Horus, the first son officially recovered by the Imperium. Nareth also knew the behind-the-scenes truth. Originally, Leman Russ had been the second to return, and when Horus lost his status as the only son, he'd sulked, trying to convince the Emperor that his wild brother was untrustworthy. The Emperor had calmed and persuaded Horus to accept his siblings, and Horus had gone on to be the good older brother, helping many of them adjust. Now, clearly, the Emperor would do the same, talk to Horus before the reunion. 16 stellar minutes later, in the observatory ring surrounding the dining hall's dome. The Emperor and Horus looked down through curved reinforced glass at the table 60 meters below. Horus, bald and gleaming in his armor, radiated brilliance like the dawn. His armor was etched with ancient runes, a bright red cape flowing from his back. He examined the Vostroyans below with a critical gaze. After 16 long seconds, he finally spoke. I know the Reapers. I've led them. They're brutal hunters, driven by instinct. The Vostroyans are different. They lack that edge. They're shackled by reason. Flashing his white teeth, he said with certainty. These two groups will never be brothers in arms. The Vostroyans aren't fit to serve you. The Emperor chuckled at the weak reasoning, amused by his son's jealousy. Horus, the Vostroyans know war with gun and cannon. Under your brother, they conquered this entire system. They've even subdued a world in another system. The stars hold no mystery for them. Horus fell silent, reflective. He was no longer the only one. He shouldn't have cared, but he did. A deep discomfort twisted inside him. Sensing his son's emotional conflict, the Emperor placed a hand on Horus's shoulder. The touch made Horus's soul tremble. Warmth flooded his heart, and though he tried to resist it, he couldn't. I understand your disappointment, the Emperor said, staring into his son's eyes. You and I have fought side by side for years. It's only natural that you feel this way. His tone blended humor and wisdom, the Emperor's presence soothed him. Horus bathed in that divine radiance like sunlight, even if it burned him. This is sibling rivalry. But I need him. We need him. Competition between brothers is encouraged, it drives you to excel. Then the Emperor's tone sharpened, though he still smiled. You must cooperate. You must learn to fight as one. Under the pressure of the Emperor's gaze, Horus's resolve crumbled. A shadow of dread settled in his heart, he knew that this new brother might one day match or surpass him. You're going to give him a legion. Father, forgive me, but is that wise? I gave a gang lord from Chthoniel legion, the Emperor said gently. That was your birthright. And so is his. The wisdom in the Emperor's voice filled Horus with shame for questioning him. If I can't trust you to learn to lead as my eldest son, to work with others, then perhaps I have overestimated you. Though the words were spoken kindly, they struck like thunder. The thought of disappointing his father horrified Horus. I won't let you down, father, he swore. I'll befriend him. I'll help teach him, as you asked. Horus turned and made his way to the dining hall. At the same moment, Nareth, who had been quietly listening to the entire exchange, also rose. Moments later, the two Primarchs met in a lavish private chamber. I am Horus, Primarch of the 16th Legion, the Luna Wolves. Horus was just wondering if this towering brother of his spoke High Gothic when Nareth answered. Nareth, Primarch of the 11th Legion. I know they used to be called the Reapers. Nareth's accent was flawless, even Horus, ever the perfectionist, could find no fault. You want to change them? Horus raised an eyebrow. He tried to set aside his jealousy, his voice now calm. That's not going to be easy. You'll see, Nareth replied matter-of-factly. You have little time. I know. I hope you succeed. Horus turned to leave but paused at the door. Cezak and Sanchez. I can already smell the blood on them. They're coming. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/DaosJinsu. Chapter 78, Chapter 77, The Reapers. Nareth stepped out of the luxurious suite and looked at the two reapers standing before him, both clad in crimson armor with scythes emblazoned on their chest plates. Their hair was short and neat, black eyes deep and piercing. Slung over their left arms were bright red helmets, revealing smooth yellow skin around their necks. They looked like smaller versions of himself. They weren't armed with bolt guns, but instead wielded chainswords and bolt pistols. Reavers. As Nareth studied them, his Gene sons gazed back at their father. The moment they laid eyes on the face of their Gene father, it was like witnessing the descent of a god. Their minds blanked out for a moment. Instinctively, they loosened their grip on their ever-ready weapons, the thirst for bloodshed briefly fading. Meeting Horus had made them feel the power of a Primarch. But this was different. From their father, they felt something more. They couldn't yet describe the sensation. When they snapped out of it, they subconsciously tightened their grips on their weapons again, for strength and grounding. Only then did the two reapers walk toward Nareth. Up in the observatory gallery, Horus, returning from reporting to the Emperor, turned his head, clearly anticipating something. A moment later, he saw the two warriors kneel on one knee before their Gene father. "Father, I am Sezak, Reaper Captain of the 1st Company. Father, I am Sanchez, Reaper Captain of the 7th Company." They didn't hesitate to offer loyalty to their Gene father, Horus remarked. "I honestly expected more resistance, they're proud. When I gave you your sons, they were no different," the Emperor replied, his golden eyes watching the reunion below. "Come with me," Nareth said to the two standing sons, then led them into the dining hall. Howard and the others set down their barely touched wine glasses and rose from the table. They looked at the two, and the reapers returned the gaze, each side evaluating the other. After a moment of mutual assessment, a trace of disdain flashed in Sezak's eyes. He turned to Nareth and said, "Father, your sons await you. They hope you'll come to the final scythe to meet them." Nareth looked upward. The Emperor smiled. "They've waited long enough. You should see them immediately. Once your ship arrives, I'll summon you again." "As you command, my lord." With that, Nareth left with the two reapers and his entourage. Aboard the transport ship, Nareth looked at the two across from him and spoke. "Tell me about the current state of the 11th Legion." Sezak was prepared. He immediately replied. "The Legion currently numbers 11,433 reapers, all stationed with the 33rd Expedition Fleet." Nareth nodded with satisfaction. That was a solid number. In the Great Crusade era, legions typically expanded in two major phases. After the conquest of Luna, a hub of human genetic research since the dark age of technology. Once the Emperor captured the Selenite gene cult's facilities following the battle that earned Horus the name Luna Wolves, Astartes production could begin on a massive scale. Most legions grew from hundreds to tens of thousands. After reuniting with their Primarch, apothecaries could extract fresh genetic material directly from the Primarch. The Primarch's homeworld often became a recruitment ground. These conditions led most legions to swell to hundreds of thousands, some even exceeding 200,000. Currently, the 11th Legion wasn't among the smallest. This was reassuring. While Nareth was deep in thought, Sezak continued. "We began as the Emperor's blade, delivering decisive and devastating strikes. At the time, we strictly adhered to the Principia Bellicosa, the foundational guide for the Astartes organization. Later, when Horus returned and we were placed under his command, the 16th Legion's organizational structure was maintained. He was always a strict adherent of the Divisio Militaris doctrines. The biggest change came from the Luna Wolves' influence. We developed extensive use of tactical squads. Over half of our force is now composed of Reaver squads." Nareth immediately understood why Horus was so familiar with the Reapers. The core tactics of the 11th Legion had absorbed Horus's Reaver doctrine, explaining their current gear and structure, bolt pistols and chainswords. The usually quiet Sanchez spoke up, unsure if Nareth had read the Principia Bellicosa yet. "The Luna Wolves use a two-tiered structure, company and squads. Their company ranges from dozens to hundreds. Each squad consists of 10 or 20 Astartes. The Reapers, however, use a fixed structure. Each company has 1,000 men, each squad 10 men." Sezak added. "Currently, the 11th Legion has 12 companies. We lost several hundred Reapers recently fighting a Xenos insectoid species called the traitors." Nareth nodded. He recalled how the Luna Wolves, and later the Sons of Horus, maintained only a two-layer command structure, unlike other legions that used three as their numbers swelled. In large campaigns, the Luna Wolves would organize temporary commands by grouping companies under appointed senior captains. Sezak glanced at Sanchez. Understanding the cue, Sanchez said. "Our solar auxilia support includes the 11th, 33rd, 111th, and 333rd regiments, 4 in total." Sezak let Sanchez handle the mortal units he didn't care about, then resumed. "The 33rd Expedition Fleet is composed of 1 Emperor-class battleship, the Final Scythe. 4 Retribution-class battleships. 10 cruisers of varying classes. 23 escort ships. As Sezak finished, the transport approached the final scythe. Nareth looked out at the crimson-hulled Emperor-class battleship. He could already sense the presence of over 1,000 Genesuns eagerly awaiting him below. Moments later, Nareth landed at the docking bay of the final scythe. The area was packed with Reapers in red armor, their eyes filled with excitement at the arrival of their Genefather. Surrounded by his sons, Nareth walked to the strategic command chamber of the bridge. There, 11 captains and 31 lieutenants dropped to one knee, pledging loyalty. "Father, I am James, Reaper captain of the 2nd Company." According to the Principia Bellicosa, each company had 3 lieutenant. Reapers followed this as well. In their last campaign, they had lost 1 company lord and 5 lieutenant commanders. Looking around at them all, Nareth smiled. "We'll have plenty of time together, no need to rush. Prepare your briefings. I'll speak with each of you one by one later. Right now, I need to settle the Vostroyans who came with me. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 79, Chapter 78, The Collective Choice of Vostroyan Warriors. After the officers left, Nareth summoned Howard and the others. He fixed his gaze on them. "You now have a chance to become something more, superhuman. You may already know what they are called. They are known as Astartes, warriors of extraordinary might." Howard and Bukeo exchanged thoughtful glances, while Thierry the warrior clenched his fists, fire igniting in his eyes. Seeing this, Nareth understood they couldn't yet distinguish the difference between his own Beyonder and the Astartes. So, he used telepathic transmission, sending a mental pulse to everyone present. Over the course of several years, Nareth had assessed all his regiment commanders for potential and loyalty, training them in various pathways to become Beyonders. "What I granted you, these powers, demand understanding. Their essence must be lived, not merely wielded." He obliquely explained the acting method, then continued. "You can't undergo a massive transformation all at once. It must be gradual. The growth may be slower, but the potential ceiling is far higher." He only told them part of the truth. The other part was this: he still needed to gather potion materials. Finding such rare materials across the vast galaxy was exponentially harder than finding them on a single planet. "The powers I give you are varied and not limited to combat," Nareth conveyed mentally. Astartes' enhancement is combat-centric. Even the brain modifications are for warfare. It will give you power rapidly, far faster than the abilities I've granted, which require several breakthroughs to match. He spoke vaguely, still unsure what sequence the Twilight Giant pathway would need to truly rival an Astartes, and even less so for non-combat-based ones. Aside from rapid power growth, another benefit of becoming Astartes is longevity, hundreds, perhaps thousands of years. Before ascending to higher sequences, most Beyonders didn't live as long as Astartes. By becoming Astartes, they'd gain time, ample time to reach new heights. Then, Nareth spoke in a solemn tone, laying out the harsh reality. The Astartes process is best begun in childhood. Even then, there's a risk of failure. You are all far past the optimal age. The chances of dying during the procedure are significantly higher. And once it's done, there is no rest. What awaits you is unending war. So, he said with emphasis, I want you to think carefully. This time, I offer you a true choice. Let your hearts guide your decision. Not only you, but your soldiers as well. I give them the same freedom to choose. Nareth said this from the depths of his heart. These were the men who had followed him this far, and he hoped to build a kingdom with them in the future. But this time, he wouldn't force them. His population policy had already shown results. The Legion could now recruit children from Vostroya. As a reward for his men's achievements, he granted them true autonomy. He had barely finished speaking when Thierry spoke up without hesitation. My lord, I will undergo the surgery. Even if I die, I will never regret it. Me too, Howard, Bukeo, and Skesny said almost in unison, followed shortly by the rest. Nareth's gaze fell on Roslav and Skesny. They were the oldest and the most at risk. Both were nearly 40. Roslav, in particular, had the least potential. His only qualifications as a regiment leader and warrior stemmed from being the most capable of those who had followed Nareth since the Underhive days. Nareth said nothing more. He could clearly sense the blazing will each of them radiated, their souls gleaming in the sea of spirit. No one would back down. A warning now would only plant doubt. This was the time to encourage them. Nareth stepped forward and placed a large hand on Skesny's shoulder. I believe in you. You will endure the Astartes surgery and emerge reborn. At the same time, Nareth sent a telepathic suggestion deep into the sailor's blue mental domain. You will survive the genetic surgery. For the first time, Skesny truly felt Nareth's care. He said with emotion. I won't let you down. Nareth encouraged each man the same way, using his beyonder ability and planting a subconscious suggestion into each of their minds. After years of study, Nareth had become a master in the psychic arts, surpassing even true psychers in his control of power and technique. He planted mental commands into 39 regiment commanders, and didn't feel a trace of fatigue. Even the most sensitive among them, Bukeo, the midnight poet, noticed nothing. They only felt their faith grow stronger after Nareth's words. Satisfied by their unwavering resolve, Nareth nodded. Now, your next task is to fully explain both the transformation and its risks to your troops. Only those who voluntarily agree will be allowed to undergo the surgery. Remember, do not pressure anyone. No matter how talented someone is, they have the right to choose freely. The group accepted his orders and left to carry them out. Vostroya, Paradigm City. The second tallest spire belonged to the Ward family. Nightfall, Fender Estate. Howard handed a data slate to his steward, Kaminsky. Distribute my assets according to the plan. Divide my wealth among my 6 children. The title of Count will pass to my eldest son, Fabian, when he comes of age. My lord. Kaminsky's eyes welled with tears. Please reconsider. No need. My mind is made up. From this day on, I will have nothing more to do with the Fender family. I will follow my lord. Cradle of the Sea. Skesny frowned as he faced the bronzed-skinned commander of the 4th Regiment. Joseph, you're already 44. The risk is enormous. Commander, you're nearly 40, too. And yet you chose to undergo the surgery. I've already fathered 2 children. The Martinez bloodline will continue, Joseph said, eyes shining. Now I want to become a superhuman warrior and follow Lord Nareth into the stars. Aboard the final scythe. Nareth received reports from every regiment commander. To his shock, out of 34 regiments, 29 had reported in. Aside from the 5 companies left behind to garrison the Crystal Mirage, all others, 73,311 soldiers, had chosen to undergo the Astartes procedure. Nareth conducted random interviews with 3 soldiers from each regiment. With his superhuman perception, he confirmed that every single one had made the decision willingly. All my warriors chose to follow me. Nareth was deeply moved. Just then, a fleet translated into real space from the void. Its flagship, a battleship built in the 22nd millennium, during the golden age of humanity. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/daosjinsu. Chapter 80, Chapter 79, The Emperor's Treasury. Summoned by the Emperor, Nareth came aboard the Bucephalus with anticipation. The Emperor brought him to the viewing platform on the ship's bridge and pointed into the void at a battleship. It's a Relic-class battleship. From this moment on, it's yours. A Relic-class warship. Nareth was astonished. In the entire galaxy, only the Emperors likely possessed such ships now, originally intended for the Dark Angels. These ships' greatest advantage lay in their range. They could kite nearly any enemy, inflicting damage without being hit. Only Astartes' capital ships or equivalents could even hope to land hits on them. He recalled that the only time a Relic-class ship entered battle was during the Horus Heresy, when the Dark Angels crippled the Night Lord's fleet. As he contemplated this, Nareth felt a sudden wave of digestive feedback, and his spiritual energy stirred more actively. That must be the reward for my previous bribes. Having received such a mighty ship, the Primarch bowed deeply to the Emperor. Thank you for this gift. I swear I will not let you down. Another feedback surge followed, slightly more potent than when he had simply poured tea. From multiple instances of bribing the Emperor and tracking the results, Nareth had worked out a pattern. To roleplay the briber, you don't necessarily need to offer material gifts, especially to someone like the Emperor, who lacks nothing for material. Offering him something he needs, like fast conquest for his time-starved schedule, can please him greatly. However, if you keep making verbal promises with no tangible results, his satisfaction drops, and your digestion effects weaken. But if your words are followed by a real reward from him, then it completes the bribing cycle, and digestion improves. Just as Nareth finalized his thoughts on playing the briber pathway, the Emperor spoke. My son, come. Let's go to my treasury. You may choose something from it. Nareth followed eagerly as the Emperor led him up a golden stairway. After a short climb, they reached a platform made of gold. At its end stood 2 golden-armored custodians. Nareth also noticed another pair guarding the massive golden gate at the far end. Like the Astartes, the custodians were gene-forged, but far from standardized, each one a unique creation. They were guardians of the Imperial Palace and the Golden Throne, the Emperor's personal bodyguards. They knelt on one knee as their master approached. Nareth followed the Emperor to the Golden Gate, where his pupils narrowed. Neither his spirit vision nor his warp insight could clearly detect what was inside, only a vague sense of a massive statue directly ahead. Then Emperor lifted his left arm to shoulder height and tapped runes upon the door. With a rumble, the gate slowly opened. Nareth now saw the statue in full, a mighty lion carved of pure gold. This was a war trophy, once the symbol of power of a techno-warlord on Terra. His power was false, but this sculpture is true art. Come. Let's go inside. They entered the golden vault, and the doors closed heavily behind them. The Emperor smiled at Nareth. You may choose freely. I won't guide you, it's all based on your own judgment. Once you've chosen, I'll explain its history and function. Understood. Nareth nodded, scanning his surroundings. The vault resembled a palace more than a storage chamber. This is a test of my perception. Perhaps even a judgment of my psychic senses. He walked casually toward the left. First, he saw a spear that appeared ordinary, its only distinction being its size, fit for a Primarch. Yet Nareth's brows furrowed. Under his warp insight, the spear emitted faint, multicolored auras. He also felt deep dread and unease. This ordinary spear is absolutely a true artifact, the Dionysian spear. Forged by the Emperor himself during the Age of Strife, in his first subterranean fortress, infused with a portion of his own power. Its twin, the Apollonian spear, was wielded by Captain General Constantine Valder, leader of the Custodians. Nareth recalled how Leman Russ, after passing the Emperor and Horus's trials in the Wheel of Fire campaign, sacrificing a third of his space wolves to annihilate an orc empire, was rewarded with the Dionysian spear in the Fong. Yet because the cursed creator had imbued it with power, the Wolf King instantly sensed its curse. He tried to lose it many times, but the spear always found its way back. Nareth gave a faint sneer and passed it by without hesitation. Not even if you paid me. Cursed. Maybe even a surveillance tool of the Emperor's. Hard pass. The Emperor's golden eyes dimmed for a moment as he watched Nareth walk past the spear. Nareth continued, inspecting each item carefully. Since there was no time limit, he would view everything first before deciding. His eyes were opened wide, items that were considered national treasures in Vastonia's royal vaults couldn't even compare here. He had only made it halfway through and already counted 18 artifacts, including the black sword that Sigismund would one day wield. Among the items, 16 emitted the sparkle of energy, potion materials. Nareth mentally recalled everything he knew, but couldn't match any of them to the blasphemy slate's formulas. These were clearly mid to high sequence materials. So there really are potion materials, and high-tier ones at that. His eyes shone. If he had the strength, he'd loot the Emperor's vault then and there. Just as he was consumed by awe and envy, his spiritual sense flared. His pupils shrank. It was a silver gauntlet, 11 meters away, gleaming like polished silver. He immediately averted his gaze and pretended nothing had happened, maintaining the same pace and rhythm. After inspecting 5 more items, he arrived in front of it. The gauntlet had 22 golden runes etched across its back, arranged in the shape of a golden scale. His black eyes narrowed tightly. That scale pattern felt familiar. One moment later, he remembered. It's part of the Justiciar pathway symbol, only the golden scale, without the rings or wings. Nareth nearly decided then and there to choose the gauntlet, but outwardly, he lingered just slightly longer than usual. He continued inspecting every remaining item, eventually circling back to the golden gate. The Emperor looked at him, golden eyes sharp. Have you made your choice? You're a mighty warrior, why not pick a weapon to better unleash your power? Nareth instantly felt a surge of caution at those words. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/daoisjinzu. Chapter 81, Chapter 80, From this day forward, you are the shadow of order. What's the Emperor playing at? Hinting I should choose that damned spear? Not a chance. With a pleasant smile on his face, Nareth replied. Indeed, I shall select a weapon. With a hint of mischief, he stepped to the left, paused 2 seconds in front of the Dionysian spear, then walked right past it toward the silver power gauntlet. I choose this one. The Emperor's golden eyes flashed with a subtle trace of disappointment. Smiling, he still seemed to be giving Nareth another chance. This opportunity comes but once. Are you certain? I'll let you reconsider. No need. I've made my decision. This is the one I want. The flicker of disappointment in the Emperor's eyes deepened, noticeably enough for Nareth's sharp senses to detect. Feigning ignorance, Nareth turned to look at the gauntlet again. The Emperor stepped forward. Even though he was disappointed, he honored his promise and explained the item to his son. This gauntlet was obtained during the Unification Wars. Its original owner was the techno-warlord Gemalion. In battle, it released an invisible field that immobilized an entire squad of custodians. After I killed Gemalion, I added it to my collection. I later discovered that it occasionally emits golden light, and nearby items would behave strangely, as though. The Emperor's golden eyes gleamed as he found the right word. Ordered. Objects around it rearranged themselves according to some inner logic. More than a dozen weapons in my vault moved from their original spots and lined up by size. Eventually, I had to install a rune field to stop these anomalies. As he spoke, the Emperor deactivated the rune array, and his eyes swept over Nareth's left hand. Jamalian had a cybernetic left arm, likely customized to wear this gauntlet. It should fit you perfectly. Nareth picked up the silver gauntlet and slid it onto his hand, feeling an odd sensation immediately. With the Emperor right in front of him, he didn't explore further, just adjusted and secured it in place. He opened his left palm, then clenched it firmly. A perfect fit. Smooth and flexible. "Let's go," said the Emperor, taking the lead. Nareth followed, suppressing his surging spiritual senses and curiosity about the gauntlet. Then the Emperor spoke again. "I've spoken with your brother, Horus. He'll help you adapt, and the two of you will work together. When he deems you ready, you'll take full command of Fleet 33 for your own campaign." Nareth nodded. He knew that every Primarch returning to the Imperium went through a similar process. There were three main mentors, the Emperor, Malcador, and Horus. Both Vulcan and Horus were personally trained by the Emperor. Leman Russ learned under Malcador. But since the Emperor and Malcador were often busy, Horus handled most of the teaching. Primarchs like Sanguinius, Fulgrim, and others had all studied under him. Horus also formed strong bonds with most of his brothers this way, which contributed to his massive influence. Now Nareth was being added to that number, and he didn't resent it. "I'll be ready soon," Nareth replied. The Emperor nodded in approval. As they exited the private treasury, Nareth turned back for one last look, reluctant to leave. While heading to the hangar platform, Nareth's comms activated. He opened the channel, and Wojciech's voice came through. "My lord, as per your instructions, the armor has been adjusted accordingly. You may don it now." Nareth had seen the armor crafted by the tech priests before, but had been dissatisfied. He had explained the modifications to Wojciech, who then relayed them to the artisan team. After a brief thought, Nareth decided to return to the final side first to wear the armor, before boarding his new flagship. On the way, he issued an order to Howard, coordinate the transfer of the 29 regiments to the Relic-class warship. As a massive mainline battleship, it had no current garrison and could easily hold over 70,000 troops. One star cycle later, on the final side's forge deck. With the assistance of numerous artificers, Nareth donned the newly forged armor made specifically for him. The armor was entirely black, with a blood-red cape, and devoid of excessive embellishment. The only symbol was engraved on the chest, a mark formed of chaotic black arcs, wings, spikes, and an abstract crown, the emblem of the Black Emperor pathway. The design was so dark that it nearly blended into the armor. If not observed closely, it looked just like a shadow. But the 12 captains, including Sezak, standing nearby, could see it clearly. Having spoken with all the legions beforehand, Nareth was ready to announce his long-planned reforms, the transformation of the Reapers into his own legion. As you can see, from this day forward, all legion power armor will be repainted black. Wojciech, show them the chest emblem. Wojciech turned the data slate to face his chest. The company captains leaned in, feeling a strange pressure. The emblem was nearly identical to Nareth's, except it lacked the crown. After a brief silence, the company captains all responded in unison. "As you command." Nareth strode in front of them, already perfectly adjusted to his new armor. Looking down from above, he continued. "You are no longer the Reapers. From this day forward, you are the Shadows of Order. All Legion vessels and vehicles will be repainted accordingly. You are no longer called the Reapers. From this day forward, you are the Shadow of Order." Nareth noticed a flicker of confusion among the captains. Sezak asked, "Father, why change the Legion's name? And what does Shadow of Order mean? An empire cannot be built on slaughter alone. Killing is only a tool. What truly matters is the new order we bring to the worlds we conquer." Sezak instinctively wanted to argue. After all, the Astartes were the Emperor's angels of death, and the 11th Legion, perhaps more than most. But when he met Nareth's jet-black eyes, he felt a pressure like a mountain had landed on him. His lips, parted to speak, snapped shut like magnets drawn together. He turned his head slightly to avoid his Gene-father's gaze and thought quietly. "It's just a name." Nareth's sharp perception caught the frowns on Sezak's face, as well as those of 3rd Captain Samir, 7th Captain Sanchez, and 8th Captain Robin. They hadn't voiced opposition, but they hadn't accepted his philosophy either. He didn't press them. The Reapers had long been treated as tools of execution, changing that mindset would take time. And Nareth wasn't like Corvus Corax, who exiled his more brutal sons to the galaxy's fringe. Instead, he would reshape them slowly, from within. He continued, "Yet battle and killing remain necessary. Thus, we are the Shadows of Order. We will envelop our enemies like darkness. And from that shadow, order shall rise anew." This was part of his reasoning. The other part was strategic, to bind the entire legion to the Shadow of Order identity. That phrase pointed directly to the Black Emperor pathway. The new armor, the chest emblem, these were tools to establish the connection. After hearing his explanation, the 4 previously reluctant captains visibly relaxed. In unison, they declared, "We are the Shadow of Order. We bring slaughter to forge new order." Nareth nodded in satisfaction and gave his next order. "Relay my ideology to your company and complete your preparations." Then, Nareth and Wojciech boarded their transport ship to head for the Relic-class warship. 3 more transports followed behind, carrying the 11th Legion's apothecaries, medical equipment, and other supplies. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawisjinsu. Chapter 82, Chapter 81, Void Hunter. Aboard the transport ship, Wojciech Belek turned to remind Nareth. "My lord, you must name your new flagship. Afterward, we must report it to the Imperial fleet." Nareth looked up from the data slate. After a brief moment of thought, he replied. "The Relic-class ship's advantage is its range. Let us call it Void Hunter. Like a hunter, it will deliver lethal, precise strikes to enemy vessels." "Void Hunter," Wojciech repeated, then nodded. "A fitting name." Nareth noticed a flicker of hesitation in Wojciech's eyes. "You've got something else to say. Go ahead, speak freely." Wojciech's gaze firmed immediately. "My king, I wish to undergo Astartes transformation." "Why?" "Only after receiving the power you granted me did I realize, the world isn't made up of simple zeros and ones, like the servants of the Omnicia claimed." There was a spark in Wojciech's eyes, his voice filled with longing. "I wish to uncover its secrets. I've heard that becoming an Astartes grants not only strength but also longevity. With that time, I can serve you better and pursue the truth." Nareth considered that even Astartes legions need tech marines, and agreed. "Very well," he said after a pause. "The shipyard project will be turned over to Rosicki. Once you've been transformed, you'll travel to the Cult Mechanicum for tech marine training. Though their knowledge is incomplete, it is still worth learning." "As you command, my king." Wojciech smiled brightly. Nareth turned his gaze to the massive Void Hunter, far larger than the final Sichthy, a colossal beast drifting through the void. Shortly after, he arrived at the docking bay and received a report from Howard. "My lord, 14 regiments have successfully boarded. 5 more are currently in transit. Do you wish to designate an order for the transformation process?" Earlier, on the transport ship, Nareth had reviewed the 11th Legion's personnel files and had already devised a plan. There were currently 23 full-fledged apothecaries and 10 trainees in the Legion. All regiment commanders and Wojciech go first. Then, the first squad of each regiment, followed by the rest in order. The earlier the better, especially for the extraordinary leaders. Howard glanced at Wojciech beside him and silently guessed what this meant. "Understood, my lord." After Howard departed, Nareth contacted Michael, the Legion's chief apothecary, to confirm the location of the medical facilities. Soon, he was face to face with Michael and the other apothecaries, their eyes ablaze with zeal. "Father, we used to watch the Luna wolves grow rapidly. Now it's finally our turn." He caught himself before saying Reapers out of habit, and corrected. "We, the Shadow of Order. Would you like an anesthetic? The extraction won't hurt much, but it could make the process more comfortable." As he spoke, Michael raised his left arm. Unlike standard Imperial Medicae kits, an apothecary's medical gear was integrated into his power armor, a complex system affixed to the left arm. Nareth noticed the syringe in his hand was filled with a gray liquid. Michael explained proudly. "This is my custom anesthetic, derived from the lantern grass of Sebastian, a feral world. 1 drop can bring down a horse. When operating on our brothers, I adjust the dosage to temporarily numb their enhanced physiology." Looking up at his Gene father, he hesitated. "Perhaps it can give you a brief moment without pain." "Unnecessary," Nareth declined. He hated the feeling of losing control over his body, even for a second. "Begin." Immediately, they moved to remove the upper part of his armor, and Nareth lay down on the custom operating table. "Father, we're beginning." With Nareth's nod, Michael gave the signal. The apothecaries raised their left arms and activated the special extractors, piercing the flesh of their Gene father. Nareth only felt a slight itch, like a mosquito bite. He frowned slightly, his thoughts drifting. Beyonder individuals of sequences 9, 8, and 7 do not pass on their traits. Those of sequences 6 and 5 can partially pass them down. High sequence individuals can choose whether, and how much, to pass on. That's part of what defines the sequences. Gene extraction falls under this framework, so I won't pass on my Beyonder traits to my Gene sons. Michael's voice brought him back. "Father, we finished." Nareth redonned his armor and gave instructions. "Ensure the survival of all undergoing surgery. If anything abnormal happens, stop immediately. Understood, father. The apothecaries bowed, and Nareth turned to leave. On the bridge, he saw Rosicky had already arrived and was coordinating with Wojciech on the shipyard transition. They both bowed respectfully when they saw him. After a moment's thought, Nareth said, "We'll build the shipyard on Grey Ash, Vostroya's satellite, just as Wojciech suggested. The plan is sound. Rosicky, follow his design exactly." After confirming Rosicky's loyalty, Nareth had begun training him as a savant. "Rest assured, my monarch. I will give it everything I have and not disappoint you." Nareth's eyes gleamed slightly. "When I play with moonstones from Grey Ash, I can feel the pressure on my mind lift." Rosicky understood immediately. "My king, before construction begins, I'll find every moonstone on Grey Ash and offer them to you." Nareth left them to continue their work and walked to the command throne, where he sat down. "Vostroya is my stronghold. It must be garrisoned. And new recruits must be drawn from its children." He recalled his meetings with various officers. The one he left behind couldn't be someone cruel like Sezak, that would only plunge his homeworld into chaos. After some thought, he settled on a candidate. Captain Thomas of the 9th Company, a Gene son who had inherited his father's psychic abilities. He sent a message. Soon, Thomas arrived. Looking into his bright eyes, Nareth spoke. "Thomas, will you remain on Vostroya to select promising children?" "Father, I will stay. Though it means forfeiting the honor of fighting by your side, I will do what you require." Thomas didn't hesitate. "Good." Nareth nodded in satisfaction. "You will have your chance to stand with me in battle. But for now, you alone are suited for this task. I entrust our homeworld to you." Thomas glowed with joy, like being bathed in sunlight. "As you will it, my father." Nareth spent 5 days discussing details with Thomas, recruitment criteria, planning, and implementation. Soon after, he received a report. The officers had repainted their armor as ordered. He decided it was time to depart. A message was sent to Horus. The reply came swiftly, warm and booming. "Nareth, my brother. Come aboard, we must talk. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 83, Chapter 82, The Good Brother Horus. The Vengeful Spirit was an awe-inspiring battleship, so massive that even the largest capital ships looked insignificant beside it. The ship's colossal acceleration cannons alone dwarfed the entire length of most other vessels. After Nareth's transport docked, he and First Captain Sezak proceeded to meet the Luna wolves waiting to receive them. As they approached, Nareth sensed a presence behind and to the side, akin, but one that made his body tense instinctively, like a predator sensing another of its kind. He looked ahead. Standing with his helmet tucked under his arm was a Luna wolf Astartes with black hair tied into a tall ponytail, bound in a silver sheath and sticking straight up like a palm tree. His facial structure, with wide-set eyes and a prominent nose, bore a striking resemblance to Horus, and he was clad in gold and white power armor. The Astartes with the sky-high braid stepped forward and gave a slight bow in respect. "My lord, I am Ezekiel Abaddon, first captain of the Luna Wolves, here to welcome your arrival." "Abaddon." Nareth mused. "Your victories are numerous." Abaddon assumed it was the Reapers who had reported his feats and smiled at the Primarch praise. "Thank you for your recognition, my lord." Only then did Abaddon glance past Nareth to the Astartes behind him, and immediately noticed the change in Sezak's armor. The once crimson plating was now pitch black. Only the red scythe on his right shoulder pad hinted at his identity as a former Reaper. Well. Reapers. Are you here to clean up our leftovers?" The taunt hit a nerve. Sezak, already feeling stifled, had anger boiling in his eyes. "Abaddon, do you want a fight?" Abaddon smirked, his gaze sharpening as he squared off with Sezak. "Gladly. But I must first complete the task father gave me." Nareth frowned. Astartes, as battle-born warriors, often instinctively clashed when they encountered each other. He didn't approve of such pointless challenges. "If you want to compete, then do it on the battlefield, let's see who racks up more kills." With that, he turned to Abaddon. "I'm sure you don't want to keep Horus waiting." Abaddon retracted his gaze and nodded. "Please, follow me." Sezak suppressed his urge to fight and followed Nareth forward. Moments later, on the Vengeful Spirit's bridge, Nareth met Horus. "My brother," Horus said, walking away from the strategy table with a beaming smile. "I hope you're getting along well with your sons." The keen-eyed Primarch noticed that, unlike the last time, Horus's words felt sincere, not mere pleasantries. Looks like the Emperor had a talk with him. Horus is really trying to play the role of a big brother now. "Horus, of course, I'm getting along with them." He clapped Sezak on the shoulder. "Look, Sezak's doing quite well, wouldn't you say?" Though Sezak's instincts told him to resist, the moment he felt his Genefather's touch, all defiance melted away. Horus glanced at him. The once defiant first captain now stood obedient, like a pet basking under the hand of a Terran noble. You're ready. It's time we begin our journey. But first, let me introduce my council. 3 Luna wolves stepped out from behind Horus. These are my council of 4 moons. Each is named after a phase of the moon. You've already met Ezekiel, he represents the full moon. Nareth knew of this group. The 4 moons were composed of the most elite Astartes from the Luna wolves and the future sons of Horus. Besides serving as captains, they acted as Horus's most trusted advisors aboard the Vengeful Spirit. Nareth, too, was planning a core command unit for the Shadows of Order, but that would have to wait until Howard and others completed their enhancements. This is Tarik Torgadon, the Crescent Moon. Nareth's gaze swept across Kruz and Aximand, lingering briefly on Torgadon, the tallest among them. Having seen many of both his own and Horus's gene sons, Nareth observed that his sons were slightly taller on average, though the difference between him and Horus was still greater. My height, 411 centimeters, must stem partly from the barbarian sequence. It amplified my physique, thus increasing my height. While thinking, Nareth and Sezak approached the strategy table. Horus turned to the hololithic projection of a star map and said, I thought you'd prefer to lead your sons in conquering worlds near your home system. So I've left those for you. Nareth gave a slight nod. He recognized Horus's goodwill. But he also understood, Horus was playing the big brother role, while subtly extending influence through generosity. Our target is here. We call it the Eightman Cluster. It's a unique region, 4 planets with varied environments but all high-gravity worlds, populated by Ogrins. Before Father summoned me, I had just begun conquering one of them. The 10th Company is still there. Nareth stared at the 4 glowing green planets on the map. Ogrins. His eyes narrowed slightly. Perfect. Their arms are the main ingredient in the barbarian potions. The expedition fleet launched soon after, with Nareth remaining aboard the Vengeful Spirit. Thanks to the return to the Imperium, navigators were now available, sparing Nareth from having to manually manage warp travel. The arrival of an astropath also allowed him to maintain limited contact with Vostroya. Aboard the Vengeful Spirit, Nareth took the chance to learn everything about the Imperium from Horus. Horus was astonished at how fast Nareth absorbed, processed, and mastered complex knowledge. Upon arriving at the Eightman Cluster, the fleet synchronized with the 10th Company. The entire warp journey had taken only 16 Terran days. Hearing this, Nareth couldn't help but admire the benefits of being reunited with the Imperium. Warp travel is now faster and safer. The 10th Company had already completed the mission Horus had assigned them, conquering one of the 4 worlds. 3 more remained. Horus tapped the hololith to enlarge the largest of the 4 planets. This one is primarily a grassland world. The Ogrins herd mammoths and similar beasts as food sources. He turned to Nareth. Though his brother had proven a quick learner, Horus still had doubts about Nareth's performance in real battle. Was he ready to lead the 11th Legion? He had decided to observe Nareth during this joint campaign. Let's go to this world together. Let these brutes know what true strength looks like. What do you say? Agreed. Nareth gave a nod. He had already decided that this battle would be where he'd begin reforming his legion's style. I'll return to my legion first and deliver a pre-battle address. Let's rendezvous on the surface. Back aboard the Void Hunter, Astartes' enhancements were still ongoing, none had yet completed the ascension. Nareth boarded a transport back to the final scythe, pondering which company he would personally lead in the coming battle. He glanced across at Sezak, then subtly shook his head. To establish a model for reform, it's better to start with someone more flexible. With that thought, a name came to mind. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/DaosJinsu. Chapter 84, Chapter 83, The Honor of Fighting Alongside the Genefather. Aboard the final scythe, on the bridge, strategic operations room. All 11 company captains, except for Thomas, were present. At the same time, the Master of Vox transmitted the speech to every ship in the 33rd Expedition Fleet. Shadows of Order. Soldiers of the Auxilia. The brutish skulls of these Ogren cannot comprehend the brilliance of the Imperium. Today, we will bring them the light of enlightenment. Nareth surveyed the company captains. He paused, and his tone shifted from fervent to commanding as he made his expectations clear. Shadows of Order, you are no longer reapers. Slaughter is not your purpose. In battle, I command you, do not let bloodlust or rage govern your actions. Stay focused. Exploit your gifts. Find the enemy's weakness, and strike with lethal precision. As he spoke, Nareth carefully observed the reactions of the 11 captains. The most resistant were Sezak, Samir, and Robin. Sanchez, who had previously been equally resistant, seemed deep in thought. Each captain looked at Nareth with anticipation. All of them hoped to be chosen to fight alongside their Gene Father, a rare and immense honor for any Astartes. Sezak held his head high. As first captain, he believed this honor was rightfully his. Under the gaze of expectation, Nareth slowly spoke. Adams, your fourth company will fight by my side. Sezak's anger surged. He turned sharply to look at Adams, whose expression remained calm, but the desire in his eyes betrayed his hunger for the same glory. Yet Adams was the one chosen. Instinctively, Sezak's hand gripped the chainsword at his waist, eyes blazing. He had been passed over. Denied the glory he felt matched his rank. Adams, feeling the searing anger directed at him like explosive rounds, remained expressionless, cold as ice. He stepped forward and slammed his right fist against the Shadows of Order insignia on his chest. This is how the warriors of the 11th Legion identified themselves, plainly and with purpose. Father, I will prove your choice is wise. Nareth nodded. Among his sons, Adams was the strongest resemblance to him in features and temperament. He had already spoken with him before, Adams, a man of logic, unswayed by emotion. Nareth suspected that if Adams hadn't been as ruthlessly cold on the battlefield as he was in demeanor, he likely would have been rejected by the bloodthirsty Reapers. But he'd also discerned one unshakable pillar in his son's icy rationale, absolute obedience to his commands. He and his company were the perfect choice. The remaining captains, quietly disheartened, returned to their ships to begin their respective assault missions. Nareth boarded a transport ship and landed first on the unnamed grassland world inhabited by Ogrins. As he stepped out of the ship, his left hand wore the silver gauntlet, now modified, its forearm housing a built-in bolter. This design was inspired by Guilliman, who also used a power gauntlet, the Hand of Dominion. At his waist was a power sword, chosen for agility and precision to complement the raw power of his left arm. Upon landing, Nareth immediately received Horus's transmission with target coordinates, and soon, Adams arrived with 974 warriors. The Ogrins had no anti-air capability, so the 4th Company deployed rapidly via transport, rather than orbital drop. The most eye-catching part of the 4th Company was their 5 black-painted Malkador heavy tanks, vehicles that had been active on battlefields even before the unification of Terra. Unlike the later standard Predator and Sicaran tanks used during the Great Crusade, these tanks, named after Malkador, the Emperor's most trusted confidant, were common in the early legions and auxilia. Save for 3 officer, this was the first time any of the Shadows of Order had laid eyes upon their Gene Father. They looked at him with awe and fervor, and then froze, as if in a dream. Nareth smiled faintly at their reaction and said, "My sons, you will grow used to fighting by my side. Now, let us begin our conquest." He took the first step toward the objective. The Malkador tanks, engines roaring like beasts, rolled forward, flattening the tall grasses in their path. Adams followed immediately, and the warriors of the Shadows of Order marched after, feeling as if their armor and bodies had become lighter. Moments later, Nareth stood before a crude stone fortress, assembled from massive rocks. According to the Augur Matrix, this was the 3rd largest Ogrin settlement, with a population exceeding 10,000. Given the Ogrins' massive appetites, establishing a settlement of this size was a feat of its own. Nareth found himself idly wondering, what do they even eat to survive? Horus, leading the Luna Wolves, was assigned to attack the 2nd largest settlement. According to their plan, once each force completed their assault, they would unite to conquer the largest Ogrin city together. Nareth opened the company comms and addressed the 4th Company. "Before battle begins, I remind you, remain calm, discern the weakness, and strike with lethal precision. Do not disappoint me." Nareth didn't seize Adams's command, he merely gave a final directive. The Shadows of Order warriors felt a surge of tension. Then Adams spoke, already prepared to implement his Gene Father's orders. "All squads, maintain strict formation. Advance in disciplined order. Malkador tanks will spearhead the assault. All other squads will support their advance." His words gave the warriors direction. Under their captain and lieutenants, the 4th Company rapidly formed a proper battle line around the tanks. Nareth nodded with satisfaction. Adams had not let him down, he had set the standard for what it meant to be a Shadow of Order. Activating his energy field generator, Nareth's power gauntlet lit up with a blinding golden light, drawing the eyes of every soldier. They saw that, unlike the typical blue shimmer of a standard power field, the Gene Father's gauntlet blazed with gold. All eyes followed him as he surged forward, appearing instantly before the stone wall, and punched. A golden lightning bolt split the sky. Boom. A deafening thunderclap shook the open plains, and the entire Ogrin settlement heard it. Adams watched in awe as his Gene Father's single punch cracked the massive wall, then charged through the breach. Though his face remained stoic, his voice carried a rare, fervent edge. "Forefather." And with one voice, the Shadows of Order echoed. "Forefather." The drivers of the Malkador tanks roared with adrenaline, their machine spirits howling as they smashed through the stone defenses. The main guns boomed, firing massive shells that streaked with blinding white light into the Ogren camp. The Astartes surged through the breach, battle formation tight and execution flawless. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 85, Chapter 84, The Latent Flaw Triggered by Heightened Perception. The Ogren surged forward with clubs, hammers, and other crude weapons. In their simple minds, bigger meant stronger. The largest among them, hundreds of hulking brutes wielding iron mauls from the heart of the camp, surged toward the most conspicuous target, Nareth. The Primarch raised his left arm and took aim at one of the charging Ogren's heads, pulling the trigger. Standard propellant ejected the bolt round from the barrel before its rocket booster ignited, accelerating it to lethal velocity. The adamantine-tipped projectile, designed to penetrate armor before detonation, punched through the Ogren's unprotected skull like a knife through butter. Boom. The fuse ignited and half of the Ogren's upper body vanished as if swallowed whole by a ravenous beast. 15 more Ogren's rushed Nareth. The Primarch drew his power sword with his right hand, activated the energy field, and chose not to brute force his way through, but instead demonstrate refined killing techniques to his sons. He used Outspurred via Form 16, unleashing 15 precise thrusts in a flash. The Shadows of Order, who had inherited his heightened senses, tracked his movements. Each strike pierced an Ogren's throat. The warriors began to grasp something deeper. More Ogren swarmed Nareth. In their tiny minds, numbers could crush giants, no matter how large. But Nareth felt no pressure from these so-called elite Ogres, not even enough to justify using his briber ability. While slaughtering them, his focus shifted to his fourth company, observing their performance. Moments later, his brow furrowed. He noticed something wrong with the squad guarding the leftmost Malkador tank. After 4 volleys of bolt pistol fire, Ogren corpses littered the ground, blood pooling around them, the stench of gore heavy in the air. Nareth noticed that the eyes of the 10-man squad were beginning to flush red. He zoomed in on one Marine and saw his pupils dilating, blood slowly spreading into his irises. The Marine sniffed the air, savoring the blood scent, a look of craving emerging on his face. His ears twitched in rhythm with the chainsword's roar, the frequency gradually sinking. Could this be the downside of heightened perception? Nareth's mind raced. The 11th Legion was erased from all records. It must have committed a grievous crime. I've seen no signs of genetic flaws in them, so perhaps the root lies in the effects of their sensitivity. Judging by what I'm seeing, I can draw a theory. As the killing continues, the 11th Legion's warriors, due to their acute perception, have their bloodlust triggered and intensified, eventually becoming uncontrollable. He broadened his perception, now focusing on the entire squad. Within his warp insight, he saw their bloodlust intertwining, resonating like musical notes, amplifying each other in a feedback loop. Nareth understood instantly. They don't just sense the environment or enemies, they also sense their fellow brothers. Sensing each other's bloodlust heightens their own urge to kill. This escalates across the whole. At that moment, the Reavers he had been observing let out an excited roar, broke formation, and charged the nearest Ogren. Disappointment flickered in Nareth's eyes, his theory was confirmed. It's highly likely that this very flaw, their extreme perceptiveness, corrupted the original 11th Primarch and Legion, leading to their punishment. As Nareth reflected, more Marines broke ranks, each surrendering to bloodlust, scattering across the battlefield. The entire company devolved into chaos. Nareth was deeply disappointed in his son's discipline, but he would not abandon them. He threw his head back and let out an earth-shaking roar. This was the Sequence 8 Beyonder ability. It didn't stun the Astartes with their superhuman physiques, but it jolted their minds, momentarily dampening their bloodlust. His commanding voice echoed through the comms. Control yourselves. Do not let bloodlust control you. The voice resounded inside each Marine's helmet. The Reavers he had been watching, the one about to crash into an Ogren, regained clarity in his eyes just before contact. Nareth's dim gaze brightened slightly. Though the Marine was outmatched in brute force, he didn't try to meet the Ogren's attack head-on. Even with his combat instincts raging, the Primarch's earlier command had left a mark. The Marine instinctively identified the Ogren's exposed armpit as the weak point after its swing. He twisted his right arm sharply and brought the chain's word down on the vulnerable spot. Brrrr. The whirring chain teeth carved through the armpit, across the neck, and exited at the opposite shoulder. Nareth nodded in satisfaction. More importantly, he saw that the squad leader had not abandoned the rogue warrior. He directed 8 other Reavers to form a new combat formation around him. Meanwhile, Adams, leading his honor guard, was also monitoring the battlefield. He noticed the change in the company. Previously, the Reapers could only maintain discipline at the start of a fight. As the slaughter escalated, bloodlust always overpowered reason, and they would break ranks in a killing frenzy. Most battles ended not in victory, but when there was no one left to kill. Reapers never took prisoners. They were the Emperor's angels of death, Horus's butcher's blade. But now, everything had changed. The Primarchs' commands were like shackles on their minds, or perhaps a guiding light burning in their hearts. None of them wanted to disappoint him. And so, they held onto a sliver of reason. They began to re-establish tactical coordination. The Scorpion Tail squad was the first to synchronize. 2 Reavers alternated their bolt pistol fire, one facing forward left, the other forward right. They covered each other, absorbing enemy blows, while the rest of the squad struck from the flanks. The Ogrins, too dim to react in time, were slaughtered before they could strike back. Other squad leaders, seeing the simplicity and effectiveness of Scorpion Tail's tactics, began to follow suit. Within moments, the entire 4th Company had regained order. Adams resumed full command, issuing orders aloud. Scorpion Squad, shift to 3 o'clock. Wasp Squad, draw enemy fire at 1 o'clock. With order restored, the 4th Company swiftly concluded the battle. Nareth watched his Gene-sons with a rare look of approval. My sons, you have made me proud. I've seen a change in you, one that fills me with hope. The shadows of order heard his words and felt a surge of invisible power flow into them. They felt different, stronger. As the 4th Company secured the battlefield, Nareth discovered the source of the Ogrins' food within the encampment. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/DaosGensu. Chapter 86, Chapter 85, The First Beyonder Among the Gene-sons. In the so-called City of the Ogrins, Nareth found a massive pit 84 meters in diameter. Inside swarmed countless creatures roughly 40 centimeters long, resembling giant beetles but with flatter bodies. Their backs were covered in dark, heavily armored carapaces, uneven and mottled with what looked like rust or dried blood. Each creature had 4 jagged, hook-shaped legs with barbed joints. They swarmed the corpses of Ogrins, producing the soft crunching sound of gnawing. As soon as Nareth saw them, he recognized them instantly. They were corpse-eater beetles, the final and missing main ingredient for the alchemical potion known as the Corpse Collector. Near the pit sat 5 young Ogrins, each the height of a full-grown adult human. They sat blankly, drooling as they guarded a large, boiling pot. Inside, dark-colored, 4-legged corpse-eater bubbled. One of the Ogrin children blankly reached into the boiling pot. Only when grabbing the creature did he react to the pain, hastily yanking his hand out, bringing the struggling insect with him. Ignoring the scalding pain, the child opened his mouth and devoured the corpse-eater, chewing hungrily. Nareth now understood. The Ogrins had essentially created a corpse recycling plant, the beetle ate the corpses, and the Ogrins ate the beetle. Eating insects is fine, but is eating corpse-eaters really safe? His warp insight confirmed his unease. These corpse-eaters, key components of the Corpse Collector potion, radiated a cold, sinister aura. The Primarch walked to the pit and reached in, grabbing one insect. It was cold to the touch, thrashing its hooked legs violently. A light squeeze from Nareth and the creature sensed imminent death, it instantly stopped moving. Just then, Adams approached to report and paused at the sight. Then he began. Father, only 2 of our soldiers were unlucky, struck in the head by Ogrin weapons. These brutes are stronger than us, to the point where they even cracked the armor of a Malkador heavy tank. Even the normally cold Adams couldn't help but mutter. Fortunately, they lack intelligence, discipline, and combat instincts. Otherwise, these abhumans would have been a real threat. Nareth nodded with encouragement. Your company performed well. You've taken the first step in overcoming your bloodlust. But remember my words, clarity over carnage in battle. We will not disappoint you, Adams replied solemnly, slamming his right fist against his chest plate. After finishing his report, he asked hesitantly. Do you like these insects? Yes. Nareth nodded, realizing this was an opportunity to establish a personal quirk within the 11th Legion, an interest in eccentric creatures and objects. Then let me collect them for you, Adams volunteered. Excellent, Nareth said, exaggerating his approval to make an impression. Avoiding his son's perceptions, Nareth then returned to the Kingdom of Disorder. Upon entry, his silver power gauntlet began to glow with golden runes, without him even activating it. As he swung his left arm, the golden runes shimmered through the air. He sensed a power within, a power of order. Compared to other alchemical ingredients, this one stimulates my spiritual perception the most. Golden scales. Order. This likely contains characteristics from the justiciar pathway, perhaps even from a high sequence. He refrained from injecting his spirit into the gauntlet to avoid triggering a transformation. Instead, he moved to the blasphemy slate. The stone slab still only displayed the formulas for sequence 7 potions and 2 sequence 6 formulas, Baron of Corruption, and the alternate path, Judge. Sequence 6 potion, Baron of Corruption. Main ingredients, 1 Osiris Mind Control Seed, 1 Brain Eater. Secondary ingredients, 33,000 milliliters of Black Phosphate, 11 teeth of a Batmoon clan orc. Beyonder abilities. Nareth reviewed the formula, realizing it would be impossible to gather the necessary materials anytime soon. Bad Moon Clan, one of the 6 major orc clans, spread across the galaxy. Osiris Seed, only found in the easternmost extremes of the galaxy. Brain Eaters, a dominant faction within the Rangdan Xenos, rivals to the Bone Gnawers but inferior to the Slaw Wormmen. The Randan were a powerful Xeno race encountered by the Imperium during the Great Crusade. To defeat them, the Imperium sacrificed over 200,000 Astartes, millions of Imperial army troops, and multiple Titan legions, an effort greater than even the war against Ullanor. The Emperor had deployed the Omanisia's hidden cults and breached the Labyrinth of Night to unleash the Void Dragon itself for victory. After the war, the First Legion, Dark Angels, suffered such devastating losses that the Ultramarines surpassed them in size. No rush. I still haven't fully digested the Briber potion. I need to keep bribing the Golden Men. Nareth walked over to the furnace to brew the Corpse Collector potion. As a Primarch, he shared a genetic bond with the Shadows of Order. While some Terran-born Astartes were more loyal to the Emperor, the majority showed loyalty to him, especially since he would become a pillar of the Imperium. Through his prior conversations and observations, Nareth confirmed Adam's loyalty and decided to make him the first Beyonder among his gene sons. Adam's cold nature made him perfect for the Corpse Collector pathway. With that in mind, Nareth tossed the Corpse Eater into the furnace. Moments later, he scooped out a green, gelatinous substance. He returned to real space, entering an Ogryn building barely large enough to contain his massive frame. He sent Adams a message. Moments later, the captain arrived carrying 2 wooden crates. Father, here are the Corpse Eaters you requested, 432 in total. Nareth nodded, satisfied, and held out his hand. You've done well. This is your reward. Adams looked at the potion, then picked it up without hesitation. He trusted his Primarch. Tilting his head back, he drank the green potion. Nareth then used telepathic teaching to help Adams stabilize the power. Adams' pupils returned to normal. He immediately noticed a drop in his internal temperature. Nareth, with his superhuman senses, also noticed this change, though not as significant as expected. The Astartes' body far surpasses mortals. Low-sequence potions likely have a lesser impact on superhuman physiology. Nareth pondered silently. Thank you, Father, for this gift. Nareth said nothing about the potion's origin, and Adams didn't ask. He understood this was a personal gift from his gene father, and that was enough. Nareth sent a final mental pulse to Adams. To master the power I gave you, you must embrace your role as a corpse collector. Harvest the corpses. Treat their arms for preservation. Bring them to me. Their powerful limbs make fine trophies. Understood, Father. Adams turned and left, ready to play his new role. At the same time, a competitive slaughter began between the first captains of the 11th and 16th Legion. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawisjinsu. Chapter 87, Chapter 86, The Duel Between Sezak and Abaddon. Using life signals scanned by the Augur Matrix, they locked onto an Ogryn camp with a similar density of life forms. Both first captain were supremely confident in their own strength. To ensure fairness in their contest, Sezak asked Abaddon how many warriors he had brought, then sent his own adjutant to lead the rest of his company to attack a different Ogryn settlement. After disembarking from the landing craft, Sezak gathered his team, each one equipped with bolt pistols and chainswords. Over the channel, he addressed the warriors clad in Mark II Crusade pattern power armor. The first-generation armor had once accompanied the Astartes in unifying the Sol system, but had slowly been phased out due to battlefield damage. Even before the end of the Unification Wars, the Emperor had already begun designing newer, more advanced armor. This new battle plate, more powerful and complex, had been completed before the legions even ventured beyond the Sol system. Its protection far exceeded the first generation. Sezak's voice boomed over the Vox. Brothers, our father did not choose us to fight by his side in his first campaign. This is a shame upon the first company. We must, in this conquest, announce our worth with blood and death. Only then will he choose us for the next campaign. In the front line, standing to the right, was a shadow of order without the red scythe insignia on his right shoulder pad. Only his left bore a red falcon, marking him as a lieutenant captain. Frowning, he spoke up. Lord Captain, I believe Father told us to remain rational, not indulge in slaughter. A flash of anger sparked in Sezak's eyes. He roared. Dixon, what are we? We are the Emperor's angels of death. The Crimson Butcher Blades. Slaughter is our duty. He paused briefly to contain his fury. He wasn't criticizing Nareth, but instead stubbornly declared. I will prove myself in my own way. Raising his chainsword high, Sezak turned to his men. And what about you? Aside from Dixon and the 2 squads behind him, the rest of the First Company warriors raised their weapons and shouted. We'll prove ourselves, in our way. Sezak locked his black eyes on Dixon and the others. And you? Dixon felt as if a beast were staring him down, but he didn't back down. I'll fight. In my way. Sezak sneered. Then watch carefully how we win glory for the first company. Move out. He sealed his helmet. As the killing began, the integrated scanner in his visor would automatically identify slain enemies and update his kill count. This duel wasn't just between companies, it was a personal contest as well. Sezak took the lead, charging toward the Ogryn camp. The nomadic Ogrins, who herded zebra-like creatures, were in the middle of selecting their next meal. Suddenly, Sezak crashed into their midst. He gave no orders, his philosophy was to lead by example and always score the highest kill count in battle. He viewed any brother who fell in battle as an unworthy reaper. Like a speeding tank, he charged into the herd, smashing green-striped zebras into pulp. Blood drenched his black armor. Sezak basked in the familiar euphoria. An Ogryn charged at him with a massive club. Sezak swung his chain's word with savage grace. His movements were faster and more violent than the Ogryn's. The spinning blade tore into the Ogryn's chest and churned it apart. Bathed in gore and flesh, Sezak felt blissfully alive. We are the Emperor's angels of death, his butcher blades. Governance is for Malkador and the rest, slaughter is our calling. Father will understand. I will make him see. He wrenched his blade free, knocked aside the corpse, and charged again. He let his instincts run wild, relying not on logic but raw instinct to detect enemy weaknesses. Sezak became a grim reaper of ancient legend, wielding his blade mercilessly through every Ogryn he encountered. His blood-soaked fury infected his honor guard and quickly spread to the rest of the warriors. First Company had, at the outset, lost control, letting their slaughter instinct lead them like wild horses. Meanwhile, Dixon led 2 squads away from the main force. One of his squads had already succumbed to bloodlust, they dismissed their lieutenant's calls for restraint. Stay calm. Get back here. Maintain formation. Dixon kept shouting, trying to rally the shadows of the order, who were breaking formation. In some ways, he was relieved the other squad was already lost to the blood frenzy. Looking toward them, he saw a warrior bathed in blood, charging headlong into a swarm of Ogrins. Dozens surrounded him. The Astartes struck out, using a savage crosscut to cleave through his enemies. But then, multiple massive clubs came crashing down on him. The Astartes didn't dodge, he charged toward another Ogryn, blade raised. Just as the roar of his chain's word rang in his ears and flesh flew. 2 clubs smashed into his side. He staggered. Then, another swing, a fatal blow. He collapsed into a pool of blood. Dixon had no time to grieve. 8 warriors, 4 from each squad, let out roars of rage, their reason overwhelmed. They too charged into the Ogryn horde. Meanwhile, Abaddon was nearing the final stage of his battle. Leading his Luna wolves, 1st Company Captain Abaddon swung his power sword, killing Ogrins while never neglecting his command duties. Katurin, 2 o'clock. Katurin's Reaver squad, the assault spearhead of the wolves, soared into action. Their jump packs erupted with blue flame and high-pitched screams as 10 Astartes descended behind the Ogryn lines. They raised their left arms and unleashed a coordinated volley, tearing open an entrance before diving in. With chains words in hand, they struck not as lone berserkers but as a well-oiled team. They covered one another, leveraging their mobility in tight spaces, unlike their wild competitors. They were like bullfighters, gracefully dodging Ogryn attacks and countering with devastating strikes. Abaddon watched with pride as his elite tore open the enemy's rear. Focused fully on the battle, he remained silent until the end. He opened his Vox and sent a message to Sezak. I've completed the mission, Abaddon said, glancing at the tally in his visor. 86 kills. As expected, there was no reply. His company had already won. Looking over his men, he added. Not a single casualty in my company. 2 minutes and 16 seconds passed before Sezak finally responded. I lost. 84. Abaddon's tall topknot rose higher, he had won again. As always. As it would be in the future. At the same time, Nareth arrived at the rendezvous point with 4th Company. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/daosjinsu. Chapter 88, Chapter 87, Corpse Collector. Just as Nareth arrived at the rendezvous point, he sensed an ominously cold aura emanating from a massive Ogryn city, by Ogryn standards, practically a metropolis. He withdrew his gaze and turned to the gold-armored Horus. So, you noticed it too? There's something strange about the life signals in that city, Horus replied. Over 100,000, different from other Ogryns. I sent in a reconnaissance squad. Horus stepped forward and motioned for Tarek Torgadon, 2nd Company Captain of the Luna Wolves, to deliver the report. Nareth remembered Torgadon and Abaddon as the only 2 surviving members of the unofficial Council of Mournival when it eventually disbanded, the other 2 having been replaced after dying multiple times. Though known for his humor, Torgadon addressed the Primarch with solemnity. My lord, I previously dispatched a recon squad to infiltrate the Ogren city. What they brought back is noteworthy. He tapped into the system on his left arm, projecting the footage from a scout's helmet camera before the two Primarchs. Nareth's black pupils narrowed sharply. The projected footage showed two grotesque Ogrens. One was completely swarmed by corpse-eating beetles, each about 40 centimeters long. But the beetles weren't feeding on corpses, they were devouring the Ogren's living flesh. The second Ogren held a massive maul in his right arm. With his left hand, he plucked a beetle from his own body and shoved it into his mouth, chewing and swallowing it with fervor. Nareth thought for a moment, then spoke, drawing from what he knew of Ogren behavior. Ogrens are simple creatures, single-minded to a fault. Once they swear loyalty, they never betray. But they're also highly susceptible to corruption. This tribe seems to have entered a symbiotic relationship with the worms, living together, even feeding on each other. As he spoke, a memory flashed across Nareth's mind: plague Ogrens. Corrupted Death Guard had once embedded Nurgle's plagues into Ogrens, and the dim-witted brutes had giggled blissfully, reveling in the blessings of the Plague Father. After a moment's thought, Horus nodded in agreement with Nareth's assessment. He turned to Torgadden. Tell your warriors, watch for behavioral shifts in those big oafs. I don't want to see my wolves dying to mutated Ogrens. Torgadden gave a slight smirk. He caught the dry humor hidden in the Primarch's concern. With respectful formality, he replied. The Luna wolves will not disappoint you, father. Horus let out a hearty laugh, then looked to Nareth. Brother, we attack from the east and west, what do you say? Nareth's eyes flickered. He understood immediately, this was a test. His teacher, Horus, was observing and evaluating him. As you wish. During the discussion, the increasingly cold and detached Adams remained silent, following Nareth toward the fourth company. Nareth spoke to them in a calm but commanding tone. You've already overcome the thirst for blood once in our last battle. This time, I expect even more. Raising his left arm and sweeping it forward, he injected resolve into his warriors. I believe in you. You are the shadows of order. Advance. Then, Nareth led his sons toward the eastern attack point. Shortly after, the Primarch again handed command over to Adams, but this time, he didn't fight alone. He selected a squad to accompany him. That honor went to the Ice Blade squad, who had first lost control in the last battle, but also were the first to regain it. This marked the beginning of Nareth's vision, establishing a unique honor guard for the 11th Legion. He aimed to eventually transform the shadows of order into extraordinary beings, but only those who passed his internal tests of loyalty and ideology. Unlike other Primarchs, Nareth had no intention of simply gathering the strongest warriors into a permanent elite squad. Not a death squad, but a true honor guard. His plan involved a nomination system, where each company captain could recommend promising subordinates. Those would be evaluated personally, absorbing Nareth's philosophy and returning to influence their original units. Although this approach might not produce a fixed, elite corps like other legions, the inclusion of beyonder abilities would more than compensate. And Nareth knew, this method would keep his sons motivated. Through warp insight and spirit vision, he saw Iceblade squad's morale glowing with a bright blue aura of calm and reflection. With rising anticipation, he activated his energy field generator, and his power gauntlet flickered with golden light. Boom. 2 Ogren-high stone walls collapsed. The Primarch took the lead into the city, with 4th Company warriors charging in behind, centered around a Malkador heavy tank. The Ogrens turned slowly, staring at the incoming Space Marines. The corpse eater on their bodies began writhing. With unnaturally stiff movements, the Ogrens lurched toward 4th Company. The Malkador tank's machine spirit roared with fury, repulsed by the stench of corruption. Its cannon barrel rose and fired a blinding arc of energy. The explosive shriek of the shell split the air. Dozens of Ogrens, and the beetles on them, were obliterated by the blast. The Shadow Order opened fire with bolters. Adams quickly noticed, even Ogrens with limbs blown off and their entrails spilling out weren't falling. With his corpse collector vision, he could see fragments of dark spirits, uncovering the secrets of these creatures. The mutated Ogrens were being driven forward by the beetles embedded in them. Adams focused his vision. The weakness was clear. Each Ogren had a central beetle on the back of its head, controlling the others and the host. In the squad channel, he spoke coldly and clearly. Head. Weak point. Dozens of bolts flew, Ogren skulls exploded, bodies fell. At the same time, Nareth himself cleaved through 2 mutated Ogrens with a single sweeping strike. Watching his sons closely, the Primarch was pleased. The 4th Company was using the Ogren's slow speed to maneuver tactically, targeting weak points with ranged fire. Even when bloodlust flared, squad sergeants quickly stepped in. 2 or 3 Shadow Order would intercept and restrain the Berserker, while others provided cover. And those who lost control could still be pulled back by a battle brother whispering. Calm yourself, don't let father down. Yes, Nareth thought. These are the sons I want. The savage habits of reapers are being purged, and order is beginning to form. But just as he reveled in this progress, a roar shook the heart of the city. Nareth turned to the sound. Charging toward him was a mutated ogre nearly as tall as Horus. Unlike the sluggish ones, this one was faster than a normal ogre. Horus noticed, too, and frowned slightly. Fool. Thinks bigger means stronger. He strode forward, power sword ablaze with blue fire, cutting down ogrins in his path as he advanced toward Nareth. His brother might just need his help. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 89, Chapter 88, A Punch That Amazed Horus. The massive mutated ogrin charged toward Nareth, smashing through huge stone structures and knocking aside smaller ogrins in its path. Even Horus, watching the brute's terrifying momentum, was slightly surprised. His stride quickened, he intended to rush forward and assist his brother. But Nareth's eyes lit up as he faced the oncoming monster. He had finally found a suitable test subject for the power gauntlet he'd acquired. He tentatively channeled spiritual energy into the golden balance symbol etched onto the back of the gauntlet, similar to the insignia of the Justiciar path. As though triggering a switch, his entire reservoir of spiritual power was instantly drained. The silver gauntlet burst into blinding golden light. Nareth felt a powerful force dragging his body forward. He didn't resist. He let the power carry him toward the enemy, though he stayed alert, ready to regain control if anything went wrong. Horus, still charging forward, was stunned to see his brother suddenly lean forward, arm swinging. His entire body synchronized with the strange force, a ghostly afterimage trailing behind him as he smashed directly into the enemy. The power gauntlet struck the monster's head with an unstoppable, inescapable force. The mutated ogrin's skull, along with the meter-long parasite beetle clinging to the back of its neck and spine, exploded in one single, glorious punch. Horus's eyes widened slightly. That punch was stunning. I should be able to do that too. He committed the moment to memory, planning to equip a power gauntlet himself and test whether he could replicate the feat. Nareth, drained of spiritual power, pondered silently. The death ability of a judge, this silver gauntlet is clearly an artifact of the Justiciar pathway, its power is at least sequence 5 level. Just as he concluded that, Horus turned his attention to the Iceblade squad following behind Nareth. The Primarch quickly noticed that, although these black-armored warriors attacked the mutated ogrins with ferocity, they did not lose themselves in bloodlust. Horus, once the long-time commander of the Reapers, knew them well. He instantly saw the difference in these black-armored Astartes. They weren't consumed by rage. They maintained formation. They coordinated attacks. He glanced forward again, where the warriors continued to fight in perfect formation, under the cold, commanding gaze of Adams, the stern-faced Astartes he remembered. Turning to Nareth, Horus approached with a mix of surprise and admiration. Congratulations. You've already begun changing them. Nareth smiled faintly. Though his spirituality was depleted, a Primarch did not suffer the same weakness as a mortal psyker. There's still work to be done, but it's a good start. I believe you can truly change them, Horus replied without doubt. Then he glanced at Nareth's left arm. That punch was impressive. A gift from the Emperor's vaults, Nareth explained. A flicker of understanding flashed in Horus's eyes. He grinned. Must have been tough to decide, huh? Nareth raised his arm to chest level. After looking around once, I chose it at first glance. I had a feeling it was meant for me. The two Primarchs split up to rejoin the battle. Having witnessed Nareth's combat prowess and his ability to command his gene-sons with discipline, Horus entrusted his brother with leading the Legion's operations. Nareth left the 4th Company, the prototype for his future standard, under Adams's command and took only the Iceblade squad for further evaluation. He personally led the other company into battle and was pleased to see that Sanchez's 7th Company was gradually accepting his ideals. But he also felt disappointed and angry that Captain Sezak of 1st Company, Samir of 3rd, and Robin of 8th remained obsessed with bloodshed. A small relief, Sanchez not only embraced the new ideology but also understood his father's preferences. Thanks to Sanchez's efforts, the entire 11th Legion learned what the Gene Father valued. Sezak and others tried to win favor by offering strange items. The Legion's supply of potion materials steadily grew, too, in particular, caught Nareth's attention. Sezak, who previously showed no interest, had hunted a local, unusually shaped hawk. Its iridescent pupils could distinguish a wide range of color spectra. Ancient heretical texts referred to it as the rainbow-eyed hawk, the main ingredient missing for the Sequence 9 hunter potion. Samir offered up ginkgo leaves, long extinct on Terra but thriving here on the plains, exactly what Nareth needed for one of the supporting ingredients for Sequence 8, Dr. for Marlena. After the 54 largest tribes were annihilated, even the dull-witted ogrins realized the terrifying strength of these giant warriors in iron skins. The remaining ogrin tribes surrendered. Since Nareth had slain the planet's most powerful ogrin and performed exceptionally in the conquest, Horus gave him the right to name the world. Thinking of the corpse beetle and endless plains, Nareth named the planet Carrion Plains. In official records, it was logged as a victory of the 33rd Expeditionary Fleet, planet number 33-4. After the war, Nareth reviewed the entire campaign and decided to train 5 more Beyonder sons. The new candidates included Oliver and 3 others from the Temporary Honor Guard. Sanchez, captain of the 7th Company. Nareth sent a message to Adams and Sanchez, summoning them to the flagship Void Hunter. When the other company captains heard about it, jealousy ignited. They envied the favor Adams and others received from their Gene father. Cezak, enraged, went alone into the plains, hunting green-striped zebras and anything else he could find. Meanwhile, Nareth brewed 4 green, corpse collector, potions and 1 red potion. He returned to the Strategic Command Hall and summoned Sanchez and the 4 others. Looking at his 5 warriors, he declared, "You've upheld my ideals in the last battle. Now, I grant you power. I hope you'll lead your battle brothers and help complete their transformation." He opened his palms and continued. "Based on your talents, I'm granting each of you different powers. Sanchez, the red one is yours. The green ones are for the rest of you." None of the 5 hesitated, they trusted their Gene father. After they drank the potions, Nareth used telepathic communion to teach them. Sanchez was the first to grasp meditation and spirit vision. Oliver followed, just 1 ship standard minute behind. The others were between 4 and 14 seconds slower. Then Nareth called Adams in from outside and addressed all 6. "Previously, I've given unique powers to a select few. You 6 are the first batch I've granted in this legion. You are not just Astartes, you carry unique powers. And you are the ones I trust most. I've decided to form a secret organization. You 6 are the founding members. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/DaosJinsu. Chapter 90, Chapter 89, The Black Duke's Court. The name of this secret organization is the Black Duke's Court. Nareth addressed the 6 Beyonder warriors of the Shadows of Order, explaining its meaning. Black represents the Legion's color. I am the monarch, and you are my vassals. Although few in number now, 29 others who received my gift are currently undergoing transformation. In time, I will bestow power upon more within the Legion. Thus, the court has a strict promotion system, one completely separate from your rank in the Legion." The 6 warriors said nothing, but their eyes sparkled with curiosity. It was a new system, different from the conventional military hierarchy. Your status within the court is based on how many times I have granted you power. Though you possess superhuman bodies, you must understand the meaning behind the powers I give you before you may advance again. Right now, you are knights. The next rank is Lord, followed by Baron, Viscount, Count, Marquis, and Duke. Nareth tied the names of the court ranks to specific potion sequences. Baron of Corruption, Sequence 6. Count of the Fallen, Sequence 4. Duke of Entropy, Sequence 2. He also added Viscount and Marquis as intermediate levels, and to complete the hierarchy, placed Knight and Lord beneath Baron. Now then, heed your first command. Never speak of the powers I've granted you to anyone outside the court, not even your battle brothers. His stern tone startled his 6 sons. They immediately responded in unison. Yes, Father. Now return, and spread my ideals to more of the Shadows of Order. After the 6 departed, Nareth sent a message to Marlena. The planter had arrived en route. Nareth had returned briefly to the Kingdom of Disorder to brew the doctor potion. A moment later, Marlena, her broad forehead smooth and gleaming, smiled as she looked down at Nareth's outstretched hand. Another blessing of power. The biomancy psyker lips curved into a flawless smile. After sharing a psychic link with Nareth, she had developed a fragmented insight into him. Despite Nareth's skilled concealment techniques, she could still sense part of his inner thoughts. That mysterious distance between them seemed slightly less now. She better understood what it meant that Nareth, upon returning to the Imperium, was a Primarch. Yes, he had divine power, but also emotions, rarely expressed. Due to his position and strength, many crises that would terrify mortals, such as the war predator that had nearly killed Marlena, barely registered to someone like Nareth. She picked up the white potion and drank it in one gulp. A moment later, after controlling the surge of power within her, she asked softly. "Doctor." "Correct. I'll arrange a new role for you. You'll master the power quickly, but the start may not be pleasant." Marlena arched her thick but delicate brows and probed. The medical deck. She knew Howard Fender and others were undergoing Astartes augmentation on the upper decks. "That's right," Nareth nodded. "I want you involved in the process. Typically, apothecaries collect gene seed but do not perform the actual surgeries. They oversee rather than directly operate on recruits. And right now, all the new Terran recruits were undergoing transformation on Luna, carried out mainly by the Selenite gene cults, not the apothecaries. While Nareth could arrange Marlena's entry, gaining the apothecary's trust would not be easy. He turned to her and revealed his purpose. The Vostroyans undergoing augmentation are too old. Their failure rate will be high. As a doctor, you can save some of them even if the surgery fails. You'll learn much from this, and it will benefit you in the future. The mother pathway lived up to its name. Mid-tier practitioners could engineer lifeforms, while high-tier creations gained true sentience. Combined with Marlena's biomancy, which she could analyze biological tissue with her powers and manipulate it. The potential was staggering. Nareth placed great trust in Marlena and saw her as a key beyonder being to train. I won't disappoint you. With this power, I'll earn their trust quickly. Marlena's tea-brown eyes shimmered with confidence. Come with me. After clarifying the importance of joining the apothecary team, Nareth led her toward the medical deck. They took the Primarch's private elevator and descended. Upon entering the hall, they were met with a bustling, orderly gene lab. The apothecaries had finished installing all the equipment. The air smelled of disinfectant and metal. Under the tall ceiling, complex pipe systems snaked like veins, feeding life-supporting fluids and energy to the augmentation chambers. Against a metal wall sat rows of organ cultivation tanks, growing hearts, lungs, and other organs needed for surgery. Apprentice apothecaries examined each one carefully. Black-robed assistants were scattered among hundreds of surgical pods, separated by tempered glass domes. They gathered around metal surgical beds. Each apothecary monitored multiple chambers, personally handling the most difficult procedures. Nareth scanned the deck and was immediately drawn to Chamber 4, 25 meters away. There, Michael and another apothecary stood by a metal bed, surrounded by black-robed assistants. A naked man lay on the bed, his body convulsing violently like he'd been electrocuted. Nareth instantly recognized the man, Roslav, the very first follower of Nareth, now commander of the 1st Regiment, a newly promoted pugilist. Nareth's heart sank. He strode rapidly toward the chamber, Marlena close behind. When they were 10 meters away, Roslav suddenly stopped twitching and fell stiffly against the surgical bed. Michael withdrew his medici from his left arm and said flatly. Resuscitation failed. The candidate is dead. Nareth's spirit vision confirmed Michael's judgment. He turned to Marlena. Hope shimmered in his eyes. Understanding immediately, Marlena stepped forward. Primarch. Hearing the assistants shout, Michael looked up and saw Nareth. Shock briefly crossed his eyes, and he hurriedly opened the pod door. Face to face with a mortal, he was about to reprimand her until the Gene Father spoke. She is a doctor. Let her take a look. Doctor. The candidate's already dead. No normal doctor can fix that. Still, Michael obeyed instantly and stepped aside, allowing Marlena entry. She quickly approached the bed. The second apothecary and assistants moved aside. She opened her spirit vision. Unlike the corpse collector, whose vision focused on death, the physician's gaze centered on health. After one glance, she confirmed, Roslav's organs were inevitably dying. Still, she checked 2 more times before silently shaking her head at Nareth. His heart dimmed. He'd known adult transformation surgeries were dangerous, but he hadn't expected to witness Roslav's death personally. The first follower. The most loyal. Not dead on the battlefield, but on a cold operating table. Roslav was the oldest of them all, he had the highest risk of death. Even if he'd skipped surgery, he could never ascend to high sequences. Even with the best life extension tech, he might have only lived a few more centuries. After a brief moment of sorrow, Nareth turned to Michael and the others. All of you, leave. Marlena stays. He was about to harvest the remnants of the Beyonder essence left behind after Roslav's death. Understood. Michael, having chosen to follow the Primarch, knew what this meant. The Primarch wants to say farewell. As the apothecaries and assistants exited the chamber, Nareth stepped inside. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawisjinsu. Chapter 91, Chapter 90, Beyonder Characteristic Laws. Nareth stepped into the transformation chamber and stood before the cold surgical table. His tall figure blocked the others' view from outside the chamber. He gazed at Roslav's corpse, a trace of sorrow flickering in his eyes, but he didn't allow himself to be consumed by grief. Perhaps in this cruel world, death is an early release. Sending a psychic pulse to Marlena. Pay attention to his body. Marlena, puzzled, turned her eyes toward Roslav's corpse. The information Nareth had obtained from the Kingdom of Disorder told him that in this world, Beyonder traits never truly vanish after death. They still follow the indestructibility law of Beyonder characteristics. Beyonder traits cannot be destroyed or reduced, they persist and will eventually find a new host or vessel. This meant that when a Beyonder being dies, their trait seeps out of the corpse. It is essentially equivalent to the potion of the same sequence, just lacking auxiliary ingredients. Notably, the Kingdom of Disorder never mentioned any law of conservation for Beyonder traits. Nareth also knew that this world had no true creator. The origins of these traits and why potions held spirituality remained mysteries, ones Nareth suspected would unravel as he ascended the Black Emperor pathway. Marlena stared closely at Roslav's corpse, then her pupils suddenly contracted. She saw that the calloused palm of his right hand, toughened from years of gripping weapons, began to glow deep crimson. A thumb-sized crimson blood orb emerged from the center. Nareth had no prepared container, so he snapped a steel panel from the surgical bed and kneaded it like clay, shaping it into a box. He picked up the pugilist trait and placed it inside. Then, sending another pulse to the still confused Marlena, he explained. The power I give you does not vanish in death. It emerges from the corpse, just as you saw. When this happens, you must retrieve it, I will grant it to another. He paused briefly, then added, wanting to motivate her to recover such traits. This will be one of the factors by which I evaluate you. Along with your loyalty and your abilities. Marlena nodded slightly, thoughtful. Nareth followed with a serious warning. The powers I bestow belong to different domains. If you consume a condensed trait from another domain, the best outcome is madness. Follow my instructions. When the time is right, I'll give you further power. The doctor nodded solemnly. She dared not gamble with her life. And she believed that Nareth had no reason to deceive her. Clutching the steel box, Nareth mentally recorded the scene. He planned to use telepathy to teach other Beyonder beings he was nurturing. He also gently held Roslav's still warm hand in a moment of silent farewell. Then, he rose and walked out of the chamber. Looking at the guilt-ridden team, their sorrow triggered by his own, he comforted them. It wasn't your fault. This was his choice, and his fate. You have no need to blame yourselves. Continue your work. Just then, the communicator of the chief apothecary lit up. Michael turned to Nareth and said, Father, another candidate is in trouble. Please allow me to investigate. I'll report back afterward. We'll go together. Nareth had already locked onto Chamber 30 with his enhanced senses and stepped forward. At the chamber door, Michael pressed his palm to the green screen. After recognizing authority, the door opened. Inside, the apothecaries and attendants bowed as Nareth entered. Michael moved to the surgical bed. The apothecary, holding a data slate, glanced at the screen and reported. The candidate is undergoing muscle enhancement organ implantation and is experiencing a severe rejection reaction. Estimated surgery failure rate, 99.44%. Survival rate, 84.54%. Nareth recognized the patient, Joseph, captain of the 4th Company, 4th Regiment. Originally, the transformation process was supposed to begin with the first squad of each company. But Skesny, after negotiations with other commanders, had secured early surgeries for older captains. Nareth, upon receiving the report, approved the line jumping. Now undergoing his 3rd surgical stage, Joseph's chest was open, his body spasming violently, blood gushing from the wound. Nareth knew, unlike children, who undergo transformation over years or even decades, adults must endure rapid procedures. He recalled that one of Jagatai Khan's warrior of Kagras completed their surgeries in under a year and successfully advanced. With sharp perception, Nareth noticed Michael's furrowed brow and unease. He didn't want the Nareth to suffer 2 losses in a single day. Nareth asked directly. You're not confident he'll survive? The chief apothecary, just about to start emergency procedures, did not hide the truth. His chances of survival are nearly 0. Marlena, give it a try. Everyone in the chamber froze for a second, then turned to see Marlena step out from behind the towering Primarch. Michael eyed the female doctor. Though he doubted she could change the doomed outcome, he still explained. He's passed the first 2 surgeries. What's killing him now is the muscle enhancement organ. Its primary role is hormone regulation, similar to the bone strengthening module. The tissue stimulates muscle development. His body is already rejecting it. It's too late to remove it. Marlena walked up to the surgical bed. In her spirit vision, the rest of Joseph's body looked fine, but the muscle implant area, which should be brown, had turned black and was rapidly spreading. She pressed her left hand onto Joseph's body, channeling her psychic energy to sustain his fading life. Michael quickly noticed the drop in temperature, a clear sign of psychic power. But he also knew that even psychic abilities couldn't normally reverse organ rejection. He stared intently, wondering what made his gene father so confident in this woman. Marlena picked up a scalpel used by the assistants. Though it was her first time holding one, it felt like an extension of her own body. She raised her left hand, withdrew her psychic energy, and began to utilize her disease treatment ability. This was her first surgery, yet the knowledge in her mind and her supernatural skills made her movements fluid and precise. Her fair hands danced steadily within Joseph's open chest. To the amazement of the chief apothecary and others, Joseph stopped convulsing, and his vital signs stabilized, then began to improve. Michael frowned. Marlena's surgical technique was undeniably precise, but that alone shouldn't have reversed Joseph's fate. Was it the psychic power, he wondered. Moments later, Marlena took out a small spherical organ with tweezers and placed it on a tray. Michael grabbed the medical spray, but Marlena stopped him with a raised hand. Chemical agents might trigger another rejection. Suture thread. An admiring apothecary handed her polypropylene surgical thread. She summoned the last of her energy to cast trauma treatment, her hand swiftly working over Joseph's chest. Moments later, his chest was stitched shut, leaving only a faint thread mark. Exhausted, her face pale, Marlena pressed her hand to the wound. With a final pulse of biomancy energy, the thread mark disappeared. Joseph's bronze-toned body looked as though his chest had never been opened. Nareth saw that Joseph remained unconscious, but was alive. He gave Marlena a grateful look. "Thank you for saving my warrior." Then, with concern for her, he said, "You're tired. Go rest." "Yes." Marlena, touched by Nareth's care, didn't protest and left alone. Michael, full of questions, followed Nareth out of the chamber, pulling out his data slate to check the status of the others. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 92, Chapter 91, Failed Replication, Horus Ignited Competitive Spirit. "Father," Michael began, holding his data slate and reporting a string of cold numbers. "So far, 342 candidates have undergone augmentation surgeries. Among them, 58 failed during the first stage of the procedure, resulting in a failure rate of 24.39%. Of those 58, 5 survived and were converted into the Legion servitors. The other 53 died." Michael paused, then explained. "Ascension from mortal to Astartes is a trial beyond measure. Many cannot withstand it, they fall at the very first trial. Once they pass through the gate of ascension, the surgery failure rate drops significantly." To illustrate his point, he continued. "Only 6 candidates failed during the second stage, and all of them died. The failure rate dropped to 4.52%. In the third transformation stage, 9 candidates failed. The complexity increases at this point, so the failure rate rose to 7.94%. He hesitated, then added with a hint of surprise. "Until just now, all 8 who previously failed the third stage died. The one saved by that doctor was the first to survive." Nareth remained silent, but in an instant, he calculated that the overall failure rate across the first 3 stages was 33.54%. Even in the best-case scenario, around 40% would fail. Without Marlena, most of those would have perished. Nareth realized this was the right moment to express his intentions. Marlena Scala is not only a doctor. She's a biomancy psyker who can preserve a failed subject's life during surgery. "Father, do you wish for her to join the transformation program?" the chief apothecary asked, grasping his intent. "Exactly." Michael only pondered for a moment before agreeing with Nareth. He was also curious about the mortal doctor's skills. Is this a native Ostroyan technique? Or is it the fusion of medicine and psychic discipline that yields such a unique effect? "As you wish." The chief apothecary turned back to his data slate and continued updating the Primarch on the transformation process. There are currently 103 candidates undergoing the first stage. 51 are in the second stage, and 36 in the third. 79 candidates have completed the first 3 transformations. Among the 23 regiment commanders, only Roslav has died. Notably, the 3 with the fastest progress, Howard Fender, Bucao Arshavin, and Thierry Vieira, have all completed the 4th stage. They show no signs of rejection. Nareth nodded in approval, mentally analyzing the 3. Sheriff Howard has the strongest will. Midnight Poet Bucao is the youngest. Pugilist Thierry possesses the best physical condition. "Pleased," he said. "Your work is impressive. I'm satisfied. But I need more apothecaries. I want you to train more apothecaries, apprentices, even attendants. This is vital for the future of the Legion." Nareth's minimum target for the Shadow of Order, pre-Horus Heresy, was 200,000 troops. The current 23 full apothecaries and 10 assistants were far from enough. More apothecaries meant more could undergo surgery. Nareth was planning for broader reforms. He needed loyal warriors embedded in every company, every squad, to influence their battle brothers through everyday example. On his way back to the strategy chamber, he sent a communication to another psyker, Arsena Dunn, summoning him to the bridge. Moments later, Nareth sat on the command throne, looking down at the silver-haired psyker. Their past interactions had been brief, limited to the crystal mirage, as Nareth had kept his distance due to Horus's teachings and the Emperor's distaste toward psykers. He had merely handed Arsena a data crystal containing information on the Frau Zeno's fire and telekinesis disciplines. "Arsena, how is your research into the data crystal I gave you?" "My lord, I've read and fully digested its contents. I've gained many insights from the Frail's etheric techniques, Arsena replied in flawless Vostroyan. I now understand etheric forces more deeply and have learned over a dozen new etheric spells. Nareth raised his brows slightly. Every psyker spell took time to master, to draw from the warp, shape energy precisely, and execute it efficiently. By human standards, mastering a dozen new spells in such a short time was outstanding. Factoring in that Arsena had also learned the Frail language, along with Vostroyan, Gothic, and other knowledge, his learning ability was excellent. Nareth tapped the back of his throne chair, recognizing the man's potential. Do you read books? A flicker of surprise crossed Arsena's eyes, but he answered. Yes, my lord. The library on the officer's deck is where I spend most of my time. It holds a vast collection of ancient tomes. Nareth was aware that this relic-class battleship had a massive book archive. His private library alone housed over 10,000 books, some dating back to the Golden Age, or even earlier. He also caught the excitement in Arsena's voice when the library was mentioned. It was clear the man loved reading. He's a great fit for the reader, a scholar attendant by my side. But his loyalty still needs to be tested. After getting a better understanding of Arsena, Nareth said. My private library holds many more books. I grant you permission to read them. Meanwhile, aboard the Vengeful Spirit. Horus wore no armor, only a tight training suit and a fur-lined cloak. Inside his private training cage, he charged forward explosively and smashed his fist into a training servitor. The servitor exploded under the force of the punch. But Horus frowned, muttering to himself. Something was different about his punch, it contained a strange force. Or rather, it followed a rule, impossible to dodge, impossible to resist. He signaled for a new servitor to be brought in. After over a dozen trials, Horus destroyed each one with a single blow, but still couldn't replicate the feeling he got from Nareth's strike. The Primarch shook his head, exiting the cage and looking through the viewport toward the Void Hunter. Let's see what other surprises you have in store, brother. While working through official reports, Nareth received a message from Horus via the Master of Vox. Brother, there are 2 planets ahead. Let's each take one. Let's see who conquers theirs first. Nareth sensed the hidden battle intent behind the message and replied simply. Fine. One is an ocean world. The other is mountainous. Which will you choose? Horus offered generously. The Luna Wolves, both in number and strength, outmatched the Shadow of Order. Horus expected Nareth to wisely choose the ocean world. For Astartes legions with landing craft, oceans posed no great obstacle. Mountains, on the other hand, slowed everything down. But to Horus's surprise, Nareth replied. I choose the mountainous world. Nareth had realized that different environments yielded different potion ingredients. Since he had already conquered the Symphony of the Sea, he was now more interested in a mountain-rich world. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/dawisjinsu. Chapter 93, Chapter 92, The Final Chance for Sezak. After ending the transmission, Nareth gave orders to each company captain. Prepare for battle. Our next conquest target is the mountainous world where the Ogrins lurk. After a moment's thought, he sent a separate message to 4th Company Captain Adams and 7th Company Captain Sanchez. Select some of your men to form my honor guard. Both captains realized that only their companies had received this privilege. A shared thought immediately formed in their minds. As Knights of the Black Duke's court, we are more trusted than the others. This honor is ours alone. Above Planet 33-5, Void Hunter. The company captains of the 11th Legion turned their attention to a silver-haired mortal standing beside the command throne, astonished that a mere human could stand so close to their Primarch. Just as speculation about the mortal's identity was spreading, the Nareth spoke. Let's hear the tactical briefing. I haven't appointed an official aide yet. Sanchez, you arrived earliest and already have a grasp of the situation. You handle it. Understood, Father. Now of Hunter, the 7th Company Captain had painted 7 red arrows on his right shoulder plate. A long central arrow pierced straight through the middle, flanked on each side by 3 shorter arrows, each decreasing in length from 3/4 to 1/2 to 1/4 of the central one. Sanchez picked up the control staff and gave it a wave, activating the hololith. A refined holographic display shimmered to life above the platform surrounding the command throne. It showed the star system's overview, orbital charts, and the positions and headings of Imperial vessels. With a swift gesture, Sanchez pointed to the newly registered Imperial-designated Planet 33-5, magnifying its holographic image. According to the Augur Matrix scan, this planet has a diameter of 5,104.02 kilometers. It is a world composed almost entirely of mountains. He flicked the control staff toward a blacked-out region, starkly visible against the green-tinted hologram. This zone accounts for about 1/10 of the planet's total surface area. Notably, this area exhibits signal interference that has disrupted the Augur Matrix scan. Leaning back in his throne, Nareth tapped his chair's armrest with his left hand. Cause of the anomaly? The tech priest's preliminary assessment suggests magnetic field irregularities, Sanchez replied. Nareth nodded slightly, signaling him to continue. With another gesture, Sanchez pointed elsewhere on the map. Scan results indicate this region has the strongest life signals. It is the largest known Ogryn population center on the planet, designated 33-5-001. After the tactical briefing, Nareth quickly processed all the data and completed a battle plan within seconds. He chose to give 1st Company Captain Sesak one final chance. Sesak, your company will accompany me in assaulting 33-5-001. As expected, in the midst of his jealous peers, Sesak beat his right fist against his chest proudly. Father, the 1st Company shall become your sharpest blade and deliver. Not a blade, Nareth interrupted sternly. You are the shadow of order. Sesak's lips twitched subtly, but he said no more. Nareth had caught the faint traces of defiance not only in Sesak but also in 3rd Company Captain Samir and 8th Company Captain Robin. He raised his voice. You are no longer reapers. I want to see change, to see you conquer your lust for slaughter. Do not disappoint me. He was pleased to see 2nd Company Captain George looking thoughtful and affected, but noted that Sesak, Samir, and Robin showed no such signs. Let's see if their actions change. If not, once Howard, Bukeo, and Thierry finish their transformations, I'll assign them to these 3 companies. With a new chain of command and more Vostroyan-born troops, change can be brought from within. Nareth continued assigning targets to each company. Only the 7th Company was left. Sanchez, your target is the anomalous region. Scout it. If conditions permit, conquer it. Nareth had decided to give the hunter a fitting challenge. The meeting ended, and the companies immediately began pre-battle preparations. Soon, each company boarded drop ships for the planet's surface. Nareth's honor guard consisted of 27 warriors from the 7th Company and 20 from the 4th. Also aboard the lander was a mortal, Arsena Dunn. Nareth had not brought Marlena. During this phase of large-scale transformations, the doctor remained on the medical deck, using her abilities to save candidates from failed surgeries. As the drop pod touched down, Arsena, walking beside Nareth, immediately felt the oppressive gravity of the planet. His body trembled, and he nearly dropped to his knees. But with a subtle lift of his hand, the silver-haired psyker wrapped his body in telekinesis, shielding himself from the crushing physical force. Nareth noted that the planet's gravity was even higher than 33-4. It affected him faintly, but barely. His honor guard felt their steps grow heavier, but remained fully battle-capable. Sesak, upon seeing Nareth flanked by the honor guard, felt a surge of frustration and loss. The 1st Company has the best warriors. This time, I'll prove it to the Primarch. Having been scolded earlier, Sesak did not speak out again. Instead, he addressed his men via the company channel. Brothers, today is our best chance to prove ourselves to our father. For our father. Nareth addressed the 1st Company on the command channel. Control your desire to kill. You are no longer reapers, you are the shadow of order. Advance. The force marched toward the identified Ogryn settlement, a towering mountain 5,400 meters above sea level. Atop the mountain, in the ash-gray forest, Ogryns with tree-sized clubs were chasing prey through the woods. Suddenly, an Ogryn as large as an Astarte spotted the approaching army and shouted to his kin. Down mountain. Big guys. Black. Iron skin. Excited, the Ogryns gathered with their massive clubs, peering downhill. One Ogryn with a severed left arm mumbled blankly. Eat. The smartest Ogryn, with the biggest head, scratched the top of his skull with his left hand. He saw a small creature and a helmetless giant, then shouted decisively. Ye eat. The Ogryns roared with excitement and began charging barefoot down the mountain. From his visor, Sesak saw the Ogryn horde rushing downhill. A cold gleam flickered in his eyes. Charge. True to form, the 1st Company Captain led the charge himself, the honor guard close behind. As the Astartes collided with the Ogryns, Sesak darted forward, dodging a giant club and slamming into an Ogryn on his left. The enemy stumbled, and Sesak drove his chainsword into its gut. Nareth observed from behind. Though Sesak is obsessed with killing, he instinctively targets weaknesses. He avoids direct head-on clashes and never wastes strength on brute force battles. He prefers side attacks, swift, surgical, effective. More and more Ogryns were drawn to the battle by the sound of shouting and carnage. Although Nareth was dissatisfied that Sesak had not used luring tactics to draw the Ogryns down to open ground for easier engagement, he was glad to see that 1st Company remained in control. Just then, the largest-headed Ogryn leapt into the fray with a savage grin, his massive club slamming into Sesak's body from the side. The captain was knocked down, skidding several meters downhill. He quickly stabilized himself, then, with his black eyes flashing with unleashed fury, threw back his head and let out a thunderous roar. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinzu. Chapter 94, Chapter 93, Throwing the First Company Captain. Sezak charged forward, leaping high into the air. His chain's word carved a savage arc as it cleaved into the oversized head of an ogren. As he descended with full momentum, the whirling blade split the ogren in two. The splattering blood and innards painted Sezak's vision red. As he landed, he gripped his chain's word with both hands and dashed into the ogren horde like a howling whirlwind. Like a virus spreading from a host, the Astartes around him lost all discipline, overcome by battle frenzy. They roared like beasts, surging forward into a brutal melee. The lines collapsed. Ogren clubs smashed into power armor. One Astartes, surrounded in the chaos, took hits from 3 ogrens at once. Their immense strength and crude wooden clubs, reinforced with iron spikes, dented even power armor under repeated strikes. The Astartes, utterly consumed by rage, didn't dodge. He swung his chain's word wildly, cutting down one ogren before another crashed down upon him, and moments later, he lay dead in a pool of blood. The death of a battle brother only fueled the bloodlust of the First Company warriors, who threw themselves even deeper into the savage melee. Amid the chaos, only Lieutenant Dixon managed to maintain any semblance of order in his men. Nareth shook his head slightly. The First Company had shown some change, but it clearly wasn't enough. They had been recruited as children, shaped during their transformations into weapons of slaughter. Now, the battlefield amplified their violent instincts. Under the old leaders, the Emperor and Horus, they had been used like blood-stained scalpels, their bloodlust etched into flesh and soul alike. Any battle of this intensity would make them snap. This would happen again. With this in mind, Nareth adjusted his long-term plan slightly. If Howard and the others can integrate into the companies, and Sezak, along with other Terraborn captains, can adapt, that's ideal, because they're all outstanding warriors. But if that fails, Howard and his group, possessing additional powers and my backing, will naturally gain influence and eventually replace them. In Nareth's estimation, if these feral Terraborn warriors, bred in blood and fire, continue to fight this way, their death rate would be extremely high. I wouldn't even need to act. They'll sacrifice themselves in battle soon enough. But if they refused to change and didn't die a glorious death, Nareth already had a backup plan. He would follow Robert Gilliman's example in forming the 22nd Company, a unit composed entirely of culturally incompatible Terraborn Astartes. That group would later evolve into the Nemesis Company, specialized in executing purges. The 22nd even housed 2 full destroyer companies. Gilliman had called them a necessary evil, deployed only when truly required. As all these thoughts passed rapidly through Nareth's mind, he came to a decision. Then, he let out a thunderous roar, filled with fury and disappointment. The ogrens paused in confusion, and even the blood-crazed Astartes' mind stalled momentarily. In a flash, Nareth appeared behind Sezak. Like lifting a mortal child, the Primarch grabbed Sezak by the back of the neck, and threw him. With impossible force and precision, Nareth hurled the captain like a spinning missile. For the first time, the briber used his power to throw an Astartes, but it felt as natural as tossing a spear. Spinning like a black cyclone, Sezak smashed through 5 ogrens instantly. Still spinning, he plowed through dozens more before finally losing momentum and crashing heavily into the dirt. Nareth stomped the ground and shouted with mind-enhancing force. "Control your bloodlust. You are the shadow of order." His voice, laced with psychic energy, hit like ice water on a summer day. The First Company snapped out of their frenzy. They clutched their weapons, stunned, ashamed. They realized they had once again disobeyed their father's command. In that frozen moment, the ogrens also recovered from their daze. That's when the Honor Guard attacked. Unlike the other squads, who had adapted to the raiding style of the Luna Wolves, the 7th Company still adhered to the traditional Astartes doctrine. The warriors with 7 red arrows painted on their right pauldrons stepped to the front, adopting the standard side stance hipfire formation. Their helmets synced perfectly with their bolt guns, allowing them to deliver pinpoint volleys at the onrushing, wide-mouthed ogrens. With Primarch-inherited reflexes, the warriors saw the ogrens' movements as if in slow motion, like footage from a tactical archive. Their firepower drowned out the howling. The first wave of ogrens collapsed under the hail of bolt or shells. As the 7th finished emptying their 30-round mags, the 4th Company surged through the gaps between them. After a round of bolt pistol volleys, they activated their roaring chains words and engaged in coordinated strikes. Though fewer in number, they quickly dispersed and carved apart the disorganized ogrens, fighting in pairs. One drew the ogren's attention, the other lunged during an opening, aiming for joints and weak points. The First Company watched this unfold and saw the difference. Efficient. Precise. Weakness-focused. Only then did they begin to understand their father's teachings. Driven by the desire to regain his approval, the First Company began clumsily mimicking 4th Company's tactics. They tried to coordinate. Nareth nodded in satisfaction and noticed the silver-haired Arsena beginning to act. Raising his crystal staff, Arsena unleashed a telekinetic shockwave, sending dozens of Ogryn's clubs flying into the air. The Ogryn stared dumbfounded at the airborne weapons. With a pull of his hand, Arsena caused the clubs to slam down, striking each Ogryn squarely on the head, knocking them out cold. Arsena Dunn and Marlena Scala are both strong candidates for non-Astartes attendance. As Nareth thought this, he looked toward Sezak, who was climbing up from the dirt. His black power armor was dented, smeared with blood, gore, and mud. He looked disheveled. The moment Nareth had grabbed his neck, Sezak's mind had cleared. While spinning through the air, scenes from the battle flashed through his head, details his rage had made him ignore. He knew he had lost control again. And he didn't think it was wrong. This is what the Emperor made them for. They were weapons. But then he met Nareth's gaze. Sezak froze. In those eyes, he saw warning, disappointment, and a faint sliver of hope. I have disappointed father. A rare emotion seized him, panic, unfamiliar since his rebirth in Luna's labs. In desperation, he turned to what he knew best, violence. Sezak spun around, leaving Nareth's gaze behind, and plunged into the Ogryns once more. It's all your fault, you filthy abhumans. He unleashed his fury on them, slicing off legs, severing arms with terrifying precision. His armor turned red with gore, but this time, he remained in control. He could feel those eyes watching him from behind. He was like a child desperate not to let his father down, fighting to break the cycle. Just then, a massive Ogryn, taller than any of the others, clad in armor that shimmered with black light, wielding a jet-black club, charged straight at Sezak. The captain's eyes lit up. This one was different, stronger, better equipped. A real challenge. Finally, a proper opponent. At that moment, Nareth noticed the same Ogryn. Unusual, might be a source of useful intel. He extended his awareness toward the towering brute. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 95, Chapter 94, The Metal with a Mysterious Connection to Nareth. While Sezak was locked in battle with the Ogryn, Nareth's consciousness extended to a massive black stone gate. The mind of an Ogryn was simple yet firm. Brute forcing his way in psychically would work, but it would also shatter the Ogryn's mind, rendering him a drooling husk and losing any useful information in the process. But Nareth, a Primarch who had studied psychic arts for years, had long since mastered telephatic-based psychic techniques. In an instant, his awareness transformed into a vast, shadowy web, enveloping the entire gate. The shadow gradually seeped into the gate, like darkness cast by unseen light. Moments later, Nareth had the information he wanted, the local traditions of the Ogryns and the geography of Black Mountain. The planet was home to a majestic mountain range, whose rocks contained a strange black metal ore that shimmered faintly. Ordinary Ogryns who ventured into the mountains never returned. But those who did, crafted black clubs and armor from the material, would rise to become tribal leaders. Nareth also noticed that this chieftain was significantly smarter than the average Ogryn. His thoughts were surprisingly structured and organized. As he withdrew from the Ogryn's mind, Nareth thought. That unscannable region holds secrets. He also realized that leveraging the tribal customs of the local Ogryns might provide a shortcut to planetary conquest. As he exited the Ogryn's mind, Sezak delivered a vicious blow, beheading the tribal chieftain. While the warriors mopped up the remaining enemies, Nareth walked over and picked up the chieftain's club. The moment his hand touched it, his black eyes gleamed with light. The Ogryn hadn't forged this weapon using any known technique. Instead, he had spent countless days grinding a chunk of black ore against a harder stone using brute strength. The untouched sections of the club retained their natural texture. Covered in a matte oxide layer, this black stone wasn't a psychic conductor, nor was it resistant to psychic energy. Yet Nareth immediately noticed something else. Besides its magnetic nature, the material held unique properties. Along its surface were irregular white growth patterns, alternately marked with the Gothic numerals 11 and 33. Some areas were dense with 11, others were more sparse. Nareth took another look and saw that the chieftain's black armor also had the same strange growth patterns. Arsena approached. He picked up a broken piece of the black armor and channeled psychic energy into it. Moments later, after analyzing the material using knowledge from the books of the Relic-class ship, he reported. This magnetic metal isn't a single-structure material. Its primary components are iron, manganese, and chromium, 3 black metals. But none of them are actually black. Pure iron and chromium are silver-white, and manganese is gray-white. Natural magnetic metals may form in chunks, granules, or crystal structures. This one is clearly crystalline. With growing interest, Arsena examined the armor shard. During crystallization, the Fe-MnCr ions formed periodic bands, a structure normally only seen in synthetic barium ferrite. According to the books I've read, certain planetary ores can form identical growth patterns due to gravitational forces, stellar influence, or some unknown causes. Nareth gave a small nod. That explained the strange numerical formations on the crystal's growth patterns. Its crystal lattice is denser than average, likely the foundation of its high magnetic properties. Nareth stared at the mineral in his hand and thought. This metal. It's practically my symbol. Chaotic growth lines. 11:33. Disordered yet patterned. Disorder can be tied to the kingdom of disorder. The true face of the source has 33 layers, and I am the 11th Primarch. Iron, manganese, and chromium, all light-colored metals, yet form black alloys. This aligns perfectly with the symbolism of the shadow of the Black Emperor. His black eyes grew darker as he began drawing deeper occult associations. The 4 Chaos Gods, though born in the warp, have symbolic representations in reality. Khorne, red, equals. Tsench, blue, equals. Nurgle, green, equals. Slaanesh, purple, equals. Their cultists integrate these numbers and colors into their sacrifices, weapons, and even armor. This symbolic expression is how believers connect to their gods. Nareth thought of the Eldari pantheon, the same principle. The goddess of night is tied to the moon and silver, so her rituals often involve silver materials. The eternal sun god is tied to the sun and gold. His mind raced. If I design a ritual lexicon that ties this black metal to mysticism, then when Beyonder beings use it as ritual material, paired with the proper rites, they'll link directly to me. Then I can channel power from the kingdom of disorder to fulfill their prayers to some extent. The Fool and Hermit pathways granted ritual magic, but required invoking the attention of their patron deity. Chaos cultists did the same, offering souls and lives to gain the god's favor. Lorgar sacrificed hundreds of planets and the Primarch Ongran to cast a spell that cut off the eastern galaxy. Nareth delved deeper into the metal's potential. Beyond rituals, he considered broader applications for the kingdom of disorder. Though I'm only sequence 7, and my authority over the kingdom of disorder is still limited. I am a Primarch. Once I awaken my genetic memory, my rank should rival that of a high sequence Beyonder. I can tap into that power. Once I finalize the ritual design, I can simplify it and share parts with select individuals. When they face corruption from the Chaos Gods, I can intercept them in time. Having reached this point, Nareth now regarded the black metal not as just a mineral, but a strategic resource. There were still many technical gaps, ritual phrasing, naming conventions, ceremonial steps, but he now had a clear direction. Nareth immediately decided to change his campaign plan and prioritize the conquest of Black Mountain. First, he had to deal with the signal jamming zone. After a second's thought, he remembered the spy flies built by the Jokero. Those might work. He opened his communicator and issued a legion-wide command. Company Captain, report the number of psychers in your units. First Company, 5. Sezak, who had been overseeing battlefield cleanup, responded immediately. Second Company, 4. Only the 7th Company didn't reply. They were inside the jamming zone of Black Mountain. As Nareth returned to the Void Hunter to retrieve the spy flies, deep within Black Mountain, Sanchez had already encountered his first group of Ogrins after entering. The moment they met, an Ogrin wielding a black crystal club let out a bizarre shriek. And with that shriek, a black bolt of lightning tore across the sky, striking directly at the shadow of Order warriors from the 7th Company. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 96, Chapter 95, The Hunter. A bolt of black lightning crashed down on several shadows of Order, darkening their black armor even further as their bodies froze stiff. But the Hunter reacted just before the Ogrin Psyker attacked. His left arm shot up, and he fired a bolter round at the target. With a sharp explosion, the Ogrin's oversized head burst like a watermelon, scattering chunks of flesh. The lieutenant pulled off his helmet irritably, revealing his short black hair. He strode over to the corpse and muttered as if seeing a ghost. Damn it. A psyker among those stupid Ogrins. The Hunter continued scanning the surroundings as he walked. He noticed the unique 11 and 33 growth patterns, the high magnetism of the black metal crystal, and even felt it subtly pulling at his chains word. Sanchez spoke thoughtfully. It's probably this mountain range. The unique environment must be affecting the Ogrins. He opened the command channel and listened. The only response was a chaotic mess of static, buzzing, and crackling. Still no comms, just noise. As Sanchez spoke, his gaze swept over the Ogrin Psyker. He looked similar to the others, clad in black armor and holding a long, slender black metal staff, more like a staff than a club. Then, his pupils contracted sharply. No, this one wasn't like the others. His ears are much larger than the average Ogrins, and his feet too. The lieutenant bent down to confirm. You're right, he muttered with a frown. Maybe it's because of this world's gravity. The Ogrins are adapting, bigger ears, thicker feet. Sanchez shook his head slightly. He pressed a rune on his sword's hilt, and it roared to life. He sliced open the Ogryn's black armor, revealing a physique just as muscular as an Astartes. After a quick glance, he confirmed his thoughts. No. He's just a bit more muscular than the others we've seen. But his ears and feet are unusually large. I believe this mountain range has some unique property that triggered a mutation, even granted psychic ability to a normally mindless Ogryn. The lieutenant looked again and nodded. His ears and feet are noticeably bigger, he muttered. Too bad, his oversized feet didn't leave any tracks on the metal ground. Only option left is to eat his brain and extract the memory, find out where the others are hiding. He sighed. Though Reapers were bloodthirsty, they weren't like the ghouls of the 9th Legion, they didn't enjoy cannibalism. No need, Sanchez replied, smiling as he removed his helmet. Despite the interference disabling the visor's skin system, he was still the hunter. He focused. His black pupils deepened, and he could hear his own heartbeat pounding steadily in his ears. His senses amplified, and the world shifted. What had been invisible now became clear, faint, shallow footprints on the ground suddenly came into view. He could also faintly detect the lingering body odor of the Ogryns, a thin scent trail like a ribbon, winding forward. Follow me. The 7th Company marched forward, the hunter on the trail of his prey's lair. Meanwhile, Nareth aboard the Void Hunter. Alongside Arsena Dunn, he brought a tech sergeant from 1st Company. Outside his private armory stood a squad of unmodified Vostroyan warriors. My liege, the leader bowed. At Nareth's signal, he raised a silver control rod and aimed it at the red disc embedded in the black door. Runes glowed, and the ancient doors opened, revealing his personal armory. The chamber was the size of an entire deck, with over half of its space filled with tens of thousands of strange items, porous sea corals, multi-limbed alien corpses, and more. Only a small portion had been gathered by Nareth himself. About a third were creations of the Jokero, but most came as gifts from Vostroyan regiments and the 11th Legion. He had hidden some rare and dangerous relics among alchemical supplies and moved them into the Kingdom of Disorder, leaving the rest stored here. He walked over to a massive section marked by a black striped label inscribed in golden letters. Creations of the Jokeros. Nareth bent down and picked up a metal box, handing it to the tech sergeant. Start by dismantling the spy fly. Learn its internal structure. He then turned to the wide-eyed silver-haired psyker, who was still admiring the armory's inventory. Here are weapons and shields made by the Jokero. Pick what you need. If your psychic powers fail, or your mind is drained, rely on these. Thank you for your generosity. Arsena said respectfully, moving to an iron rack where rows of precious ring weapons were separated by metal dividers. He selected 10 rings, enough to fill both hands, then moved to a second rack. There, protected shield spheres of various sizes were stored. He selected 4. When Arsena was finished, Nareth gave his next order. You too, study the spy fly. Disable its projection function. The spy fly not only provided surveillance, but could also project a 3D starlight image woven from light. Nareth suspected the device was actually designed for two-way communication. He ordered his servitors to load 200 units of spy flies onto the landing craft. Of these, each of the 59 psychers across 10 companies would receive one set. The rest would be distributed as reserves. As the landing craft descended, Sanchez had already followed the scent trail left by the Ogryn psyker through a winding mountain path to a pitch-black cave. The lieutenant's eyes widened. Without the Sanchez's guidance, it would have taken a full grid search to discover such a hidden entrance. How did the captain find this? I didn't sense anything strange along the way. The hunter examined the cave walls, torn rock, and gouged layers and confirmed it was a crude, manually carved tunnel made by Ogryns. Sanchez looked forward. The 3-man-wide entrance would force squads to squeeze and hinder one another. Recon squad, move in 2-man cells, he ordered. Unlike the post-second founding Recon Marines, who were often new recruits, the Recon troops in this era were fully trained battle brothers, veteran Astartes specialists. 2 of them entered the cave, glancing at their visors, still just static. They activated stealth modules, raised their long-range rifles, and advanced under crossfire cover. As they moved deeper, the tunnel grew wider, soon wide enough for 4 scouts to walk side by side. Suddenly, a tremendous force swept them up, slamming them against the black metal walls of the cave. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/DaosJinsu. Chapter 97, Chapter 96, A Gift, 1 Explosive Round. Through his visor, the recon squad sergeant locked onto the attacker, a black-armored Ogryn wielding a black metal staff. The moment he locked onto the target, he pulled the trigger. Simultaneously, the 3 recon troops and 2 veteran Astartes further behind also fired in unison. The Ogryn psyker raised one hand. The bullets halted midair, meters away from him. With a swipe and a push, he sent them flying back. Bang. 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 The returned bullets pierced power armor, and one recon trooper collapsed into a pool of blood. At that moment, a black blur shot forward. The hunter reacted instantly. Sanchez launched a high-speed charge, now faster than ever, his body under even greater control. While sprinting, his form flickered, dodging a massive falling boulder from above. Boom. The stone smashed down, shaking the entire cavern. Though the Ogryn's psychic attack missed him, it cut him off from his squad. But the tremors didn't faze the Sanchez. He charged directly at the Psyker and slashed down with his chain's word. The Psyker, though a psychic Ogryn, was still an Ogryn, and an exceptionally strong one. He raised his staff to block. Sanchez didn't try to clash strength for strength. With razor-sharp instincts, he judged from the force of the swing that even with his enhanced strength, he couldn't overpower the Ogryn. He sidestepped swiftly, dodging the blow, then, with a supernatural awareness, spotted a brief vulnerability, the neck area, where the armor was thin. Probably designed that way to allow easier breathing and eating. He quickly spun his chain's word and, recalling the 23rd form of the Otsburg via technique he'd witnessed from his Primarch, unleashed a swift, precise strike. RRRRRRRT. With a roar, the chain's word bit into the Ogryn's neck, severing the Psyker's head in a single blow. While Sanchez was using spirit vision to find and eliminate the enemy's weakness, Arsena and the Legion's Psykers had also found a solution with the tech sergeants. They inscribed mystic prayers with special runes onto their eye screens, disabling the spy fly's projection function. Nareth immediately distributed the spy flies to all 10 companies, issuing the command to scatter them across the region and begin an active forward search. Arsena and the 5 Psykers of the first company each held a polyhedral eye screen device, channeling psychic energy into it to establish a psychic link. Hundreds of mosaic-like microdisplays lit up across the screens, activating the spy fly's vibration crystal mechanisms. They buzzed into the air like a swarm of flies, rising with a faint hum. 6 swarms dispersed in all directions, rapidly covering a 20-kilometer radius in every direction. Nareth's black eye scanned the 6 screens, his superhuman perception processing the hundreds of video feeds each screen displayed. Thousands of images surged through his mind, and within 5 seconds, his powerful brain had already compiled and analyzed the data. The spyfly's aerial imagery revealed that the terrain formed a fan-shaped region. Nareth stood at the outer arc of the fan. The terrain narrowed inward as jagged black rock formations converged toward the center. If signals are disturbed here, then there must be a source of interference located at the center. Having made his assessment, Nareth issued his order. 3 o'clock direction, advance. The first company moved forward, leaving hill after hill in their wake. Other companies, after decoding the data, also locked onto the center and advanced. From a bird's-eye view, 10 black serpents, the Legion's companies, were converging on the center of a nearly circular mountain zone. Along the way, they encountered increasing numbers of Ogryn Psykers, at ever shorter intervals, and their powers kept growing. But the Shadows of Order quickly realized, while the Ogryns had psychic powers, they lacked matching combat intelligence. They cast spells following rigid, predictable routines. Once those patterns were identified, they could be countered and crushed. Progress accelerated sharply, especially for Nareth's personally led first company. On the 5th cycle day of entering the mountain, Nareth and his forces reached the center. There lay an immense, bottomless pit. Even a Primarch's senses couldn't gauge its depth. Yet Nareth detected something strange, the shaft below trembled with a subtle frequency, gradually intensifying. He also noted an ultrasound radiating from the pit. While it was faint at the surface, deeper below, it was much clearer. He raised his head and visualized the landscape. Ogryns crawled like ants, some ascending, some descending, inside what resembled a giant black cauldron, where curved rock paths spiraled downward. Move out. Nareth gave the order and stepped forward, descending the black crystal slope. After descending over 1,000 meters, the Psykers and officers like Cezak and Dixon simultaneously furrowed their brows. They felt a tremor underfoot and a subtle vibration in their ears. It's magnetic resonance, Arsena explained after finding the term in a book. In areas with magnetic enrichment, natural resonance phenomena occur. It's commonly associated with signal interference, ultrasonic vibration, and seismic tremors. Maybe this resonance affected the Ogryns, gave them psychic powers. He shrugged. It's not written anywhere, but it's possible. You're partially right, Nareth replied, shaking his head. But not entirely. At the center of this pit lies a massive black crystal. After eons of resonance, it underwent a peculiar transformation. It's a psychic resonance material. That's what gave the Ogryns their powers. Just then, Nareth's tone shifted sharply. He shouted. Psychic shields. The 5 Psykers reacted instantly, unleashing full psychic barriers at the Nareth's command. Arsena was slightly slower, but managed to activate a force field shield just in time. Form. Like a volcanic eruption, a blast of psychic flame surged upward from below. As it clashed with the shields, the air cracked with a violent snapping sound. Nareth's gaze locked onto a towering black Ogryn emerging from below, as tall as Horus himself. He was the strongest psyker in the pit. Propelled upward by rocket-like psychic fire, the massive ogre drew ever closer. Nareth sensed the creature was channeling power directly from the crystal. It had to be destroyed immediately. Nareth leapt into the pit, diving headfirst like a missile. In midair, the briber shouted at the giant ogre, still shorter than himself. "Hey Runt, here's a gift, one explosive round. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/daosjinzu. Chapter 98, Chapter 97, The Emperor put the 2nd and 15th Legions under your command. The Ogren Psyker lazily raised a shield of flame, lifted his hands high, and bathed in his surging power while attacking any enemy that came near his treasured crystal. The explosive round struck his flame shield and immediately detonated in a blaze of psychic fire. The Ogren didn't care. But at that very moment, the flames surrounding him abruptly vanished, his shield snuffed out without warning. It was then that Nareth, having used his Beyonder ability, bribe weakened to momentarily disable the Ogren's shield with a gifted explosive. Activating his power gauntlet mid-dive. Upside down in the air, he slammed his fist into the Ogren's head. A golden energy field tore through the creature's skull and neck instantly, its massive body toppled and crashed to the ground. After securing control of the Black Mountains, Nareth renamed it the Twin Peak Range, as the growth patterns throughout the range clearly reflected two numbers, 11 and 33. He named the black crystalline metal found their twin black steel. With this ore as a symbol of local power, the Ogren tribes swiftly submitted. Using a communications array, Nareth reported the conquest to Horus. "Horus, I've conquered System 33-5. There was a brief silence on the channel, then Horus replied. "Congratulations, brother." Recognizing the strategic importance of twin black steel, Nareth decided to station Astartes on the planet. After some consideration, he selected Lieutenant Commander Dixon of the 1st Company. Dixon had consistently remained rational while other brothers succumbed to madness, a reliable son. Nareth granted him an Arbiter potion, making him the 7th member of the Black Duke's court. He believed Dixon, armed with the authority of an Arbiter and the power of the twin black steel, could control the planet with just 3 squads. Dixon's top priority was to build a mining base and begin extracting twin black steel, especially the giant core crystal at the mountain's heart. After Horus completed the ocean world conquest, Nareth returned to the Void Hunter and summoned Arsena. Looking at the silver-haired psyker before him, he asked, "Do you like to read?" "Yes," Arsena replied instantly. Before he could say more, he noticed Nareth extend his hand. A small bottle of white liquid rested in his palm. As confusion flickered in Arsena's eyes, a thought pulse entered his mind. "This power shall serve your vision. Drink it." Without hesitation, Arsena took the bottle and drank it in one gulp. Moments later, the reader's narrow blue eyes gleamed with brilliance. The power granted by his lord was perfectly suited for him. Following Vostroyan tradition, he knelt on one knee. "Thank you, my lord. I shall use this gift wisely and serve you with all my ability." Nareth nodded slightly and issued his command. "From this day forward, you are my attendant. Your duty is to read every report addressed to me, analyze and evaluate them, categorize by priority, and report back accordingly." "As you command." The reader accepted without hesitation. If it were any other mortal, such an appointment might overwhelm them with both honor and anxiety. After all, reports sent to a Primarch were voluminous and complex, combat data from every company of the 11th Legion, fleet movements, astropathic messages, development updates from territories like Vostroya, enough to break an ordinary mind. But the reader was different. He had the ability to read everything simultaneously and fully understand it. "I'll give you time to adapt," Nareth added. "Before the fleet departs, study the reports I send you. From them, you'll learn to grasp my mindset and identify how I prioritize information." Nareth believed that once Arsena adjusted, they would develop perfect synergy, dramatically boosting efficiency. This was critical as the Legion, fleet, and territories would all expand in the future. This wasn't his only task. Considering the reader's abilities, Nareth gave him a second order. "In your spare time, focus your reading on the languages of various races." He then sent a thought pulse conveying his intent. "Language holds hidden power. Once you fully understand them, I want you to create a new occult language. Ritual magic requires specific scripts and sacred words." Nareth didn't want to waste his own time designing these, so he handed the task to the reader. While not as powerful as a seer, the reader had gained the ability to use ritual magic, making him more than capable. After 5 days, Horus completed the conquest of the ocean world. Another 11 days passed before Nareth received an invitation to board the Vengeful Spirit. The two discussed the conquest of the Ogren star system in depth. After one stellar hour of debriefing, Nareth remarked, "Horus, I admire your use of companies and squads, especially the Reaver squads. Equipped with chains words and bolt pistols, they excel in boarding actions and trench warfare. Their agility makes them adaptable to complex environments." This was heartfelt praise from Nareth. His biggest takeaway from working alongside the Luna Wolves was learning how Reavers operated. Although he had decided to reduce the number of Reavers in his own legion, the experience was worth keeping. Your tactics have inspired me, too, Nareth, Horus replied. Father was right, you're always able to seize the key point and strike with precision. That's why you completed your conquest ahead of me. You found the Ogren source of faith and took it for yourself. Nareth accepted the praise calmly. His black eyes glinted as he asked. So, what's our next move? Horus stood, took a chilled bottle of red wine from the cabinet, poured a glass for Nareth and then for himself. After speaking with Father, we both agree, you've learned all you need. You've adapted to the Imperium faster and better than we anticipated. From now on, you're free to choose where to conquer and how to act. Let's toast to this new beginning. Nareth gladly raised his glass. Now that he could operate solo, he would have greater freedom. He clinked glasses with Horus and drank. Unlike the scorching edge of liquor, the wine was thicker, smoother, and sweeter. Then Horus smiled broadly. One more bit of good news. What is it? Your command ability impressed me. After speaking with Father, he agreed to assign you Expedition Fleet 22 of the 2nd Legion and Expedition Fleet 28 of the 15th Legion. It's a sign of trust, and a well-deserved honor. The 2nd Legion, one of the two that will eventually be erased. The 15th Legion, the Thousand Sons. Nareth understood that before the return of all Primarchs, most legions were led by the Emperor himself or by the two senior Primarchs, Horus and Ferrus Manus. Looks like I've become a legion commander before Ferrus returned. For the Emperor to entrust me with the 15th Legion, he must truly value my leadership. I will not fail the Emperor's trust, Nareth solemnly vowed. After chatting with Horus for a while longer, he returned to the Void Hunter. He ordered the Astropaths to send word to the 22nd and 28th Expedition Fleets, instructing the 2nd and 15th Legions to rendezvous at the Vostroya system. Then, he issued a final order. Fleet, begin the journey. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/dawasjinsu